torn in pieces by the beasts, who were naturally fierce and had now grown wild. And in the first ages they were still without skill or resource. The food which once grew spontaneously had failed, and as yet they knew not how to procure it, because they had never felt the pressure of necessity. For all these reasons they were in a great strait, wherefore also the gifts spoken of in the old tradition were imparted to man by the gods, together with so much teaching and education as was indispensable. Fire was given to them by Prometheus, the arts by Hephaestus and his fellow worker, Athene, seeds and plants by others. From these is derived all that has helped to frame human life, since the care of the gods, as I was saying, had now failed men, and they had to order their course of life for themselves and were their own masters, just like the universal creature whom they imitate and follow, ever changing as he changes, and ever living and growing at one time in one manner, and at another time in another. Enough of the story, which may be of use in showing us how greatly we erred in the delineation of the king and the statesman in our previous discourse. Young Socrates, what was this great era of which you speak? Stranger, there were two, the first a lesser one, the other was an error on a much larger and grander scale. Young Socrates, what do you mean? Stranger. I mean to say that when we were asked about a king and statesman of the present cycle and generation, we told of a shepherd of a human flock who belonged to the other cycle, and of one who was a god when he ought to have been a man, and this a great era. Again, we declared him to be the ruler of the entire state, without explaining how. This was not the whole truth, nor very intelligible, but still it was true, and therefore the second era was not so great as the first. Young Socrates, very good. Stranger, before we can expect to have a perfect description of the statesman, we must define the nature of his office. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, and the myth was introduced in order to show, not only that all others are rivals of the true shepherd who is the object of our search, but in order that we might have a clearer view of him who is alone worthy to receive this appellation, because he alone of shepherds and herdsmen, according to the image which we have employed, has the care of human beings. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, and I cannot help thinking, Socrates, that the form of the divine shepherd is even higher than that of a king, whereas the statesmen who are now on earth seem to be much more like their subjects in character, and much more nearly to partake of their breeding and education. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger still, they must be investigated all the same, to see whether, like the divine shepherd, they are above their subjects or on a level with them. Young Socrates, of course. Stranger, to resume. Do you remember that we spoke of a command for self exercised over animals, not singly but collectively, which we called the art of rearing a herd? Young Socrates, yes, I remember. Stranger, there somewhere lay our error, for we never included or mentioned the statesman, and we did not observe that he had no place in our nomenclature. Young Socrates, how was that? Stranger, all other herdsmen rear their herds. But this is not a suitable term to apply to the statesman. We should use a name which is common to them all. Young Socrates, true, if there be such a name. Stranger, why is not care of herds applicable to all? For this implies no feeding or any special duty. If we say either tending the herds or managing the herds or having the care of them, the same word will include all, and then we may wrap up the statesman with the rest, as the argument seems to require. Young Socrates, quite right, but how shall we take the next step in the division? Stranger, as before we divided the art of rearing herds accordingly as they were land or water herds, winged and wingless, mixing or not mixing the breed, horned and hornless, so we may divide by these same differences the tending of herds, comprehending in our definition the kingship of today and the rule of Chronos. Young Socrates, that is clear, but I still ask what is to follow. Stranger, if the word had been managing herds instead of feeding or rearing them, no one would have argued that there was no care of men in the case of the politician, although it was justly contended that there was no human art of feeding them which was worthy of the name, or at least, if there were, many a man had a prior and greater right to share in such an art than any king. Young Socrates, true. Stranger. But no other art or science will have a prior or better right than the royal science to care for human society and to rule over men in general. Young Socrates, quite true. Stranger. In the next place, Socrates, we must surely notice that a great error was committed at the end of our analysis. Young Socrates, what was it? Stranger. Why, supposing we were ever so sure that there is such an art as the art of rearing or feeding bipeds, there was no reason why we should call this the royal or political art, as though there were no more to be said. Young Socrates, certainly not. Stranger. Our first duty, as we were saying, was to remodel the name so as to have the notion of care rather than of feeding, and then to divide, for there may be still considerable divisions. Young Socrates, how can they be made? Stranger. First, by separating the divine shepherd from the human guardian or manager. Young Socrates, true. Stranger. And the art of management which is assigned to man would again have to be subdivided. Young Socrates, on what principle? Stranger. On the principle of voluntary and compulsory. Young Socrates, why? Stranger. Because, if I am not mistaken, there has been an error here. For our simplicity led us to rank king and tyrant together, whereas they are utterly distinct like their modes of government. Young Socrates, true. Stranger. Then now, as I said, let us make the correction and divide human care into two parts, on the principle of voluntary and compulsory. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger. And if we call the management of violent rulers tyranny, and the voluntary management of herds of voluntary bipeds politics, may we not further assert that he who has this latter art of management is the true king and statesman? Young Socrates, I think, stranger, that we have now completed the account of the statesman. Stranger. Would that we had, Socrates, but I have to satisfy myself as well as you, and in my judgment the figure of the king is not yet perfected. Like statuaries who, in their too great haste, having overdone the several parts of their work, lose time in cutting them down, so too we, partly out of haste, partly out of a magnanimous desire to expose our former error, and also because we imagined that a king required grand illustrations, have taken up a marvelous lump of fable, and have been obliged to use more than was necessary. This made us discourse at large, and nevertheless, the story never came to an end, and our discussion might be compared to a picture of some living being which had been fairly drawn in outline, but had not yet attained the life and clearness which is given by the blending of colors. Now, to intelligent persons, a living being had better be delineated by language and discourse than by any painting or work of art, to the duller sought by works of art. Young Socrates, very true, but what is the imperfection which still remains? I wish that you would tell me. Stranger. The higher ideas, my dear friend, can hardly be set forth except through the medium of examples. Every man seems to know all things in a dreamy sort of way, and then again to wake up and to know nothing. Young Socrates, what do you mean? Stranger. I fear that I have been unfortunate in raising a question about our experience of knowledge. Young Socrates, why so? Stranger. Why? Because my example requires the assistance of another example. Young Socrates, proceed. You need not fear that I shall tire. Stranger. I will proceed, finding, as I do, such a ready listener in you. When children are beginning to know their letters, young Socrates, what are you going to say? Stranger. That they distinguish the several letters well enough in very short and easy syllables, and are able to tell them correctly. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger. Whereas in other syllables they do not recognize them, and think and speak falsely of them. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger. Will not the best and easiest way of bringing them to a knowledge of what they do not as yet know be? Young Socrates, be what? Stranger. To refer them first of all to cases in which they judge correctly about the letters in question, and then to compare these with the cases in which they do not as yet know, and to show them that the letters are the same and have the same character in both combinations, until all cases in which they are right have been placed side by side with all cases in which they are wrong. In this way they have examples and are made to learn that each letter in every combination is always the same and not another, and is always called by the same name. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger are not examples formed in this manner. We take a thing and compare it with another distinct instance of the same thing, of which we have a right conception, and out of the comparison there arises one true notion, which includes both of them. Young Socrates, exactly. Stranger, can we wonder, then, that the soul has the same uncertainty about the alphabet of things, and sometimes and in some cases is firmly fixed by the truth in each particular, and then, again, in other cases is altogether at sea, having somehow or other a correct notion of combinations, but when the elements are transferred into the long and difficult language, syllables of facts, is again ignorant of them. Young Socrates, there is nothing wonderful in that. Stranger, could anyone, my friend, who began with false opinion ever expect to arrive even at a small portion of truth and to attain wisdom? Young Socrates, hardly. Stranger, then you and I will not be far wrong in trying to see the nature of example in general in a small and particular instance. Afterwards, from lesser things we intend to pass to the royal class, which is the highest form of the same nature, and endeavor to discover by rules of art what the management of cities is. And then the dream will become a reality to us. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, then, once more, let us resume the previous argument, and as there were innumerable rivals of the royal race who claim to have the care of states, let us pot them all off and leave him alone. And as I was saying, a model or example of this process has first to be framed. Young Socrates, exactly. Stranger, what model is there which is small, and yet has any analogy with the political occupation? Suppose, Socrates, that if we have no other example at hand, we choose weaving, or more precisely, weaving of wool. This will be quite enough, without taking the whole of weaving, to illustrate our meaning. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, why should we not apply to weaving the same processes of division and subdivision which we have already applied to other classes, going once more as rapidly as we can through all the steps until we come to that which is needed for our purpose? Young Socrates, how do you mean? Stranger, I shall reply by actually performing the process. Young Socrates, very good. Stranger, all things which we make or acquire are either creative or preventive. Of the preventive class are antidotes, divine and human, and also defenses. And defenses are either military weapons or protections. And protections are veils, and also shields against heat and cold. And shields against heat and cold are shelters and coverings. And coverings are blankets and garments. And garments are some of them in one piece, and others of them are made in several parts. And of these latter some are stitched, others are fastened and not stitched. And of the not stitched, some are made of the sinews of plants and some of hair. And of these, again, some are cemented with water and earth, and others are fastened together by themselves. And these last defenses and coverings which are fastened together by themselves are called clothes, and the art which superintends them we may call, from the nature of the operation, the art of clothing, just as before the art of the statesman was derived from the state. And may we not say that the art of weaving, at least that largest portion of it which was concerned with the making of clothes, differs only in name from this art of clothing, in the same way that in the previous case the royal science differed from the political? Young Socrates, most true. Stranger, in the next place, let us make the reflection that the art of weaving clothes, which an incompetent person might fancy to have been sufficiently described, has been separated off from several others which are of the same family, but not from the cooperative arts. Young Socrates, and which are the kindred arts? Stranger, I see that I have not taken you with me, so I think that we had better go backwards, starting from the end. We just now parted off from the weaving of clothes, the making of blankets, which differ from each other in that one is put under and the other is put around. And these are what I termed kindred arts. Young Socrates, I understand. Stranger, and we have subtracted the manufacture of all articles made of flax and cords, and all that we just now metaphorically termed the sinews of plants. And we have also separated off the process of felting and the putting together of materials by stitching and sewing, of which the most important part is the cobbler's art. Young Socrates, precisely. Stranger, then we separated off the currier's art, which prepared coverings in entire pieces, and the art of sheltering, and subtracted the various arts of making watertight which are employed in building, and in general in carpentering, and in other crafts, and all such arts as furnish impediments to thieving and acts of violence, and are concerned with making the lids of boxes and the fixing of doors, being divisions of the art of joining. And we also cut off the manufacture of arms, which is a section of the great and manifold art of making defenses. And we originally began by parting off the whole of the magic art which is concerned with antidotes, and have left, as would appear, the very art of which we were in search, the art of protection against winter cold, which fabricates woolen defenses and has the name of weaving. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, yes, my boy, but that is not all. For the first process to which the material is subjected is the opposite of weaving. Young Socrates, how so? Stranger, weaving is a sort of uniting. Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, but the first process is a separation of the clotted and matted fibers. Young Socrates, what do you mean? Stranger, I mean the work of the carder's art. For we cannot say that carding is weaving, or that the carder is a weaver. Young Socrates, certainly not. Stranger, again, if a person were to say that the art of making the warp and the woof was the art of weaving, he would say what was paradoxical and false. Young Socrates, to be sure. Stranger, shall we say that the whole art of the fuller or of the mender has nothing to do with the care and treatment of clothes, or are we to regard all these as arts of weaving? Young Socrates, certainly not. Stranger, and yet surely all these arts will maintain that they are concerned with the treatment and production of clothes. They will dispute the exclusive prerogative of weaving, and though assigning a larger sphere to that, will still reserve a considerable field for themselves. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, besides these, there are the arts which make tools and instruments of weaving, and which will claim at least to be cooperative causes in every work of the weaver. Young Socrates, most true. Stranger, well then, suppose that we define weaving, or rather that part of it which has been selected by us, to be the greatest and noblest of arts which are concerned with woolen garments. Shall we be right? Is not the definition, although true, wanting in clearness and completeness? For do not all those other arts require to be first cleared away? Young Socrates, true. Stranger, then the next thing will be to separate them, in order that the argument may proceed in a regular manner. Young Socrates, by all means. Stranger, let us consider in the first place that there are two kinds of arts entering into everything which we do. Young Socrates, what are they? Stranger, the one kind is the conditional or cooperative, the other the principal cause. Young Socrates, what do you mean? Stranger, the arts which do not manufacture the actual thing, but which furnish the necessary tools for the manufacture, without which the several arts could not fulfill their appointed work, are cooperative, but those which make the things themselves are causal. Young Socrates, a very reasonable distinction. Stranger, thus the arts which make spindles, combs, and other instruments of the production of clothes, may be called cooperative, and those which treat and fabricate the things themselves, causal. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, the arts of washing and mending, and the other preparatory arts which belong to the causal class, and form a division of the great art of adornment, may be all comprehended under what we call the fuller's art. Young Socrates, very good. Stranger, carding and spinning threads and all the parts of the process which are concerned with the actual manufacture of a woolen garment form a single art, which is one of those universally acknowledged, the art of working in wool. Young Socrates, to be sure. Stranger, of working in wool again, there are two divisions, and both these are parts of two arts at once. Young Socrates, how is that? Stranger. Carding and one half of the use of the comb, and the other processes of wool working which separate the composite, may be classed together as belonging both to the art of wool working, and also to one of the two great arts which are of universal application, the art of composition and the art of division. Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, to the latter belong carding and the other processes of which I was just now speaking, the art of discernment or division in wool and yarn, which is effected in one manner with the comb and in another with the hands, is variously described under all the names which I just now mentioned. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, again, let us take some process of wool working which is also a portion of the art of composition, and dismissing the elements of division which we found there, 343 make two halves, one on the principle of composition, and the other on the principle of division. Young Socrates, let that be done. Stranger, and once more, Socrates, we must divide the part which belongs at once both to wool working and composition, if we are ever to discover satisfactorily the aforesaid art of weaving. Young Socrates, we must. Stranger, yes, certainly, and let us call one part of the art of twisting threads, the other the art of combining them. Young Socrates, do I understand you, in speaking of twisting, to be referring to manufacture of the warp? Stranger, yes. And of the woof too, how, if not by twisting, is the woof made? Young Socrates, there is no other way. Stranger, then suppose that you define the warp and the woof, for I think that the definition will be of use to you. Young Socrates, how shall I define them? Stranger, as thus. A piece of carded wool which is drawn out lengthwise and breadthwise is said to be pulled out. Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, and the wool thus prepared, when twisted by the spindle and made into a firm thread, is called the warp, and the art which regulates these operations the art of spinning the warp. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, and the threads which are more loosely spun, having a softness proportioned to the intertexture of the warp and to the degree of force used in dressing the cloth. The threads which are thus spun are called the woof, and the art which is set over them may be called the art of spinning the woof. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, and now, there can be no mistake about the nature of the part of weaving which we have undertaken to define. For when that part of the art of composition which is employed in the working of wool forms a web by the regular intertexture of warp and woof, the entire woven substance is called by us a woolen garment, and the art which presides over this is the art of weaving. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, but why did we not say at once that weaving is the art of entwining warp and woof, instead of making a long and useless circuit? Young Socrates, I thought, stranger, that there was nothing useless in what was said. Stranger, very likely, but you may not always think so, my sweet friend, and in case any feeling of dissatisfaction should hereafter arise in your mind, as it very well may, let me lay down a principle which will apply to arguments in general. Young Socrates, proceed. Stranger, let us begin by considering the whole nature of excess and defect, and then we shall have a rational ground on which we may praise or blame too much length or too much shortness in discussions of this kind. Young Socrates, let us do so. Stranger, the points on which I think that we ought to dwell are the following. Young Socrates, what? Stranger, length and shortness, excess and defect. With all of these the art of measurement is conversant. Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, and the art of measurement has to be divided into two parts, with a view to our present purpose. Young Socrates, where would you make the division? Stranger, as thus. I would make two parts, one having regard to the relativity of greatness and smallness to each other, and there is another, without which the existence of production would be impossible. Young Socrates, what do you mean? Stranger, do you not think that it is only natural for the greater to be called greater with reference to the less alone, and the less with reference to the greater alone? Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, well, but is there not also something exceeding and exceeded by the principle of the mean, both in speech and action, and is not this a reality, and the chief mark of difference between good and bad men? Young Socrates, plainly. Stranger, then we must suppose that the great and small exist and are discerned in both these ways, and not, as we were saying before, only relatively to one another, but there must also be another comparison of them with the mean or ideal standard. Would you like to hear the reason why? Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, if we assume the greater to exist only in relation to the less, there will never be any comparison of either with the mean. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, and would not this doctrine be the ruin of all the arts and their creations? Would not the art of the statesman and the aforesaid art of weaving disappear? For all these arts are on the watch against excess and defect, not as unrealities, but as real evils which occasion a difficulty in action, and the excellence or beauty of every work of art is due to this observance of measure. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, but if the science of the statesman disappears, the search for the royal science will be impossible. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, well then, as in the case of the sophist, we extorted the inference that not being had an existence, because here was the point at which the argument eluded our grasp. So in this we must endeavor to show that the greater and less are not only to be measured with one another, but also have to do with the production of the mean. For if this is not admitted, neither a statesman nor any other man of action can be an undisputed master of his science. Young Socrates, yes. We must certainly do again what we did then. Stranger, but this, Socrates, is a greater work than the other, of which we only too well remember the length. I think, however, that we may fairly assume something of this sort. Young Socrates, what? Stranger, that we shall some day require this notion of a mean with a view to the demonstration of absolute truth. Meanwhile, the argument that the very existence of the arts must be held to depend on the possibility of measuring more or less, not only with one another, but also with a view to the attainment of the mean, seems to afford a grand support and satisfactory proof of the doctrine which we are maintaining. For if there are arts, there is a standard of measure, and if there is a standard of measure, there are arts. But if either is wanting, there is neither. Young Socrates, true. And what is the next step? Stranger, the next step clearly is to divide the art of measurement into two parts, as we have said already, and to place in the one part all the arts which measure number, length, depth, breadth, swiftness 344 with their opposites, and to have another part in which they are measured with the mean, and the fit, and the opportune, and the due, and with all those words in short, which denote a mean or standard removed from the extremes. Young Socrates, here are two vast divisions, embracing two very different spheres. Stranger, there are many accomplished men, Socrates, who say, believing themselves to speak wisely, that the art of measurement is universal and has to do with all things. And this means what we are now saying, for all things which come within the province of art do certainly in some sense partake of measure. But these persons, because they are not accustomed to distinguish classes according to real forms, jumble together two widely different things, relation to one another, and to a standard, under the idea that they are the same, and also fall into the converse error of dividing other things not according to their real parts. Whereas the right way is, if a man has first seen the unity of things, to go on with the inquiry and not desist, until he has found all the differences contained in it which form distinct classes. nor again should he be able to rest contented with the manifold diversities which are seen in a multitude of things, until he has comprehended all of them that have any affinity within the bounds of one similarity, and embraced them within the reality of a single kind. But we have said enough on this head, and also of excess and defect. We have only to bear in mind that two divisions of the art of measurement have been discovered which are concerned with them, and not forget what they are. Young Socrates, we will not forget. Stranger, and now that this discussion is completed, let us go on to consider another question, which concerns not this argument only but the conduct of such arguments in general. Young Socrates, what is this new question? Stranger, take the case of a child who is engaged in learning his letters. When he is asked what letters make up a word, should we say that the question is intended to improve his grammatical knowledge of that particular word, or of all words? Young Socrates, clearly, in order that he may have a better knowledge of all words. Stranger, and is our inquiry about the statesman intended only to improve our knowledge of politics, or our power of reasoning generally? Young Socrates, clearly, as in the former example, the purpose is general. Stranger, still less would any rational man seek to analyze the notion of weaving for its own sake. But people seem to forget that some things have sensible images, which are readily known, and can be easily pointed out when anyone desires to answer an inquirer without any trouble or argument. Whereas the greatest and highest truths have no outward image of themselves visible to man, which he who wishes to satisfy the soul of the inquirer can adapt to the eye of sense. 345. And therefore we ought to train ourselves to give and accept a rational account of them. For immaterial things, which are the noblest and greatest, are shown only in thought and idea, and in no other way, and all that we are now saying is said for the sake of them. Moreover, there is always less difficulty in fixing the mind on small matters than on great. Young Socrates, very good. Stranger, let us call to mind the bearing of all this. Young Socrates, what is it? Stranger, I wanted to get rid of any impression of tediousness which we may have experienced in the discussion about weaving and the reversal of the universe, and in the discussion concerning the sophist and the being of not being. I know that they were felt to be too long, and I reproached myself with this, fearing that they might be not only tedious but irrelevant. And all that I have now said is only designed to prevent the recurrence of any such disagreeables for the future. Young Socrates, very good. Will you proceed? Stranger, then, I would like to observe that you and I, remembering what has been said, should praise or blame the length or shortness of discussions, not by comparing them with one another, but with what is fitting, having regard to the part of measurement, which, as we said, was to be borne in mind. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, and yet, not everything is to be judged even with a view to what is fitting, for we should only want such a length as is suited to give pleasure, if at all, as a secondary matter. And reason tells us that we should be contented to make the ease or rapidity of an inquiry, not our first, but our second object. The first and highest of all being to assert the great method of division according to species. Whether the discourse be shorter or longer is not to the point. No offense should be taken at length, but the longer and shorter are to be employed indifferently, according as either of them is better calculated to sharpen the wits of the auditors. Reason would also say to him who censures the length of discourses on such occasions, and cannot away with their circumlocution, that he should not be in such a hurry to have done with them, when he can only complain that they are tedious, but he should prove that if they had been shorter, they would have made those who took part in them better dialecticians, and more capable of expressing the truth of things. About any other praise and blame, he need not trouble himself, he should pretend not to hear them. But we have had enough of this, as you will probably agree with me in thinking. Let us return to our statesman, and apply to his case the aforesaid example of weaving. Young Socrates, very good. Let us do as you say. Stranger. The art of the king has been separated from the similar arts of shepherds, and indeed from all those which have to do with herds at all. There still remain, however, of the causal and cooperative arts those which are immediately concerned with states, and which must first be distinguished from one another. Young Socrates, very good. Stranger, you know that these arts cannot easily be divided into two halves. The reason will be very evident as we proceed. Young Socrates, then we had better do so. Stranger, we must carve them like a victim into members or limbs, since we cannot bisect them. 346, for we certainly should divide everything into as few parts as possible. Young Socrates, what is to be done in this case? Stranger, what we did in the example of weaving. All those arts which furnish the tools were regarded by us as cooperative. Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, so now, and with still more reason, all arts which make any implement in a state, whether great or small, may be regarded by us as cooperative, for without them neither state nor statesmanship would be possible, and yet we are not inclined to say that any of them is a product of the kingly art. Young Socrates, no, indeed. Stranger, the task of separating this class from others is not an easy one, for there is plausibility in saying that anything in the world is the instrument of doing something. But there is another class of possessions in a city, of which I have a word to say. Young Socrates, what class do you mean? Stranger, a class which may be described as not having this power. 347, that is to say, not like an instrument, framed for production, but designed for the preservation of that which is produced. Young Socrates, to what do you refer? Stranger, to the class of vessels, as they are comprehensively termed, which are constructed for the preservation of things moist and dry, of things prepared in the fire or out of the fire. This is a very large class, and has, if I am not mistaken, literally nothing to do with the royal art of which we are in search. Young Socrates, certainly not. Stranger, there is also a third class of possessions to be noted, different from these and very extensive. Moving or resting on land or water, honorable and also dishonorable. The whole of this class has one name, because it is intended to be sat upon, being always a seat for something. Young Socrates, what is it? Stranger, a vehicle, which is certainly not the work of the statesman, but of the carpenter, potter, and coppersmith. Young Socrates, I understand. Stranger, and is there not a fourth class which is again different, and in which most of the things formerly mentioned are contained? Every kind of dress, most sorts of arms, walls, and enclosures, whether of earth or stone, and 10,000 other things, all of which, being made for the sake of defense, may be truly called defenses, and are for the most part to be regarded as the work of the builder or of the weaver, rather than of the statesman. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, shall we add a fifth class of ornamentation and drawing, and of the imitations produced by drawing and music, which are designed for amusement only, and may be fairly comprehended under one name. Young Socrates, what is it? Stranger, plaything is the name. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, that one name may be fitly predicated of all of them, for none of these things have a serious purpose. Amusement is their sole aim. Young Socrates, that again I understand. Stranger, then there is a class which provides materials for all these, out of which and in which the arts already mentioned fabricate their works. This manifold class, I say, which is the creation and offspring of many other arts, may I not rank sixth? Young Socrates, what do you mean? Stranger, I am referring to gold, silver, and other metals, and all that wood-cutting and shearing of every sort provides for the art of carpentry and plating. And there is the process of barking and stripping the cuticle of plants, and the currier's art, which strips off the skins of animals, and other similar arts which manufacture caulks and papyri and cords, and provide for the manufacture of composite species out of simple kinds. The whole class may be termed the primitive and simple possession of man. And with this the kingly science has no concern at all. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, the provision of food and of all other things which mingle their particles with the particles of the human body and minister to the body, will form a seventh class, which may be called by the general term of nourishment, unless you have any better name to offer. This, however, appertains rather to the husbandman, huntsman, trainer, doctor, cook, and is not to be assigned to the statesman's art. Young Socrates certainly not. Stranger, these seven classes include nearly every description of property, with the exception of tame animals. Consider, there was the original material, which ought to have been placed first. Next come instruments, vessels, vehicles, defenses, playthings, nourishment. Small things, which may be included under one of these, as for example, coins, seals, and stamps, are omitted, for they have not in them the character of any larger kind which includes them. But some of them may, with a little forcing, be placed among ornaments, and others may be made to harmonize with the class of implements. The art of herding, which has been already divided into parts, will include all property in tame animals except slaves. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, the class of slaves and ministers only remains, and I suspect that in this the real aspirants for the throne, who are the rivals of the king in the formation of the political web, will be discovered, just as spinners, carders, and the rest of them were the rivals of the weaver. All the others who were termed cooperators have been got rid of among the occupations already mentioned, and separated from the royal and political science. Young Socrates, I agree. Stranger, let us go a little nearer, in order that we may be more certain of the complexion of this remaining class. Young Socrates, let us do so. Stranger, we shall find from our present point of view that the greatest servants are in a case and condition which is the reverse of what we anticipated. Young Socrates, who are they? Stranger, those who have been purchased and have so become possessions. These are unmistakably slaves and certainly do not claim royal science. Young Socrates, certainly not. Stranger. Again, freemen who of their own accord become the servants of the other classes in a state, and who exchange and equalize the products of husbandry and the other arts, some sitting in the marketplace, others going from city to city by land or sea, and giving money in exchange for money or for other productions. The money changer, the merchant, the shipowner, the retailer, will not put in any claim to statecraft or politics. Young Socrates, no, unless indeed to the politics of commerce. Stranger, but surely men whom we see acting as hirelings and serfs, and too happy to turn their hand to anything, will not profess to share in royal science. Young Socrates, certainly not. Stranger, but what would you say of some other serviceable officials? Young Socrates, who are they, and what services do they perform? Stranger, there are heralds and scribes perfected by practice, and divers others who have great skill in various sorts of business connected with the government of states. What shall we call them? Young Socrates, they are the officials and servants of the rulers, as you just now called them, but not themselves rulers. Stranger, there may be something strange in any servant pretending to be a ruler, and yet I do not think that I could have been dreaming when I imagined that the principal claimants to political science would be found somewhere in this neighborhood. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, well, let us draw nearer, and try the claims of some who have not yet been tested. In the first place, there are diviners, who have a portion of servile or ministerial science, and are thought to be the interpreters of the gods to men. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, there is also the priestly class, who, as the law declares, know how to give the gods gifts from men in the form of sacrifices which are acceptable to them, and to ask on our behalf blessings in return from them. Now both these are branches of the servile or ministerial art. Young Socrates, yes, clearly. Stranger, and here I think that we seem to be getting on the right track, for the priest and the diviner are swollen with pride and prerogative, and they create an awful impression of themselves by the magnitude of their enterprises. In Egypt, the king himself is not allowed to reign unless he have priestly powers, and if he should be of another class and has thrust himself in, he must get enrolled in the priesthood. In many parts of Hellas, the duty of offering the most solemn propitiatory sacrifices is assigned to the highest magistracies, and here, at Athens, the most solemn and national of the ancient sacrifices are supposed to be celebrated by him who has been chosen by lot to be the king Archon. Young Socrates, precisely. Stranger, but who are these other kings and priests elected by lot who now come into view followed by their retainers and a vast throng? As the former class disappears and the scene changes, young Socrates, whom can you mean? Stranger, they are a strange crew. Young Socrates, why strange? Stranger, a minute ago I thought that they were animals of every tribe, for many of them are like lions and centaurs, and many more like satyrs and such weak and shifty creatures, protean shapes quickly changing into one another's forms and natures. And now, Socrates, I begin to see who they are. Young Socrates, who are they? You seem to be gazing on some strange vision. Stranger. Yes, everyone looks strange when you do not know him, and just now I myself fell into this mistake. At first sight, coming suddenly upon him, I did not recognize the politician and his troop. Young Socrates, who is he? Stranger, the chief of sophists and most accomplished of wizards, who must at any cost be separated from the true king or statesman, if we are ever to see daylight in the present inquiry. Young Socrates, that is a hope not lightly to be renounced. Stranger, never, if I can help it. And first, let me ask you a question. Young Socrates, what? Stranger, is not monarchy a recognized form of government? Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, and after monarchy, next in order comes the government of the few. Young Socrates, of course. Stranger, is not the third form of government the rule of the multitude, which is called by the name of democracy? Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, and do not these three expand in a manner into five, producing out of themselves two other names? Young Socrates, what are they? Young Socrates, what are they? Stranger, there is a criterion of voluntary and involuntary, poverty and riches, law and the absence of law, which men nowadays apply to them. The two first they subdivide accordingly, and ascribe to monarchy two forms and two corresponding names, royalty and tyranny. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, and the government of the few they distinguish by the names of aristocracy and oligarchy. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, democracy alone, whether rigidly observing the laws or not, and whether the multitude rule over the men of property with their consent or against their consent, always in ordinary language has the same name. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, but do you suppose that any form of government which is defined by these characteristics of the one, the few, or the many, of poverty or wealth, of voluntary or compulsory submission, of written law or the absence of law, can be a right one? Young Socrates, why not? Stranger, reflect and follow me. Young Socrates, in what direction? Stranger, shall we abide by what we said at first, or shall we retract our words? Young Socrates, to what do you refer? Stranger, if I am not mistaken, we said that royal power was a science. Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, and a science of a peculiar kind, which was selected out of the rest as having a character which is at once judicial and authoritative. Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, and there was one kind of authority over lifeless things and another other living animals. And so we proceeded in the division step by step up to this point, not losing the idea of science, but unable as yet to determine the nature of the particular science. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, hence we are led to observe that the distinguishing principle of the state cannot be the few or many, the voluntary or involuntary, poverty or riches. But some notion of science must enter into it, if we are to be consistent with what has preceded. Young Socrates, and we must be consistent. Stranger, well then, in which of these various forms of states may the science of government, which is among the greatest of all sciences and most difficult to acquire, be supposed to reside? That we must discover, and then we shall see who are the false politicians who pretend to be politicians but are not, although they persuade many, and shall separate them from the wise king, young Socrates. That, as the argument has already intimated, will be our duty. Stranger, do you think that the multitude in a state can attain political science? Young Socrates, impossible. Stranger, but perhaps in a city of 1,000 men, there would be 100, or say 50, who could. Young Socrates, in that case, political science would certainly be the easiest of all sciences. There could not be found in a city of that number as many really first-rate draft players, if judged by the standard of the rest of Hellas, and there would certainly not be as many kings. For kings we may truly call those who possess royal science, whether they rule or not, as was shown in the previous argument. 348 Stranger, thank you for reminding me, and the consequence is that any true form of government can only be supposed to be the government of one, two, or, at any rate, of a few. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, and these, whether they rule with the will or against the will of their subjects, with written laws or without written laws, and whether they are poor or rich, and whatever be the nature of their rule, must be supposed, according to our present view, to rule on some scientific principle. Just as the physician, whether he cures us against our will or with our will, and whatever be his mode of treatment, incision, burning, or the infliction of some other pain, whether he practices out of a book or not out of a book, and whether he be rich or poor, whether he purges or reduces in some other way or even fattens his patients, is a physician all the same, so long as he exercises authority over them according to rules of art, if he only does them good and heals and saves them. And this we lay down to be the only proper test of the art of medicine, or of any other art of command. Young Socrates, quite true. Stranger, then, that can be the only true form of government in which the governors are really found to possess science, and are not mere pretenders, whether they rule according to law or without law, over willing or unwilling subjects, and are rich or poor themselves. None of these things can with any propriety be included in the notion of the ruler. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, and whether, with a view to the public good, they purge the state by killing some, or exiling some. Whether they reduce the size of the body corporate by sending out from the hive swarms of citizens, or by introducing persons from without, increase it, while they act according to the rules of wisdom and justice, and use their power with a view to the general security and improvement, the city over which they rule, and which has these characteristics, may be described as the only true state. All other governments are not genuine or real, but only imitations of this, and some of them are better and some of them are worse. The better are said to be well governed, but they are mere imitations like the others. Young Socrates, I agree, stranger, in the greater part of what you say, but as to their ruling without laws, the expression has a harsh sound. Stranger, you have been too quick for me, Socrates. I was just going to ask you whether you objected to any of my statements. And now I see that we shall have to consider this notion of there being good government without laws. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, there can be no doubt that legislation is in a manner the business of a king, and yet the best thing of all is not that the law should rule, but that a man should rule supposing him to have wisdom and royal power. Do you see why this is? Young Socrates, why? Stranger, because the law does not perfectly comprehend what is noblest and most just for all, and therefore cannot enforce what is best. The differences of men and actions, and the endless irregular movements of human things, do not admit of any universal and simple rule, and no art whatsoever can lay down a rule which will last for all time. Young Socrates, of course not. Stranger, but the law is always striving to make one, like an obstinate and ignorant tyrant, who will not allow anything to be done contrary to his appointment, or any question to be asked, not even in sudden changes of circumstances, when something happens to be better than what he commanded for someone. Young Socrates, certainly, the law treats us all precisely in the manner which you describe. Stranger, a perfectly simple principle can never be applied to a state of things which is the reverse of simple. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, then, if the law is not the perfection of right, why are we compelled to make laws at all? The reason of this has next to be investigated. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, let me ask, whether you have not meetings for gymnastic contests in your city, such as there are in other cities, at which men compete in running, wrestling, and the like. Young Socrates, yes, they are very common among us. Stranger, and what are the rules which are enforced on their pupils by professional trainers, or by others having similar authority? Can you remember? Young Socrates, to what do you refer? Stranger, the training masters do not issue minute rules for individuals, or give every individual what is exactly suited to his constitution. They think that they ought to go more roughly to work, and to prescribe generally the regimen which will benefit the majority. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, and therefore they assign equal amounts of exercise to them all. They send them forth together, and let them rest together from their running, wrestling, or whatever the form of bodily exercise may be. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, and now observe that the legislator who has to preside over the herd, and to enforce justice in their dealings with one another, will not be able, in enacting for the general good, to provide exactly what is suitable for each particular case. Young Socrates, he cannot be expected to do so. Stranger, he will lay down laws in a general form for the majority, roughly meeting the cases of individuals, and some of them he will deliver in writing, and others will be unwritten, and these last will be traditional customs of the country. Young Socrates, he will be right. Stranger, yes, quite right, for how can he sit at every man's side all through his life, prescribing for him the exact particulars of his duty? Who? Socrates would be equal to such a task. No one who really had the royal science, if he had been able to do this, would have imposed upon himself the restriction of a written law. Young Socrates, so I should infer from what has now been said. Stranger, or rather, my good friend, from what is going to be said. Young Socrates, and what is that? Stranger. Let us put to ourselves the case of a physician, or trainer, who is about to go into a far country, and is expecting to be a long time away from his patients, thinking that his instructions will not be remembered unless they are written down. He will leave notes of them for the use of his pupils or patients. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, but what would you say, if he came back sooner than he had intended, and owing to an unexpected change of the winds or other celestial influences, something else happened to be better for them? Would he not venture to suggest this new remedy, although not contemplated in his former prescription? Would he persist in observing the original law, neither himself giving any new commandments, nor the patient daring to do otherwise than was prescribed? Under the idea that this course only was healthy and medicinal, all others noxious and heterodox, viewed in the light of science and true art, would not all such enactments be utterly ridiculous? Young Socrates, utterly. Stranger, and if he who gave laws, written or unwritten, determining what was good or bad, honorable or dishonorable, just or unjust, to the tribes of men who flock together in their several cities, and are governed in accordance with them. If I say the wise legislator were suddenly to come again, or another like to him, is he to be prohibited from changing them? Would not this prohibition be in reality quite as ridiculous as the other? Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, do you know a plausible saying of the common people which is in point? Young Socrates, I do not recall what you mean at the moment. Stranger, they say that if anyone knows how the ancient laws may be improved, he must first persuade his own state of the improvement, and then he may legislate, but not otherwise. Young Socrates, and are they not right? Stranger, I dare say. But supposing that he does use some gentle violence for their good, what is this violence to be called? Or rather, before you answer, let me ask the same question in reference to our previous instances. Young Socrates, what do you mean? Stranger, suppose that a skillful physician has a patient, of whatever sex or age, whom he compels against his will to do something for his good which is contrary to the written rules. What is this compulsion to be called? Would you ever dream of calling it a violation of the art, or a breach of the laws of health? Nothing could be more unjust than for the patient to whom such violence is applied, to charge the physician who practices the violence with wanting skill or aggravating his disease. Young Socrates, most true. Stranger, in the political art error is not called disease, but evil or disgrace or injustice. Young Socrates, quite true. Stranger, and when the citizen, contrary to law and custom, is compelled to do what is juster and better and nobler than he did before, the last and most absurd thing which he could say about such violence is that he has incurred disgrace or evil or injustice at the hands of those who compelled him. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger. And shall we say that the violence, if exercised by a rich man, is just, and if by a poor man unjust? May not any man, rich or poor, with or without laws, with the will of the citizens or against the will of the citizens, do what is for their interest? Is not this the true principle of government, according to which the wise and good man will order the affairs of his subjects? As the pilot, by watching continually over the interests of the ship and of the crew, not by laying down rules, but by making his art a law, preserves the lives of his fellow sailors, even so, and in the self-same way, may there not be a true form of polity created by those who are able to govern in a similar spirit, and who show a strength of art which is superior to the law? Nor can wise rulers ever err while they, observing the one great rule of distributing justice to the citizens with intelligence and skill, are able to preserve them, and as far as may be, to make them better from being worse. Young Socrates, no one can deny what has been now said. Stranger, neither, if you consider, can anyone deny the other statement. Young Socrates, what was it? Stranger, we said that no great number of persons, whoever they may be, can attain political knowledge or order a state wisely, but that the true government is to be found in a small body or in an individual, and that other states are but imitations of this, as we said a little while ago, some for the better and some for the worse. Young Socrates, what do you mean? I cannot have understood your previous remark about imitations. Stranger, and yet the mere suggestion which I hastily threw out is highly important, even if we leave the question where it is, and do not seek by the discussion of it to expose the error which prevails in this matter. Young Socrates, what do you mean? Stranger, the idea which has to be grasped by us is not easy or familiar, but we may attempt to express it thus. Supposing the government of which I have been speaking to be the only true model, then the others must use the written laws of this. In no other way can they be saved. They will have to do what is now generally approved, although not the best thing in the world. Young Socrates, what is this? Stranger, no citizen should do anything contrary to the laws, and any infringement of them should be punished with death and the most extreme penalties. And this is very right and good when regarded as the second best thing, if you set aside the first, of which I was just now speaking. Shall I explain the nature of what I call the second best? Young Socrates, by all means. Stranger, I must again have recourse to my favorite images, through them and them alone. Can I describe kings and rulers? Young Socrates, what images? Stranger, the noble pilot and the wise physician, who is worth many another man. In the similitude of these, let us endeavor to discover some image of the king. Young Socrates, what sort of an image? Stranger. Now suppose that we, bearing all this in mind, were to determine, after consideration, that neither of these arts shall any longer be allowed to exercise absolute control either over freemen or over slaves, but that we will summon an assembly either of all the people, or of the rich only, that anybody who likes, whatever may be his calling, or even if he have no calling, may offer an opinion either about seamanship or about diseases, whether as to the manner in which physic or surgical instruments are to be applied to the patient, or again about the vessels and the nautical implements which are required in navigation, and how to meet the dangers of winds and waves which are incidental to the voyage, how to behave when encountering pirates, and what is to be done with the old-fashioned galleys if they have to fight with others of a similar build, and that whatever shall be decreed by the multitude on these points, upon the advice of persons skilled or unskilled, shall be written down on triangular tablets and columns, or enacted, although unwritten, to be national customs, and that in all future time vessels shall be navigated, and remedies administered to the patient after this fashion. Well, such as this, every man will reflect that he suffers strange things at the hands of both of them. The physician saves any whom he wishes to save, and any whom he wishes to maltreat he maltreats, cutting or burning them, and at the same time requiring them to bring him payments, which are a sort of tribute, of which little or nothing is spent upon the sick man, and the greater part is consumed by him and his domestics. And the finale is that he receives money from the relations of the sick man or from some enemy of his, and puts him out of the way. And the pilots of ships are guilty of numberless evil deeds of the same kind. They intentionally play false and leave you ashore when the hour of sailing arrives, or they cause mishaps at sea and cast away their freight, and are guilty of other rogueries. Young Socrates, what a strange notion! Strangers suppose further that the pilots and physicians are appointed annually, either out of the rich or out of the whole people, and that they are elected by lot, and that after their election they navigate vessels and heal the sick according to the written rules. Young Socrates, worse and worse. Stranger, but hear what follows. When the year of office has expired, the pilot or physician has to come before a court of review, in which the judges are either selected from the wealthy classes or chosen by lot out of the whole people, and anybody who pleases may be their accuser, and may lay to their charge that during the past year they have not navigated their vessels or healed their patients according to the letter of the law and the ancient customs of their ancestors. And if either of them is condemned, some of the judges must fix what he is to suffer or pay. Young Socrates, he who is willing to take a command under such conditions, deserves to suffer any penalty. Stranger. Yet once more we shall have to enact that if anyone is detected inquiring into piloting and navigation, or into health and the true nature of medicine, or about the winds or other conditions of the atmosphere, contrary to the written rules, and has any ingenious notions about such matters, he is not to be called a pilot or physician, but a cloudy prating sophist. Further, on the ground that he is a corrupter of the young, who would persuade them to follow the art of medicine or piloting in an unlawful manner, and to exercise an arbitrary rule over their patients or ships, anyone who is qualified by law may inform against him, and indict him in some court, and then if he is found to be persuading any, whether young or old, to act contrary to the written law, he is to be punished with the utmost rigor, for no one should presume to be wiser than the laws. And as touching healing and health and piloting and navigation, the nature of them is known to all, for anybody may learn the written laws and the national customs. If such were the mode of procedure, Socrates, about these sciences and about generalship, and any branch of hunting, or about painting or imitation in general, or carpentry, or any sort of handicraft, or husbandry, or planting, or if we were to see an art of rearing horses, or tending herds, or divination, or any ministerial service, or draught playing, or any science conversant with number, whether simple or square or cube, or comprising motion, I say, if all these things were done in this way according to written regulations, and not according to art, what would be the result? Young Socrates, all the arts would utterly perish, and could never be recovered because inquiry would be unlawful, and human life, which is bad enough already, would then become utterly unendurable. Stranger, but what if while compelling all these operations to be regulated by written law, we were to appoint as the guardian of the laws someone elected by a show of hands or by lot, and he caring nothing about the laws, were to act contrary to them from motives of interest or favor and without knowledge? Would not this be a still worse evil than the former? Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, to go against the laws which are based upon long experience, and the wisdom of counselors who have graciously recommended them and persuaded the multitude to pass them, would be a far greater and more ruinous error than any adherence to written law. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, therefore, as there is a danger of this, the next best thing in legislating is not to allow either the individual or the multitude to break the law in any respect whatever. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, the laws would be copies of the true particulars of action, as far as they admit of being written down from the lips of those who have knowledge. Young Socrates, certainly they would. Stranger, and as we were saying, he who has knowledge and is a true statesman will do many things within his own sphere of action by his art without regard to the laws, when he is of opinion that something other than that which he has written down and enjoined to be observed during his absence would be better. Young Socrates, yes, we said so. Stranger, and any individual or any number of men, having fixed laws in acting contrary to them with a view to something better, would only be acting, as far as they are able, like the true statesman. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, if they had no knowledge of what they were doing, they would imitate the truth, and they would always imitate ill. But if they had knowledge, the imitation would be the perfect truth, and an imitation no longer. Young Socrates, quite true. Stranger, and the principle that no great number of men are able to acquire a knowledge of any art has been already admitted by us. Young Socrates, yes, it has. Stranger, than the royal or political art, if there be such an art, will never be attained either by the wealthy or by the other mob. Young Socrates, impossible. Stranger, then, the nearest approach which these lower forms of government can ever make to the true government of the one scientific ruler is to do nothing contrary to their own written laws and national customs. Young Socrates, very good. Stranger, when the rich imitate the true form, such a government is called aristocracy, and when they are regardless of the laws, oligarchy. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, or again, when an individual rules according to law in imitation of him who knows, we call him a king, and if he rules according to law, we give him the same name, whether he rules with opinion or with knowledge. Young Socrates, to be sure. Stranger, and when an individual truly possessing knowledge rules, his name will surely be the same. He will be called a king, and thus the 5 names of governments, as they are now reckoned, become one. Young Socrates, that is true. Stranger, and when an individual ruler governs neither by law nor by custom, but following in the steps of the true man of science, pretends that he can only act for the best by violating the laws, while in reality appetite and ignorance are the motives of the imitation, may not such an one be called a tyrant? Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, in this we believe to be the origin of the tyrant and the king, of oligarchies and aristocracies and democracies, because men are offended at the one monarch, and can never be made to believe that anyone can be worthy of such authority, or is able and willing in the spirit of virtue and knowledge to act justly and holily to all. They fancy that he will be a despot who will wrong and harm and slay whom he pleases of us. For if there could be such a despot as we describe, they would acknowledge that we ought to be too glad to have him, and that he alone would be the happy ruler of a true and perfect state. Young Socrates, to be sure. Stranger, but then, as the state is not like a beehive, and has no natural head who is at once recognized to be the superior both in body and in mind, mankind are obliged to meet and make laws, and endeavor to approach as nearly as they can to the true form of government. Young Socrates, true, stranger. And when the foundation of politics is in the letter only and in custom, and knowledge is divorced from action, can we wonder, Socrates, at the miseries which there are and always will be in states? Any other art, built on such a foundation and thus conducted, would ruin all that it touched. Ought we not rather to wonder at the natural strength of the political bond? For states have endured all this, time out of mind, and yet some of them still remain and are not overthrown. Though many of them, like ships at sea, founder from time to time, and perish and have perished and will hereafter perish, through the badness of their pilots and crews, who have the worst sort of ignorance of the highest truths. I mean to say that they are wholly unacquainted with politics, of which, above all other sciences, they believe themselves to have acquired the most perfect knowledge. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger then the question arises, which of these untrue forms of government is the least oppressive to their subjects, though they are all oppressive, and which is the worst of them? Here is a consideration which is beside our present purpose, and yet having regard to the whole it seems to influence all our actions. We must examine it. Young Socrates, yes, we must. Stranger, you may say that of the three forms, the same is at once the hardest and the easiest. Young Socrates, what do you mean? Stranger, I am speaking of the three forms of government, which I mentioned at the beginning of this discussion: monarchy, the rule of the few, and the rule of the many. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, if we divide each of these, we shall have 6, from which the true one may be distinguished as a 7th. Young Socrates, how would you make the division? Stranger, monarchy divides into royalty and tyranny, the rule of the few into aristocracy, which has an auspicious name, and oligarchy, and democracy, or the rule of the many, which before was one, must now be divided. Young Socrates, on what principle of division? Stranger, on the same principle as before, although the name is now discovered to have a twofold meaning. For the distinction of ruling with law or without law applies to this as well as to the rest. Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, the division made no difference when we were looking for the perfect state, as we showed before. But now that this has been separated off, and as we said, the others alone are left for us, the principle of law and the absence of law will bisect them all. Young Socrates, that would seem to follow from what has been said. Stranger, then monarchy, when bound by good prescriptions or laws, is the best of all the 6, and when lawless is the most bitter and oppressive to the subject. Young Socrates, true. Stranger. The government of the few, which is intermediate between that of the one and many, is also intermediate in good and evil. But the government of the many is in every respect weak and unable to do either any great good or any great evil when compared with the others, because the offices are too minutely subdivided and too many hold them. And this therefore is the worst of all lawful governments and the best of all lawless ones, if they are all without the restraints of law. Democracy is the form in which to live is best. If they are well ordered, then this is the last which you should choose. As royalty, the first form is the best, with the exception of the 7th, for that excels them all, and is among states what God is among men. Young Socrates, you are quite right, and we should choose that above all. Stranger, the members of all these states, with the exception of the one which has knowledge, may be set aside as being not statesmen but partisans, upholders of the most monstrous idols and themselves idols, and being the greatest imitators and magicians, they are also the greatest of sophists. Young Socrates, the name of sophist after many windings in the argument, appears to have been most justly fixed upon the politicians, as they are termed. Stranger, and so our satiric drama has been played out, and the troupe of centaurs and satyrs, however unwilling to leave the stage, have at last been separated from the political science. Young Socrates, so I perceive. Stranger, there remain, however, natures still more troublesome, because they are more nearly akin to the king, and more difficult to discern. the examination of them may be compared to the process of refining gold. Young Socrates, what is your meaning? Stranger, the workmen begin by sifting away the earth and stones and the like. There remain in a confused mass the valuable elements akin to gold, which can only be separated by fire, copper, silver, and other precious metal. These are at last refined away by the use of tests until the gold is left quite pure. Young Socrates, yes, that is the way in which these things are said to be done. Stranger, in like manner, all alien and uncongenial matter has been separated from political science, and what is precious and of a kindred nature has been left. There remain the nobler arts of the general and the judge, and the higher sort of oratory which is an ally of the royal art and persuades men to do justice, and assists in guiding the helm of states. How can we best clear away all these, leaving him whom we seek alone and unalloyed? Young Socrates, that is obviously what has in some way to be attempted. Stranger, if the attempt is all that is wanting, he shall certainly be brought to light, and I think that the illustration of music may assist in exhibiting him. Please to answer me a question. Young Socrates, what question? Stranger, there is such a thing as learning music or handicraft arts in general. Young Socrates, there is. Stranger, and is there any higher art or science, having power to decide which of these arts are and are not to be learned? What do you say? Young Socrates, I should answer that there is. Stranger, and do we acknowledge this science to be different from the others? Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, and ought the other sciences to be superior to this, or no single science to any other? Or ought this science to be the overseer and governor of all the others? Young Socrates, the latter. Stranger, you mean to say that the science which judges whether we ought to learn or not must be superior to the science which is learned or which teaches? Young Socrates, far superior. Stranger, and the science which determines whether we ought to persuade or not must be superior to the science which is able to persuade. Young Socrates, of course. Stranger, very good. And to what science do we assign the power of persuading a multitude by a pleasing tale and not by teaching? Young Socrates, that power, I think, must clearly be assigned to rhetoric. Stranger, and to what science do we give the power of determining whether we are to employ persuasion or force towards anyone, or to refrain altogether? Young Socrates, to that science which governs the arts of speech and persuasion. Stranger, which, if I am not mistaken, will be politics. Young Socrates, very good. Stranger, rhetoric seems to be quickly distinguished from politics, being a different species, yet ministering to it. Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, but what would you think of another sort of power or science? Young Socrates, what science? Stranger, the science which has to do with military operations against our enemies. Is that to be regarded as a science or not? Young Socrates, how can generalship and military tactics be regarded as other than a science? Stranger, and is the art which is able and knows how to advise when we are to go to war or to make peace the same as this or different? Young Socrates, if we are to be consistent, we must say different. Stranger, and we must also suppose that this rules the other, if we are not to give up our former notion. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, and considering how great and terrible the whole art of war is, can we imagine any which is superior to it but the truly royal? Young Socrates, no other. Stranger, the art of the general is only ministerial and therefore not political. Young Socrates, exactly. Stranger, once more let us consider the nature of the righteous judge. Young Socrates, very good. Stranger, does he do anything but decide the dealings of men with one another to be just or unjust in accordance with the standard which he receives from the king and legislator, showing his own peculiar virtue only in this, that he is not perverted by gifts or fears or pity, or by any sort of favor or enmity, into deciding the suits of men with one another contrary to the appointment of the legislator? Young Socrates, no. His office is such as you describe. Stranger then, the inference is that the power of the judge is not royal, but only the power of a guardian of the law which ministers to the royal power. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, the review of all these sciences shows that none of them is political or royal. For the truly royal ought not itself to act, but to rule over those who are able to act. The king ought to know what is and what is not a fitting opportunity for taking the initiative in matters of the greatest importance, whilst others should execute his orders. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, and therefore, the arts which we have described, as they have no authority over themselves or one another, but are each of them concerned with some special action of their own, have, as they ought to have, special names corresponding to their several actions. Young Socrates, I agree. Stranger. And the science which is over them all, and has charge of the laws, and of all matters affecting the state, and truly weaves them all into one, if we would describe under a name characteristic of their common nature, most truly we may call politics. Young Socrates, exactly so. Stranger then, now that we have discovered the various classes in a state, 349, shall I analyze politics after the pattern which weaving supplied? Young Socrates, I greatly wish that you would. Stranger then, I must describe the nature of the royal web, and show how the various threads are woven into one piece. Young Socrates, clearly. Stranger, a task has to be accomplished, which, although difficult, appears to be necessary. Young Socrates, certainly the attempt must be made. Stranger, to assume that one part of virtue differs in kind from another, is a position easily assailable by contentious disputants, who appeal to popular opinion. Young Socrates, I do not understand. Stranger, let me put the matter in another way. I suppose that you would consider courage to be a part of virtue. Young Socrates, certainly I should. Stranger, and you would think temperance to be different from courage, and likewise to be a part of virtue. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, I shall venture to put forward a strange theory about them. Young Socrates, what is it? Stranger, that they are two principles which thoroughly hate one another, and are antagonistic throughout a great part of nature. Young Socrates, how singular. Stranger, yes, very, for all the parts of virtue are commonly said to be friendly to one another. Young Socrates, yes. Stranger, then let us carefully investigate whether this is universally true, or whether there are not parts of virtue which are at war with their kindred in some respect. Young Socrates, tell me how we shall consider that question. Stranger, we must extend our inquiry to all those things which we consider beautiful and at the same time place in two opposite classes. Young Socrates, explain. What are they? Stranger, acuteness and quickness, whether in body or soul or in the movement of sound, and the imitations of them which painting and music supply. You must have praised yourself before now, or been present when others praised them. Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, and do you remember the terms in which they are praised? Young Socrates, I do not. Stranger, I wonder whether I can explain to you in words the thought which is passing in my mind. Young Socrates, why not? Stranger, you fancy that this is also easy. Well, let us consider these notions with reference to the opposite classes of action under which they fall. When we praise quickness and energy and acuteness, whether of mind or body or sound, we express our praise of the quality which we admire by one word, and that one word is manliness or courage. Young Socrates, how? Stranger, we speak of an action as energetic and brave, quick and manly and vigorous too, and when we apply the name of which I speak as the common attribute of all these natures, we certainly praise them. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, and do we not often praise the quiet strain of action also? Young Socrates, to be sure. Stranger, and do we not then say the opposite of what we said of the other? Young Socrates, how do you mean? Stranger. We exclaim how calm, how temperate, in admiration of the slow and quiet working of the intellect, and of steadiness and gentleness in action, of smoothness and depth of voice, and of all rhythmical movement and of music in general, when these have a proper solemnity. Of all such actions we predicate not courage, but a name indicative of order. Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, but when, on the other hand, either of these is out of place, the names of either are changed into terms of censure. Young Socrates, how so? Stranger, too great sharpness or quickness or hardness is termed violence or madness. Too great slowness or gentleness is called cowardice or sluggishness. And we may observe that for the most part these qualities, and the temperance and manliness of the opposite characters, are arrayed as enemies on opposite sides, and do not mingle with one another in their respective actions. And if we pursue the inquiry, we shall find that men who have these different qualities of mind differ from one another. Young Socrates, in what respect? Stranger, in respect of all the qualities which I mentioned, and very likely of many others. According to their respective affinities to either class of actions, they distribute praise and blame, praise to the actions which are akin to their own, blame to those of the opposite party, and out of this many quarrels and occasions of quarrel arise among them. Young Socrates, true. Stranger, the difference between the two classes is often a trivial concern, but in a state, and when affecting really important matters, becomes of all disorders the most hateful. Young Socrates, to what do you refer? Stranger, to nothing short of the whole regulation of human life. 350 for the orderly class are always ready to lead a peaceful life, quietly doing their own business. This is their manner of behaving with all men at home, and they are equally ready to find some way of keeping the peace with foreign states. And on account of this fondness of theirs for peace, which is often out of season where their influence prevails, they become by degrees unwarlike, and bring up their young men to be like themselves. They are at the mercy of their enemies, whence in a few years they and their children and the whole city often pass imperceptibly from the condition of freemen into that of slaves. Young Socrates, what a cruel fate! Stranger, and now think of what happens with the more courageous natures. Are they not always inciting their country to go to war, owing to their excessive love of the military life? They raise up enemies against themselves many and mighty, and either utterly ruin their native land or enslave and subject it to its foes. Young Socrates, that again is true. Stranger, must we not admit, then, that where these two classes exist, they always feel the greatest antipathy and antagonism towards one another? Young Socrates, we cannot deny it. Stranger, and returning to the inquiry with which we began, have we not found that considerable portions of virtue are at variance with one another, and give rise to a similar opposition in the characters who are endowed with them? Young Socrates, true. Stranger, let us consider a further point. Young Socrates, what is it? Stranger, I want to know whether any constructive art will make any, even the most trivial thing, out of bad and good materials indifferently, if this can be helped. Does not all art rather reject the bad as far as possible, and accept the good and fit materials, and from these elements, whether like or unlike, gathering them all into one, work out some nature or idea? Young Socrates, to be sure. Stranger, then the true and natural art of statesmanship will never allow any state to be formed by a combination of good and bad men, if this can be avoided, but will begin by testing human natures in play, and after testing them, will entrust them to proper teachers who are the ministers of her purposes. She will herself give orders and maintain authority, just as the art of weaving continually gives orders and maintains authority over the carders and all the others who prepare the material for the work, commanding the subsidiary arts to execute the works which she deems necessary for making the web. Young Socrates, quite true. Stranger, in like manner, the royal science appears to me to be the mistress of all lawful educators and instructors, and having this queenly power, will not permit them to train men in what will produce characters unsuited to the political constitution which she desires to create, but only in what will produce such as are suitable. Those which have no share of manliness and temperance, or any other virtuous inclination, and from the necessity of an evil nature, are violently carried away to godlessness and insolence and injustice, she gets rid of by death and exile, and punishes them with the greatest of disgraces. Young Socrates, that is commonly said, stranger, but those who are wallowing in ignorance and baseness, she bows under the yoke of slavery. Young Socrates quite right. Stranger the rest of the citizens, out of whom, if they have education, something noble may be made, and who are capable of being united by the statesman. The kingly art blends and weaves together, taking on the one hand those whose natures tend rather to courage, which is the stronger element and may be regarded as the warp, and on the other hand those which incline to order and gentleness, and which are represented in the figure as spun thick and soft. After the manner of the woof, these, which are naturally opposed, she seeks to bind and weave together in the following manner. Young Socrates, in what manner? Stranger, first of all, she takes the eternal element of the soul and binds it with a divine cord, to which it is akin, and then the animal nature, and binds that with human cords. Young Socrates, I do not understand what you mean. Stranger, the meaning is that the opinion about the honorable and the just and good and their opposites, which is true and confirmed by reason, is a divine principle, and when implanted in the soul, is implanted, as I maintain, in a nature of heavenly birth. Young Socrates, yes, what else should it be? Stranger, only the statesman and the good legislator, having the inspiration of the royal muse, can implant this opinion, and he only in the rightly educated, whom we were just now describing. Young Socrates, likely enough. Stranger, but him who cannot, we will not designate by any of the names which are the subject of the present inquiry. Young Socrates, very right. Stranger. The courageous soul, when attaining this truth, becomes civilized and rendered more capable of partaking of justice, but when not partaking, is inclined to brutality. Is not that true? Young Socrates, certainly. Stranger, and again, the peaceful and orderly nature, if sharing in these opinions, becomes temperate and wise, as far as this may be in a state, but if not, deservedly obtains the ignominious name of silliness. Young Socrates, quite true. Stranger, can we say that such a connection as this will lastingly unite the evil with one another, or with the good, or that any science would seriously think of using a bond of this kind to join such materials? Young Socrates, impossible. Stranger, but in those who were originally of a noble nature, and who have been nurtured in noble ways, and in those only, may we not say that union is implanted by law, and that this is the medicine which art prescribes for them? And of all the bonds which unite the dissimilar and contrary parts of virtue, is not this, as I was saying, the divinest? Young Socrates, very true. Stranger, where this divine bond exists, there is no difficulty in imagining, or when you have imagined, in creating the other bonds which are human only. Young Socrates, how is that, and what bonds do you mean? Stranger, rights of intermarriage, and ties which are formed between states by giving and taking children in marriage, or between individuals by private betrothals and espousals. For most persons form marriage connections without due regard to what is best for the procreation of children. Young Socrates, in what way? Stranger, they seek after wealth and power, which in matrimony are objects not worthy even of a serious censure. Young Socrates, there is no need to consider them at all. Stranger, more reason is there to consider the practice of those who make family their chief aim, and to indicate their error. Young Socrates, quite true. Stranger, they act on no true principle at all. They seek their ease and receive with open arms those who are like themselves, and hate those who are unlike them, being too much influenced by feelings of dislike. Young Socrates, how so? Stranger, the quiet, orderly class seek for natures like their own, and as far as they can they marry and give in marriage exclusively in this class, and the courageous do the same. they seek natures like their own, whereas they should both do precisely the opposite. Young Socrates, how and why is that? Stranger, because courage, when untempered by the gentler nature during many generations, may at first bloom and strengthen, but at last bursts forth into downright madness. Young Socrates like enough. Stranger, and then again, the soul which is overfull of modesty and has no element of courage in many successive generations, is apt to grow too indolent, and at last to become utterly paralyzed and useless. Young Socrates, that, again, is quite likely. Stranger. It was of these bonds I said that there would be no difficulty in creating them, if only both classes originally held the same opinion about the honorable and good. Indeed, in this single work, the whole process of royal weaving is comprised, never to allow temperate natures to be separated from the brave, but to weave them together, like the warp and the woof, by common sentiments and honors and reputation, and by the giving of pledges to one another, and out of them forming one smooth and even web to entrust to them the offices of state. Young Socrates, how do you mean? Stranger, where one officer only is needed, you must choose a ruler who has both these qualities. When many, you must mingle some of each, for the temperate ruler is very careful and just and safe, but is wanting in thoroughness and go. Young Socrates, certainly, that is very true. Stranger, the character of the courageous, on the other hand, falls short of the former in justice and caution, but has the power of action in a remarkable degree, and where either of these two qualities is wanting, their cities cannot altogether prosper either in their public or private life. Young Socrates, certainly they cannot. Stranger, this then we declare to be the completion of the web of political action, which is created by a direct intertexture of the brave and temperate natures. Whenever the royal science has drawn the two minds into communion with one another by unanimity and friendship, and having perfected the noblest and best of all the webs which political life admits, and enfolding therein all other inhabitants of cities, whether slaves or freemen, binds them in one fabric and governs and presides over them, and in so far as to be happy is vouchsafed to a city, in no particular fails to secure their happiness. Young Socrates, your picture, stranger, of the king and statesman, no less than of the sophist, is quite perfect. Philebus Introduction and Analysis. The Philebus appears to be one of the later writings of Plato, in which the style has begun to alter, and the dramatic and poetical element has become subordinate to the speculative and philosophical. In the development of abstract thought, great advances have been made on the Protagoras or the Phaedrus, and even on the Republic, but there is a corresponding diminution of artistic skill, a want of character in the persons, a labored march in the dialogue, and a degree of confusion and incompleteness in the general design. As in the speeches of Thucydides, the multiplication of ideas seems to interfere with the power of expression. Instead of the equally diffused grace and ease of the earlier dialogues, there occur 2 or 3 highly wrought passages. Instead of the ever-flowing play of humor, now appearing, now concealed, but always present, are inserted a good many bad jests, as we may venture to term them. Compare 17e, 23b, d, 28c, 29b, 30e, 34d, 36b, 43a, 46a, 62b. We may observe an attempt at artificial ornament, 43e, 53d, e, and far-fetched modes of expression, 48d, 65a. Also clamorous demands on the part of his companions that Socrates shall answer his own questions, 54b, 57a, as well as other defects of style, which remind us of the laws. The connection is often abrupt and inharmonious, 24c, etc., and at 42d, e, 43a, 48a, b, 49, 50, far from clear. Many points require further explanation, e.g. the reference of pleasure to the indefinite class 31a, compared with the assertion which almost immediately follows that pleasure and pain naturally have their seat in the third or mixed class. These two statements are unreconciled. In like manner, the table of goods does not distinguish between the two heads of measure and symmetry, 66a-b, and though a hint is given that the divine mind has the first place, 22c, nothing is said of this in the final summing up. The relation of the goods to the sciences does not appear. Though dialectic may be thought to correspond to the highest good, the sciences and arts and true opinions are enumerated in the fourth class. At 50d, 67b, we seem to have an intimation of a further discussion, in which some topics lightly passed over were to receive a fuller consideration. The various uses of the word mixed for the mixed life, the mixed class of elements, the mixture of pleasures, or of pleasure and pain, are a further source of perplexity. Our ignorance of the opinions which Plato is attacking is also an element of obscurity. Many things in a controversy might seem relevant if we knew to what they were intended to refer, but no conjecture will enable us to supply what Plato has not told us, or to explain, from our fragmentary knowledge of them, the relation in which his doctrine stood to the elitic being or the Megarian good, or to the theories of Aristippus or Antisthenes respecting pleasure. Nor are we able to say how far Plato in the Philebus conceives the finite and infinite, which occur both in the fragments of Philolaus and in the Pythagorean table of opposites, in the same manner as contemporary Pythagoreans. There is little in the characters which is worthy of remark. The Socrates of the Philebus is devoid of any touch of Socratic irony, though here, as in the Phaedrus, 235c, he twice attributes the flow of his ideas to a sudden inspiration, 20b, 25bc. The interlocutor Protachus, the son of Callias, who has been a hearer of Gorgias, 58a, is supposed to begin as a disciple of the partisans of pleasure, but is drawn over to the opposite side by the arguments of Socrates. The instincts of ingenuous youth are easily induced to take the better part. Philebus, who has withdrawn from the argument, is several times brought back again, 18, 19, 22, 28, that he may support pleasure, of which he remains to the end the uncompromising advocate. On the other hand, the youthful group of listeners by whom he is surrounded, Philebus boys as they are termed, whose presence is several times intimated, 16a, b, 19d, 67b, are described as all of them at last convinced by the arguments of Socrates. They bear a very faded resemblance to the interested audiences of the Charmides, Lyces, or Protagoras. Other signs of relation to external life in the dialogue, or references to contemporary things and persons, with the single exception of the allusions to the anonymous enemies of pleasure, 44b, c, and the teachers of the flux, 43a, there are none. The omission of the doctrine of recollection derived from a previous state of existence is a note of progress in the philosophy of Plato. The transcendental theory of pre-existent ideas, which is chiefly discussed by him in the Meno, the Phaedo, and the Phaedrus, has given way to a psychological one. The omission is rendered more significant by his having occasion to speak of memory as the basis of desire. Of the ideas he treats in the same skeptical spirit, 15a, b, which appears in his criticism of them in the Parmenides, 131 and following. He touches on the same difficulties, and he gives no answer to them. His mode of speaking of the analytical and synthetical processes, 16b and following, may be compared with his discussion of the same subject in the Phaedrus, 265, 6. Here he dwells on the importance of dividing the genera into all the species, while in the Phaedrus he conveys the same truth in a figure when he speaks of carving the whole, which is described under the image of a victim, into parts or members, according to their natural articulation, without breaking any of them. There is also a difference which may be noted between the two dialogues. For whereas in the Phaedrus, and also in the Symposium, the dialectician is described as a sort of enthusiast or lover, in the Philebus, as in all the later writings of Plato, the element of love is wanting. The topic is only introduced, as in the Republic, by way of illustration. Compare 53d Republic v 474d e. On other subjects of which they treat in common, such as the nature and kinds of pleasure, true and false opinion, the nature of the good, the order and relation of the sciences, the Republic is less advanced than the Philebus, which contains perhaps more metaphysical truth more obscurely expressed than any other Platonic dialogue. Here, as Plato expressly tells us, he is forging weapons of another make, 23b, i.e. new categories and modes of conception, though some of the old ones might do again. But if superior in thought and dialectical power, the Philebus falls very far short of the Republic in fancy and feeling. The development of the reason undisturbed by the emotions seems to be the ideal at which Plato aims in his later dialogues. There is no mystic enthusiasm or rapturous contemplation of ideas. Whether we attribute this change to the greater feebleness of age, or to the development of the quarrel between philosophy and poetry in Plato's own mind, or perhaps, in some degree, to a carelessness about artistic effect, when he was absorbed in abstract ideas, we can hardly be wrong in assuming, amid such a variety of indications, derived from style as well as subject, that the Philebus belongs to the later period of his life and authorship. But in this, as in all the later writings of Plato, there are not wanting thoughts and expressions in which he rises to his highest level, 15, 16, 17, 63, 67. The plan is complicated, or rather, perhaps the want of plan renders the progress of the dialogue difficult to follow. A few leading ideas seem to emerge: the relation of the one and many, the four original elements, the kinds of pleasure, the kinds of knowledge, the scale of goods. These are only partially connected with one another. The dialogue is not rightly entitled concerning pleasure or concerning good, but should rather be described as treating of the relations of pleasure and knowledge. After they have been duly analyzed to the good, 1. The question is asked, whether pleasure or wisdom is the chief good, or some nature higher than either, and if the latter, how pleasure and wisdom are related to this higher good. 2. Before we can reply with exactness, we must know the kinds of pleasure and the kinds of knowledge. 3. But still we may affirm generally that the combined life of pleasure and wisdom or knowledge has more of the character of the good than either of them when isolated. For, to determine which of them partakes most of the higher nature, we must know under which of the four unities or elements they respectively fall. These are, first, the infinite, secondly, the finite, thirdly, the union of the two, fourthly, the cause of the union. Pleasure is of the first, wisdom or knowledge of the third class, while reason or mind is akin to the fourth or highest. 5 pleasures are of two kinds, the mixed and unmixed. Of mixed pleasures there are 3 classes. A. Those in which both the pleasures and pains are corporeal, as in eating and hunger. B. Those in which there is a pain of the body and pleasure of the mind, as when you are hungry and are looking forward to a feast. C. Those in which the pleasure and pain are both mental. Of unmixed pleasures there are 4 kinds, those of sight, hearing, smell, knowledge. 6. The sciences are likewise divided into 2 classes, theoretical and productive. Of the latter, one part is pure, the other impure. The pure part consists of arithmetic, mensuration, and weighing. Arts like carpentering, which have an exact measure, are to be regarded as higher than music, which for the most part is mere guesswork. But there is also a higher arithmetic and a higher mensuration, which is exclusively theoretical, and a dialectical science, which is higher still and the truest and purest knowledge. 7. We are now able to determine the composition of the perfect life. First, we admit the pure pleasures and the pure sciences. Secondly, the impure sciences, but not the impure pleasures. We have next to discover what element of goodness is contained in this mixture. There are 3 criteria of goodness: beauty, symmetry, truth. These are clearly more akin to reason than to pleasure, and will enable us to fix the places of both of them in the scale of good. First in the scale is measure. The second place is assigned to symmetry, the third to reason and wisdom, the fourth to knowledge and true opinion, the fifth to pure pleasures. And here the muse says enough. Bidding farewell to Philebus and Socrates, we may now consider the metaphysical conceptions which are presented to us. These are the paradox of unity and plurality, Roman 2, the table of categories or elements, Roman 3, the kinds of pleasure, Roman 4, the kinds of knowledge, the conception of the good. We may then proceed to examine, the relation of the Philebus to the Republic and to other dialogues. The paradox of the one and many originated in the restless dialectic of Zeno, who sought to prove the absolute existence of the one by showing the contradictions that are involved in admitting the existence of the many. Compare Parmenides 128 and following. Zeno illustrated the contradiction by well-known examples taken from outward objects. But Socrates seems to intimate that the time had arrived for discarding these hackneyed illustrations. Such difficulties had long been solved by common sense, solvitur ambulando. The fact of the coexistence of opposites was a sufficient answer to them. He will leave them to cynics and eristics. The youth of Athens made discourse of them to their parents. To no rational man could the circumstance that the body is one, but has many members, be any longer a stumbling block. Plato's difficulty seems to begin in the region of ideas. He cannot understand how an absolute unity, such as the elitic being, can be broken up into a number of individuals, or be in and out of them at once. Philosophy had so deepened or intensified the nature of one or being by the thoughts of successive generations that the mind could no longer imagine being as in a state of change or division. To say that the verb of existence is the copula, or that unity is a mere unit, is to us easy. But to the Greek, in a particular stage of thought, such an analysis involved the same kind of difficulty as the conception of God existing both in and out of the world would to ourselves. Nor was he assisted by the analogy of sensible objects. The sphere of mind was dark and mysterious to him, but instead of being illustrated by sense, the greatest light appeared to be thrown on the nature of ideas when they were contrasted with sense. Both here and in the Parmenides, 129 and following, where similar difficulties are raised, Plato seems prepared to desert his ancient ground. He cannot tell the relation in which abstract ideas stand to one another, and therefore he transfers the one and many out of his transcendental world, and proceeds to lay down practical rules for their application to different branches of knowledge. As in the Republic, he supposes the philosopher to proceed by regular steps, until he arrives at the idea of good. As in the Sophist and Politicus, he insists that in dividing the whole into its parts, we should bisect in the middle in the hope of finding species. As in the Phaedrus, see above, he would have no limb broken of the organism of knowledge. So in the Philebus, he urges the necessity of filling up all the intermediate links which occur. Compare Bacon's Meteor Axiomata, in the passage from unity to infinity. With him, the idea of science may be said to anticipate science. At a time when the sciences were not yet divided, he wants to impress upon us the importance of classification, neither neglecting the many individuals, nor attempting to count them all, but finding the genera and species under which they naturally fall. Here, then, and in the parallel passages of the Phaedrus and of the Sophist, is found the germ of the most fruitful notion of modern science. At 15, Plato describes with ludicrous exaggeration the influence exerted by the one and many on the minds of young men in their first fervor of metaphysical enthusiasm. Compare Republic, Book Romans 7, 539. But they are none the less an everlasting quality of reason or reasoning which never grows old in us. At first, we have but a confused conception of them, analogous to the eyes blinking at the light in the Republic. To this Plato opposes the revelation from heaven of the real relations of them, which some Prometheus, who gave the true fire from heaven, is supposed to have imparted to us. Plato is speaking at 15, 16 of two things. One, the crude notion of the one and many, which powerfully affects the ordinary mind when first beginning to think, 15d 16a. 2, the same notion when cleared up by the help of dialectic, 16 CE. To us the problem of the one and many has lost its chief interest and perplexity. We readily acknowledge that a whole has many parts, that the continuous is also the divisible, that in all objects of sense there is a one and many, and that a like principle may be applied to analogy to purely intellectual conceptions. If we attend to the meaning of the words, we are compelled to admit that two contradictory statements are true. But the antinomy is so familiar as to be scarcely observed by us. Our sense of the contradiction, like Plato's, only begins in a higher sphere, when we speak of necessity and free will, of mind and body, of three persons and one substance, and the like. The world of knowledge is always dividing more and more. Every truth is at first the enemy of every other truth. Yet without this division there can be no truth, nor any complete truth without the reunion of the parts into a whole. And hence the coexistence of opposites in the unity of the idea is regarded by Hegel as the supreme principle of philosophy, and the law of contradiction, which is affirmed by logicians to be an ultimate principle of the human mind, is displaced by another law, which asserts the coexistence of contradictories as imperfect and divided elements of the truth. Without entering further into the depths of Hegelianism, we may remark that this and all similar attempts to reconcile antinomies have their origin in the old Platonic problem of the one and many. Roman 2, 1. The first of Plato's categories or elements is the infinite. This is the negative of measure or limit, the unthinkable, the unknowable, of which nothing can be affirmed. The mixture or chaos which preceded distinct kinds in the creation of the world, the first vague impression of sense, the more or less which refuses to be reduced to rule, having certain affinities with evil, with pleasure, with ignorance, and which in the scale of being is farthest removed from the beautiful and good. To a Greek of the age of Plato, the idea of an infinite mind would have been an absurdity. He would have insisted that the good is of the nature of the finite, and that the infinite is a mere negative, which is on the level of sensation and not of thought. He was aware that there was a distinction between the infinitely great and the infinitely small, but he would have equally denied the claim of either to true existence. Of that positive infinity, or infinite reality, which we attribute to God, he had no conception. The Greek conception of the infinite would be more truly described, in our way of speaking, as the indefinite. To us, the notion of infinity is subsequent rather than prior to the finite, expressing not absolute vacancy or negation, but only the removal of limit or restraint, which we suppose to exist not before, but after we have already set bounds to thought and matter, and divided them after their kinds. From different points of view, either the finite or infinite may be looked upon respectively both as positive and negative. Compare omnis determinatio est negatio, and the conception of the one determines that of the other. The Greeks and the moderns seem to be nearly at the opposite poles in their manner of regarding them, and both are surprised when they make the discovery, as Plato has done in the Sophist, how large an element negation forms in the framework of their thoughts. 2-3. The finite element which mingles with and regulates the infinite is best expressed to us by the word law. It is that which measures all things and assigns to them their limit, which preserves them in their natural state and brings them within the sphere of human cognition. This is described by the terms harmony, health, order, perfection, and the like. All things, in as far as they are good, even pleasures, which are for the most part indefinite, partake of this element. We should be wrong in attributing to Plato the conception of laws of nature derived from observation and experiment. And yet he has as intense a conviction as any modern philosopher that nature does not proceed by chance. But observing that the wonderful construction of number and figure, which he had within himself, and which seemed to be prior to himself, explained a part of the phenomena of the external world, he extended their principles to the whole, finding in them the true type both of human life and of the order of nature. 2 other points may be noticed respecting the third class. First, that Plato seems to be unconscious of any interval or chasm which separates the finite from the infinite. The one is in various ways and degrees working in the other. Hence he has implicitly answered the difficulty with which he started, of how the one could remain one and yet be divided among many individuals, or how ideas could be in and out of themselves, and the like. Secondly, that in this mixed class we find the idea of beauty. Good, when exhibited under the aspect of measure or symmetry, becomes beauty, 64e. And if we translate his language into corresponding modern terms, we shall not be far wrong in saying that here, as well as in the Republic, Plato conceives beauty under the idea of proportion. 4. Last and highest in the list of principles or elements is the cause of the union of the finite and infinite, to which Plato ascribes the order of the world. Reasoning from man to the universe, he argues that as there is a mind in the one, there must be a mind in the other, which he identifies with the royal mind of Zeus. This is the first cause of which our ancestors spoke, as he says, appealing to tradition, in the Philebus as well as in the Timaeus. The one and many is also supposed to have been revealed by tradition, for the mythical element has not altogether disappeared. Some characteristic differences may here be noted, which distinguish the ancient from the modern mode of conceiving God. A. To Plato. The idea of God or mind is both personal and impersonal. Nor in ascribing, as appears to us, both these attributes to him, and in speaking of God both in the masculine and neuter gender, did he seem to himself inconsistent. For the difference between the personal and impersonal was not marked to him as to ourselves. We make a fundamental distinction between a thing and a person, while to Plato, by the help of various intermediate abstractions, such as end, good, cause, they appear almost to meet in one, or to be 2 aspects of the same. Hence, without any reconciliation or even remark, in the Republic he speaks at one time of God or gods, and at another time of the good. So in the Phaedrus, he seems to pass unconsciously from the concrete to the abstract conception of the ideas in the same dialogue. Nor in the Philebus is he careful to show in what relation the idea of the divine mind stands to the supreme principle of measure. B. Again, to us there is a strongly marked distinction between a first cause and a final cause, and we should commonly identify a first cause with God, and the final cause with the world, which is his work. But Plato, though not a pantheist and very far from confounding God with the world, tends to identify the first with the final cause. The cause of the union of the finite and infinite might be described as a higher law. The final measure, which is the highest expression of the good, may also be described as the supreme law. Both these conceptions are realized chiefly by the help of the material world, and therefore, when we pass into the sphere of ideas, can hardly be distinguished. The 4 principles are required for the determination of the relative places of pleasure and wisdom. Plato has been saying that we should proceed by regular steps from the one to the many. Accordingly, before assigning the precedence either to good or pleasure, he must first find out and arrange in order the general principles of things. Mind is ascertained to be akin to the nature of the cause, while pleasure is found in the infinite or indefinite class. We may now proceed to divide pleasure and knowledge after their kinds. Roman 3:1. Plato speaks of pleasure as indefinite, as relative, as a generation, and in all these points of view as in a category distinct from good. For again we must repeat that to the Greek, the good is of the nature of the finite, and like virtue either is or is nearly allied to knowledge. The modern philosopher would remark that the indefinite is equally real with the definite. Health and mental qualities are in the concrete undefined. They are nevertheless real goods, and Plato rightly regards them as falling under the finite class. Again, we are able to define objects or ideas, not in so far as they are in the mind, but in so far as they are manifested externally, and can therefore be reduced to rule and measure. And if we adopt the test of definiteness, the pleasures of the body are more capable of being defined than any other pleasures. As in art and knowledge generally, we proceed from without inwards, beginning with facts of sense, and passing to the more ideal conceptions of mental pleasure, happiness, and the like. 2. Pleasure is depreciated as relative, while good is exalted as absolute. But this distinction seems to arise from an unfair mode of regarding them. The abstract idea of the one is compared with the concrete experience of the other. For all pleasure and all knowledge may be viewed either abstracted from the mind or in relation to the mind. Compare Aristotle Nicomachean Ethics. The first is an idea only, which may be conceived as absolute and unchangeable. And then the abstract idea of pleasure will be equally unchangeable with that of knowledge. But when we come to view either as phenomena of consciousness, the same defects are for the most part incident to both of them. Our hold upon them is equally transient and uncertain. The mind cannot be always in a state of intellectual tension, any more than capable of feeling pleasure always. The knowledge which is at one time clear and distinct, at another seems to fade away, just as the pleasure of health after sickness, or of eating after hunger, soon passes into a neutral state of unconsciousness and indifference. Change and alternation are necessary for the mind as well as for the body, and in this is to be acknowledged, not an element of evil, but rather a law of nature. The chief difference between subjective pleasure and subjective knowledge in respect of permanence is that the latter, when our feeble faculties are able to grasp it, still conveys to us an idea of unchangeableness which cannot be got rid of. 3. In the language of ancient philosophy, the relative character of pleasure is described as becoming or generation. This is relative to being or essence, and from one point of view may be regarded as the Heraclitean flux in contrast with the elitic being, from another as the transient enjoyment of eating and drinking compared with the supposed permanence of intellectual pleasures. But to us the distinction is unmeaning, and belongs to a stage of philosophy which has passed away. Plato himself seems to have suspected that the continuance or life of things is quite as much to be attributed to a principle of rest as of motion. Compare Charmides 159-160, Cratylus 437. A later view of pleasure is found in Aristotle, who agrees with Plato in many points, e.g., in his view of pleasure as a restoration to nature, in his distinction between bodily and mental, between necessary and non-necessary pleasures. But he is also in advance of Plato, for he affirms that pleasure is not in the body at all, and hence not even the bodily pleasures are to be spoken of as generations, but only as accompanied by generation. Nicomachean Ethics X3:6, I8:10. 4. Plato attempts to identify vicious pleasures with some form of error, and insists that the term false may be applied to them. In this, he appears to be carrying out in a confused manner the Socratic doctrine. That virtue is knowledge, vice ignorance. He will allow of no distinction between the pleasures and the erroneous opinions on which they are founded, whether arising out of the illusion of distance or not. But to this we naturally reply with Protachus, that the pleasure is what it is, although the calculation may be false or the after-effects painful. It is difficult to acquit Plato, to use his own language, of being a tyro in dialectics when he overlooks such a distinction. Yet, on the other hand, we are hardly fair judges of confusions of thought in those who view things differently from ourselves. 5. There appears also to be an incorrectness in the notion which occurs both here and in the Gorgias, of the simultaneousness of merely bodily pleasures and pains. We may perhaps admit, though even this is not free from doubt, that the feeling of pleasurable hope or recollection is, or rather may be, simultaneous with acute bodily suffering. But there is no such coexistence of the pain of thirst with the pleasures of drinking. They are not really simultaneous, for the one expels the other. Nor does Plato seem to have considered that the bodily pleasures, except in certain extreme cases, are unattended with pain. Few philosophers will deny that a degree of pleasure attends eating and drinking, and yet surely we might as well speak of the pains of digestion which follow, as of the pains of hunger and thirst which precede them. Plato's conception is derived partly from the extreme case of a man suffering pain from hunger or thirst, partly from the image of a full and empty vessel. But the truth is rather that while the gratification of our bodily desires constantly affords some degree of pleasure, the antecedent pains are scarcely perceived by us, being almost done away with by use and regularity. 6. The desire to classify pleasures as accompanied or not accompanied by antecedent pains has led Plato to place under one head the pleasures of smell and sight, as well as those derived from sounds of music and from knowledge. He would have done better to make a separate class of the pleasures of smell, having no association of mind, or perhaps to have divided them into natural and artificial. The pleasures of sight and sound might then have been regarded as being the expression of ideas, but this higher and truer point of view never appears to have occurred to Plato, nor has he any distinction between the fine arts and the mechanical, and neither here nor anywhere. An adequate conception of the beautiful in external things. 7. Plato agrees partially with certain surly or fastidious philosophers, as he terms them, who defined pleasure to be the absence of pain. They are also described as eminent in physics. There is unfortunately no school of Greek philosophy known to us which combined these two characteristics. Antisthenes, who was an enemy of pleasure, was not a physical philosopher. The atomists, who were physical philosophers, were not enemies of pleasure. Yet such a combination of opinions is far from being impossible. Plato's omission to mention them by name has created the same uncertainty respecting them, which also occurs respecting the friends of the ideas and the materialists in the Sophist. On the whole, this discussion is one of the least satisfactory in the dialogues of Plato. While the ethical nature of pleasure is scarcely considered, and the merely physical phenomenon imperfectly analyzed, too much weight is given to ideas of measure and number as the sole principle of good. The comparison of pleasure and knowledge is really a comparison of two elements which have no common measure and which cannot be excluded from each other. Feeling is not opposed to knowledge, and in all consciousness there is an element of both. The most abstract kinds of knowledge are inseparable from some pleasure or pain which accompanies the acquisition or possession of them. The student is liable to grow weary of them, and soon discovers that continuous mental energy is not granted to men. The most sensual pleasure, on the other hand, is inseparable from the consciousness of pleasure. No man can be happy who, to borrow Plato's illustration, is leading the life of an oyster. Hence, by his own confession, the main thesis is not worth determining. The real interest lies in the incidental discussion. We can no more separate pleasure from knowledge in the Philebus than we can separate justice from happiness in the Republic. Roman 4. An interesting account is given in the Philebus of the rank and order of the sciences or arts, which agrees generally with the scheme of knowledge in the 6th book of the Republic. The chief difference is that the position of the arts is more exactly defined. They are divided into an empirical part and a scientific part, of which the first is mere guesswork, the second is determined by rule and measure. Of the more empirical arts, music is given as an example. This, although affirmed to be necessary to human life, is depreciated. Music is regarded from a point of view entirely opposite to that of the Republic, not as a sublime science, coordinate with astronomy, but as full of doubt and conjecture. According to the standard of accuracy which is here adopted, it is rightly placed lower in the scale than carpentering, because the latter is more capable of being reduced to measure. The theoretical element of the arts may also become a purely abstract science when separated from matter, and is then said to be pure and unmixed. The distinction which Plato here makes seems to be the same as that between pure and applied mathematics, and may be expressed in the modern formula: science is art theoretical, art is science practical. In the reason which he gives for the superiority of the pure science of number over the mixed or applied, we can only agree with him in part. He says that the numbers which the philosopher employs are always the same, whereas the numbers which are used in practice represent different sizes or quantities. He does not see that this power of expressing different quantities by the same symbol is the characteristic and not the defect of numbers, and is due to their abstract nature. Although we admit, of course, what Plato seems to feel in his distinctions between pure and impure knowledge, that the imperfection of matter enters into the applications of them. Above the other sciences, as in the Republic, towers dialectic, which is the science of eternal being, apprehended by the purest mind and reason. The lower sciences, including the mathematical, are akin to opinion rather than to reason, and are placed together in the 4th class of goods. The relation in which they stand to dialectic is obscure in the Republic, and is not cleared up in the Philebus. Thus far we have only attained to the vestibule or antechamber of the good. For there is a good exceeding knowledge, exceeding essence, which, like Glaucon in the Republic, book Roman 4, 509, we find a difficulty in apprehending. This good is now to be exhibited to us under various aspects and gradations. The relative dignity of pleasure and knowledge has been determined, but they have not yet received their exact position in the scale of goods. Some difficulties occur to us in the enumeration. First, how are we to distinguish the first from the second class of goods, or the second from the third? Secondly, why is there no mention of the supreme mind? Thirdly, the nature of the 4th class. Fourthly, the meaning of the allusion to a 6th class which is not further investigated. 1. Plato seems to proceed in his table of goods from the more abstract to the less abstract, from the subjective to the objective, until at the lower end of the scale we fairly descend into the region of human action and feeling. To him, the greater the abstraction, the greater the truth, and he is always tending to see abstractions within abstractions, which, like the ideas in the Parmenides, are always appearing one behind another. Hence we find a difficulty in following him into the sphere of thought which he is seeking to attain. First, in his scale of goods he places measure, in which he finds the eternal nature. This would be more naturally expressed in modern language as eternal law, and seems to be akin both to the finite and to the mind or cause, which were two of the elements in the former table. Like the supreme nature in the Timaeus, like the ideal beauty in the Symposium or the Phaedrus, or like the ideal good in the Republic, This is the absolute and unapproachable being. But this being is manifested in symmetry and beauty everywhere, in the order of nature and of mind, in the relations of men to one another. For the word measure, he now substitutes the word symmetry, as if intending to express measure conceived as relation. He then proceeds to regard the good no longer in an objective form, but as the human reason seeking to attain truth by the aid of dialectic. Such at least we naturally infer to be his meaning, when we consider that both here and in the Republic the sphere of news or mind is assigned to dialectic. 2. It is remarkable, see above, that this personal conception of mind is confined to the human mind, and not extended to the divine. 3. If we may be allowed to interpret one dialogue of Plato by another, the sciences of figure and number are probably classed with the arts and true opinions, because they proceed from hypotheses. Compare Republic, Book VI 511. For the sixth class, if a sixth class is to be added, is playfully set aside by a quotation from Orpheus. Plato means to say that a sixth class, if there be such a class, is not worth considering because pleasure, having only gained the fifth place in the scale of goods, is already out of the running. Vi, we may now endeavor to ascertain the relation of the Philebus to the other dialogues. Here Plato shows the same indifference to his own doctrine of ideas which he has already manifested in the Parmenides and the Sophist. The principle of the one and many of which he here speaks is illustrated by examples in the Sophist and Statesman. Notwithstanding the differences of style, many resemblances may be noticed between the Philebus and Gorgias. The theory of the simultaneousness of pleasure and pain is common to both of them. Philebus 36b, Gorgias 496e. There is also a common tendency in them to take up arms against pleasure, although the view of the Philebus, which is probably the later of the two dialogues, is the more moderate. At 46ab, there seems to be an allusion to the passage in the Gorgias 494, in which Socrates dilates on the pleasures of itching and scratching. Nor is there any real discrepancy in the manner in which Gorgias and his art are spoken of in the two dialogues. For Socrates, at 58, is far from implying that the art of rhetoric has a real sphere of practical usefulness. He only means that the refutation of the claims of Gorgias is not necessary for his present purpose. He is saying, in effect, admit, if you please, that rhetoric is the greatest and usefulest of sciences. This does not prove that dialectic is not the purest and most exact. From the Sophist and Statesman, we know that his hostility towards the Sophists and rhetoricians was not mitigated in later life, although both in the Statesman and Laws he admits of a higher use of rhetoric. Reasons have been already given for assigning a late date to the Philebus. That the date is probably later than that of the Republic may be further argued on the following grounds. 1. The general resemblance to the later dialogues and to the Laws. 2. The more complete account of the nature of good and pleasure. 3. The distinction between perception, memory, recollection, and opinion. 34-38, which indicates a great progress in psychology. Also between understanding and imagination, which is described under the figure of the scribe and the painter. 39. A superficial notion may arise that Plato probably wrote shorter dialogues, such as the Philebus, the Sophist, and the Statesman, as studies or preparations for longer ones. This view may be natural, but on further reflection is seen to be fallacious, because these three dialogues are found to make an advance upon the metaphysical conceptions of the Republic, and we can more easily suppose that Plato composed shorter writings after longer ones than suppose that he lost hold of further points of view which he had once attained. It is more easy to find traces of the Pythagoreans, Eletics, Megarians, Cynics, Cyrenaics, and of the ideas of Anaxagoras in the Philebus than to say how much is due to each of them. Had we fuller records of those old philosophers, we should probably find Plato in the midst of the fray attempting to combine Eleatic and Pythagorean doctrines, and seeking to find a truth beyond either being or number, setting up his own concrete conception of good against the abstract practical good of the Cynics, or the abstract intellectual good of the Megareans, and his own idea of classification against the denial of plurality in unity, which is also attributed to them, warring against the eristics as destructive of truth, as he had formerly fought against the sophists, taking up a middle position between the Cynics and Cyrenaics in his doctrine of pleasure, asserting with more consistency than Anaxagoras the existence of an intelligent mind and cause. Of the Heracliteans, whom he is said by Aristotle to have cultivated in his youth, he speaks in the Philebus, as in the Theaetetus and Cratylus, with irony and contempt, but we have not the knowledge which would enable us to pursue further the line of reflection here indicated, nor can we expect to find perfect clearness or order in the first efforts of mankind to understand the working of their own minds, the ideas which they are attempting to analyze. They are also in process of creating. The abstract universals of which they are seeking to adjust the relations have been already excluded by them from the category of relation. The Philebus, like the Cratylus, is supposed to be the continuation of a previous discussion, an argument respecting the comparative claims of pleasure and wisdom to rank as the chief good has been already carried on between Philebus and Socrates. The argument is now transferred to Protachus, the son of Callias 19b, a noble Athenian youth sprung from a family which had spent a world of money on the sophists. Compare Apology 20ab, Cratylus 391c, Protagoras 337d. Philebus, who appears to be the teacher, 16b, 36d, or elder friend, and perhaps the lover, 53d, of Protachus, takes no further part in the discussion beyond asserting in the strongest manner his adherence, under all circumstances, to the cause of pleasure. Socrates suggests that they shall have a first and second palm of victory, for there may be a good higher than either pleasure or wisdom, and then neither of them will gain the first prize, but whichever of the two is more akin to this higher good will have a right to the second. They agree, and Socrates opens the game by enlarging on the diversity and opposition which exists among pleasures. For there are pleasures of all kinds, good and bad, wise and foolish, pleasures of the temperate as well as of the intemperate. Protachus replies that although pleasures may be opposed in so far as they spring from opposite sources, nevertheless as pleasures they are alike. Yes, retorts Socrates, pleasure is like pleasure, as figure is like figure and color like color, yet we all know that there is great variety among figures and colors. Protachus does not see the drift of this remark, and Socrates proceeds to ask how he can have a right to attribute a new predicate, i.e., good, to pleasures in general when he cannot deny that they are different. What common property in all of them does he mean to indicate by the term good? If he continues to assert that there is some trivial sense in which pleasure is one, Socrates may retort by saying that knowledge is one, but the result will be that such merely verbal and trivial conceptions, whether of knowledge or pleasure, will spoil the discussion and will prove the incapacity of the two disputants. In order to avoid this danger, he proposes that they shall beat a retreat, and before they proceed, come to an understanding about the high argument of the one and the many. Protachus agrees to the proposal, but he is under the impression that Socrates means to discuss the common question, how a sensible object can be one, and yet have opposite attributes, such as great and small, light and heavy, or how there can be many members in one body, and the like wonders. Socrates has long ceased to see any wonder in these phenomena. His difficulties begin with the application of number to abstract unities, e.g., man, good, and with the attempt to divide them. For have these unities of idea any real existence? How, if imperishable, can they enter into the world of generation? How, as units, can they be divided and dispersed among different objects? Or do they exist in their entirety in each object? These difficulties are but imperfectly answered by Socrates in what follows. We speak of a one and many, which is ever flowing in and out of all things, concerning which a young man often runs wild in his first metaphysical enthusiasm, talking about analysis and synthesis to his father and mother and the neighbors, hardly sparing even his dog. This one in many is a revelation of the order of the world, which some Prometheus first made known to our ancestors, and they, who were better men and nearer the gods than we are, have handed it down to us. To know how to proceed by regular steps from one to many, and from many to one, is just what makes the difference between eristic and dialectic. And the right way of proceeding is to look for one idea or class in all things, and when you have found one, to look for more than one, and for all that there are, and when you have found them all and regularly divided a particular field of knowledge into classes, you may leave the further consideration of individuals. But you must not pass at once either from unity to infinity, or from infinity to unity. In music, for example, you may begin with the most general notion, but this alone will not make you a musician. You must know also the number and nature of the intervals, and the systems which are framed out of them, and the rhythms of the dance which correspond to them. And when you have a similar knowledge of any other subject, you may be said to know that subject. In speech, again, there are infinite varieties of sound, and someone who was a wise man, or more than man, comprehended them all in the classes of mutes, vowels, and semivowels, and gave to each of them a name, and assigned them to the art of grammar. But whither, Socrates, are you going? And what has this to do with the comparative eligibility of pleasure and wisdom? Socrates replies that before we can adjust their respective claims, we want to know the number and kinds of both of them. What are they? He is requested to answer the question himself, that he will, if he may be allowed to make one or two preliminary remarks. In the first place, he has a dreamy recollection of hearing that neither pleasure nor knowledge is the highest good, for the good should be perfect and sufficient. But is the life of pleasure perfect and sufficient when deprived of memory, consciousness, anticipation? Is not this the life of an oyster, or is the life of mind sufficient? If devoid of any particle of pleasure, must not the union of the two be higher and more eligible than either separately? And is not the element which makes this mixed life eligible more akin to mind than to pleasure? Thus pleasure is rejected and mind is rejected, and yet there may be a life of mind, not human but divine, which conquers still. But if we are to pursue this argument further, we shall require some new weapons, and by this I mean a new classification of existence. 1. There is a finite element of existence, and 2. An infinite, and 3. The union of the two, and 4. The cause of the union. More may be added if they are wanted, but at present we can do without them. And first of the infinite or indefinite, that is the class which is denoted by the terms more or less, and is always in a state of comparison. All words or ideas to which the words gently, extremely, and other comparative expressions are applied fall under this class. The infinite would be no longer infinite if limited or reduced to measure by number and quantity. The opposite class is the limited or finite, and includes all things which have number and quantity. And there is a third class of generation into essence by the union of the finite and infinite, in which the finite gives law to the infinite. Under this are comprehended health, strength, temperate seasons, harmony, beauty, and the like. The goddess of beauty saw the universal wantonness of all things, and gave law and order to be the salvation of the soul. But no effect can be generated without a cause, and therefore there must be a fourth class, which is the cause of generation. For the cause or agent is not the same as the patient or effect. And now, having obtained our classes, we may determine in which our conqueror life is to be placed. clearly in the third or mixed class, in which the finite gives law to the infinite, and in which is pleasure to find a place, as clearly in the infinite or indefinite, which alone, as Protarchus thinks, who seems to confuse the infinite with the superlative, gives to pleasure the character of the absolute good. Yes, retorts Socrates, and also to pain the character of absolute evil, and therefore the infinite cannot be that which imparts to pleasure the nature of the good. But where shall we place mind? That is a very serious and awful question, which may be prefaced by another. Is mind or chance the lord of the universe? Philosophers will say the first, and yet, perhaps, they may be only magnifying themselves. And for this reason, I should like to consider the matter a little more deeply, even though some lovers of disorder in the world should ridicule my attempt. Now the elements earth, air, fire, water exist in us, and they exist in the cosmos, but they are purer and fairer in the cosmos than they are in us, and they come to us from thence. And as we have a soul as well as a body, in like manner the elements of the finite, the infinite, the union of the two and the cause are found to exist in us. And if they, like the elements, exist in us, and the three first exist in the world, must not the fourth or cause, which is the noblest of them, exist in the world? And this cause is wisdom or mind, the royal mind of Zeus, who is the king of all, as there are other gods who have other noble attributes. Observe how well this agrees with the testimony of men of old, who affirmed mind to be the ruler of the universe. And remember that mind belongs to the class which we term the cause, and pleasure to the infinite or indefinite class. We will examine the place and origin of both. What is the origin of pleasure? Her natural seat is the mixed class, in which health and harmony were placed. Pain is the violation, and pleasure the restoration of limit. There is a natural union of finite and infinite, which in hunger, thirst, heat, cold is impaired. This is painful, but the return to nature, in which the elements are restored to their normal proportions, is pleasant. Here is our first class of pleasures. And another class of pleasures and pains are hopes and fears. These are in the mind only. And inasmuch as the pleasures are unalloyed by pains and the pains by pleasures, the examination of them may show us whether all pleasure is to be desired, or whether this entire desirableness is not rather the attribute of another class. But if pleasures and pains consist in the violation and restoration of limit, may there not be a neutral state, in which there is neither dissolution nor restoration? That is a further question, and admitting, as we must, the possibility of such a state, there seems to be no reason why the life of wisdom should not exist in this neutral state, which is, moreover, the state of the gods, who cannot, without indecency, be supposed to feel either joy or sorrow. The second class of pleasures involves memory. There are affections which are extinguished before they reach the soul, and of these there is no consciousness and therefore no memory. And there are affections which the body and soul feel together, and this feeling is termed consciousness. And memory is the preservation of consciousness, and reminiscence is the recovery of consciousness. Now the memory of pleasure, when a man is in pain, is the memory of the opposite of his actual bodily state, and is therefore not in the body, but in the mind. And there may be an intermediate state, in which a person is balanced between pleasure and pain. In his body there is want which is a cause of pain, but in his mind a sure hope of replenishment, which is pleasant. But if the hope be converted into despair, he has two pains and not a balance of pain and pleasure. Another question is raised. May not pleasures, like opinions, be true and false? In the sense of being real, both must be admitted to be true, nor can we deny that to both of them qualities may be attributed, for pleasures as well as opinions may be described as good or bad. And though we do not all of us allow that there are true and false pleasures, we all acknowledge that there are some pleasures associated with right opinion, and others with falsehood and ignorance. Let us endeavor to analyze the nature of this association. Opinion is based on perception, which may be correct or mistaken. You may see a figure at a distance and say, first of all, this is a man, and then say, no, this is an image made by the shepherds. And you may affirm this in a proposition to your companion, or make the remark mentally to yourself. Whether the words are actually spoken or not, on such occasions there is a scribe within who registers them, and a painter who paints the images of the things which the scribe has written down in the soul. At least that is my own notion of the process, and the words and images which are inscribed by them may be either true or false, and they may represent either past, present, or future. And representing the future, they must also represent the pleasures and pains of anticipation, the visions of gold and other fancies which are never wanting in the mind of man. Now these hopes, as they are termed, are propositions which are sometimes true and sometimes false. For the good, who are the friends of the gods, see true pictures of the future, and the bad false ones. And as there may be opinion about things which are not, were not, and will not be, which is opinion still, so there may be pleasure about things which are not, were not, and will not be, which is pleasure still. That is to say, false pleasure, and only when false can pleasure like opinion be vicious. Against this conclusion Protarchus reclaims. Leaving his denial for the present, Socrates proceeds to show that some pleasures are false from another point of view. In desire, as we admitted, the body is divided from the soul, and hence pleasures and pains are often simultaneous. And we further admitted that both of them belonged to the infinite class. How then can we compare them? Are we not liable, or rather certain, as in the case of sight, to be deceived by distance and relation? In this case the pleasures and pains are not false because based upon false opinion, but are themselves false. And there is another illusion. Pain has often been said by us to arise out of the derangement, pleasure out of the restoration of our nature. But in passing from one to the other, do we not experience neutral states, which although they appear pleasurable or painful, are really neither? For even if we admit, with the wise man whom Protarchus loves, and only a wise man could have ever entertained such a notion, that all things are in a perpetual flux, still these changes are often unconscious and devoid either of pleasure or pain. We assume then that there are three states, pleasurable, painful, neutral. We may embellish a little by calling them gold, silver, and that which is neither. But there are certain natural philosophers who will not admit a third state. Their instinctive dislike to pleasure leads them to affirm that pleasure is only the absence of pain. They are noble fellows, and although we do not agree with them, we may use them as diviners who will indicate to us the right track. They will say that the nature of anything is best known from the examination of extreme cases, e.g., the nature of hardness from the examination of the hardest things, and that the nature of pleasure will be best understood from an examination of the most intense pleasures. Now these are the pleasures of the body, not of the mind, the pleasures of disease and not of health, the pleasures of the intemperate and not of the temperate. I am speaking, not of the frequency or continuance, but only of the intensity of such pleasures, and this is given them by contrast with the pain or sickness of body which precedes them. Their morbid nature is illustrated by the lesser instances of itching and scratching, respecting which I swear that I cannot tell whether they are a pleasure or a pain. Some of these arise out of a transition from one state of the body to another, as from cold to hot. Others are caused by the contrast of an internal pain and an external pleasure in the body. Sometimes the feeling of pain predominates, as in itching and tingling, when they are relieved by scratching. Sometimes the feeling of pleasure, or the pleasure which they give, may be quite overpowering, and is then accompanied by all sorts of unutterable feelings which have a death of delights in them. But there are also mixed pleasures which are in the mind only. For are not love and sorrow as well as anger sweeter than honey, and also full of pain? Is there not a mixture of feelings in the spectator of tragedy, and of comedy also? I do not understand that last. Well then, with the view of lighting up the obscurity of these mixed feelings, let me ask whether envy is painful. Yes, and yet the envious man finds something pleasing in the misfortunes of others. True, and ignorance is a misfortune, certainly, and one form of ignorance is self-conceit. A man may fancy himself richer, fairer, better, wiser than he is. Yes, and he who thus deceives himself may be strong or weak. He may. And if he is strong, we fear him. And if he is weak, we laugh at him, which is a pleasure, and yet we envy him, which is a pain. These mixed feelings are the rationale of tragedy and comedy, and equally the rationale of the greater drama of human life. There appears to be some confusion in this passage. There is no difficulty in seeing that in comedy, as in tragedy, the spectator may view the performance with mixed feelings of pain as well as of pleasure. Nor is there any difficulty in understanding that envy is a mixed feeling, which rejoices not without pain at the misfortunes of others, and laughs at their ignorance of themselves. But Plato seems to think further that he has explained the feeling of the spectator in comedy sufficiently by a theory which only applies to comedy in so far as in comedy we laugh at the conceit or weakness of others. He has certainly given a very partial explanation of the ridiculous, having shown how sorrow, anger, envy are feelings of a mixed nature. I will reserve the consideration of the remainder for another occasion. Next follow the unmixed pleasures, which, unlike the philosophers of whom I was speaking, I believe to be real. These unmixed pleasures are: 1. The pleasures derived from beauty of form, color, sound, smell, which are absolutely pure, and in general those which are unalloyed with pain. 2. The pleasures derived from the acquisition of knowledge, which in themselves are pure, but may be attended by an accidental pain of forgetting. This, however, arises from a subsequent act of reflection, of which we need take no account. At the same time, we admit that the latter pleasures are the property of a very few. To these pure and unmixed pleasures we ascribe measure, whereas all others belong to the class of the infinite, and are liable to every species of excess. And here several questions arise for consideration. What is the meaning of pure and impure, of moderate and immoderate? We may answer the question by an illustration. Purity of white paint consists in the clearness or quality of the white, and this is distinct from the quantity or amount of white paint. A little pure white is fairer than a great deal which is impure. But there is another question. Pleasure is affirmed by ingenious philosophers to be a generation. They say that there are two natures, one self-existent, the other dependent, the one noble and majestic, the other failing in both these qualities. I do not understand. There are lovers and there are loves. Yes, I know, but what is the application? The argument is in play and desires to intimate that there are relatives and there are absolutes, and that the relative is for the sake of the absolute, and generation is for the sake of essence. Under relatives I class all things done with a view to generation, and essence is of the class of good. But if essence is of the class of good, generation must be of some other class, and our friends who affirm that pleasure is a generation would laugh at the notion that pleasure is a good, and at that other notion that pleasure is produced by generation, which is only the alternative of destruction. Who would prefer such an alternation to the equable life of pure thought? Here is one absurdity, and not the only one, to which the friends of pleasure are reduced. For is there not also an absurdity in affirming that good is of the soul only, or in declaring that the best of men, if he be in pain, is bad? And now, from the consideration of pleasure, we pass to that of knowledge. Let us reflect that there are two kinds of knowledge, the one creative or productive, and the other educational and philosophical. Of the creative arts, there is one part purer or more akin to knowledge than the other. There is an element of guesswork and an element of number and measure in them. In music, for example, especially in flute playing, the conjectural element prevails, while in carpentering there is more application of rule and measure. Of the creative arts, then, we may make two classes, the less exact and the more exact, and the exactipod of all of them is really arithmetic and mensuration. But arithmetic and mensuration again may be subdivided with reference either to their use in the concrete or to their nature in the abstract, as they are regarded popularly in building and binding, or theoretically by philosophers. And borrowing the analogy of pleasure, we may say that the philosophical use of them is purer than the other. Thus we have two arts of arithmetic and two of mensuration, and truest of all in the estimation of every rational man is dialectic, or the science of being, which will forget and disown us, if we forget and disown her. But Socrates, I have heard Gorgias say that rhetoric is the greatest and usefulest of arts, and I should not like to quarrel either with him or you. Neither is there any inconsistency, Protarchus, with his statement in what I am now saying, for I am not maintaining that dialectic is the greatest or usefulest, but only that she is the truest of arts. My remark is not quantitative but qualitative, and refers not to the advantage or repetition of either, but to the degree of truth which they attain. Here Gorgias will not care to compete. This is what we affirm to be possessed in the highest degree by dialectic. And do not let us appeal to Gorgias or Philebus or Socrates, but ask, on behalf of the argument, what are the highest truths which the soul has the power of attaining? And is not this the science which has a firmer grasp of them than any other? For the arts generally are only occupied with matters of opinion, and with the production and action and passion of this sensible world. But the highest truth is that which is eternal and unchangeable, and reason and wisdom are concerned with the eternal. And these are the very claimants, if not for the first, at least for the second place, whom I propose as rivals to pleasure. And now, having the materials, we may proceed to mix them, first recapitulating the question at issue. Philebus affirmed pleasure to be the good, and assumed them to be one nature. I affirmed that they were two natures, and declared that knowledge was more akin to the good than pleasure. I said that the two together were more eligible than either taken singly, and to this we adhere. Reason intimates, as at first, that we should seek the good not in the unmixed life, but in the mixed. The cup is ready, waiting to be mingled, and here are two fountains, one of honey, the other of pure water, out of which to make the fairest possible mixture. There are pure and impure pleasures, pure and impure sciences. Let us consider the sections of each which have the most of purity and truth. To admit them all indiscriminately would be dangerous. First we will take the pure sciences, but shall we mingle the impure, the art which uses the false rule and the false measure? That we must, if we are any of us to find our way home. Man cannot live upon pure mathematics alone. And must I include music, which is admitted to be guesswork? Yes, you must, if human life is to have any humanity. Well then, I will open the door and let them all in. They shall mingle in an Homeric meeting of the waters. And now we turn to the pleasures. Shall I admit them? Admit first of all the pure pleasures, secondly the necessary. And what shall we say about the rest? First, ask the pleasures, they will be too happy to dwell with wisdom. Secondly, ask the arts and sciences. They reply that the excesses of intemperance are the ruin of them, and that they would rather only have the pleasures of health and temperance, which are the handmaidens of virtue. But still we want truth, that is now added. And so the argument is complete, and may be compared to an incorporeal law, which is to hold fair rule over a living body. And now we are at the vestibule of the good, in which there are three chief elements: truth, symmetry, and beauty. These will be the criterion of the comparative claims of pleasure and wisdom. Which has the greater share of truth? Surely wisdom. For pleasure is the veriest impostor in the world, and the perjuries of lovers have passed into a proverb. Which of symmetry? Wisdom again, for nothing is more immoderate than pleasure. Which of beauty? Once more wisdom, for pleasure is often unseemly, and the greatest pleasures are put out of sight. Not pleasure, then, ranks first in the scale of good, but measure and eternal harmony. Second comes the symmetrical and beautiful and perfect. Third, mind and wisdom. Fourth, sciences and arts and true opinions. Fifth, painless pleasures. Of a sixth class I have no more to say. Thus, pleasure and mind may both renounce the claim to the first place. But mind is 10,000 times nearer to the chief good than pleasure. Pleasure ranks fifth and not first, even though all the animals in the world assert the contrary. From the days of Aristippus and Epicurus to our own times, the nature of pleasure has occupied the attention of philosophers. Is pleasure an evil, a good, the only good, are the simple forms which the inquiry assumed among the Socratic schools. But at an early stage of the controversy, another question was asked. Do pleasures differ in kind, and are some bad, some good, and some neither bad nor good? There are bodily and there are mental pleasures, which were at first confused, but afterwards distinguished. A distinction was also made between necessary and unnecessary pleasures, and again between pleasures which had or had not corresponding pains. The ancient philosophers were fond of asking, in the language of their age, is pleasure a becoming only, and therefore transient and relative, or do some pleasures partake of truth and being? To these ancient speculations the moderns have added a further question. Whose pleasure? The pleasure of yourself or of your neighbor, of the individual or of the world? This little addition has changed the whole aspect of the discussion. The same word is now supposed to include two principles as widely different as benevolence and self-love. Some modern writers have also distinguished between pleasure the test and pleasure the motive of actions. For the universal test of right actions, how I know them, may not always be the highest or best motive of them, why I do them. Socrates, as we learn from the memorabilia of Xenophon, first drew attention to the consequences of actions. Mankind were said by him to act rightly when they knew what they were doing, or, in the language of the Gorgias, did what they would. He seems to have been the first who maintained that the good was the useful memorabilia Roman 4:6-8, in his eagerness for generalization, seeking, as Aristotle says, for the universal in Ethics, Metaphysics I6. Section 2-3, he took the most obvious intellectual aspect of human action which occurred to him. He meant to emphasize not pleasure, but the calculation of pleasure. Neither is he arguing that pleasure is the chief good, but that we should have a principle of choice. He did not intend to oppose the useful to some higher conception, such as the Platonic ideal, but to chance and caprice. The Platonic Socrates pursues the same vein of thought in the Protagoras, 351 following, where he argues against the so-called sophist that pleasure and pain are the final standards and motives of good and evil, and that the salvation of human life depends upon a right estimate of pleasures greater or less when seen near and at a distance. The testimony of Xenophon is thus confirmed by that of Plato, and we are therefore justified in calling Socrates the first utilitarian, as indeed there is no side or aspect of philosophy which may not with reason be ascribed to him. He is Cynic and Cyrenaic, Platonist and Aristotelian in one. But in the Phaedo, the Socratic has already passed into a more ideal point of view, 68-69, and he, or rather Plato speaking in his person, expressly repudiates the notion that the exchange of a less pleasure for a greater can be an exchange of virtue. Such virtue is the virtue of ordinary men who live in the world of appearance. They are temperate only that they may enjoy the pleasures of intemperance, and courageous from fear of danger. Whereas the philosopher is seeking after wisdom and not after pleasure, whether near or distant. He is the mystic, the initiated, who has learnt to despise the body, and is yearning all his life long for truth, which will hereafter be revealed to him. In the Republic, Roman 9:582, the pleasures of knowledge are affirmed to be superior to other pleasures, because the philosopher so estimates them, and he alone has had experience of both kinds. Compare a similar argument urged by one of the latest defenders of utilitarianism, Mill's Utilitarianism, p. 12. In the Philebus, Plato, although he regards the enemies of pleasure with complacency, still further modifies the transcendentalism of the Phaedo, for he is compelled to confess, rather reluctantly perhaps, that some pleasures, i.e., those which have no antecedent pains, claim a place in the scale of goods. There have been many reasons why not only Plato, but mankind in general, have been unwilling to acknowledge that pleasure is the chief good. Either they have heard a voice calling to them out of another world, or the life and example of some great teacher has cast their thoughts of right and wrong in another mold, or the word pleasure has been associated in their mind with merely animal enjoyment. They could not believe that what they were always striving to overcome, and the power or principle in them which overcame, were of the same nature. The pleasure of doing good to others and of bodily self-indulgence, the pleasures of intellect and the pleasures of sense are so different. Why then should they be called by a common name? Or if the equivocal or metaphorical use of the word is justified by custom, like the use of other words which at first referred only to the body, and then by a figure have been transferred to the mind, still, why should we make an ambiguous word the cornerstone of moral philosophy? To the higher thinker, the utilitarian or hedonist mode of speaking has been at variance with religion and with any higher conception both of politics and of morals. It has not satisfied their imagination, it has offended their taste. To elevate pleasure, the most fleeting of all things, into a general idea seems to such men a contradiction. They do not desire to bring down their theory to the level of their practice. The simplicity of the greatest happiness principle has been acceptable to philosophers, but the better part of the world has been slow to receive it. Before proceeding, we may make a few admissions which will narrow the field of dispute, and we may as well leave behind a few prejudices, which intelligent opponents of utilitarianism have by this time agreed to discard. Philebus 14d. We admit that utility is coextensive with right, and that no action can be right which does not tend to the happiness of mankind. We acknowledge that a large class of actions are made right or wrong by their consequences only. We say further that mankind are not too mindful, but that they are far too regardless of consequences, and that they need to have the doctrine of utility habitually inculcated on them. We recognize the value of a principle which can supply a connecting link between ethics and politics, and under which all human actions are or may be included. The desire to promote happiness is no mean preference of expediency to right, but one of the highest and noblest motives by which human nature can be animated. Neither in referring actions to the test of utility have we to make a laborious calculation, any more than in trying them by other standards of morals. For long ago they have been classified sufficiently for all practical purposes by the thinker, by the legislator, by the opinion of the world. Whatever may be the hypothesis on which they are explained, or which in doubtful cases may be applied to the regulation of them, we are very rarely, if ever, called upon at the moment of performing them to determine their effect upon the happiness of mankind. There is a theory which has been contrasted with utility by Paley and others, the theory of a moral sense. Are our ideas of right and wrong innate or derived from experience? This, perhaps, is another of those speculations which intelligent men might agree to discard, for it has been worn threadbare, and either alternative is equally consistent with a transcendental or with an eudaimonistic system of ethics, with a greatest happiness principle or with Kant's law of duty. Yet to avoid misconception, what appears to be the truth about the origin of our moral ideas may be shortly summed up as follows. To each of us individually our moral ideas come first of all in childhood through the medium of education, from parents and teachers, assisted by the unconscious influence of language. They are impressed upon a mind which at first is like a waxen tablet, adapted to receive them. but they soon become fixed or set, and in afterlife are strengthened, or perhaps weakened by the force of public opinion. They may be corrected and enlarged by experience, they may be reasoned about, they may be brought home to us by the circumstances of our lives, they may be intensified by imagination, by reflection, by a course of action likely to confirm them, under the influence of religious feeling or by an effort of thought. Anyone beginning with the ordinary rules of morality may create out of them for himself ideals of holiness and virtue. They slumber in the minds of most men, yet in all of us there remains some tincture of affection, some desire of good, some sense of truth, some fear of the law. Of some such state or process each individual is conscious in himself, and if he compares his own experience with that of others, he will find the witness of their consciences to coincide with that of his own. All of us have entered into an inheritance which we have the power of appropriating and making use of. No great effort of mind is required on our part. We learn morals as we learn to talk instinctively from conversing with others in an enlightened age, in a civilized country, in a good home. A well-educated child of 10 years old already knows the essentials of morals. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt speak the truth, thou shalt love thy parents, thou shalt fear God. What more does he want? But whence comes this common inheritance or stock of moral ideas? Their beginning, like all other beginnings of human things, is obscure and is the least important part of them. Imagine, if you will, that society originated in the herding of brutes, in their parental instincts, in their rude attempts at self-preservation. Man is not man in that he resembles, but in that he differs from them. We must pass into another cycle of existence before we can discover in him, by any evidence accessible to us, even the germs of our moral ideas. In the history of the world, which viewed from within is the history of the human mind, they have been slowly created by religion, by poetry, by law, having their foundation in the natural affections and in the necessity of some degree of truth and justice in a social state. They have been deepened and enlarged by the efforts of great thinkers who have idealized and connected them, by the lives of saints and prophets who have taught and exemplified them. The schools of ancient philosophy which seem so far from us, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, the Stoics, the Epicureans, and a few modern teachers such as Kant and Bentham, have each of them supplied moments of thought to the world. The life of Christ has embodied a divine love, wisdom, patience, reasonableness. For his image, however imperfectly handed down to us, the modern world has received a standard more perfect in idea than the societies of ancient times, but also further removed from practice. For there is certainly a greater interval between the theory and practice of Christians than between the theory and practice of the Greeks and Romans. The ideal is more above us, and the aspiration after good has often lent a strange power to evil. And sometimes, as at the Reformation or French Revolution, when the upper classes of a so-called Christian country have become corrupted by priestcraft, by casuistry, by licentiousness, by despotism, the lower have risen up and reasserted the natural sense of religion and right. We may further remark that our moral ideas, as the world grows older, perhaps as we grow older ourselves, unless they have been undermined in us by false philosophy or the practice of mental analysis, or infected by the corruption of society or by some moral disorder in the individual, are constantly assuming a more natural and necessary character. The habit of the mind, the opinion of the world, familiarizes them to us, and they take more and more the form of immediate intuition. The moral sense comes last and not first in the order of their development, and is the instinct which we have inherited or acquired, not the nobler effort of reflection which created them and which keeps them alive. We do not stop to reason about common honesty, whenever we are not blinded by self-deceit, as for example in judging the actions of others, we have no hesitation in determining what is right and wrong. The principles of morality, when not at variance with some desire or worldly interest of our own, or with the opinion of the public, are hardly perceived by us. But in the conflict of reason and passion, they assert their authority and are not overcome without remorse. Such is a brief outline of the history of our moral ideas. We have to distinguish, first of all, the manner in which they have grown up in the world from the manner in which they have been communicated to each of us. We may represent them to ourselves as flowing out of the boundless ocean of language and thought in little rills, which convey them to the heart and brain of each individual. But neither must we confound the theories or aspects of morality with the origin of our moral ideas. These are not the roots or origins of morals, but the latest efforts of reflection, the lights in which the whole moral world has been regarded by different thinkers and successive generations of men. If we ask, which of these many theories is the true one, we may answer, all of them moral sense, innate ideas, a priori, a posteriori notions, the philosophy of experience, the philosophy of intuition, all of them have added something to our conception of ethics. No one of them is the whole truth. But to decide how far our ideas of morality are derived from one source or another, to determine what history, what philosophy has contributed to them, to distinguish the original, simple elements from the manifold and complex applications of them, would be a long inquiry too far removed from the question which we are now pursuing. Bearing in mind the distinction which we have been seeking to establish between our earliest and our most mature ideas of morality, we may now proceed to state the theory of utility, not exactly in the words, but in the spirit of one of its ablest and most moderate supporters, 351, that which alone makes actions either right or desirable is their utility, or tendency to promote the happiness of mankind, or, in other words, to increase the sum of pleasure in the world. But all pleasures are not the same. They differ in quality as well as in quantity. And the pleasure which is superior in quality is incommensurable with the inferior. Neither is the pleasure or happiness which we seek our own pleasure, but that of others, of our family, of our country, of mankind. The desire of this, and even the sacrifice of our own interest to that of other men, may become a passion to a rightly educated nature. The utilitarian finds a place in his system for this virtue and for every other. Good or happiness or pleasure is thus regarded as the true and only end of human life. To this all our desires will be found to tend, and in accordance with this all the virtues, including justice, may be explained. Admitting that men rest for a time in inferior ends and do not cast their eyes beyond them, these ends are really dependent on the greater end of happiness, and would not be pursued unless in general they had been found to lead to it. The existence of such an end is proved, as in Aristotle's time, so in our own, by the universal fact that men desire it. The obligation to promote it is based upon the social nature of man. This sense of duty is shared by all of us in some degree, and is capable of being greatly fostered and strengthened. So far from being inconsistent with religion, the greatest happiness principle is in the highest degree agreeable to it. For what can be more reasonable than that God should will the happiness of all his creatures, and in working out their happiness we may be said to be working together with him? Nor is it inconceivable that a new enthusiasm of the future, far stronger than any old religion, may be based upon such a conception. But then for the familiar phrase of the greatest happiness principle, it seems as if we ought now to read the noblest happiness principle. The happiness of others principle, the principle not of the greatest, but of the highest pleasure, pursued with no more regard to our own immediate interest than is required by the law of self-preservation. Transfer the thought of happiness to another life, dropping the external circumstances which form so large a part of our idea of happiness in this, and the meaning of the word becomes indistinguishable from holiness, harmony, wisdom, love. By the slight addition of others, all the associations of the word are altered. We seem to have passed over from one theory of morals to the opposite, for allowing that the happiness of others is reflected on ourselves, and also that every man must live before he can do good to others. Still, the last limitation is a very trifling exception, and the happiness of another is very far from compensating for the loss of our own. According to Mr. Mill, he would best carry out the principle of utility who sacrificed his own pleasure most to that of his fellow men. But if so, Hobbes and Butler, Shaftesbury and Hume are not so far apart as they and their followers imagine. The thought of self and the thought of others are alike superseded in the more general notion of the happiness of mankind at large. But in this composite good, until society becomes perfected, the friend of man himself has generally the least share, and may be a great sufferer. And now what objection have we to urge against a system of moral philosophy so beneficent, so enlightened, so ideal, and at the same time so practical, so Christian, as we may say without exaggeration, and which has the further advantage of resting morality on a principle intelligible to all capacities? Have we not found that which Socrates and Plato grew old in seeking? Are we not desirous of happiness, at any rate for ourselves and our friends? If not for all mankind, if, as is natural, we begin by thinking of ourselves first, we are easily led on to think of others, for we cannot help acknowledging that what is right for us is the right and inheritance of others. We feel the advantage of an abstract principle wide enough and strong enough to override all the particularisms of mankind, which acknowledges a universal good, truth, right, which is capable of inspiring men like a passion, and is the symbol of a cause for which they are ready to contend to their life's end. And if we test this principle by the lives of its professors, it would certainly appear inferior to none as a rule of action. From the days of Eudoxus, Aristotle, Ethics X2, and Epicurus to our own, the votaries of pleasure have gained belief for their principles by their practice. Two of the noblest and most disinterested men who have lived in this century, Bentham and J.S. Mill, whose lives were a long devotion to the service of their fellows, have been among the most enthusiastic supporters of utility, while among their contemporaries, some who were of a more mystical turn of mind, have ended rather in aspiration than in action, and have been found unequal to the duties of life. Looking back on them now that they are removed from the scene, we feel that mankind has been the better for them. The world was against them while they lived, but this is rather a reason for admiring than for depreciating them. Nor can anyone doubt that the influence of their philosophy on politics, especially on foreign politics, on law, on social life, has been upon the whole beneficial. Nevertheless, they will never have justice done to them, for they do not agree either with the better feeling of the multitude or with the idealism of more refined thinkers. Without Bentham, a great word in the history of philosophy would have remained unspoken. Yet to this day it is rare to hear his name received with any mark of respect, such as would be freely granted to the ambiguous memory of some father of the Church. The odium which attached to him when alive has not been removed by his death, for he shocked his contemporaries by egotism and want of taste, and this generation, which has reaped the benefit of his labors, has inherited the feeling of the last. He was before his own age, and is hardly remembered in this. While acknowledging the benefits which the greatest happiness principle has conferred upon mankind, the time appears to have arrived, not for denying its claims, but for criticizing them and comparing them with other principles which equally claim to lie at the foundation of ethics. Anyone who adds a general principle to knowledge has been a benefactor to the world, but there is a danger that, in his first enthusiasm, he may not recognize the proportions or limitations to which his truth is subjected. He does not see how far he has given birth to a truism, or how that which is a truth to him is a truism to the rest of the world, or may degenerate in the next generation. He believes that to be the whole which is only a part, to be the necessary foundation which is really only a valuable aspect of the truth. The systems of all philosophers require the criticism of the morrow. When the heat of imagination which forged them has cooled, and they are seen in the temperate light of day, all of them have contributed to enrich the mind of the civilized world. None of them occupy that supreme or exclusive place which their authors would have assigned to them. We may preface the criticism with a few preliminary remarks. Mr. Mill, Mr. Austin, and others, in their eagerness to maintain the doctrine of utility, are fond of repeating that we are in a lamentable state of uncertainty about morals, while other branches of knowledge have made extraordinary progress. In moral philosophy, we are supposed by them to be no better than children, and with few exceptions, that is to say, Bentham and his followers, to be no further advanced than men were in the age of Socrates and Plato, who, in their turn, are deemed to be as backward in ethics as they necessarily were in physics. But this, though often asserted, is recanted almost in a breath by the same writers who speak thus depreciatingly of our modern ethical philosophy. For they are the first to acknowledge that we have not now to begin classifying actions under the head of utility. They would not deny that about the general conceptions of morals there is a practical agreement. There is no more doubt that falsehood is wrong than that a stone falls to the ground, although the first does not admit of the same ocular proof as the second. There is no greater uncertainty about the duty of obedience to parents and to the law of the land than about the properties of triangles. Unless we are looking for a new moral world which has no marrying and giving in marriage, there is no greater disagreement in theory about the right relations of the sexes than about the composition of water. These and a few other simple principles, as they have endless applications in practice, so also may be developed in theory into counsels of perfection. To what then is to be attributed this opinion which has been often entertained about the uncertainty of morals? Chiefly to this, that philosophers have not always distinguished the theoretical and the casuistical uncertainty of morals from the practical certainty. There is an uncertainty about details, whether, for example, under given circumstances such and such a moral principle is to be enforced, or whether in some cases there may not be a conflict of duties. These are the exceptions to the ordinary rules of morality, important, indeed, but not extending to the 1,000th or 1/10,000th part of human actions. This is the domain of casuistry. Secondly, the aspects under which the most general principles of morals may be presented to us are many and various. The mind of man has been more than usually active in thinking about man. The conceptions of harmony, happiness, right, freedom, benevolence, self-love, have all of them seemed to some philosopher or other the truest and most comprehensive expression of morality. There is no difference, or at any rate no great difference, of opinion about the right and wrong of actions, but only about the general notion which furnishes the best explanation or gives the most comprehensive view of them. This, in the language of Kant, is the sphere of the metaphysic of ethics. But these two uncertainties at either end, let 1 f10 nu tau, omicron let 1 f d6 sigma, mu alpha lambda iota sigma tau alpha, kappa alpha c2 omicron lambda omicron upsilon, and let 1 f10 nu tau omicron let 1 f d6 sigma kappa alpha theta, let 1 f15 kappa alpha sigma tau alpha, leave space enough for an intermediate principle which is practically certain. The rule of human life is not dependent on the theories of philosophers. We know what our duties are for the most part before we speculate about them. And the use of speculation is not to teach us what we already know, but to inspire in our minds an interest about morals in general, to strengthen our conception of the virtues by showing that they confirm one another, to prove to us as Socrates would have said that they are not many but one. There is the same kind of pleasure and use in reducing morals as in reducing physics to a few very simple truths. And not unfrequently, the more general principle may correct prejudices and misconceptions and enable us to regard our fellow men in a larger and more generous spirit. The two qualities which seem to be most required in first principles of ethics are, 1, that they should afford a real explanation of the facts, 2, that they should inspire the mind, should harmonize, strengthen, settle us. We can hardly estimate the influence which a simple principle such as act so as to promote the happiness of mankind, or act so that the rule on which thou actest may be adopted as a law by all rational beings, may exercise on the mind of an individual. They will often seem to open a new world to him, like the religious conceptions of faith or the Spirit of God. The difficulties of ethics disappear when we do not suffer ourselves to be distracted between different points of view, but to maintain their hold on us. The general principles must also be psychologically true. They must agree with our experience. They must accord with the habits of our minds. When we are told that actions are right or wrong only in so far as they tend towards happiness, we naturally ask what is meant by happiness. For the term in the common use of language is only to a certain extent commensurate with moral good and evil. We should hardly say that a good man could be utterly miserable. Aristotle, Ethics, I-10. Section 12:13, or place a bad man in the first rank of happiness, but yet from various circumstances. The measure of a man's happiness may be out of all proportion to his desert, and if we insist on calling the good man alone happy, we shall be using the term in some new and transcendental sense, as synonymous with well-being. We have already seen that happiness includes the happiness of others as well as our own. We must now comprehend unconscious as well as conscious happiness under the same word. There is no harm in this extension of the meaning, but a word which admits of such an extension can hardly be made the basis of a philosophical system. The exactness which is required in philosophy will not allow us to comprehend under the same term two ideas so different as the subjective feeling of pleasure or happiness and the objective reality of a state which receives our moral approval. Like Protarchus in the Philebus, we can give no answer to the question, what is that common quality which in all states of human life we call happiness, which includes the lower and the higher kind of happiness, and is the aim of the noblest, as well as of the meanest of mankind? If we say not pleasure, not virtue, not wisdom, nor yet any quality which we can abstract from these, what then? After seeming to hover for a time on the verge of a great truth, we have gained only a truism. Let us ask the question in another form. What is that which constitutes happiness, over and above the several ingredients of health, wealth, pleasure, virtue, knowledge, which are included under it? Perhaps we answer, the subjective feeling of them. But this is very far from being coextensive with right, or we may reply that happiness is the whole of which the above-mentioned are the parts. Still the question recurs, in what does the whole differ from all the parts? And if we are unable to distinguish them, happiness will be the mere aggregate of the goods of life. Again, while admitting that in all right action there is an element of happiness, we cannot help seeing that the utilitarian theory supplies a much easier explanation of some virtues than of others. Of many patriotic or benevolent actions, we can give a straightforward account by their tendency to promote happiness. For the explanation of justice, on the other hand, we have to go a long way round. No man is indignant with a thief because he has not promoted the greatest happiness of the greatest number, but because he has done him a wrong. There is an immeasurable interval between a crime against property or life and the omission of an act of charity or benevolence. Yet of this interval the utilitarian theory takes no cognizance. The greatest happiness principle strengthens our sense of positive duties towards others, but weakens our recognition of their rights. To promote in every way possible the happiness of others may be a counsel of perfection, but hardly seems to offer any ground for a theory of obligation. For admitting that our ideas of obligation are partly derived from religion and custom, yet they seem also to contain other essential elements which cannot be explained by the tendency of actions to promote happiness. Whence comes the necessity of them? Why are some actions rather than others which equally tend to the happiness of mankind imposed upon us with the authority of law? You ought, and you had better, are fundamental distinctions in human thought, and having such distinctions, why should we seek to efface and unsettle them? Bentham and Mr. Mill are earnest in maintaining that happiness includes the happiness of others as well as of ourselves. But what two notions can be more opposed in many cases than these? Granting that in a perfect state of the world my own happiness and that of all other men would coincide, in the imperfect state they often diverge, and I cannot truly bridge over the difficulty by saying that men will always find pleasure in sacrificing themselves or in suffering for others. Upon the greatest happiness principle, it is admitted that I am to have a share, and in consistency I should pursue my own happiness as impartially as that of my neighbor. But who can decide what proportion should be mine and what his, except on the principle that I am most likely to be deceived in my own favor, and had therefore better give the larger share, if not all, to him? Further, it is admitted that utility and right coincide, not in particular instances, but in classes of actions. But is it not distracting to the conscience of a man to be told that in the particular case they are opposed? Happiness is said to be the ground of moral obligation, yet he must not do what clearly conduces to his own happiness if it is at variance with the good of the whole. Nay, further, he will be taught that when utility and right are in apparent conflict, any amount of utility does not alter by a hair's breadth the morality of actions, which cannot be allowed to deviate from established law or usage, and that the non-detection of an immoral act, say of telling a lie, which may often make the greatest difference in the consequences, not only to himself, but to all the world, makes none whatever in the act itself. Again, if we are concerned not with particular actions, but with classes of actions, is the tendency of actions to happiness a principle upon which we can classify them? There is a universal law which imperatively declares certain acts to be right or wrong. Can there be any universality in the law which measures actions by their tendencies towards happiness? For an act which is the cause of happiness to one person may be the cause of unhappiness to another. Or an act which, if performed by one person, may increase the happiness of mankind, may have the opposite effect if performed by another. Right can never be wrong, or wrong right, that there are no actions which tend to the happiness of mankind, which may not under other circumstances tend to their unhappiness. Unless we say not only that all right actions tend to happiness, but that they tend to happiness in the same degree in which they are right, and in that case the word right is plainer, we weaken the absoluteness of our moral standard, we reduce differences in kind to differences in degree, we obliterate the stamp which the authority of ages has set upon vice and crime. Once more, turning from theory to practice, we feel the importance of retaining the received distinctions of morality. Words such as truth, justice, honesty, virtue, love have a simple meaning. They have become sacred to us, the word of God written on the human heart. To no other words can the same associations be attached. We cannot explain them adequately on principles of utility. In attempting to do so, we rob them of their true character. We give them a meaning often paradoxical and distorted, and generally weaker than their signification in common language. And as words influence men's thoughts, we fear that the hold of morality may also be weakened, and the sense of duty impaired, if virtue and vice are explained only as the qualities which do or do not contribute to the pleasure of the world. In that very expression we seem to detect a false ring, for pleasure is individual, not universal. We speak of eternal and immutable justice, but not of eternal and immutable pleasure. Nor by any refinement can we avoid some taint of bodily sense adhering to the meaning of the word. Again, the higher the view which men take of life, the more they lose sight of their own pleasure or interest. True religion is not working for a reward only, but is ready to work equally without a reward. It is not doing the will of God for the sake of eternal happiness, but doing the will of God because it is best, whether rewarded or unrewarded. And this applies to others as well as to ourselves. For he who sacrifices himself for the good of others does not sacrifice himself that they may be saved from the persecution which he endures for their sakes, but rather that they in their turn may be able to undergo similar sufferings, and like him stand fast in the truth. To promote their happiness is not his first object, but to elevate their moral nature. Both in his own case and that of others there may be happiness in the distance. But if there were no happiness, he would equally act as he does. We are speaking of the highest and noblest natures, and a passing thought naturally arises in our minds, whether that can be the first principle of morals, which is hardly regarded in their own case by the greatest benefactors of mankind. The admissions that pleasures differ in kind, and that actions are already classified, the acknowledgement that happiness includes the happiness of others, as well as of ourselves, the confusion not made by Aristotle between conscious and unconscious happiness, or between happiness the energy and happiness the result of the energy, introduce uncertainty and inconsistency into the whole inquiry. We reason readily and cheerfully from a greatest happiness principle, but we find that utilitarians do not agree among themselves about the meaning of the word. Still less can they impart to others a common conception or conviction of the nature of happiness. The meaning of the word is always insensibly slipping away from us, into pleasure out of pleasure, now appearing as the motive, now as the test of actions, and sometimes varying in successive sentences. And as in a mathematical demonstration, an error in the original number disturbs the whole calculation which follows, this fundamental uncertainty about the word vitiates all the applications of it. Must we not admit that a notion so uncertain in meaning, so void of content, so at variance with common language and opinion, does not comply adequately with either of our two requirements? It can neither strike the imaginative faculty, nor give an explanation of phenomena which is in accordance with our individual experience. It is indefinite. It supplies only a partial account of human actions. It is one among many theories of philosophers. It may be compared with other notions, such as the chief good of Plato, which may be best expressed to us under the form of a harmony, or with Kant's obedience to law, which may be summed up under the word duty, or with the Stoical follow nature, and seems to have no advantage over them. All of these present a certain aspect of moral truth. None of them are, or indeed profess to be, the only principle of morals, and this brings us to speak of the most serious objection to the utilitarian system, its exclusiveness. There is no place for Kant or Hegel, for Plato and Aristotle alongside of it. They do not reject the greatest happiness principle, but it rejects them. Now the phenomena of moral action differ, and some are best explained upon one principle and some upon another. The virtue of justice seems to be naturally connected with one theory of morals, the virtues of temperance and benevolence with another. The characters of men also differ, and some are more attracted by one aspect of the truth, some by another. The firm stoical nature will conceive virtue under the conception of law, the philanthropist under that of doing good, the quietist under that of resignation, the enthusiast under that of faith or love. The upright man of the world will desire above all things that morality should be plain and fixed, and should use language in its ordinary sense. Persons of an imaginative temperament will generally be dissatisfied with the words utility or pleasure. Their principle of right is of a far higher character. What or where to be found they cannot always distinctly tell. Deduced from the laws of human nature, says one, resting on the will of God, says another. Based upon some transcendental idea, which animates more worlds than one, says a third. Let one F67 nu omicron iota, pi rho omicron cap epsilon iota nu tau alpha iota. Let one F51 psi iota pi omicron delta epsilon sigma. Omicron let one F50, rho alpha nu iota, alpha nu delta iota, alpha let one F30 theta, epsilon rho alpha, tau epsilon kappa nu omega theta epsilon nu tau epsilon sigma. To satisfy an imaginative nature in any degree, the doctrine of utility must be so transfigured that it becomes altogether different and loses all simplicity. But why, since there are different characters among men, should we not allow them to envisage morality accordingly, and be thankful to the great men who have provided for all of us modes and instruments of thought? Would the world have been better if there had been no Stoics or Kantists, no Platonists or Cartesians? No more than if the other pole of moral philosophy had been excluded. All men have principles which are above their practice. They admit premises which, if carried to their conclusions, are a sufficient basis of morals. In asserting liberty of speculation, we are not encouraging individuals to make right or wrong for themselves, but only conceding that they may choose the form under which they prefer to contemplate them. Nor do we say that one of these aspects is as true and good as another, but that they all of them, if they are not mere sophisms and illusions, define and bring into relief some part of the truth which would have been obscure without their light. Why should we endeavor to bind all men within the limits of a single metaphysical conception? The necessary imperfection of language seems to require that we should view the same truth under more than one aspect. We are living in the second age of utilitarianism, when the charm of novelty and the fervor of the first disciples has passed away. The doctrine is no longer stated in the forcible, paradoxical manner of Bentham, but has to be adapted to meet objections. Its corners are rubbed off, and the meaning of its most characteristic expressions is softened. The array of the enemy melts away when we approach him. The greatest happiness of the greatest number was a great original idea when enunciated by Bentham, which leavened a generation, and has left its mark on thought and civilization in all succeeding times. His grasp of it had the intensity of genius. In the spirit of an ancient philosopher, he would have denied that pleasures differed in kind, or that by happiness he meant anything but pleasure. He would perhaps have revolted us by his thoroughness. The guardianship of his doctrine has passed into other hands, and now we seem to see its weak points, its ambiguities, its want of exactness while assuming the highest exactness, its one-sidedness, its paradoxical explanation of several of the virtues. No philosophy has ever stood this criticism of the next generation, though the founders of all of them have imagined that they were built upon a rock, and the utilitarian system, like others, has yielded to the inevitable analysis. Even in the opinion of her admirers, she has been terribly damaged, Philebus 23a, and is no longer the only moral philosophy, but one among many which have contributed in various degrees to the intellectual progress of mankind. But because the utilitarian philosophy can no longer claim the prize, we must not refuse to acknowledge the great benefits conferred by it on the world. All philosophies are refuted in their turn, says the skeptic, and he looks forward to all future systems sharing the fate of the past. All philosophies remain, says the thinker. They have done a great work in their own day, and they supply posterity with aspects of the truth and with instruments of thought. Though they may be shorn of their glory, they retain their place in the organism of knowledge. And still there remain many rules of morals which are better explained and more forcibly inculcated on the principle of utility than on any other. The question, will such and such an action promote the happiness of myself, my family, my country, the world, may check the rising feeling of pride or honor which would cause a quarrel, an estrangement, a war. How can I contribute to the greatest happiness of others? Is another form of the question which will be more attractive to the minds of many than a deduction of the duty of benevolence from a priori principles. In politics, especially hardly any other argument can be allowed to have weight except the happiness of a people. All parties alike profess to aim at this, which, though often used only as the disguise of self-interest, has a great and real influence on the minds of statesmen. In religion, again, nothing can more tend to mitigate superstition than the belief that the good of man is also the will of God. This is an easy test to which the prejudices and superstitions of men may be brought. Whatever does not tend to the good of men is not of God. And the ideal of the greatest happiness of mankind, especially if believed to be the will of God, when compared with the actual fact, will be one of the strongest motives to do good to others. On the other hand, when the temptation is to speak falsely, to be dishonest or unjust, or in any way to interfere with the rights of others, the argument that these actions regarded as a class will not conduce to the happiness of mankind, though true enough, seems to have less force than the feeling which is already implanted in the mind by conscience and authority. To resolve this feeling into the greatest happiness principle takes away from its sacred and authoritative character. The martyr will not go to the stake in order that he may promote the happiness of mankind, but for the sake of the truth. Neither will the soldier advance to the cannon's mouth merely because he believes military discipline to be for the good of mankind. It is better for him to know that he will be shot, that he will be disgraced if he runs away. He has no need to look beyond military honor, patriotism. England expects every man to do his duty. These are stronger motives than the greatest happiness of the greatest number, which is the thesis of a philosopher, not the watchword of an army. For in human actions, men do not always require broad principles. Duties often come home to us more when they are limited and defined, and sanctioned by custom and public opinion. Lastly, if we turn to the history of ethics, we shall find that our moral ideas have originated not in utility, but in religion, in law, in conceptions of nature, of an ideal good, and the like. And many may be inclined to think that this conclusively disproves the claim of utility to be the basis of morals. But the utilitarian will fairly reply, see above, that we must distinguish the origin of ethics from the principles of them, the historical germ from the later growth of reflection. And he may also truly add that for 2,000 years and more, utility, if not the originating, has been the great corrective principle in law, in politics, in religion, leading men to ask how evil may be diminished and good increased, by what course of policy the public interest may be promoted, and to understand that God wills the happiness, not of some of his creatures and in this world only, but of all of them and in every stage of their existence. What is the place of happiness or utility in a system of moral philosophy? Is analogous to the question asked in the Philebus, what rank does pleasure hold in the scale of goods? Admitting the greatest happiness principle to be true and valuable, and the necessary foundation of that part of morals which relates to the consequences of actions, we still have to consider whether this or some other general notion is the highest principle of human life. We may try them in this comparison by three tests: definiteness, comprehensiveness, and motive power. There are three subjective principles of morals: sympathy, benevolence, self-love. But sympathy seems to rest morality on feelings which differ widely even in good men. benevolence and self-love torture one half of our virtuous actions into the likeness of the other. The greatest happiness principle, which includes both, has the advantage over all these in comprehensiveness. But the advantage is purchased at the expense of definiteness. Again, there are the legal and political principles of morals, freedom, equality, rights of persons, every man to count for one and no man for more than one, every man equal in the eye of the law and of the legislator. There is also the other sort of political morality, which, if not beginning with might is right, at any rate seeks to deduce our ideas of justice from the necessities of the state and of society. According to this view, the greatest good of men is obedience to law, the best human government is a rational despotism, and the best idea which we can form of a divine being is that of a despot acting not wholly without regard to law and order. To such a view, the present mixed state of the world, not wholly evil or wholly good, is supposed to be a witness. More we might desire to have, but are not permitted, though a human tyrant would be intolerable. A divine tyrant is a very tolerable governor of the universe. This is the doctrine of Thrasymachus, adapted to the public opinion of modern times. There is yet a third view which combines the two. Freedom is obedience to the law, and the greatest order is also the greatest freedom. Act so that thy action may be the law of every intelligent being. This view is noble and elevating, but it seems to err, like other transcendental principles of ethics, in being too abstract. For there is the same difficulty in connecting the idea of duty with particular duties, as in bridging the gulf between phi alpha iota nu omicron nu epsilon nu alpha and letta 1 f far 4 nu tau alpha. And when, as in the system of Kant, this universal idea or law is held to be independent of space and time, such a mu alpha tau alpha iota omicron nu epsilon letta 1 f 30 delta omicron sigma becomes almost unmeaning. Once more, there are the religious principles of morals, the will of God revealed in Scripture and in nature. No philosophy has supplied a sanction equal in authority to this, or a motive equal in strength to the belief in another life. Yet about these two we must ask what will of God, how revealed to us, and by what proofs. Religion, like happiness, is a word which has great influence apart from any consideration of its content. It may be for great good or for great evil. But true religion is the synthesis of religion and morality, beginning with divine perfection in which all human perfection is embodied. It moves among ideas of holiness, justice, love, wisdom, truth. These are to God, in whom they are personified, what the Platonic ideas are to the idea of good. It is the consciousness of the will of God that all men should be as he is. It lives in this world and is known to us only through the phenomena of this world, but it extends to worlds beyond. Ordinary religion, which is alloyed with motives of this world, may easily be in excess, may be fanatical, may be interested, may be the mask of ambition, may be perverted in 1,000 ways. But of that religion which combines the will of God with our highest ideas of truth and right, there can never be too much. This impossibility of excess is the note of divine moderation. So then, having briefly passed in review the various principles of moral philosophy, we may now arrange our goods in order, though, like the reader of the Philebus, we have a difficulty in distinguishing the different aspects of them from one another, or defining the point at which the human passes into the divine. First, the eternal will of God in this world, and in another, justice, holiness, wisdom, love, without succession of acts. Letta 1 f 50 chi, letta 1 f 27 gamma epsilon nu epsilon sigma iota sigma, pi rho omicron sigma epsilon sigma tau iota nu, which is known to us in part only and reverenced by us as divine perfection. Secondly, human perfection, or the fulfillment of the will of God in this world, and cooperation with his laws revealed to us by reason and experience, in nature, history, and in our own minds. Thirdly, the elements of human perfection, virtue, knowledge, and right opinion. Fourthly, the external conditions of perfection, health, and the goods of life. Fifthly, beauty and happiness, the inward enjoyment of that which is best and fairest in this world and in the human soul. The Philebus is probably the latest in time of the writings of Plato, with the exception of the Laws. We have in it, therefore, the last development of his philosophy. The extreme and one-sided doctrines of the Cynics and Cyrenaics are included in a larger whole, 20, 21, 44, etc. The relations of pleasure and knowledge to each other and to the good are authoritatively determined, 63 and following. The Eleatic being and the Heraclitean flux no longer divide the empire of thought, 25 and following. The mind of Anaxagoras has become the mind of God and of the world. The great distinction between pure and applied science for the first time has a place in philosophy. The natural claim of dialectic to be the queen of the sciences is once more affirmed. This latter is the bond of union which pervades the whole, or nearly the whole, of the Platonic writings. And here, as in several other dialogues, Phaedrus 265, Republic 534 and following, Symposium 210 and following, etc. It is presented to us in a manner playful yet also serious, and sometimes as if the thought of it were too great for human utterance, and came down from heaven direct, 16c, 25b. It is the organization of knowledge wonderful to think of at a time when knowledge itself could hardly be said to exist. It is this more than any other element which distinguishes Plato, not only from the pre-Socratic philosophers, but from Socrates himself. We have not yet reached the confines of Aristotle, but we make a somewhat nearer approach to him in the Philebus than in the earlier Platonic writings. The germs of logic are beginning to appear, but they are not collected into a whole or made a separate science or system. Many thinkers of many different schools have to be interposed between the Parmenides or Philebus of Plato and the physics or metaphysics of Aristotle. It is this interval upon which we have to fix our minds if we would rightly understand the character of the transition from one to the other. Plato and Aristotle do not dovetail into one another, nor does the one begin where the other ends. There is a gulf between them not to be measured by time, which in the fragmentary state of our knowledge it is impossible to bridge over. It follows that the one cannot be interpreted by the other. At any rate, it is not Plato who is to be interpreted by Aristotle, but Aristotle by Plato. Of all philosophy and of all art the true understanding is to be sought not in the afterthoughts of posterity, but in the elements out of which they have arisen. For the previous stage is a tendency towards the ideal at which they are aiming. The later is a declination or deviation from them, or even a perversion of them. No man's thoughts were ever so well expressed by his disciples as by himself. But although Plato in the Philebus does not come into any close connection with Aristotle, he is now a long way from himself and from the beginnings of his own philosophy. At the time of his death, he left his system still incomplete, or he may be more truly said to have had no system, but to have lived in the successive stages or moments of metaphysical thought which presented themselves from time to time. The earlier discussions about universal ideas and definitions seem to have died away. The correlation of ideas has taken their place. The flowers of rhetoric and poetry have lost their freshness and charm, and a technical language has begun to supersede and overgrow them. But the power of thinking tends to increase with age, and the experience of life to widen and deepen. The good is summed up under categories which are not summa genera, but heads or gradations of thought. The question of pleasure and the relation of bodily pleasures to mental, which is hardly treated of elsewhere in Plato, is here analyzed with great subtlety. The mean or measure is now made the first principle of good. some of these questions reappear in Aristotle, as does also the distinction between metaphysics and mathematics. But there are many things in Plato which have been lost in Aristotle, and many things in Aristotle not to be found in Plato. The most remarkable deficiency in Aristotle is the disappearance of the Platonic dialectic, which in the Aristotelian school is only used in a comparatively unimportant and trivial sense. The most remarkable additions are the invention of the syllogism, the conception of happiness as the foundation of morals, the reference of human actions to the standard of the better mind of the world, or of the one sensible man or superior person. His conception of ousia, or essence, is not an advance upon Plato, but a return to the poor and meager abstractions of the Eleatic philosophy. The dry attempt to reduce the pre-Socratic philosophy by his own rather arbitrary standard of the four causes contrasts unfavorably with Plato's general discussion of the same subject. Sophist 242-243. To attempt further to sum up the differences between the two great philosophers would be out of place here. Any real discussion of their relation to one another must be preceded by an examination into the nature and character of the Aristotelian writings and the form in which they have come down to us. This inquiry is not really separable from an investigation of Theophrastus as well as Aristotle, and of the remains of other schools of philosophy as well as of the Peripatetics. But without entering on this wide field, even a superficial consideration of the logical and metaphysical works which pass under the name of Aristotle, whether we suppose them to have come directly from his hand or to be the tradition of his school, is sufficient to show how great was the mental activity which prevailed in the latter half of the 4th century BC, what eddies and whirlpools of controversies were surging in the chaos of thought, what transformations of the old philosophies were taking place everywhere, what eclecticisms and syncretisms and realisms and nominalisms were affecting the mind of Hellas. The decline of philosophy during this period is no less remarkable than the loss of freedom. And the two are not unconnected with each other. But of the multitudinous sea of opinions which were current in the age of Aristotle, we have no exact account. We know of them from allusions only, and we cannot with advantage fill up the void of our knowledge by conjecture. We can only make allowance for our ignorance. There are several passages in the Philebus which are very characteristic of Plato, and which we shall do well to consider not only in their connection, but apart from their connection as inspired sayings or oracles, which receive their full interpretation only from the history of philosophy in later ages. The more serious attacks on traditional beliefs, which are often veiled under an unusual simplicity or irony, are of this kind. Such, for example, is the excessive and more than human awe which Socrates expresses about the names of the gods, 12c, which may be not unaptly compared with the importance attached by mankind to theological terms in other ages, for this also may be comprehended under the satire of Socrates. Let us observe the religious and intellectual enthusiasm which shines forth in the following: the power and faculty of loving the truth, and of doing all things for the sake of the truth, 58e, or again, the singular acknowledgement in 23c which may be regarded as the anticipation of a new logic, that in going to war for mind, I must have weapons of a different make from those which I used before, although some of the old ones may do again. Let us pause a while to reflect on a sentence, 29a, which is full of meaning to reformers of religion or to the original thinker of all ages. Shall we then agree with them of old time and merely reassert the notions of others without risk to ourselves? Or shall we venture also to share in the risk and bear the reproach which will await us, i.e., if we assert mind to be the author of nature? Let us note the remarkable words 30c, that in the divine nature of Zeus there is the soul and mind of a king, because there is in him the power of the cause, a saying in which theology and philosophy are blended and reconciled, not omitting to observe the deep insight into human nature, which is shown by the repetition of the same thought, 28c. All philosophers are agreed that mind is the king of heaven and earth, with the ironical addition. In this way truly they magnify themselves. Nor let us pass unheeded the indignation felt by the generous youth, 29a, at the blasphemy of those who say that chaos and chance medley created the world, or the significance of the words, those who said of old time that mind rules the universe, 30d, or the pregnant observation, 43c, that we are not always conscious of what we are doing or of what happens to us. A chance expression to which if philosophers had attended, they would have escaped many errors in psychology. We may contrast the contempt which is poured upon the verbal difficulty of the one and many, and the seriousness with the unity of opposites is regarded from the higher point of view of abstract ideas, 14c. 15. Or compare the simple manner in which the question of cause and effect, 27, and their mutual dependence is regarded by Plato, to which modern science has returned in Mill and Bacon, and the cumbrous fourfold division of causes in the physics and metaphysics of Aristotle, for which it has puzzled the world to find a use in so many centuries. When we consider the backwardness of knowledge in the age of Plato, the boldness with which he looks forward into the distance, the many questions of modern philosophy which are anticipated in his writings, may we not truly describe him in his own words as a spectator of all time and of all existence? Philebus persons of the dialogue, Socrates Protachus Philebus Socrates. Observe, Protachus, the nature of the position which you are now going to take from Philebus, and what the other position is which I maintain, and which, if you do not approve of it, is to be controverted by you. Shall you and I sum up the two sides? Protachus, by all means. Socrates Philebus was saying that enjoyment and pleasure and delight and the class of feelings akin to them are a good to every living being, whereas I contend that not these. But wisdom and intelligence and memory, and their kindred, right opinion and true reasoning, are better and more desirable than pleasure for all who are able to partake of them, and that to all such who are or ever will be they are the most advantageous of all things. Have I not given, Philebus, a fair statement of the two sides of the argument? Philebus, nothing could be fairer, Socrates. Socrates, and do you, Protachus, accept the position which is assigned to you? Protachus, I cannot do otherwise, since our excellent Philebus has left the field. Socrates, surely the truth about these matters ought, by all means, to be ascertained. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, shall we further agree, Protachus, to what? Socrates, that you and I must now try to indicate some state and disposition of the soul, which has the property of making all men happy. Protachus, yes, by all means. Socrates, and you say that pleasure, and I say that wisdom is such a state. Protachus, true. Socrates, and what if there be a third state which is better than either? Then both of us are vanquished, are we not? But if this life, which really has the power of making men happy, turn out to be more akin to pleasure than to wisdom, the life of pleasure may still have the advantage over the life of wisdom. Protachus, true. Socrates, or suppose that the better life is more nearly allied to wisdom, then wisdom conquers, and pleasure is defeated. Do you agree? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and what do you say, Philebus? Philebus, I say, and shall always say, that pleasure is easily the conqueror, but you must decide for yourself, Protachus. Protachus, you, Philebus, have handed over the argument to me and have no longer a voice in the matter. Philebus, true enough. Nevertheless, I would clear myself and deliver my soul of you, and I call the goddess herself to witness that I now do so. Protachus, you may appeal to us. We too will be the witnesses of your words. And now, Socrates, whether Philebus is pleased or displeased, we will proceed with the argument. Socrates, then let us begin with the goddess herself, of whom Philebus says that she is called Aphrodite, but that her real name is Pleasure. Protachus, very good. Socrates. The awe which I always feel, Protachus, about the names of the gods is more than human. It exceeds all other fears. And now I would not sin against Aphrodite by naming her amiss. Let her be called what she pleases. But pleasure I know to be manifold, and with her, as I was just now saying, we must begin and consider what her nature is. She has one name, and therefore you would imagine that she is one, and yet surely she takes the most varied and even unlike forms. For do we not say that the intemperate has pleasure, and that the temperate has pleasure in his very temperance, that the fool is pleased when he is full of foolish fancies and hopes, and that the wise man has pleasure in his wisdom? And how foolish would anyone be who affirmed that all these opposite pleasures are severally alike? Protachus, why, Socrates, they are opposed in so far as they spring from opposite sources, but they are not in themselves opposite. For must not pleasure be of all things most absolutely like pleasure, that is, like itself? Socrates, yes, my good friend, just as color is like color. In so far as colors are colors, there is no difference between them, and yet we all know that black is not only unlike, but even absolutely opposed to white, or again, as figure is like figure, for all figures are comprehended under one class, and yet particular figures may be absolutely opposed to one another. And there is an infinite diversity of them, and we might find similar examples in many other things. Therefore do not rely upon this argument, which would go to prove the unity of the most extreme opposites. And I suspect that we shall find a similar opposition among pleasures. Protachus, very likely, but how will this invalidate the argument? Socrates, why, I shall reply that dissimilar as they are, you apply to them a new predicate, for you say that all pleasant things are good. Now, although no one can argue that pleasure is not pleasure, he may argue, as we are doing, that pleasures are oftener bad than good, but you call them all good, and at the same time are compelled, if you are pressed, to acknowledge that they are unlike. And so you must tell us what is the identical quality existing alike in good and bad pleasures, which makes you designate all of them as good. Protachus, what do you mean, Socrates? Do you think that anyone who asserts pleasure to be the good will tolerate the notion that some pleasures are good and others bad? Socrates, and yet you will acknowledge that they are different from one another and sometimes opposed. Protachus, not in so far as they are pleasures. Socrates, that is a return to the old position, Protachus, and so we ought to say, are we, that there is no difference in pleasures but that they are all alike, and the examples which have just been cited do not pierce our dull minds, but we go on arguing all the same, like the weakest and most inexperienced reasoners. 352 Protachus, what do you mean? Socrates, why, I mean to say that in self-defense I may, if I like, follow your example and assert boldly that the two things most unlike are most absolutely alike, and the result will be that you and I will prove ourselves to be very tyros in the art of disputing, and the argument will be blown away and lost. Suppose that we put back and return to the old position, then perhaps we may come to an understanding with one another. Protachus, how do you mean? Socrates. Shall I, Protachus, have my own question asked of me by you? Protachus, what question? Socrates, ask me whether wisdom and science and mind and those other qualities which I, when asked by you at first what is the nature of the good, affirmed to be good, are not in the same case with the pleasures of which you spoke. Protachus, what do you mean? Socrates, the sciences are a numerous class, and will be found to present great differences. But even admitting that, like the pleasures, they are opposite as well as different, should I be worthy of the name of dialectician, if, in order to avoid this difficulty, I were to say, as you are saying of pleasure, that there is no difference between one science and another? Would not the argument founder and disappear like an idle tale, although we might ourselves escape drowning by clinging to a fallacy? Protachus, may none of this befall us except the deliverance. Yet I like the even-handed justice which is applied to both our arguments. Let us assume, then, that there are many and diverse pleasures, and many and different sciences. Socrates, and let us have no concealment, Protachus, of the differences between my good and yours, but let us bring them to the light in the hope that in the process of testing them, they may show whether pleasure is to be called the good, or wisdom, or some third quality. For surely we are not now simply contending in order that my view or that yours may prevail. But I presume that we ought both of us to be fighting for the truth. Protachus, certainly we ought. Socrates, then let us have a more definite understanding and establish the principle on which the argument rests. Protachus, what principle? Socrates, a principle about which all men are always in a difficulty, and some men sometimes against their will. Protachus, speak plainer. Socrates, the principle which has just turned up, which is a marvel of nature. For that one should be many or many one, are wonderful propositions, and he who affirms either is very open to attack. Protachus, do you mean when a person says that I, Protachus, am by nature one and also many, dividing the single me into many me's, and even opposing them as great and small, light and heavy, and in 10,000 other ways? Socrates, those, Protachus, are the common and acknowledged paradoxes about the one and many, which I may say that everybody has by this time agreed to dismiss as childish and obvious and detrimental to the true course of thought, and no more favor is shown to that other puzzle, in which a person proves the members and parts of anything to be divided, and then confessing that they are all one, says laughingly in disproof of his own words, why, here is a miracle, the one is many and infinite, and the many are only one. Protachus, but what, Socrates, are those other marvels connected with this subject which, as you imply, have not yet become common and acknowledged? Socrates, when, my boy, the one does not belong to the class of things that are born and perish, as in the instances which we were giving, for in those cases, and when unity is of this concrete nature, there is, as I was saying, a universal consent that no refutation is needed. But when the assertion is made that man is one, or ox is one, or beauty one, or the good one, then the interest which attaches to these and similar unities, and the attempt which is made to divide them, gives birth to a controversy. Protachus. Of what nature? Socrates, in the first place, as to whether these unities have a real existence, and then how each individual unity, being always the same and incapable either of generation or of destruction, but retaining a permanent individuality, can be conceived either as dispersed and multiplied in the infinity of the world of generation, or as still entire and yet divided from itself, which latter would seem to be the greatest impossibility of all. For how can one and the same thing be at the same time in one and in many things? These, Protachus, are the real difficulties, and this is the one and many to which they relate. They are the source of great perplexity if ill decided, and the right determination of them is very helpful. Protachus, then, Socrates, let us begin by clearing up these questions. Socrates, that is what I should wish. Protachus, and I am sure that all my other friends will be glad to hear them discussed. Philebus, fortunately for us, is not disposed to move, and we had better not stir him up with questions. Socrates, good, and where shall we begin this great and multifarious battle, in which such various points are at issue? Shall we begin thus? Protachus, how? Socrates, we say that the one and many become identified by thought, and that now, as in time past, they run about together, in and out of every word which is uttered, and that this union of them will never cease, and is not now beginning, but is, as I believe, an everlasting quality of thought itself, which never grows old. Any young man, when he first tastes these subtleties, is delighted, and fancies that he has found a treasure of wisdom. In the first enthusiasm of his joy he leaves no stone, or rather no thought unturned, now rolling up the many into the one, and kneading them together, now unfolding and dividing them. He puzzles himself first and above all, and then he proceeds to puzzle his neighbors, whether they are older or younger or of his own age. That makes no difference. Neither father nor mother does he spare. No human being who has ears is safe from him, hardly even his dog, and a barbarian would have no chance of escaping him if an interpreter could only be found. Protarchus, considering, Socrates, how many we are, and that all of us are young men, is there not a danger that we and Philebus may all set upon you if you abuse us? We understand what you mean, but is there no charm by which we may dispel all this confusion, no more excellent way of arriving at the truth? If there is, we hope that you will guide us into that way, and we will do our best to follow, for the inquiry in which we are engaged, Socrates, is not unimportant. Socrates, the reverse of unimportant, my boys, as Philebus calls you, and there neither is nor ever will be a better than my own favorite way, which has nevertheless already often deserted me and left me helpless in the hour of need. Protarchus, tell us what that is. Socrates, one which may be easily pointed out, but is by no means easy of application. It is the parent of all the discoveries in the arts. Protarchus, tell us what it is. Socrates. A gift of heaven which, as I conceive, the gods tossed among men by the hands of a new Prometheus, and therewith a blaze of light. And the ancients, who were our betters and nearer the gods than we are, handed down the tradition that whatever things are said to be are composed of one and many, and have the finite and infinite implanted in them. Seeing, then, that such is the order of the world, we too ought in every inquiry to begin by laying down one idea of that which is the subject of inquiry. This unity we shall find in everything. Having found it, we may next proceed to look for two, if there be two, or if not, then for three or some other number, subdividing each of these units, until at last the unity with which we began is seen not only to be one and many and infinite, but also a definite number. The infinite must not be suffered to approach the many until the entire number of the species intermediate between unity and infinity has been discovered. Then, and not till then, we may rest from division, and without further troubling ourselves about the endless individuals may allow them to drop into infinity. This, as I was saying, is the way of considering and learning and teaching one another, which the gods have handed down to us. But the wise men of our time are either too quick or too slow in conceiving plurality in unity. Having no method, they make their one and many anyhow, and from unity pass at once to infinity. The intermediate steps never occur to them. And this, I repeat, is what makes the difference between the mere art of disputation and true dialectic. Protarchus, I think that I partly understand you, Socrates, but I should like to have a clearer notion of what you are saying. Socrates, I may illustrate my meaning by the letters of the alphabet, Protarchus, which you were made to learn as a child. Protarchus, how do they afford an illustration? Socrates, the sound which passes through the lips, whether of an individual or of all men, is one, and yet infinite. Protarchus, very true. Socrates, and yet not by knowing either that sound is one or that sound is infinite are we perfect in the art of speech, but the knowledge of the number and nature of sounds is what makes a man a grammarian. Protarchus, very true. Socrates, and the knowledge which makes a man a musician is of the same kind. Protarchus, how so? Socrates, sound is one in music as well as in grammar. Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, and there is a higher note and a lower note, and a note of equal pitch. May we affirm so much? Protarchus, yes. Socrates, but you would not be a real musician if this was all that you knew, though if you did not know this you would know almost nothing of music. Protarchus, nothing. Socrates, but when you have learned what sounds are high and what low, and the number and nature of the intervals and their limits or proportions, and the systems compounded out of them, which our fathers discovered, and have handed down to us who are their descendants under the name of harmonies, and the affections corresponding to them in the movements of the human body, which when measured by numbers ought, as they say, to be called rhythms and measures. And they tell us that the same principle should be applied to everyone and many. When I say, you have learned all this, then, my dear friend, you are perfect, and you may be said to understand any other subject when you have a similar grasp of it. But the infinity of kinds and the infinity of individuals which there is in each of them, when not classified, creates in every one of us a state of infinite ignorance, and he who never looks for number in anything will not himself be looked for in the number of famous men. Protachus, I think that what Socrates is now saying is excellent, Philebus. Philebus, I think so too, but how do his words bear upon us and upon the argument? Socrates, Philebus is right in asking that question of us, Protachus. Protachus, indeed he is, and you must answer him. Socrates, I will, but you must let me make one little remark first about these matters. I was saying that he who begins with any individual unity should proceed from that, not to infinity, but to a definite number, and now I say conversely, that he who has to begin with infinity should not jump to unity, but he should look about for some number representing a certain quantity, and thus out of all end in one. And now let us return for an illustration of our principle to the case of letters. Protachus, what do you mean? Socrates, some god or divine man, who in the Egyptian legend is said to have been Theuth, observing that the human voice was infinite, first distinguished in this infinity a certain number of vowels, and then other letters which had sound but were not pure vowels, i.e., the semivowels. These two exist in a definite number. And lastly, he distinguished a third class of letters, which we now call mutes, without voice and without sound, and divided these, and likewise the two other classes of vowels and semivowels, into the individual sounds, and told the number of them, and gave to each and all of them the name of letters. And observing that none of us could learn any one of them and not learn them all, and in consideration of this common bond which in a manner united them, he assigned to them all a single art, and this he called the art of grammar or letters. Philebus, the illustration, Protachus, has assisted me in understanding the original statement, but I still feel the defect of which I just now complained. Socrates, are you going to ask Philebus what this has to do with the argument? Philebus, yes, that is a question which Protachus and I have been long asking. Socrates, assuredly, you have already arrived at the answer to the question which, as you say, you have been so long asking. Philebus, how so? Socrates, did we not begin by inquiring into the comparative eligibility of pleasure and wisdom? Philebus, certainly. Socrates, and we maintain that they are each of them one. Philebus, true. Socrates. And the precise question to which the previous discussion desires an answer is, how they are one and also many, i.e., how they have one genus and many species, and are not at once infinite, and what number of species is to be assigned to either of them before they pass into infinity. 353 Protachus, that is a very serious question, Philebus, to which Socrates has ingeniously brought us round, and please to consider which of us shall answer him. There may be something ridiculous in my being unable to answer, and therefore imposing the task upon you, when I have undertaken the whole charge of the argument. But if neither of us were able to answer, the result, methinks, would be still more ridiculous. Let us consider, then, what we are to do. Socrates, if I understood him rightly, is asking whether there are not kinds of pleasure, and what is the number and nature of them, and the same of wisdom. Socrates, most true, O son of Callias, and the previous argument showed that if we are not able to tell the kinds of everything that has unity, likeness, sameness, or their opposites, none of us will be of the smallest use in any inquiry. Protachus, that seems to be very near the truth, Socrates. Happy would the wise man be if he knew all things, and the next best thing for him is that he should know himself. Why do I say so at this moment? I will tell you. You, Socrates, have granted us this opportunity of conversing with you, and are ready to assist us in determining what is the best of human goods. For when Philebus said that pleasure and delight and enjoyment and the like were the chief good, you answered, No, not those, but another class of goods. And we are constantly reminding ourselves of what you said, and very properly, in order that we may not forget to examine and compare the two. And these goods, which in your opinion are to be designated as superior to pleasure, and are the true objects of pursuit, are mind and knowledge and understanding and art and the like. There was a dispute about which were the best, and we playfully threatened that you should not be allowed to go home until the question was settled, and you agreed and placed yourself at our disposal. And now, as children say, what has been fairly given cannot be taken back. Cease then to fight against us in this way. Socrates, in what way? Philebus, do not perplex us, and keep asking questions of us to which we have not as yet any sufficient answer to give. Let us not imagine that a general puzzling of us all is to be the end of our discussion, but if we are unable to answer, do you answer, as you have promised. Consider then whether you will divide pleasure and knowledge according to their kinds, or you may let the matter drop, if you are able and willing to find some other mode of clearing up our controversy. Socrates, if you say that, I have nothing to apprehend, for the words, if you are willing, dispel all my fear, and moreover, a god seems to have recalled something to my mind. Philebus, what is that? Socrates, I remember to have heard long ago certain discussions about pleasure and wisdom. Whether awake or in a dream I cannot tell. They were to the effect that neither the one nor the other of them was the good, but some third thing which was different from them and better than either. If this be clearly established, then pleasure will lose the victory, for the good will cease to be identified with her. Am I not right? Protarchus, yes. Socrates. And there will cease to be any need of distinguishing the kinds of pleasures, as I am inclined to think, but this will appear more clearly as we proceed. Protarchus, capital. Socrates, pray go on as you propose. Socrates, but let us first agree on some little points. Protarchus, what are they? Socrates, is the good perfect or imperfect? Protarchus, the most perfect. Socrates, of all things. Socrates, and is the good sufficient? Protarchus, yes, certainly, and in a degree surpassing all other things. Socrates, and no one can deny that all percipient beings desire and hunt after good, and are eager to catch and have the good about them, and care not for the attainment of anything which is not accompanied by good. Protarchus, that is undeniable. Socrates, now let us part off the life of pleasure from the life of wisdom, and pass them in review. Protarchus, how do you mean? Socrates, let there be no wisdom in the life of pleasure, nor any pleasure in the life of wisdom, for if either of them is the chief good, it cannot be supposed to want anything, but if either is shown to want anything, then it cannot really be the chief good. Protarchus, impossible. Socrates, and will you help us to test these two lives? Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, then answer. Protarchus, ask. Socrates, would you choose, Protarchus, to live all your life long in the enjoyment of the greatest pleasures? Protarchus, certainly I should. Socrates, would you consider that there was still anything wanting to you if you had perfect pleasure? Protarchus, certainly not. Socrates, reflect. Would you not want wisdom and intelligence and forethought and similar qualities? Would you not at any rate want sight? Protarchus, why should I? Having pleasure I should of all things. Socrates, living thus, you would always throughout your life enjoy the greatest pleasures. Protarchus, I should. Socrates, but if you had neither mind, nor memory, nor knowledge, nor true opinion, you would in the first place be utterly ignorant of whether you were pleased or not, because you would be entirely devoid of intelligence. Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, and similarly, if you had no memory, you would not recollect that you had ever been pleased, nor would the slightest recollection of the pleasure which you feel at any moment remain with you, and if you had no true opinion, you would not think that you were pleased when you were, and if you had no power of calculation, you would not be able to calculate on future pleasure, and your life would be the life, not of a man, but of an oyster or pulmo marinus. Could this be otherwise? Protarchus, no. Socrates, but is such a life eligible? Protachus, I cannot answer you, Socrates. The argument has taken away from me the power of speech. Socrates, we must keep up our spirits. Let us now take the life of mind and examine it in turn. Protachus, and what is this life of mind? Socrates, I want to know whether any one of us would consent to live, having wisdom and mind and knowledge and memory of all things, but having no sense of pleasure or pain, and wholly unaffected by these and the like feelings. Protachus, neither life, Socrates, appears eligible to me, nor is likely, as I should imagine, to be chosen by anyone else. Socrates, what would you say, Protachus, to both of these in one, or to one that was made out of the union of the two? Protachus, out of the union, that is, of pleasure with mind and wisdom. Socrates, yes, that is the life which I mean. Protachus, there can be no difference of opinion. Not some but all would surely choose this third rather than either of the other two, and in addition to them. Socrates, but do you see the consequence? Protachus, to be sure I do. The consequence is that 2 out of the 3 lives which have been proposed are neither sufficient nor eligible for man or for animal. Socrates, then now there can be no doubt that neither of them has the good. For the one which would certainly have been sufficient and perfect and eligible for every living creature or thing that was able to live such a life. And if any of us had chosen any other, he would have chosen contrary to the nature of the truly eligible, and not of his own free will, but either through ignorance or from some unhappy necessity. Protachus, certainly that seems to be true. Socrates, and now have I not sufficiently shown that Phalebus goddess is not to be regarded as identical with the good? Phalebus, neither is your mind the good, Socrates, for that will be open to the same objections. Socrates, perhaps Phalebus, you may be right in saying so of my mind, but of the true, which is also the divine mind, far otherwise. However, I will not at present claim the first place for mind as against the mixed life. But we must come to some understanding about the second place. For you might affirm pleasure and I mind to be the cause of the mixed life, and in that case, although neither of them would be the good, one of them might be imagined to be the cause of the good. And I might proceed further to argue in opposition to Phalebus, that the element which makes this mixed life eligible and good is more akin and more similar to mind than to pleasure. And if this is true, pleasure cannot be truly said to share either in the first or second place, and does not, if I may trust my own mind, attain even to the third. Protachus, truly, Socrates, pleasure appears to me to have had a fall. In fighting for the palm, she has been smitten by the argument, and is laid low. I must say that mind would have fallen too, and may therefore be thought to show discretion in not putting forward a similar claim. And if pleasure were deprived not only of the first but of the second place, she would be terribly damaged in the eyes of her admirers, for not even to them would she still appear as fair as before. Socrates, well, but had we not better leave her now, and not pain her by applying the crucial test and finally detecting her? Protachus, nonsense, Socrates. Socrates, why? Because I said that we had better not pain pleasure, which is an impossibility. Protachus, yes, and more than that, because you do not seem to be aware that none of us will let you go home until you have finished the argument. Socrates, heavens. Protachus, that will be a tedious business, and just at present not at all an easy one. For in going to war in the cause of mind, who is aspiring to the second prize, I ought to have weapons of another make from those which I used before. Some, however, of the old ones may do again. And must I then finish the argument? Protachus, of course you must. Socrates, let us be very careful in laying the foundation. Protachus, what do you mean? Socrates, let us divide all existing things into 2, or rather, if you do not object, into 3 classes. Protachus, upon what principle would you make the division? Socrates, let us take some of our newly found notions. Protachus, which of them? Socrates, were we not saying that God revealed a finite element of existence and also an infinite? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, let us assume these two principles, and also a third which is compounded out of them, but I fear that I am ridiculously clumsy at these processes of division and enumeration. Protachus, what do you mean, my good friend? Socrates, I say that a fourth class is still wanted. Protachus, what will that be? Socrates, find the cause of the third or compound, and add this as a fourth class to the three others. Protachus, and would you like to have a fifth class or cause of resolution as well as a cause of composition? Socrates, not, I think, at present, but if I want a fifth at some future time, you shall allow me to have it. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, let us begin with the first three, and as we find two out of the three greatly divided and dispersed, let us endeavor to reunite them and see how in each of them there is a one and many. Protachus, if you would explain to me a little more about them, perhaps I might be able to follow you. Socrates, well, the two classes are the same which I mentioned before, one the finite and the other the infinite. I will first show that the infinite is in a certain sense many, and the finite may be hereafter discussed. Protachus, I agree. Socrates, and now consider well, for the question to which I invite your attention is difficult and controverted. When you speak of hotter and colder, can you conceive any limit in those qualities? Does not the more and less, which dwells in their very nature, prevent their having any end? For if they had an end, the more and less would themselves have an end. Protachus, that is most true. Socrates, ever, as we say, into the hotter and the colder there enters a more and a less. Protachus, yes. Socrates, then, says the argument, there is never any end of them, and being endless they must also be infinite. Protachus, yes. Socrates, that is exceedingly true. Socrates, yes, my dear Protachus, and your answer reminds me that such an expression as exceedingly, which you have just uttered, and also the term gently, have the same significance as more or less. For whenever they occur, they do not allow of the existence of quantity. They are always introducing degrees into actions, instituting a comparison of a more or less excessive or a more or less gentle, and at each creation of more or less, quantity disappears. For as I was just now saying, if quantity and measure did not disappear, but were allowed to intrude in the sphere of more and less and the other comparatives, these last would be driven out of their own domain. When definite quantity is once admitted, there can be no longer a hotter or a colder, for these are always progressing and are never in one stay, but definite quantity is at rest and has ceased to progress, which proves that comparatives, such as the hotter and the colder, are to be ranked in the class of the infinite. Protachus, your remark certainly has the look of truth, Socrates, but these subjects, as you were saying, are difficult to follow at first. I think, however, that if I could hear the argument repeated by you once or twice, there would be a substantial agreement between us. Socrates. Yes, and I will try to meet your wish, but as I would rather not waste time in the enumeration of endless particulars, let me know whether I may not assume as a note of the infinite. Protachus, what? Socrates, I want to know whether such things as appear to us to admit of more or less, or are denoted by the words exceedingly, gently, extremely, and the like, may not be referred to the class of the infinite, which is their unity. For, as was asserted in the previous argument, all things that were divided and dispersed should be brought together, and have the mark or seal of some one nature, if possible, set upon them. Do you remember? Protachus, yes. Socrates, and all things which do not admit of more or less, but admit their opposites, that is to say, first of all, equality and the equal, or again, the double, or any other ratio of number and measure. All these may, I think, be rightly reckoned by us in the class of the limited or finite. What do you say? Protachus, excellent. Socrates. Socrates, and now what nature shall we ascribe to the third or compound kind? Protachus, you, I think, will have to tell me that. Socrates, rather God will tell you, if there be any God who will listen to my prayers. Protachus, offer up a prayer then, and think. Socrates, I am thinking, Protachus, and I believe that some god has befriended us. Protachus, what do you mean, and what proof have you to offer of what you are saying? Socrates, I will tell you, and do you listen to my words? Protachus, proceed. Socrates, were we not speaking just now of hotter and colder? Protachus, true. Socrates, add to them drier, wetter, more, less, swifter, slower, greater, smaller, and all that in the preceding argument we placed under the unity of more and less. Protachus, in the class of the infinite, you mean? Socrates, yes, and now mingle this with the other. Protachus, what is the other? Socrates, the class of the finite which we ought to have brought together as we did the infinite, but perhaps it will come to the same thing if we do so now, when the two are combined. A third will appear. Protachus, what do you mean by the class of the finite? Socrates, the class of the equal and the double, and any class which puts an end to difference and opposition, and by introducing number creates harmony and proportion among the different elements. Protachus, I understand. You seem to me to mean that the various opposites, when you mingle with them, the class of the finite takes certain forms. Socrates, yes, that is my meaning. Protachus, proceed. Socrates, does not the right participation in the finite give health, in disease, for instance? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and whereas the high and low, the swift and the slow are infinite or unlimited, does not the addition of the principles aforesaid introduce a limit, and perfect the whole frame of music? Protachus, yes, certainly. Socrates, or again, when cold and heat prevail, does not the introduction of them take away excess and indefiniteness, and infuse moderation and harmony? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and from a like admixture of the finite and infinite come the seasons and all the delights of life. Protachus, most true. Socrates, I omit 10,000 other things, such as beauty and health and strength, and the many beauties and high perfections of the soul. O my beautiful Phalebus, the goddess, methinks, seeing the universal wantonness and wickedness of all things, and that there was in them no limit to pleasures and self-indulgence, devised the limit of law and order, whereby, as you say, Phalebus, she torments, or, as I maintain, delivers the soul. What think you, Protachus? Protachus, her ways are much to my mind. Socrates. Socrates, you will observe that I have spoken of three classes. Protachus, yes, I think that I understand you. You mean to say that the infinite is one class, and that the finite is a second class of existences. But what you would make the third, I am not so certain. Socrates, that is because the amazing variety of the third class is too much for you, my dear friend. But there was not this difficulty with the infinite, which also comprehended many classes, for all of them were sealed with the note of more and less, and therefore appeared one. Protachus, true. Socrates, and the finite or limit had not many divisions, and we readily acknowledged it to be by nature one. Protachus, yes. Socrates, yes, indeed, and when I speak of the third class, understand me to mean any offspring of these, being a birth into true being, affected by the measure which the limit introduces. Protachus, I understand. Socrates, still there was, as we said, a fourth class to be investigated, and you must assist in the investigation. For does not everything which comes into being, of necessity, come into being through a cause? Protachus, yes, certainly, for how can there be anything which has no cause? Socrates, and is not the agent the same as the cause in all except name? The agent and the cause may be rightly called one. Protachus, very true. Socrates, and the same may be said of the patient. Or effect, we shall find that they too differ, as I was saying, only in name. Shall we not? Protachus, we shall. Socrates, the agent or cause always naturally leads, and the patient or effect naturally follows it. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, then the cause and what is subordinate to it in generation are not the same but different. Protachus, true. Socrates, did not the things which were generated, and the things out of which they were generated, furnish all the three classes? Protachus, yes. Socrates, and the creator or cause of them has been satisfactorily proven to be distinct from them, and may therefore be called a fourth principle. Protachus, so let us call it. Socrates quite right, but now, having distinguished the four, I think that we had better refresh our memories by recapitulating each of them in order. Protachus, by all means. Socrates, then the first I will call the infinite or unlimited, and the second the finite or limited. Then follows the third, an essence compound and generated, and I do not think that I shall be far wrong in speaking of the cause of mixture and generation as the fourth. Protachus, certainly not. Socrates, and now what is the next question, and how came we hither? Were we not inquiring whether the second place belonged to pleasure or wisdom? Protachus, we were. Socrates, and now, having determined these points, shall we not be better able to decide about the first and second place, which was the original subject of dispute? Protachus, I dare say. Socrates. We said, if you remember, that the mixed life of pleasure and wisdom was the conqueror, did we not? Protachus, true. Socrates, and we see what is the place and nature of this life, and to what class it is to be assigned. Protachus, beyond a doubt. Socrates, this is evidently comprehended in the third or mixed class, which is not composed of any two particular ingredients, but of all the elements of infinity, bound down by the finite, and may therefore be truly said to comprehend the conqueror life. Protachus, most true. Socrates, and what shall we say, Philebus, of your life which is all sweetness, and in which of the aforesaid classes is that to be placed? Perhaps you will allow me to ask you a question before you answer. Philebus, let me hear. Socrates, have pleasure and pain a limit, or do they belong to the class which admits of more and less? Philebus, they belong to the class which admits of more. Socrates, for pleasure would not be perfectly good if she were not infinite in quantity and degree. Socrates, nor would pain, Philebus, be perfectly evil, and therefore the infinite cannot be that element which imparts to pleasure some degree of good. But now, admitting, if you like, that pleasure is of the nature of the infinite, in which of the aforesaid classes, O Protachus and Philebus, can we without irreverence place wisdom and knowledge and mind? And let us be careful, for I think that the danger will be very serious if we err on this point. Philebus, you magnify, Socrates, the importance of your favorite god. Socrates, and you, my friend, are also magnifying your favorite goddess. But still, I must beg you to answer the question. Protachus, Socrates is quite right, Philebus, and we must submit to him. Philebus, and did not you, Protachus, propose to answer in my place? Protachus, certainly I did, but I am now in a great strait, and I must entreat you, Socrates, to be our spokesman, and then we shall not say anything wrong or disrespectful of your favorite. Socrates, I must obey you, Protachus, nor is the task which you impose a difficult one. But did I really, as Philebus implies, disconcert you with my playful solemnity? When I asked the question to what class mind and knowledge belong, Protachus, you did indeed, Socrates. Socrates, yet the answer is easy, since all philosophers assert with one voice that mind is the king of heaven and earth. In reality, they are magnifying themselves, and perhaps they are right, but still I should like to consider the class of mind, if you do not object, a little more fully. Philebus, take your own course, Socrates, and never mind length, we shall not tire of you. Socrates, very good. Let us begin then, Protachus, by asking a question. Protachus, what question? Socrates, whether all this which they call the universe is left to the guidance of unreason and chance medley, or on the contrary, as our fathers have declared, ordered and governed by a marvelous intelligence and wisdom. Protachus, wide asunder are the two assertions, illustrious Socrates, for that which you were just now saying to me appears to be blasphemy. But the other assertion, that mind orders all things, is worthy of the aspect of the world, and of the sun, and of the moon, and of the stars, and of the whole circle of the heavens, and never will I say or think otherwise. Socrates. Shall we then agree with them of old time in maintaining 354 this doctrine, not merely reasserting the notions of others without risk to ourselves, but shall we share in the danger and take our part of the reproach which will await us when an ingenious individual declares that all is disorder? Protarchus, that would certainly be my wish. Socrates, then now please to consider the next stage of the argument. Protarchus, let me hear. Socrates, we see that the elements which enter into the nature of the bodies of all animals, fire, water, air, and as the storm-tossed sailor cries, land, i.e., earth, reappear in the constitution of the world. Protarchus, the proverb may be applied to us, for truly the storm gathers over us, and we are at our wits' end. Socrates, there is something to be remarked about each of these elements. Protarchus, what is it? Socrates, only a small fraction of any one of them exists in us, and that of a means sought, and not in any way pure, or having any power worthy of its nature. One instance will prove this of all of them. There is fire within us and in the universe. Protarchus, true. Socrates, and is not our fire small and weak and mean, but the fire in the universe is wonderful in quantity and beauty, and in every power that fire has. Protarchus, most true. Socrates, and is the fire in the universe nourished and generated and ruled by the fire in us, or is the fire in you and me, and in other animals, dependent on the universal fire? Protarchus, that is a question which does not deserve an answer. Socrates, right, and you would say the same, if I am not mistaken, of the earth which is in animals and the earth which is in the universe, and you would give a similar reply about all the other elements. Protarchus, why, how could any man who gave any other be deemed in his senses? Socrates, I do not think that he could, but now go on to the next step. When we saw those elements of which we have been speaking gathered up in one, did we not call them a body? Protarchus, we did. Socrates, and the same may be said of the cosmos, which for the same reason may be considered to be a body, because made up of the same elements. Protarchus, very true. Socrates, but is our body nourished wholly by this body, or is this body nourished by our body, thence deriving and having the qualities of which we were just now speaking? Protarchus, that again, Socrates, is a question which does not deserve to be asked. Socrates, well, tell me, is this question worth asking? Protarchus, what question? Socrates, may our body be said to have a soul? Protarchus, clearly. Socrates, and whence comes that soul, my dear Protarchus, unless the body of the universe, which contains elements like those in our bodies, but in every way fairer, had also a soul? Can there be another sauce? Protarchus, clearly. Socrates, that is the only sauce. Socrates, why, yes, Protarchus, for surely we cannot imagine that of the four classes, the finite, the infinite, the composition of the two, and the cause, the fourth, which enters into all things, giving to our bodies souls and the art of self-management and of healing disease and operating in other ways to heal and organize, having too all the attributes of wisdom. We cannot, I say, imagine that whereas the self-same elements exist, both in the entire heaven and in great provinces of the heaven, only fairer and purer, this last should not also in that higher sphere have designed the noblest and fairest things. Protarchus, such a supposition is quite unreasonable. Socrates, then if this be denied, should we not be wise in adopting the other view, and maintaining that there is in the universe a mighty infinite and an adequate limit, of which we have often spoken, as well as a presiding cause of no mean power, which orders and arranges years and seasons and months, and may be justly called wisdom and mind? Protarchus, most justly. Socrates, and wisdom and mind cannot exist without soul. Protarchus, certainly not. Socrates, and in the divine nature of Zeus, would you not say that there is the soul and mind of a king, because there is in him the power of the cause, and other gods have other attributes, by which they are pleased to be called? Protarchus, very true. Socrates, do not then suppose that these words are rashly spoken by us, O Protarchus, for they are in harmony with the testimony of those who said of old time that mind rules the universe. Protachus, true. Socrates, and they furnish an answer to my inquiry, for they imply that mind is the parent of that class of the four which we called the cause of all, and I think that you now have my answer. Protachus, I have indeed, and yet I did not observe that you had answered. Socrates, a jest is sometimes refreshing, Protachus, when it interrupts earnest. Protachus, very true. Socrates, I think, friend, that we have now pretty clearly set forth the class to which mind belongs and what is the power of mind. Protachus, true. Socrates, and the class to which pleasure belongs has also been long ago discovered. Protachus, yes. Socrates, and let us remember, too, of both of them. One, that mind was akin to the cause and of this family, and two, that pleasure is infinite and belongs to the class which neither has, nor ever will have in itself, a beginning, middle, or end of its own. Protachus, I shall be sure to remember. Socrates, we must next examine what is their place and under what conditions they are generated. And we will begin with pleasure, since her class was first examined, and yet pleasure cannot be rightly tested apart from pain. Protachus, if this is the road, let us take it. Socrates, I wonder whether you would agree with me about the origin of pleasure and pain. Protachus, what do you mean? Socrates, I mean to say that their natural seat is in the mixed class. Protachus, and would you tell me again, sweet Socrates, which of the aforesaid classes is the mixed one? Socrates, I will, my fine fellow, to the best of my ability. Protachus, very good. Socrates, let us then understand the mixed class to be that which we placed third in the list of four. Protachus, that which followed the infinite and the finite, and in which you ranked health, and if I am not mistaken, harmony. Socrates, capital. And now will you please to give me your best attention. Protachus, proceed, I am attending. Socrates, I say that when the harmony in animals is dissolved, there is also a dissolution of nature and a generation of pain. Protachus, that is very probable. Socrates, and the restoration of harmony and return to nature is the source of pleasure, if I may be allowed to speak in the fewest and shortest words about matters of the greatest moment. Protachus, I believe that you are right, Socrates, but will you try to be a little plainer? Socrates, do not obvious and everyday phenomena furnish the simplest illustration? Protachus, what phenomena do you mean? Socrates, hunger, for example, is a dissolution and a pain. Protachus, true. Socrates, whereas eating is a replenishment and a pleasure. Protachus, yes. Socrates, thirst again is a destruction and a pain, but the effect of moisture replenishing the dry place is a pleasure. Once more, the unnatural separation and dissolution caused by heat is painful, and the natural restoration and refrigeration is pleasant. Protachus, very true. Socrates, and the unnatural freezing of the moisture in an animal is pain, and the natural process of resolution and return of the elements to their original state is pleasure. And would not the general proposition seem to you to hold that the destroying of the natural union of the finite and infinite, which, as I was observing before, make up the class of living beings, is pain, and that the process of return of all things to their own nature is pleasure? Protachus, granted. What you say has a general truth. Socrates, here then is one kind of pleasures and pains originating severally in the two processes which we have described. Protachus, good. Socrates, let us next assume that in the soul herself there is an antecedent hope of pleasure which is sweet and refreshing, and an expectation of pain, fearful and anxious. Protachus, yes. This is another class of pleasures and pains, which is of the soul only, apart from the body, and is produced by expectation. Socrates, right, for in the analysis of these, pure as I suppose them to be, the pleasures being unalloyed with pain and the pains with pleasure, methinks that we shall see clearly whether the whole class of pleasure is to be desired, or whether this quality of entire desirableness is not rather to be attributed to another of the classes which have been mentioned, and whether pleasure and pain, like heat and cold and other things of the same kind, are not sometimes to be desired and sometimes not to be desired, as being not in themselves good, but only sometimes and in some instances admitting of the nature of good. Protachus, you say most truly that this is the track which the investigation should pursue. Socrates, well then, assuming that pain ensues on the dissolution, and pleasure on the restoration of the harmony, let us now ask what will be the condition of animated beings who are neither in process of restoration nor of dissolution. And mind what you say. I ask whether any animal who is in that condition can possibly have any feeling of pleasure or pain, great or small. Protachus, certainly not. Socrates, then here we have a third state, over and above that of pleasure and of pain. Protachus, very true. Socrates, and do not forget that there is such a state. It will make a great difference in our judgment of pleasure, whether we remember this or not, and I should like to say a few words about it. Protachus. What have you to say? Socrates. Why, you know that if a man chooses the life of wisdom, there is no reason why he should not live in this neutral state. Protachus. You mean that he may live neither rejoicing nor sorrowing. Socrates. Yes, and if I remember rightly, when the lives were compared, no degree of pleasure, whether great or small, was thought to be necessary to him who chose the life of thought and wisdom. Protachus. Yes, certainly, we said so. Socrates. Then he will live without pleasure, and who knows whether this may not be the most divine of all lives. Protachus. If so, the gods, at any rate, cannot be supposed to have either joy or sorrow. Socrates. Certainly not. There would be a great impropriety in the assumption of either alternative. But whether the gods are or are not indifferent to pleasure is a point which may be considered hereafter if in any way relevant to the argument, and whatever is the conclusion we will place it to the account of mind in her contest for the second place, should she have to resign the first. Protachus. Just so. Socrates. The other class of pleasures, which as we were saying is purely mental, is entirely derived from memory. Protachus. What do you mean? Socrates. I must first of all analyze memory, or rather perception, which is prior to memory, if the subject of our discussion is ever to be properly cleared up. Protachus. How will you proceed? Socrates. Let us imagine affections of the body which are extinguished before they reach the soul and leave her unaffected, and again other affections which vibrate through both soul and body and impart a shock to both and to each of them. Protachus. Granted. Socrates. And the soul may be truly said to be oblivious of the first but not of the second. Protachus. Quite true. Socrates. When I say oblivious, do not suppose that I mean forgetfulness in a literal sense, for forgetfulness is the exit of memory, which in this case has not yet entered, and to speak of the loss of that which is not yet in existence and never has been is a contradiction. Do you see? Protachus. Yes. Socrates. Then just be so good as to change the terms. Protachus. How shall I change them? Socrates. Instead of the oblivion of the soul, when you are describing the state in which she is unaffected by the shocks of the body, say unconsciousness. Protachus. I see. Socrates. And the union or communion of soul and body in one feeling and motion would be properly called consciousness. Protachus. Most true. Socrates. Then now we know the meaning of the word. Protachus. Yes. Socrates. And memory may, I think, be rightly described as the preservation of consciousness. Protachus. Right. Socrates. But do we not distinguish memory from recollection? Protachus. I think so. Socrates. And do we not mean by recollection the power which the soul has of recovering, when by herself, some feeling which she experienced when in company with the body? Protachus. Certainly. Socrates. And when she recovers of herself the lost recollection of some consciousness or knowledge, the recovery is termed recollection and reminiscence. Protachus. Very true. Socrates. There is a reason why I say all this. Protachus. What is it? Socrates. I want to attain the plainest possible notion of pleasure and desire, as they exist in the mind only, apart from the body, and the previous analysis helps to show the nature of both. Protachus. Then now, Socrates, let us proceed to the next point. Socrates, there are certainly many things to be considered in discussing the generation and whole complexion of pleasure. At the outset, we must determine the nature and seat of desire. Protachus, let us inquire into that, for we shall lose nothing. Socrates, nay, Protachus, we shall surely lose the puzzle if we find the answer. Protachus, a fair retort, but let us proceed. Socrates, did we not place hunger, thirst, and the like in the class of desires? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and yet they are very different. What common nature have we in view when we call them by a single name? Protachus, by heavens, Socrates, that is a question which is not easily answered, but it must be answered. Socrates, then let us go back to our examples. Protachus, where shall we begin? Socrates, do we mean anything when we say a man thirsts? Protachus, yes. Socrates, we mean to say that he is empty. Protachus, of course. Socrates, and is not thirst desire? Protachus, yes, of drink. Socrates, would you say of drink or of replenishment with drink? Protachus, I should say of replenishment with drink. Socrates, then he who is empty desires, as would appear, the opposite of what he experiences, for he is empty and desires to be full. Protachus, clearly so. Socrates, but how can a man who is empty for the first time attain either by perception or memory to any apprehension of replenishment, of which he has no present or past experience? Protachus, impossible. Socrates, and yet he who desires surely desires something. Protachus, of course. Socrates, he does not desire that which he experiences, for he experiences thirst, and thirst is emptiness, but he desires replenishment. Protachus, true. Socrates, then there must be something in the thirsty man which in some way apprehends replenishment. Protachus, there must. Socrates, and that cannot be the body, for the body is supposed to be emptied. Protachus, yes. Socrates, the only remaining alternative is that the soul apprehends the replenishment by the help of memory, as is obvious, for what other way can there be? Protachus, I cannot imagine any other. Socrates, but do you see the consequence? Protachus, what is it? Socrates, that there is no such thing as desire of the body. Protachus, why so? Socrates, why? Because the argument shows that the endeavor of every animal is to the reverse of his bodily state. Protachus, yes. Socrates, and the impulse which leads him to the opposite of what he is experiencing proves that he has a memory of the opposite state. Protachus, true. Socrates, and the argument, having proved that memory attracts us towards the objects of desire, proves also that the impulses and the desires and the moving principle in every living being have their origin in the soul. Protachus, most true. Socrates, the argument will not allow that our body either hungers or thirsts or has any similar experience. Protachus, quite right. Socrates, let me make a further observation. The argument appears to me to imply that there is a kind of life which consists in these affections. Protachus, of what affections, and of what kind of life are you speaking? Socrates, I am speaking of being emptied and replenished, and of all that relates to the preservation and destruction of living beings, as well as of the pain which is felt in one of these states, and of the pleasure which succeeds to it. Protachus, true. Socrates, and what would you say of the intermediate state? Protachus, what do you mean by intermediate? Socrates, I mean when a person is in actual suffering, and yet remembers past pleasures which, if they would only return, would relieve him. But as yet he has them not. May we not say of him that he is in an intermediate state? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, would you say that he was wholly pained or wholly pleased? Protachus, nay. I should say that he has two pains. In his body there is the actual experience of pain, and in his soul longing and expectation. Socrates, what do you mean, Protachus, by the two pains? May not a man who is empty have at one time a sure hope of being filled, and at other times be quite in despair? Protachus, very true. Socrates, and has he not the pleasure of memory when he is hoping to be filled, and yet in that he is empty, is he not at the same time in pain? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, then man and the other animals have at the same time both pleasure and pain. Protachus, I suppose so. Socrates, but when a man is empty and has no hope of being filled, there will be the double experience of pain. You observed this and inferred that the double experience was the single case possible. Protachus, quite true, Socrates. Socrates, shall the inquiry into these states of feeling be made the occasion of raising a question? Protachus, what question? Socrates, whether we ought to say that the pleasures and pains of which we are speaking are true or false, or some true and some false. Protachus, but how, Socrates, can there be false pleasures and pains? Socrates, and how, Protachus, can there be true and false fears, or true and false expectations, or true and false opinions? Protachus, I grant that opinions may be true or false, but not pleasures. Socrates, what do you mean? I am afraid that we are raising a very serious inquiry. Protachus, there I agree. Socrates, and yet, my boy, for you are one of Philebus' boys, the point to be considered is whether the inquiry is relevant to the argument. Protachus, surely. Socrates, no tedious and irrelevant discussion can be allowed. What is said should be pertinent. Protachus, right. Socrates, I am always wondering at the question which has now been raised. Protachus, how so? Socrates, do you deny that some pleasures are false and others true? Protachus, to be sure I do. Socrates, would you say that no one ever seemed to rejoice and yet did not rejoice, or seemed to feel pain and yet did not feel pain, sleeping or waking, mad or lunatic? Protachus, so we have always held, Socrates. Socrates, but were you right? Shall we inquire into the truth of your opinion? Protachus, I think that we should. Socrates, let us then put into more precise terms the question which has arisen about pleasure and opinion. Is there such a thing as opinion? Protachus, yes. Socrates, and such a thing as pleasure? Protachus, yes. Socrates, and an opinion must be of something. Protachus, true. Socrates, and a man must be pleased by something. Protachus, quite correct. Socrates, and whether the opinion be right or wrong makes no difference, it will still be an opinion. Protachus. Certainly, Socrates, and he who is pleased, whether he is rightly pleased or not, will always have a real feeling of pleasure. Protachus, yes, that is also quite true. Socrates, then, how can opinion be both true and false, and pleasure true only, although pleasure and opinion are both equally real? Protachus, yes, that is the question. Socrates, you mean that opinion admits of truth and falsehood, and hence becomes not merely opinion, but opinion of a certain quality. And this is what you think should be examined. Protachus, yes. Socrates, and further, even if we admit the existence of qualities in other objects, may not pleasure and pain be simple and devoid of quality? Protachus, clearly. Socrates, but there is no difficulty in seeing that pleasure and pain as well as opinion have qualities, for they are great or small, and have various degrees of intensity, as was indeed said long ago by us. Protachus, quite true. Socrates, and if badness attaches to any of them, Protachus, then we should speak of a bad opinion or of a bad pleasure. Protachus, quite true, Socrates. Socrates, and if rightness attaches to any of them, should we not speak of a right opinion or right pleasure, and in like manner of the reverse of rightness? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and if the thing opined be erroneous, might we not say that the opinion, being erroneous, is not right or rightly opined? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and if we see a pleasure or pain which errs in respect of its object, shall we call that right or good, or by any honorable name? Protachus, not if the pleasure is mistaken, how could we? Socrates, and surely pleasure often appears to accompany an opinion which is not true but false. Protachus, certainly it does, and in that case, Socrates, as we were saying, the opinion is false, but no one could call the actual pleasure false. Socrates, how eagerly, Protachus, do you rush to the defense of pleasure? Protachus, nay, Socrates, I only repeat what I hear. Socrates, and is there no difference, my friend, between that pleasure which is associated with right opinion and knowledge, and that which is often found in all of us associated with falsehood and ignorance? Protachus, there must be a very great difference between them. Socrates, then, now let us proceed to contemplate this difference. Protachus, lead, and I will follow. Socrates, well then, my view is, Protachus, what is it? Socrates, we agree, do we not, that there is such a thing as false, and also such a thing as true opinion? Protachus, yes. Socrates, and pleasure and pain, as I was just now saying, are often consequent upon these, upon true and false opinion, I mean. Protachus, very true. Socrates, and do not opinion, and the endeavor to form an opinion, always spring from memory and perception? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, might we imagine the process to be something of this nature? Protachus, of what nature? Socrates, an object may be often seen at a distance not very clearly, and the seer may want to determine what it is which he sees. Protachus, very likely. Socrates, soon he begins to interrogate himself. Protachus, in what manner? Socrates, he asks himself, what is that which appears to be standing by the rock under the tree? This is the question which he may be supposed to put to himself when he sees such an appearance. Protachus, true. Socrates. To which he may guess the right answer, saying as if in a whisper to himself, it is a man. Protachus, very good. Socrates, or again, he may be misled, and then he will say, no, it is a figure made by the shepherds. Protachus, yes. Socrates, and if he has a companion, he repeats his thought to him in articulate sounds, and what was before an opinion has now become a proposition. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, but if he be walking alone when these thoughts occur to him, he may not unfrequently keep them in his mind for a considerable time. Protachus, very true. Socrates, well now, I wonder whether you would agree in my explanation of this phenomenon. Protachus, what is your explanation? Socrates, I think that the soul at such times is like a book. Protachus, how so? Socrates, memory and perception meet, and they in their attendant feelings seem to almost to write down words in the soul, and when the inscribing feeling writes truly, then true opinion and true propositions, which are the expressions of opinion, come into our souls. But when the scribe within us writes falsely, the result is false. Protachus, I quite assent and agree to your statement. Socrates, I must bespeak your favor also for another artist, who is busy at the same time in the chambers of the soul. Protachus, who is he? Socrates, the painter, who, after the scribe has done his work, draws images in the soul of the things which he has described. Protachus, but when and how does he do this? Socrates, when a man, besides receiving from sight or some other sense certain opinions or statements, sees in his mind the images of the subjects of them. Is not this a very common mental phenomenon? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and the images answering to true opinions and words are true, and to false opinions and words false, are they not? Protachus, they are. Socrates, if we are right so far, there arises a further question. Protachus, what is it? Socrates, whether we experience the feeling of which I am speaking only in relation to the present and the past, or in relation to the future also. Protachus, I should say in relation to all times alike. Socrates, have not purely mental pleasures and pains been described already as in some cases anticipations of the bodily ones, from which we may infer that anticipatory pleasures and pains have to do with the future? Protachus, most true. Socrates, and do all those writings and paintings which, as we were saying a little while ago, are produced in us, relate to the past and present only, and not to the future? Protachus, to the future, very much. Socrates, when you say, very much, you mean to imply that all these representations are hopes about the future, and that mankind are filled with hopes in every stage of existence. Protachus, exactly. Socrates, answer me another question. Protachus, what question? Socrates, a just and pious and good man, is the friend of the gods, is he not? Protarchus, certainly he is. Socrates, and the unjust and utterly bad man is the reverse. Protarchus, true. Socrates and all men, as we were saying just now, are always filled with hopes. Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, and these hopes, as they are termed, are propositions which exist in the minds of each of us. Protarchus, yes. Socrates. And the fancies of hope are also pictured in us. A man may often have a vision of a heap of gold and pleasures ensuing, and in the picture there may be a likeness of himself mightily rejoicing over his good fortune. Protarchus, true. Socrates, and may we not say that the good, being friends of the gods, have generally true pictures presented to them, and the bad false pictures? Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, the bad, too, have pleasures painted in their fancy as well as the good. But I presume that they are false pleasures. Protarchus, they are. Socrates, the bad then commonly delight in false pleasures, and the good in true pleasures. Protarchus, doubtless. Socrates, then upon this view there are false pleasures in the souls of men which are a ludicrous imitation of the true, and there are pains of a similar character. Protarchus, there are. Socrates, and did we not allow that a man who had an opinion at all had a real opinion, but often about things which had no existence either in the past, present, or future? Protarchus, quite true. Socrates, and this was the source of false opinion and opining. Am I not right? Protarchus, yes. Socrates, and must we not attribute to pleasure and pain a similar real but illusory character? Protarchus, how do you mean? Socrates, I mean to say that a man must be admitted to have real pleasure who is pleased with anything or anyhow, and he may be pleased about things which neither have nor have ever had any real existence, and more often than not are never likely to exist. Protarchus, yes. Socrates, that again is undeniable. Socrates, and may not the same be said about fear and anger and the like? Are they not often false? Protarchus, quite so. Socrates, and can opinions be good or bad, except in as far as they are true or false? Protarchus, in no other way. Socrates, nor can pleasures be conceived to be bad except in so far as they are false. Protarchus, nay, Socrates, that is the very opposite of truth, for no one would call pleasures and pains bad because they are false, but by reason of some other great corruption to which they are liable. Socrates, well, of pleasures which are corrupt and caused by corruption we will hereafter speak, if we care to continue the inquiry. For the present I would rather show by another argument that there are many false pleasures existing or coming into existence in us, because this may assist our final decision. Protarchus, very true, that is to say, if there are such pleasures. Socrates, I think that there are. Protarchus, but this is an opinion which should be well assured and not rest upon a mere assertion. Protarchus, very good. Socrates, then now, like wrestlers, let us approach and grasp this new argument. Protarchus, proceed. Socrates, we were maintaining a little while since, that when desires, as they are termed, exist in us, then the body has separate feelings apart from the soul. Do you remember? Protarchus, yes, I remember that you said so. Socrates, and the soul was supposed to desire the opposite of the bodily state, while the body was the source of any pleasure or pain which was experienced. Protarchus, true. Socrates, then now you may infer what happens in such cases. Protarchus, what am I to infer? Socrates, that in such cases pleasures and pains come simultaneously, and there is a juxtaposition of the opposite sensations which correspond to them, as has been already shown. Protarchus, clearly. Socrates, and there is another point to which we have agreed. Protarchus, what is it? Socrates, that pleasure and pain both admit of more and less, and that they are of the class of infinites. Protarchus, certainly, we said so. Socrates, but how can we rightly judge of them? Protarchus, how can we? Socrates, is it our intention to judge of their comparative importance and intensity, measuring pleasure against pain and pain against pain and pleasure against pleasure? Protachus, yes. Such is our intention, and we shall judge of them accordingly. Socrates, well, take the case of sight. Does not the nearness or distance of magnitudes obscure their true proportions and make us opine falsely? And do we not find the same illusion happening in the case of pleasures and pains? Protachus, yes, Socrates, and in a degree far greater. Socrates, then what we are now saying is the opposite of what we were saying before. Protachus, what was that? Socrates, then the opinions were true and false, and infected the pleasures and pains with their own falsity. Protachus, very true. Socrates, but now it is the pleasures which are said to be true and false because they are seen at various distances and subjected to comparison. The pleasures appear to be greater and more vehement when placed side by side with the pains, and the pains when placed side by side with the pleasures. Protachus, certainly, and for the reason which you mention. Socrates, and suppose you part off from pleasures and pains the element which makes them appear to be greater or less than they really are. You will acknowledge that this element is illusory, and you will never say that the corresponding excess or defect of pleasure or pain is real or true. Protachus, certainly not. Socrates, next let us see whether in another direction we may not find pleasures and pains existing and appearing in living beings, which are still more false than these. Protachus, what are they, and how shall we find them? Socrates, if I am not mistaken, I have often repeated that pains and aches and suffering and uneasiness of all sorts arise out of a corruption of nature caused by concretions and dissolutions and repletions and evacuations, and also by growth and decay. Protachus, yes, that has been often said. Socrates, and we have also agreed that the restoration of the natural state is pleasure. Protachus, right. Socrates, but now let us suppose an interval of time at which the body experiences none of these changes. Protachus, when can that be, Socrates? Socrates, your question, Protachus, does not help the argument. Protachus, why not, Socrates? Socrates, because it does not prevent me from repeating mine. Protachus, and what was that? Socrates, why, Protachus, admitting that there is no such interval, I may ask what would be the necessary consequence if there were. Protachus, you mean, what would happen if the body were not changed either for good or bad? Socrates, yes. Protachus, why then, Socrates, I should suppose that there would be neither pleasure nor pain. Socrates, very good, but still, if I am not mistaken, you do assert that we must always be experiencing one of them. That is what the wise tell us, for say they, all things are ever flowing up and down. Protachus, yes, and their words are of no mean authority. Socrates, cause for they are no mean authorities themselves, and I should like to avoid the brunt of their argument. Shall I tell you how I mean to escape from them, and you shall be the partner of my flight? Protachus, how? Socrates, to them we will say, good, but are we, or living things in general, always conscious of what happens to us, for example, of our growth or the like? Are we not, on the contrary, almost wholly unconscious of this and similar phenomena? You must answer for them. Protachus, the latter alternative is the true one. Socrates, then we were not right in saying, just now, that motions going up and down cause pleasures and pains. Protachus, true. Socrates, a better and more unexceptionable way of speaking will be Protachus, what? Socrates, if we say that the great changes produce pleasures and pains, but that the moderate and lesser ones do neither. Protachus, that, Socrates, is the more correct mode of speaking. Socrates, but if this be true, the life to which I was just now referring again appears. Protachus, what life? Socrates, the life which we affirm to be devoid either of pain or of joy. Protachus, very true. Socrates, we may assume then that there are three lives, one pleasant, one painful, and the third which is neither. What say you? Protachus, I should say as you do that there are three of them. Socrates, but if so, the negation of pain will not be the same with pleasure. Protachus, certainly not. Socrates, then, when you hear a person saying that always to live without pain is the pleasantest of all things, what would you understand him to mean by that statement? Protachus, I think that by pleasure he must mean the negative of pain. Socrates, let us take any three things, or suppose that we embellish a little and call the first gold, the second silver, and there shall be a third which is neither. Protachus, very good. Socrates, now, can that which is neither be either gold or silver? Protachus, impossible. Socrates, no more can that neutral or middle life be rightly or reasonably spoken or thought of as pleasant or painful. Protachus, certainly not. Socrates, and yet, my friend, there are, as we know, persons who say and think so. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and do they think that they have pleasure when they are free from pain? Protachus, they say so. Socrates, and they must think, or they would not say that they have pleasure. Protachus, I suppose not. Socrates, and yet if pleasure and the negation of pain are of distinct natures, they are wrong. Protachus, but they are undoubtedly of distinct natures. Socrates, then shall we take the view that they are three, as we were just now saying, or that they are two only, the one being a state of pain, which is an evil, and the other a cessation of pain, which is of itself a good and is called pleasant? Protachus, but why, Socrates, do we ask the question at all? I do not see the reason. Socrates, you, Protachus, have clearly never heard of certain enemies of our friend Philebus. Protachus, and who may they be? Socrates, certain persons who are reputed to be masters in natural philosophy, who deny the very existence of pleasure. Protachus, indeed. Socrates, they say that what the school of Philebus calls pleasures are all of them only avoidances of pain. Protachus, and would you, Socrates, have us agree with them? Socrates, why no, I would rather use them as a sort of diviners, who divine the truth, not by rules of art, but by an instinctive repugnance and extreme detestation which a noble nature has of the power of pleasure, in which they think that there is nothing sound, and her seductive influence is declared by them to be witchcraft and not pleasure. This is the use which you may make of them, and when you have considered the various grounds of their dislike, you shall hear from me what I deem to be true pleasures. Having thus examined the nature of pleasure from both points of view, we will bring her up for judgment. Protachus, well said. Socrates, then let us enter into an alliance with these philosophers and follow in the track of their dislike. I imagine that they would say something of this sort. They would begin at the beginning and ask whether, if we wanted to know the nature of any quality, such as hardness, we should be more likely to discover it by looking at the hardest things rather than at the least hard. You, Protachus, shall answer these severe gentlemen as you answer me. Protachus, by all means, and I reply to them that you should look at the greatest instances. Socrates, then, if we want to see the true nature of pleasures as a class, we should not look at the most diluted pleasures, but at the most extreme and most vehement. Protachus, in that everyone will agree. Socrates, and the obvious instances of the greatest pleasures, as we have often said, are the pleasures of the body. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and are they felt by us to be or become greater when we are sick or when we are in health? And here we must be careful in our answer, or we shall come to grief. Protachus, how will that be? Socrates, why? Because we might be tempted to answer, when we are in health. Protachus, yes, that is the natural answer. Socrates, well, but are not those pleasures the greatest of which mankind have the greatest desires? Protachus, true. Socrates, and do not people who are in a fever or any similar illness feel cold or thirst or other bodily affections more intensely? Am I not right in saying that they have a deeper want and greater pleasure in the satisfaction of their want? Protachus, that is obvious as soon as it is said. Socrates, well then, shall we not be right in saying that if a person would wish to see the greatest pleasures he ought to go and look, not at health, but at disease? And here you must distinguish. Do not imagine that I mean to ask whether those who are very ill have more pleasures than those who are well, but understand that I am speaking of the magnitude of pleasure. I want to know where pleasures are found to be most intense. For as I say, we have to discover what is pleasure, and what they mean by pleasure who deny her very existence. Protachus, I think I follow you. Socrates, you will soon have a better opportunity of showing whether you do or not, Protachus. Answer now, and tell me whether you see, I will not say more, but more intense and excessive pleasures in wantonness than in temperance. Reflect before you speak. Protachus, I understand you, and see that there is a great difference between them. The temperate are restrained by the wise man's aphorism of never too much, which is their rule, but excess of pleasure possessing the minds of fools and wantons becomes madness and makes them shout with delight. Socrates. Very good, and if this be true, then the greatest pleasures and pains will clearly be found in some vicious state of soul and body, and not in a virtuous state. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and ought we not to select some of these for examination, and see what makes them the greatest? Protachus, to be sure we ought. Socrates, take the case of the pleasures which arise out of certain disorders. Protachus, what disorders? Socrates, the pleasures of unseemly disorders, which our severe friends utterly detest. Protachus, what pleasures? Socrates, such, for example, as the relief of itching and other ailments by scratching, which is the only remedy required. For what in heaven's name is the feeling to be called which is thus produced in us? Pleasure or pain? Protachus, a villainous mixture of some kind. Socrates, I should say. Socrates, I did not introduce the argument, O Protachus, with any personal reference to Philebus, but because, without the consideration of these and similar pleasures, we shall not be able to determine the point at issue. Protachus, then we had better proceed to analyze this family of pleasures. Socrates, you mean the pleasures which are mingled with pain. Protachus, exactly. Socrates, there are some mixtures which are of the body, and only in the body, and others which are of the soul, and only in the soul, while there are other mixtures of pleasures with pains, common both to soul and body, which in their composite state are called sometimes pleasures and sometimes pains. Protachus, how is that? Socrates, whenever, in the restoration or in the derangement of nature, a man experiences two opposite feelings. For example, when he is cold and is growing warm, or again, when he is hot and is becoming cool, and he wants to have the one and be rid of the other. The sweet has a bitter, as the common saying is, and both together fasten upon him and create irritation, and in time drive him to distraction. Protachus, that description is very true to nature. Socrates, and in these sorts of mixtures, the pleasures and pains are sometimes equal, and sometimes one or other of them predominates. Protachus, true. Socrates, of cases in which the pain exceeds the pleasure, an example is afforded by itching, of which we were just now speaking, and by the tingling which we feel when the boiling and fiery element is within, and the rubbing and motion 355 only relieves the surface, and does not reach the parts affected. Then if you put them to the fire, and as a last resort apply cold to them, you may often produce the most intense pleasure or pain in the inner parts, which contrasts and mingles with the pain or pleasure, as the case may be, of the outer parts. And this is due to the forcible separation of what is united, or to the union of what is separated, and to the juxtaposition of pleasure and pain. Protachus, quite so. Socrates, sometimes the element of pleasure prevails in a man, and the slight undercurrent of pain makes him tingle and causes a gentle irritation. Or again, the excessive infusion of pleasure creates an excitement in him. He even leaps for joy, he assumes all sorts of attitudes, he changes all manner of colors, he gasps for breath and is quite amazed and utters the most irrational exclamations. Protachus, yes, indeed. Socrates. He will say of himself, and others will say of him, that he is dying with these delights, and the more dissipated and good-for-nothing he is, the more vehemently he pursues them in every way. Of all pleasures he declares them to be the greatest, and he reckons him who lives in the most constant enjoyment of them to be the happiest of mankind. Protachus, that Socrates is a very true description of the opinions of the majority about pleasures. Socrates, yes, Protachus. Quite true of the mixed pleasures, which arise out of the communion of external and internal sensations in the body. There are also cases in which the mind contributes an opposite element to the body, 356, whether of pleasure or pain, and the two unite and form one mixture. Concerning these I have already remarked that when a man is empty he desires to be full, and has pleasure in hope and pain in vacuity. But now I must further add what I omitted before, that in all these and similar emotions in which body and mind are opposed, and they are innumerable, pleasure and pain coalesce in one. Protachus, I believe that to be quite true. Socrates, there still remains one other sort of admixture of pleasures and pains. Protachus, what is that? Socrates, the union which, as we were saying, the mind often experiences of purely mental feelings. Protachus, what do you mean? Socrates, why do we not speak of anger, fear, desire, sorrow, love, emulation, envy, and the like, as pains which belong to the soul only? Protachus, yes. Socrates, and shall we not find them also full of the most wonderful pleasures? Need I remind you of the anger which stirs even a wise man to violence and is sweeter than honey and the honeycomb? And you remember how pleasures mingle with pains in lamentation and bereavement. Protachus, yes. There is a natural connection between them. Socrates, and you remember also how at the sight of tragedies the spectators smile through their tears. Protachus, certainly I do. Socrates, and are you aware that even at a comedy the soul experiences a mixed feeling of pain and pleasure? Protachus, I do not quite understand you. Socrates, I admit, Protachus, that there is some difficulty in recognizing this mixture of feelings at a comedy. Protachus, there is, I think. Socrates, and the greater the obscurity of the case, the more desirable is the examination of it, because the difficulty in detecting other cases of mixed pleasures and pains will be less. Protachus, proceed. Socrates, I have just mentioned envy. Would you not call that a pain of the soul? Protachus, yes. Socrates, and yet the envious man finds something in the misfortunes of his neighbors at which he is pleased. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and ignorance, and what is termed clownishness, are surely an evil. Protachus, to be sure. Socrates, from these considerations, learned to know the nature of the ridiculous. Protachus, explain. Socrates, the ridiculous is in short the specific name which is used to describe the vicious form of a certain habit, and of vice in general it is that kind which is most at variance with the inscription at Delphi. Protachus, you mean, Socrates, know thyself. Socrates, I do, and the opposite would be, know not thyself. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and now, O Protachus, try to divide this into three. Protachus, indeed, I am afraid that I cannot. Socrates, do you mean to say that I must make the division for you? Protachus, yes, and what is more, I beg that you will. Socrates, are there not three ways in which ignorance of self may be shown? Protachus, what are they? Socrates, in the first place, about money. The ignorant may fancy himself richer than he is. Protachus, yes, that is a very common error. Socrates, and still more often he will fancy that he is taller or fairer than he is, or that he has some other advantage of person which he really has not. Protachus, of course. Socrates, and yet surely by far the greatest number err about the goods of the mind. They imagine themselves to be much better men than they are. Protachus, yes, that is by far the commonest delusion. Socrates, and of all the virtues, is not wisdom the one which the mass of mankind are always claiming, and which most arouses in them a spirit of contention and lying conceit of wisdom? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and may not all this be truly called an evil condition? Protachus, very evil. Socrates, but we must pursue the division a step further. Protachus, if we would see in envy of the childish sought a singular mixture of pleasure and pain. Protachus, how can we make the further division which you suggest? Socrates, all who are silly enough to entertain this lying conceit of themselves may of course be divided, like the rest of mankind, into two classes, one having power and might, and the other the reverse. Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, let this, then, be the principle of division. Those of them who are weak and unable to revenge themselves when they are laughed at may be truly called ridiculous, but those who can defend themselves may be more truly described as strong and formidable. For ignorance in the powerful is hateful and horrible, because hurtful to others both in reality and in fiction, but powerless ignorance may be reckoned, and in truth is ridiculous. Protarchus, that is very true, but I do not as yet see where is the admixture of pleasures and pains. Socrates, well then, let us examine the nature of envy. Protarchus, proceed. Socrates, is not envy an unrighteous pleasure, and also an unrighteous pain? Protarchus, most true. Socrates, there is nothing envious or wrong in rejoicing at the misfortunes of enemies. Protarchus, certainly not. Socrates, but to feel joy instead of sorrow at the sight of our friends' misfortunes, is not that wrong? Protarchus, undoubtedly. Socrates, did we not say that ignorance was always an evil? Protarchus, true. Socrates, and the three kinds of vain conceit in our friends which we enumerated, the vain conceit of beauty, of wisdom, and of wealth, are ridiculous if they are weak, and detestable when they are powerful. May we not say, as I was saying before, that our friends who are in this state of mind, when harmless to others, are simply ridiculous? Protarchus, they are ridiculous. Socrates, and do we not acknowledge this ignorance of theirs to be a misfortune? Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, and do we feel pain or pleasure in laughing at it? Protarchus, clearly we feel pleasure. Socrates, and was not envy the source of this pleasure which we feel at the misfortunes of friends? Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, then the argument shows that when we laugh at the folly of our friends, pleasure, in mingling with envy, mingles with pain, for envy has been acknowledged by us to be mental pain, and laughter is pleasant, and so we envy and laugh at the same instant. Protarchus. True, Socrates, and the argument implies that there are combinations of pleasure and pain in lamentations, and in tragedy and comedy, not only on the stage, but on the greater stage of human life, and so in endless other cases. Protarchus, I do not see how anyone can deny what you say, Socrates, however eager he may be to assert the opposite opinion. Socrates, I mentioned anger, desire, sorrow, fear, love, emulation, envy, and similar emotions, as examples in which we should find a mixture of the two elements so often named. Did I not? Protarchus, yes. Socrates, we may observe that our conclusions hitherto have had reference only to sorrow and envy and anger. Protarchus, I see. Socrates, then many other cases still remain. Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, and why do you suppose me to have pointed out to you the admixture which takes place in comedy? Why, but to convince you that there was no difficulty in showing the mixed nature of fear and love and similar affections. And I thought that when I had given you the illustration, you would have let me off, and have acknowledged as a general truth that the body without the soul, and the soul without the body, as well as the two united, are susceptible of all sorts of admixtures of pleasures and pains, and so further discussion would have been unnecessary. And now I want to know whether I may depart, or will you keep me here until midnight? I fancy that I may obtain my release without many words, if I promise that tomorrow I will give you an account of all these cases. But at present I would rather sail in another direction, and go to other matters which remain to be settled, before the judgment can be given which Philebus demands. Protarchus, very good, Socrates. In what remains take your own course. Socrates, then after the mixed pleasures the unmixed should of their turn. This is the natural and necessary order. Protarchus, excellent. Socrates, these in turn then I will now endeavor to indicate. For with the maintainers of the opinion that all pleasures are a cessation of pain, I do not agree, but as I was saying, I use them as witnesses that there are pleasures which seem only and are not. And there are others again which have great power and appear in many forms, yet are intermingled with pains, and are partly alleviations of agony and distress, both of body and mind. Protarchus, then what pleasures, Socrates, should we be right in conceiving to be true? Socrates, true pleasures are those which are given by beauty of color and form, and most of those which arise from smells, those of sound again, and in general those of which the want is painless and unconscious, and of which the fruition is palpable to sense and pleasant and unalloyed with pain. Protarchus, once more, Socrates, I must ask what you mean. Socrates, my meaning is certainly not obvious, and I will endeavor to be plainer. I do not mean by beauty of form such beauty as that of animals or pictures, which the many would suppose to be my meaning, but says the argument, understand me to mean straight lines and circles, and the plain or solid figures which are formed out of them by turning lathes and rulers and measurers of angles. For these I affirm to be not only relatively beautiful, like other things, but they are eternally and absolutely beautiful, and they have peculiar pleasures, quite unlike the pleasures of scratching. And there are colors which are of the same character and have similar pleasures. Now do you understand my meaning? Protarchus, I am trying to understand, Socrates, and I hope that you will try to make your meaning clearer. Socrates, when sounds are smooth and clear, and have a single pure tone, then I mean to say that they are not relatively but absolutely beautiful, and have natural pleasures associated with them. Protarchus, yes, there are such pleasures. Socrates, the pleasures of smell are of a less ethereal sort, but they have no necessary admixture of pain, and all pleasures, however and wherever experienced, which are unattended by pains, I assign to an analogous class. Here then are two kinds of pleasures. Protarchus, I understand. Socrates, to these may be added the pleasures of knowledge, if no hunger of knowledge and no pain caused by such hunger precede them. Protarchus, and this is the case. Socrates, well, but if a man who is full of knowledge loses his knowledge, are there not pains of forgetting? Protarchus, not necessarily, but there may be times of reflection, when he feels grief at the loss of his knowledge. Socrates, yes, my friend, but at present we are enumerating only the natural perceptions, and have nothing to do with reflection. Protarchus, in that case you are right in saying that the loss of knowledge is not attended with pain. Socrates, these pleasures of knowledge, then, are unmixed with pain, and they are not the pleasures of the many but of a very few. Protarchus, quite true. Socrates, and now, having fairly separated the pure pleasures and those which may be rightly termed impure, let us further add to our description of them that the pleasures which are in excess have no measure, but that those which are not in excess have measure. The great, the excessive, whether more or less frequent, we shall be right in referring to the class of the infinite, and of the more and less, which pause through body and soul alike, and the others we shall refer to the class which has measure. Protarchus, quite right, Socrates. Socrates, still there is something more to be considered about pleasures. Protarchus, what is it? Socrates, when you speak of purity and clearness, or of excess, abundance, greatness, and sufficiency, in what relation do these terms stand to truth? Protarchus, why do you ask, Socrates? Socrates, because, Protarchus, I should wish to test pleasure and knowledge in every possible way, in order that if there be a pure and impure element in either of them, I may present the pure element for judgment, and then they will be more easily judged of by you and by me and by all of us. Protarchus, most true. Socrates, let us investigate all the pure kinds, first selecting for consideration a single instance. Protarchus, what instance shall we select? Socrates, suppose that we first of all take whiteness. Protarchus, very good. Socrates, how can there be purity in whiteness, and what purity? Is that purest which is greatest or most in quantity, or that which is most unadulterated and freest from any admixture of other colors? Protarchus, clearly that which is most unadulterated. Socrates, true. Protarchus, and so the purest white, and not the greatest or largest in quantity, is to be deemed truest and most beautiful. Protachus right. Socrates, and we shall be quite right in saying that a little pure white is whiter and fairer and truer than a great deal that is mixed. Protachus perfectly right. Socrates, there is no need of adducing many similar examples in illustration of the argument about pleasure. One such is sufficient to prove to us that a small pleasure, or a small amount of pleasure, if pure or unalloyed with pain, is always pleasanter and truer and fairer than a great pleasure or a great amount of pleasure of another kind. Protachus assuredly, and the instance you have given is quite sufficient. Socrates, but what do you say of another question? Have we not heard that pleasure is always a generation and has no true being? Do not certain ingenious philosophers teach this doctrine, and ought not we to be grateful to them? Protachus, what do they mean? Socrates, I will explain to you, my dear Protachus, what they mean by putting a question. Protachus, ask, and I will answer. Socrates, I assume that there are two natures, one self-existent, and the other ever in one of something. Protachus, what manner of natures are they? Socrates, the one majestic ever, the other inferior. Protachus, you speak riddles. Socrates, you have seen loves good and fair, and also brave lovers of them. Protachus, I should think so. Socrates, search the universe for two terms which are like these two and are present everywhere. Protachus, yet a third time I must say. 357, be a little plainer, Socrates. Socrates, there is no difficulty, Protachus. The argument is only in play, and insinuates that some things are for the sake of something else, relatives, and that other things are the ends to which the former class subserve, absolutes. Protachus, your many repetitions make me slow to understand. Socrates, as the argument proceeds, my boy, I dare say that the meaning will become clearer. Protachus, very likely. Socrates, here are two new principles. Protachus, what are they? Socrates, one is the generation of all things, and the other is essence. Protachus, I readily accept from you both generation and essence. Socrates, very right. And would you say that generation is for the sake of essence, or essence for the sake of generation? Protachus, you want to know whether that which is called essence is, properly speaking, for the sake of generation. Socrates, yes. Protachus, by the gods, I wish that you would repeat your question. Socrates, I mean, O my Protachus, to ask whether you would tell me that shipbuilding is for the sake of ships, or ships for the sake of shipbuilding. And in all similar cases I should ask the same question. Protachus, why do you not answer yourself, Socrates? Socrates, I have no objection, but you must take your part. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, my answer is that all things instrumental, remedial, material, are given to us with a view to generation, and that each generation is relative to, or for the sake of, some being or essence, and that the whole of generation is relative to the whole of essence. Protachus, assuredly. Socrates, then pleasure, being a generation, must surely be for the sake of some essence. Protachus, true. Socrates, and that for the sake of which something else is done must be placed in the class of good, and that which is done for the sake of something else in some other class, my good friend. Protachus, most certainly. Socrates, then pleasure, being a generation, will be rightly placed in some other class than that of good. Protachus, quite right. Socrates, then, as I said at first, we ought to be very grateful to him who first pointed out that pleasure was a generation only, and had no true being at all, for he is clearly one who laughs at the notion of pleasure being a good. Protachus, assuredly. Socrates, and he would surely laugh also at those who make generation their highest end. Protachus, of whom are you speaking, and what do they mean? Socrates, I am speaking of those who, when they are cured of hunger or thirst, or any other defect by some process of generation, are delighted at the process as if it were pleasure, and they say that they would not wish to live without these and other feelings of a like kind which might be mentioned. Protachus, that is certainly what they appear to think. Socrates, and is not destruction universally admitted to be the opposite of generation? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, then he who chooses thus would choose generation and destruction rather than that third sort of life, in which, as we were saying, was neither pleasure nor pain, but only the purest possible thought. Protachus, he who would make us believe pleasure to be a good, is involved in great absurdities. Socrates. Socrates, great, indeed, and there is yet another of them. Protachus, what is it? Socrates, is there not an absurdity in arguing that there is nothing good or noble in the body, or in anything else, but that good is in the soul only, and that the only good of the soul is pleasure, and that courage or temperance or understanding, or any other good of the soul, is not really a good? And is there not yet a further absurdity in our being compelled to say that he who has a feeling of pain and not of pleasure is bad at the time when he is suffering pain, even though he be the best of men, and again, that he who has a feeling of pleasure, in so far as he is pleased at the time when he is pleased, in that degree excels in virtue? Protachus, nothing, Socrates, can be more irrational than all this. Socrates, and now, having subjected pleasure to every sort of test, let us not appear to be too sparing of mind and knowledge. Let us ring their metal bravely, and see if there be unsoundness in any part, until we have found out what in them is of the purest nature, and then the truest elements both of pleasure and knowledge may be brought up for judgment. Protachus, right. Socrates, knowledge has two parts, the one productive and the other educational. Protachus, true. Socrates, and in the productive or handicraft arts, is not one part more akin to knowledge and the other less? And may not the one part be regarded as the pure and the other as the impure? Protachus, certainly. Socrates. Let us separate the superior or dominant elements in each of them. Protachus, what are they, and how do you separate them? Socrates, I mean to say that if arithmetic, mensuration, and weighing be taken away from any art, that which remains will not be much. Protachus, not much, certainly. Socrates, the rest will be only conjecture, and the better use of the senses which is given by experience and practice, in addition to a certain power of guessing, which is commonly called art, and is perfected by attention and pains. Protachus, nothing more, assuredly. Socrates' music, for instance, is full of this empiricism, for sounds are harmonized not by measure but by skillful conjecture. The music of the flute is always trying to guess the pitch of each vibrating note, and is therefore mixed up with much that is doubtful and has little which is certain. Protachus, most true. Socrates, and the same will be found to hold good of medicine and husbandry, and piloting and generalship. Protachus, very true. Socrates, the art of the builder, on the other hand, which uses a number of measures and instruments, attains by their help to a greater degree of accuracy than the other arts. Protachus, how is that? Socrates, in shipbuilding and house building, and in other branches of the art of carpentering, the builder has his rule, lathe, compass, line, and a most ingenious machine for straightening wood. Protachus, very true, Socrates. Socrates, then now let us divide the arts of which we were speaking into two kinds, the arts which, like music, are less exact in their results, and those which, like carpentering, are more exact. Protachus, let us make that division. Socrates, of the latter class, the most exact of all are those which we just now spoke of as primary. Protachus, I see that you mean arithmetic, and the kindred arts of weighing and measuring. Socrates, certainly, Protachus, but are not these also distinguishable into two kinds? Protachus, what are the two kinds? Socrates, in the first place, arithmetic is of two kinds, one of which is popular and the other philosophical. Protachus, how would you distinguish them? Socrates, there is a wide difference between them. Protachus, some arithmeticians reckon unequal units, as for example, 2 armies, 2 oxen, 2 very large things, or 2 very small things. The party who are opposed to them insist that every unit in 10,000 must be the same as every other unit. Protarchus, undoubtedly there is, as you say, a great difference among the votaries of the science, and there may be reasonably supposed to be 2 sorts of arithmetic. Socrates, and when we compare the art of mensuration, which is used in building with philosophical geometry, or the art of computation, which is used in trading with exact calculation, shall we say of either of the pairs that it is 1 or 2? Protarchus, on the analogy of what has preceded, I should be of opinion that they were severally 2. Socrates, right, but do you understand why I have discussed the subject? Protarchus, I think so, but I should like to be told by you. Socrates, the argument has all along been seeking a parallel to pleasure, and true to that original design, has gone on to ask whether one sort of knowledge is purer than another, as one pleasure is purer than another. Protarchus, clearly, that was the intention. Socrates, and has not the argument in what has preceded already shown that the arts have different provinces and vary in their degrees of certainty? Protarchus, very true. Socrates, and just now did not the argument first designate a particular art by a common term, thus making us believe in the unity of that art, and then again, as if speaking of 2 different things, proceed to inquire whether the art as pursed by philosophers or as pursued by non-philosophers has more of certainty and purity? Protarchus, that is the very question which the argument is asking. Socrates, and how, Protarchus, shall we answer the inquiry? Protarchus, O Socrates, we have reached a point at which the difference of clearness in different kinds of knowledge is enormous. Socrates, then the answer will be the easier. Protarchus, certainly, and let us say in reply that those arts into which arithmetic and mensuration enter far surpass all others, and that of these the arts or sciences which are animated by the pure philosophic impulse are infinitely superior in accuracy and truth. Socrates, then this is your judgment, and this is the answer which, upon your authority, we will give to all masters of the art of misinterpretation. Protarchus, what answer? Socrates, that there are 2 arts of arithmetic and 2 of mensuration, and also several other arts which in like manner have this double nature, and yet only one name. Protarchus, let us boldly return this answer to the masters of whom you speak, Socrates, and hope for good luck. Socrates, we have explained what we term the most exact arts or sciences. Protarchus, very good. Socrates, and yet, Protarchus, dialectic will refuse to acknowledge us if we do not award to her the first place. Protarchus, and pray, what is dialectic? Socrates, clearly the science which has to do with all that knowledge of which we are now speaking. For I am sure that all men who have a grain of intelligence will admit that the knowledge which has to do with being and reality, and sameness and unchangeableness, is by far the truest of all. But how would you decide this question, Protarchus? Protarchus, I have often heard Gorgias maintain, Socrates, that the art of persuasion far surpassed every other. This, as he says, is by far the best of them all, for to it all things submit, not by compulsion, but of their own free will. Now, I should not like to quarrel either with you or with him. Socrates, you mean to say that you would like to desert if you were not ashamed. Protarchus, as you please. Socrates, may I not have led you into a misapprehension? Protarchus, how? Socrates. Dear Protarchus, I never asked which was the greatest or best or usefulest of arts or sciences, but which had clearness and accuracy and the greatest amount of truth, however humble and little useful an art. And as for Gorgias, if you do not deny that his art has the advantage in usefulness to mankind, he will not quarrel with you for saying that the study of which I am speaking is superior in this particular of essential truth, as in the comparison of white colors, a little whiteness, if that little be only pure, was said to be superior in truth to a great mass which is impure. And now let us give our best attention and consider well, not the comparative use or reputation of the sciences, but the power or faculty, if there be such, which the soul has of loving the truth and of doing all things for the sake of it. Let us search into the pure element of mind and intelligence, and then we shall be able to say whether the science of which I have been speaking is most likely to possess the faculty, or whether there be some other which has higher claims. Protachus, well, I have been considering, and I can hardly think that any other science or art has a firmer grasp of the truth than this. Socrates, do you say so because you observe that the arts in general, and those engaged 358 in them, make use of opinion, and are resolutely engaged in the investigation of matters of opinion? Even he who supposes himself to be occupied with nature is really occupied with the things of this world, how created, how acting or acted upon. Is not this the sort of inquiry in which his life is spent? Protachus, true. Socrates, he is laboring, not after eternal being, but about things which are becoming, or which will or have become. Protachus, very true. Socrates, and can we say that any of these things which neither are nor have been nor will be unchangeable, when judged by the strict rule of truth, ever become certain? Protachus, impossible. Socrates, how can anything fixed be concerned with that which has no fixedness? Protachus, how indeed? Socrates, then mind and science, when employed about such changing things, do not attain the highest truth. Protachus, I should imagine not. Socrates, and now let us bid farewell, a long farewell, to you or me or Philebus or Gorgias, and urge on behalf of the argument a single point. Protachus, what point? Socrates, let us say that the stable and pure and true and unalloyed has to do with the things which are eternal and unchangeable and unmixed, or if not, at any rate what is most akin to them has, and that all other things are to be placed in a second or inferior class. Protachus, very true. Socrates, and of the names expressing cognition, ought not the fairest to be given to the fairest things? Protachus, that is natural. Socrates, and are not mind and wisdom the names which are to be honored most? Protachus, yes. Socrates, and these names may be said to have their truest and most exact application when the mind is engaged in the contemplation of true being. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and these were the names which I adduced of the rivals of pleasure. Protachus, very true, Socrates. Socrates, in the next place, as to the mixture, here are the ingredients, pleasure and wisdom, and we may be compared to artists who have their materials ready to their hands. Protachus, yes. Socrates, and now we must begin to mix them. Protachus, by all means. Socrates, but had we not better have a preliminary word and refresh our memories? Protachus, of what? Socrates, of that which I have already mentioned. Well says the proverb, that we ought to repeat twice and even thrice that which is good. Protachus, certainly. Socrates, well then, by Zeus, let us proceed, and I will make what I believe to be a fair summary of the argument. Protachus, let me hear. Socrates, Philebus says that pleasure is the true end of all living beings, at which all ought to aim, and moreover that it is the chief good of all, and that the two names good and pleasant are correctly given to one thing and one nature. Socrates, on the other hand, begins by denying this, and further says that in nature as in name they are two, and that wisdom partakes more than pleasure of the good. Is not and was not this what we were saying, Protachus? Protachus, certainly. Socrates, and if we erred in any point, then let anyone who will take up the inquiry again and set us right. And assuming memory and wisdom and knowledge and true opinion to belong to the same class, let him consider whether he would desire to possess or acquire. I will not say pleasure, however abundant or intense, if he has no real perception that he is pleased, nor any consciousness of what he feels, nor any recollection, however momentary, of the feeling, but would he desire to have anything at all if these faculties were wanting to him? And about wisdom, I ask the same question. Can you conceive that anyone would choose to have all wisdom absolutely devoid of pleasure, rather than with a certain degree of pleasure, or all pleasure devoid of wisdom, rather than with a certain degree of wisdom? Protarchus, certainly not, Socrates. But why repeat such questions any more? Socrates, then the perfect and universally eligible and entirely good cannot possibly be either of them. Protarchus. Impossible. Socrates, and is there not, and was there not a further point which was conceded between us? Protarchus, what was it? Socrates, that the good differs from all other things. Protarchus, in what respect? Socrates, in that the being who possesses good always everywhere and in all things has the most perfect sufficiency, and is never in need of anything else. Protarchus, exactly. Socrates, and did we not endeavor to make an imaginary separation of wisdom and pleasure, assigning to each a distinct life, so that pleasure was wholly excluded from wisdom, and wisdom in like manner had no part whatever in pleasure? Protarchus, we did. Socrates, and did we think that either of them alone would be sufficient? Protarchus, certainly not. Socrates, then now we must ascertain the nature of the good more or less accurately, in order, as we were saying, that the second place may be duly assigned. Protarchus, right. Socrates, have we not found a road which leads towards the good? Protarchus, what road? Socrates, supposing that a man had to be found, and you could discover in what house he lived, would not that be a great step towards the discovery of the man himself? Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, and now reason intimates to us, as at our first beginning, that we should seek the good, not in the unmixed life, but in the mixed. Protarchus, true. Socrates, there is greater hope of finding that which we are seeking in the life which is well mixed than in that which is not. Protarchus, far greater. Socrates. Then now let us mingle, Protarchus, at the same time offering up a prayer to Dionysus or Hephaestus, or whoever is the god who presides over the ceremony of mingling. Protarchus, by all means. Socrates, are not we the cupbearers? And here are two fountains which are flowing at our side. One, which is pleasure, may be likened to a fountain of honey. The other, wisdom, a sober draught in which no wine mingles, is of water unpleasant but healthful. Out of these we must seek to make the fairest of all possible mixtures. Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, tell me first, should we be most likely to succeed if we mingled every sort of pleasure with every sort of wisdom? Protarchus, perhaps we might. Socrates, but I should be afraid of the risk, and I think that I can show a safer plan. Protarchus, what is it? Socrates, one pleasure was supposed by us to be truer than another, and one ought to be more exact than another. Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, there was also supposed to be a difference in sciences, some of them regarding only the transient and perishing, and others the permanent and imperishable and everlasting and immutable, and when judged by the standard of truth, the latter, as we thought, were truer than the former. Protarchus, very good and right. Socrates, if then, we were to begin by mingling the sections of each class which have the most of truth, will not the union suffice to give us the loveliest of lives? Or shall we still want some elements of another kind? Protarchus, I think that we ought to do what you suggest. Socrates, let us suppose a man who understands justice, and has reason as well as understanding about the true nature of this and of all other things. Protarchus, we will suppose such a man. Socrates, will he have enough of knowledge if he is acquainted only with the divine circle and sphere, and knows nothing of our human spheres and circles, but uses only divine circles and measures in the building of a house? Protarchus, the knowledge which is only superhuman, Socrates, is ridiculous in man. Socrates, what do you mean? Do you mean that you are to throw into the cup and mingle the impure and uncertain art which uses the false measure and the false circle? Protarchus, yes, we must, if any of us is ever to find his way home. Socrates, and am I to include music, which, as I was saying just now, is full of guesswork and imitation, and is wanting in purity? Protachus, yes, I think that you must, if human life is to be a life at all. Socrates, well then, suppose that I give way, and like a doorkeeper who is pushed and overborne by the mob, I open the door wide, and let knowledge of every sort stream in, and the pure mingle with the impure. Protachus, I do not know, Socrates, that any great harm would come of having them all, if only you have the first sort. Socrates, well then, shall I let them all flow into what Homer poetically terms a meeting of the waters? Protachus, by all means. Socrates, there, I have let them in, and now I must return to the fountain of pleasure. For we were not permitted to begin by mingling in a single stream the true portions of both according to our original intention, but the love of all knowledge constrained us to let all the sciences flow in together before the pleasures. Protachus, quite true. Socrates. And now the time has come for us to consider about the pleasures also, whether we shall in like manner let them go all at once, or at first only the true ones. Protachus, it will be by far the safer course to let flow the true ones first. Socrates, let them flow then. And now, if there are any necessary pleasures, as there were arts and sciences necessary, must we not mingle them? Protachus, yes, the necessary pleasures should certainly be allowed to mingle. Socrates, the knowledge of the arts has been admitted to be innocent and useful always. And if we say of pleasures in like manner that all of them are good and innocent for all of us at all times, we must let them all mingle. Protachus, what shall we say about them, and what course shall we take? Socrates, do not ask me, Protachus, but ask the daughters of pleasure and wisdom to answer for themselves. Socrates, and we shall take up our parable and say, do you wish to have the greatest and most vehement pleasures for your companions in addition to the true ones? Why, Socrates, they will say, how can we, seeing that they are the source of 10,000 hindrances to us? They trouble the souls of men, which are our habitation, with their madness. They prevent us from coming to the birth, and are commonly the ruin of the children which are born to us, causing them to be forgotten and unheeded. But the true and pure pleasures, of which you spoke, know to be of our family, and also those pleasures which accompany health and temperance, and which every virtue, like a goddess, has in her train to follow her about wherever she goes. Mingle these and not the others. There would be great want of sense in anyone who desires to see a fair and perfect mixture, and to find in it what is the highest good in man and in the universe, and to divine what is the true form of good. There would be great want of sense in his allowing the pleasures, which are always in the company of folly and vice, to mingle with mind in the cup. Protachus, how, Socrates, tell us, O beloved, shall we call you pleasures or by some other name? Would you rather live with or without wisdom? I am of opinion that they would certainly answer as follows. Protachus, how? Socrates, they would answer, as we said before, that for any single class to be left by itself pure and isolated is not good nor altogether possible, and that if we are to make comparisons of one class with another and choose, there is no better companion than knowledge of things in general, and likewise the perfect knowledge, if that may be, of ourselves in every respect. 359 Protachus, and our answer will be, in that ye have spoken well, Socrates, very true. And now let us go back and interrogate wisdom and mind. Would you like to have any pleasures in the mixture? And they will reply, what pleasures do you mean? Protachus, likely enough. Is not this a very rational and suitable reply, which mind has made, both on her own behalf, as well as on the behalf of memory and true opinion? Protachus, most certainly. Socrates, and still there must be something more added, which is a necessary ingredient in every mixture. Protachus, what is that? Socrates, unless truth enter into the composition, nothing can truly be created or subsist. Protachus, impossible. Socrates, quite impossible. And now you and Philebus must tell me whether anything is still wanting in the mixture, for to my way of thinking the argument is now completed, and may be compared to an incorporeal law, which is going to hold fair rule over a living body. Protachus, I agree with you, Socrates. Socrates, and may we not say with reason that we are now at the vestibule of the habitation of the good? Protarchus, I think that we are. Socrates, what then is there in the mixture which is most precious, and which is the principal cause why such a state is universally beloved by all? When we have discovered it, we will proceed to ask whether this omnipresent nature is more akin to pleasure or to mind. Protarchus, quite right. In that way we shall be better able to judge. Socrates, and there is no difficulty in seeing the cause which renders any mixture either of the highest value or of none at all. Protarchus, what do you mean? Socrates, every man knows it. Protarchus, what? Socrates, he knows that any want of measure and symmetry in any mixture, whatever, must always of necessity be fatal, both to the elements and to the mixture, which is then not a mixture, but only a confused medley which brings confusion on the possessor of it. Protarchus, most true. Socrates, and now the power of the good has retired into the region of the beautiful, for measure and symmetry are beauty and virtue all the world over. Protarchus, true. Socrates, also we said that truth was to form an element in the mixture. Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, then, if we are not able to hunt the good with one idea only, with three we may catch our prey. Beauty, symmetry, truth are the three, and these taken together we may regard as the single cause of the mixture, and the mixture as being good by reason of the infusion of them. Protarchus, quite right. Socrates, and now, Protarchus, any man could decide well enough whether pleasure or wisdom is more akin to the highest good, and more honorable among gods and men. Protarchus, clearly, and yet perhaps the argument had better be pursued to the end. Socrates, we must take each of them separately in their relation to pleasure and mind, and pronounce upon them, for we ought to see to which of the two they are severally most akin. Protarchus, you are speaking of beauty, truth, and measure. Socrates, yes, Protarchus, take truth first, and after passing in review mind, truth, pleasure, pause a while and make answer to yourself, as to whether pleasure or mind is more akin to truth. Protarchus, there is no need to pause, for the difference between them is palpable. Pleasure is the veriest impostor in the world, and it is said that in the pleasures of love, which appear to be the greatest, perjury is excused by the gods, for pleasures, like children, have not the least particle of reason in them, whereas mind is either the same as truth, or the most like truth and the truest. Socrates, shall we next consider measure in like manner, and ask whether pleasure has more of this than wisdom, or wisdom than pleasure? Protarchus, here is another question which may be easily answered, for I imagine that nothing can ever be more immoderate than the transports of pleasure, or more in conformity with measure than mind and knowledge. Socrates, very good, but there still remains the third test. Has mind a greater share of beauty than pleasure, and is mind or pleasure the fairer of the two? Protarchus. No one, Socrates, either awake or dreaming, ever saw or imagined mind or wisdom to be in aught unseemly at any time past, present, or future. Socrates, right. Protarchus, but when we see someone indulging in pleasures, perhaps in the greatest of pleasures, the ridiculous or disgraceful nature of the action makes us ashamed, and so we put them out of sight and consign them to darkness, under the idea that they ought not to meet the eye of day. Socrates, then, Protarchus, you will proclaim everywhere, by word of mouth to this company, and by messengers bearing the tidings far and wide, that pleasure is not the first of possessions, nor yet the second, but that in measure and the mean and the suitable and the like, the eternal nature has been found. Protarchus, yes, that seems to be the result of what has been now said. Socrates, in the second class is contained the symmetrical and beautiful and perfect or sufficient, and all which are of that family. Protarchus, true. Socrates, and if you reckon in the third class mind and wisdom, you will not be far wrong if I divine aright. Protarchus, I dare say. Socrates, and would you not put in the fourth class the goods which we were affirming to appertain specially to the soul, sciences and arts and true opinions as we called them? These come after the third class and form the fourth, as they are certainly more akin to good than pleasure is. Protarchus surely. Socrates, the fifth class are the pleasures which were defined by us as painless, being the pure pleasures of the soul herself, as we termed them, which accompany some the sciences and some the senses. 360 Protarchus perhaps. Socrates, and now, as Orpheus says, with the sixth generation ceased the glory of my song. Here, at the sixth award, let us make an end. All that remains is to set the crown on our discourse. Protarchus true. Socrates, then let us sum up and reassert what has been said, thus offering the third libation to the Saviour's use. Protarchus how? Socrates Philebus affirmed that pleasure was always and absolutely the good. Protarchus, I understand. This third libation, Socrates, of which you spoke, meant a recapitulation. Socrates, yes, but listen to the sequel. Convinced of what I have just been saying, and feeling indignant at the doctrine which is maintained not by Philebus only, but by thousands of others, I affirm that mind was far better and far more excellent, as an element of human life, than pleasure. Protarchus true. Socrates, but suspecting that there were other things which were also better, I went on to say that if there was anything better than either, then I would claim the second place for mind over pleasure, and pleasure would lose the second place as well as the first. Protarchus, you did. Socrates, nothing could be more satisfactorily shown than the unsatisfactory nature of both of them. Protarchus, very true. Socrates, the claims both of pleasure and mind to be the absolute good have been entirely disproven in this argument, because they are both wanting in self-sufficiency and also in adequacy and perfection. Protarchus, most true. Socrates, but though they must both resign in favor of another, mind is 10,000 times nearer and more akin to the nature of the conqueror than pleasure. Protarchus, certainly. Socrates, and according to the judgment which has now been given, pleasure will rank fifth. Protarchus, true. Socrates. But not first, no, not even if all the oxen and horses and animals in the world by their pursuit of enjoyment proclaim her to be so, although the many trusting in them, as diviners trust in birds, determine that pleasures make up the good of life, and deem the lusts of animals to be better witnesses than the inspirations of divine philosophy. Protarchus, and now, Socrates, we tell you that the truth of what you have been saying is approved by the judgment of all of us. Socrates, and will you let me go? Protarchus, there is a little which yet remains, and I will remind you of it, for I am sure that you will not be the first to go away from an argument. Laws, introduction and analysis. The genuineness of the laws is sufficiently proved, one by more than 20 citations of them in the writings of Aristotle, who was residing at Athens during the last 20 years of the life of Plato, and who, having left it after his death, BC 347, returned thither 12 years later, BC 335. 2. By the allusion of Isocrates 361, writing 346 BC, a year after the death of Plato, and probably not more than 3 or 4 years after the composition of the laws, who speaks of the laws and republics written by philosophers, Letter 1 F51 pi, Letter 1 F78 tau, Letter 1 FF6 nu sigma omicron, phi iota sigma tau, Letter 1 FF6 nu. 3. By the reference, Athenaeus 226a, of the comic poet Alexis, a younger contemporary of Plato, FL, BC 356-306, to the enactment about prices, which occurs in Laws Roman 11 917b following, viz., that the same goods should not be offered at 2 prices on the same day. 362, 4. By the unanimous voice of later antiquity, and the absence of any suspicion among ancient writers worth speaking of to the contrary. For it is not said of Philippus of Opus that he composed any part of the laws, but only that he copied them out of the waxen tablets, and was thought by some to have written the Epinomis, Diog. Lay it. Roman 3:25. that the longest and one of the best writings bearing the name of Plato should be a forgery, even if its genuineness were unsupported by external testimony, would be a singular phenomenon in ancient literature. And although the critical worth of the consensus of late writers is generally not to be compared with the express testimony of contemporaries, yet a somewhat greater value may be attributed to their consent in the present instance. Because the admission of the laws is combined with doubts about the epinomis, a spurious writing, which is a kind of epilogue to the larger work probably of a much later date. This shows that the reception of the laws was not altogether undiscriminating. The suspicion which has attached to the laws of Plato in the judgment of some modern writers appears to rest partly, 1, on differences in the style and form of the work, and 2, on differences of thought and opinion which they observe in them. Their suspicion is increased by the fact that these differences are accompanied by resemblances as striking to passages in other Platonic writings. They are sensible of a want of point in the dialogue and a general inferiority in the ideas, plan, manners, and style. They miss the poetical flow, the dramatic verisimilitude, the life and variety of the characters, the dialectic subtlety, the Attic purity, the luminous order, the exquisite urbanity, instead of which they find tautology, obscurity, self-sufficiency, sermonizing, rhetorical declamation, pedantry, egotism, uncouth forms of sentences, and peculiarities in the use of words and idioms. They are unable to discover any unity in the patched, irregular structure. The speculative element, both in government and education, is superseded by a narrow economical or religious vein. The grace and cheerfulness of Athenian life have disappeared, and a spirit of moroseness and religious intolerance has taken their place. The charm of youth is no longer there. The mannerism of age makes itself unpleasantly felt. The connection is often imperfect, and there is a want of arrangement, exhibited especially in the enumeration of the laws towards the end of the work. The laws are full of flaws and repetitions. The Greek is in places very ungrammatical and intractable. A cynical levity is displayed in some passages, and a tone of disappointment and lamentation over human things in others. The critics seem also to observe in them bad imitations of thoughts which are better expressed in Plato's other writings. Lastly, they wonder how the mind which conceived the Republic could have left the Critias, Hermocrates, and Philosophus incomplete or unwritten, and have devoted the last years of life to the laws. The questions which have been thus indirectly suggested may be considered by us under 5 or 6 heads. I, the characters, Roman 2, the plan, Roman 3, the style, Roman 4, the imitations of other writings of Plato, v. the more general relation of the laws to the Republic and the other dialogues, and vi. to the existing Athenian and Spartan states. I. Already in the Philebus, the distinctive character of Socrates has disappeared, and in the Timaeus, sophist and statesman, his function of chief speaker is handed over to the Pythagorean philosopher Timaeus, and to the elitic stranger at whose feet he sits and is silent. More and more Plato seems to have felt in his later writings that the character and method of Socrates were no longer suited to be the vehicle of his own philosophy. He is no longer interrogative but dogmatic, not a hesitating inquirer, but one who speaks with the authority of a legislator. Even in the Republic, we have seen that the argument which is carried on by Socrates in the old style with Thrasymachus in the first book soon passes into the form of exposition. In the laws he is nowhere mentioned, yet so completely in the tradition of antiquity is Socrates identified with Plato, that in the criticism of the laws which we find in the so-called Politics of Aristotle, he is supposed by the writer still to be playing his part of the chief speaker. Compare Politics, Roman 2:6, section 8 following. The laws are discussed by 3 representatives of Athens, Crete, and Sparta. The Athenian, as might be expected, is the protagonist or chief speaker, while the second place is assigned to the Cretan, who, as one of the leaders of a new colony, has a special interest in the conversation. At least 4/5 of the answers are put into his mouth. The Spartan is every inch a soldier, a man of few words himself, better at deeds than words. The Athenian talks to the two others. Although they are his equals in age, in the style of a master discoursing to his scholars, he frequently praises himself. He entertains a very poor opinion of the understanding of his companions. Certainly the boastfulness and rudeness of the laws is the reverse of the refined irony and courtesy which characterize the earlier dialogues. We are no longer in such good company as in the Phaedrus and Symposium. Manners are lost sight of in the earnestness of the speakers, and dogmatic assertions take the place of poetical fancies. The scene is laid in Crete, and the conversation is held in the course of a walk from Cenosus to the cave and temple of Zeus, which takes place on one of the longest and hottest days of the year, Roman 3 683 c. The companions start at dawn and arrive at the point in their conversation which terminates the fourth book. About noon, Roman 4 722 c. The god to whose temple they are going is the lawgiver of Crete, and this may be supposed to be the very cave at which he gave his oracles to Minos. But the externals of the scene, which are briefly and inartistically described, soon disappear, and we plunge abruptly into the subject of the dialogue. We are reminded by contrast of the higher art of the Phaedrus, in which the summer's day, and the cool stream, and the chirping of the grasshoppers, and the fragrance of the Agnus Castus, and the legends of the place are present to the imagination throughout the discourse. The typical Athenian apologizes for the tendency of his countrymen to spin a long discussion out of slender materials. I 642a, and in a similar spirit, the Lacedaemonian Megillus apologizes for the Spartan brevity, compare Thucydid. Roman 4:17, acknowledging at the same time that there may be occasions when long discourses are necessary. Roman 4 721e. The family of Megillus is the proxenus of Athens at Sparta, I 642b, and he pays a beautiful compliment to the Athenian, significant of the character of the work, which, though borrowing many elements from Sparta, is also pervaded by an Athenian spirit. A good Athenian, he says, is more than ordinarily good because he is inspired by nature and not manufactured by law. 642c. The love of listening, which is attributed to the Timocrat in the Republic, Roman 8 548e, is also exhibited in him, Roman 3 683b. c. The Athenian on his side has a pleasure in speaking to the Lacedaemonian of the struggle in which their ancestors were jointly engaged against the Persians, Roman 3 699d. A connection with Athens is likewise intimated by the Cretan Cleinias. He is the relative of Epimenides, I 642d, whom, by an anachronism of a century, perhaps arising as Zella suggests, Platonish Studian p. 111, out of a confusion of the visit of Epimenides and Diotima, Symposium 201d, he describes as coming to Athens, not after the attempt of Cylon, 596 BC, but 10 years before the Persian War. The Cretan and Lacedaemonian hardly contribute at all to the argument of which the Athenian is the expounder. They only supply information when asked about the institutions of their respective countries. I 625a, Roman 4 712c. A kind of simplicity or stupidity is ascribed to them, X 885 and following 888e. At first, they are dissatisfied with the free criticisms which the Athenian passes upon the laws of Minos and Lycurgus, but they acquiesce in his greater experience and knowledge of the world. They admit that there can be no objection to the inquiry, for in the spirit of the legislator himself, they are discussing his laws when there are no young men present to listen. I 625a. They are unwilling to allow that the Spartan and Cretan lawgivers can have been mistaken in honoring courage as the first part of virtue, Roman 2 667a, and are puzzled at hearing for the first time, Roman 2 661d, that goods are only evil to the evil. Several times they are on the point of quarreling, and by an effort learn to restrain their natural feeling. Compare Shakespeare, Henry v. Act Roman 3 sc. 2. In Book Romans 7, 806c, the Lacedaemonian expresses a momentary irritation at the accusation which the Athenian brings against the Spartan institutions of encouraging licentiousness in their women, but he is reminded by the Cretan that the permission to criticize them freely has been given and cannot be retracted. His only criterion of truth is the authority of the Spartan lawgiver. He is interested, I 636e, in the novel speculations of the Athenian, but inclines to prefer the ordinances of Lycurgus. The three interlocutors, all of them, speak in the character of old men, which forms a pleasant bond of union between them. They have the feelings of old age about youth, about the state, about human things in general. Nothing in life seems to be of much importance to them. They are spectators rather than actors, and men in general appear to the Athenian speaker to be the playthings of the gods and of circumstances. Still, they have a fatherly care of the young, and are deeply impressed by sentiments of religion. They would give confidence to the aged by an increasing use of wine, which, as they get older, is to unloose their tongues and make them sing. The prospect of the existence of the soul after death is constantly present to them, though they can hardly be said to have the cheerful hope and resignation which animates Socrates in the Phaedo or Cephalus in the Republic. Plato appears to be expressing his own feelings in remarks of this sort, for at the time of writing the first book of the laws he was at least 74 years of age, if we suppose him, at 638a, to allude to the victory of the Syracusans under Dionysius the Younger over the Locrians, which occurred in the year 356. Such a sadness was the natural effect of declining years and failing powers, which make men ask, after all, what profit is there in life? They feel that their work is beginning to be over, and are ready to say, all the world is a stage, or, in the actual words of Plato, let us play as good plays as we can, though we must be sometimes serious, which is not agreeable but necessary. Romans 7, 803 BC. These are feelings which have crossed the minds of reflective persons in all ages, and there is no reason to connect the laws any more than other parts of Plato's writings with the very uncertain narrative of his life, or to imagine that this melancholy tone is attributable to disappointment at having failed to convert a Sicilian tyrant into a philosopher. Roman 2. The plan of the laws is more irregular and has less connection than any other of the writings of Plato. As Aristotle says in the Politics, Roman 2:6, section 4, the greater part consists of laws. In books VI, Roman 11, Roman 12, the dialogue almost entirely disappears. Large portions of them are rather the materials for a work than a finished composition which may rank with the other Platonic dialogues. To use his own image, some stones are regularly inserted in the building. Others are lying on the ground ready for use. Roman 9, 858b. There is probably truth in the tradition that the laws were not published until after the death of Plato. We can easily believe that he has left imperfections, which would have been removed if he had lived a few years longer. The arrangement might have been improved, the connection of the argument might have been made plainer, and the sentences more accurately framed. Something also may be attributed to the feebleness of old age. Even a rough sketch of the Phaedrus or Symposium would have had a very different look. There is, however, an interest in possessing one writing of Plato, which is in the process of creation. We must endeavor to find a thread of order which will carry us through this comparative disorder. The first 4 books are described by Plato himself as the preface or preamble. Having arrived at the conclusion that each law should have a preamble, the lucky thought occurs to him at the end of the 4th book that the preceding discourse is the preamble of the whole. This preamble or introduction may be abridged as follows. The institutions of Sparta and Crete are admitted by the Lacedaemonian and Cretan to have one aim only. They were intended by the legislator to inspire courage in war. To this the Athenian objects that the true lawgiver should frame his laws with a view to all the virtues, and not to one only. Better is he who has temperance as well as courage, than he who has courage only. Better is he who is faithful in civil broils, than he who is a good soldier only. Better, too, is peace than war, the reconciliation than the defeat of an enemy. And he who would attain all virtue should be trained amid pleasures as well as pains. Hence there should be convivial intercourse among the citizens, and a man's temperance should be tested in his cups as we test his courage amid dangers. He should have a fear of the right sort, as well as a courage of the right sort. At the beginning of the 2nd book, the subject of pleasure leads to education, which in the early years of life is wholly a discipline imparted by the means of pleasure and pain. The discipline of pleasure is implanted chiefly by the practice of the song and the dance. Of these the forms should be fixed, and not allowed to depend on the fickle breath of the multitude. There will be choruses of boys, girls, and grown-up persons, and all will be heard repeating the same strain, that virtue is happiness. One of them will give the law to the rest. This will be the chorus of aged minstrels, who will sing the most beautiful and the most useful of songs. They will require a little wine to mellow the austerity of age and make them amenable to the laws. After having laid down as the first principle of politics that peace and not war is the true aim of the legislator, and briefly discussed music and festive intercourse, at the commencement of the 3rd book Plato makes a digression, in which he speaks of the origin of society. He describes, first of all, the family, secondly, the patriarchal stage, which is an aggregation of families, thirdly, the founding of regular cities like Ilium, fourthly, the establishment of a military and political system, like that of Sparta, with which he identifies Argos and Messene, dating from the return of the Heraclidae. But the aims of states should be good, or else, like the prayer of Theseus, they may be ruinous to themselves. This was the case in 2 out of 3 of the Heraclid kingdoms. They did not understand that the powers in a state should be balanced. The balance of powers saved Sparta, while the excess of tyranny in Persia and the excess of liberty at Athens have been the ruin of both. This discourse on politics is suddenly discovered to have an immediate practical use, for Cleinias the Cretan is about to give laws to a new colony. At the beginning of the 4th book, after inquiring into the circumstances and situation of the colony, the Athenian proceeds to make further reflections. Chance and God and the skill of the legislator all cooperate in the formation of states, and the most favorable condition for the foundation of a new one is when the government is in the hands of a virtuous tyrant who has the good fortune to be the contemporary of a great legislator. But a virtuous tyrant is a contradiction in terms. We can at best only hope to have magistrates who are the servants of reason and the law. This leads to the inquiry, what is to be the polity of our new state? And the answer is that we are to fear God and honor our parents, and to cultivate virtue and justice. These are to be our first principles. Laws must be definite, and we should create in the citizens a predisposition to obey them. The legislator will teach as well as command, and with this view he will prefix preambles to his principal laws. The 5th book commences in a sort of dithyramb with another and higher preamble about the honor due to the soul, whence are deduced the duties of a man to his parents and his friends, to the suppliant and stranger. He should be true and just, free from envy and excess of all sorts, forgiving to crimes which are not incurable and are partly involuntary, and he should have a true taste. The noblest life has the greatest pleasures and the fewest pains, having finished the preamble, and touched on some other preliminary considerations, we proceed to the laws, beginning with the constitution of the state. This is not the best or ideal state, having all things common, but only the second best, in which the land and houses are to be distributed among 5,040 citizens divided into 4 classes. There is to be no gold or silver among them, and they are to have moderate wealth, and to respect number and numerical order in all things. In the first part of the 6th book, Plato completes his sketch of the constitution by the appointment of officers. He explains the manner in which guardians of the law, generals, priests, wardens of town and country, ministers of education, and other magistrates are to be appointed, and also in what way courts of appeal are to be constituted, and omissions in the law to be supplied. Next, and at this point, 772, the laws strictly speaking begin. There follow enactments respecting marriage and the procreation of children, respecting property in slaves as well as of other kinds, respecting houses, married life, common tables for men and women. The question of age in marriage suggests the consideration of a similar question about the time for holding offices and for military service, which had been previously omitted. Resuming the order of the discussion, which was indicated in the previous book, from marriage and birth, we proceed to education in the 7th book. Education is to begin at, or rather before birth, to be continued for a time by mothers and nurses under the supervision of the state. Finally, to comprehend music and gymnastics. Under music is included reading, writing, playing on the lyre, arithmetic, geometry, and a knowledge of astronomy sufficient to preserve the minds of the citizens from impiety in afterlife. Gymnastics are to be practiced chiefly with a view to their use in war. The discussion of education, which was lightly touched upon in Book Roman 2, is here completed. The 8th book contains regulations for civil life, beginning with festivals, games, and contests, military exercises, and the like. On such occasions, Plato seems to see young men and maidens meeting together, and hence he is led into discussing the relations of the sexes, the evil consequences which arise out of the indulgence of the passions, and the remedies for them. Then he proceeds to speak of agriculture, of arts and trades, of buying and selling, and of foreign commerce. The remaining books of the laws, Roman 9, Roman 12, are chiefly concerned with criminal offenses. In the first class are placed offenses against the gods, especially sacrilege or robbery of temples. Next follow offenses against the state, conspiracy, treason, theft. The mention of thefts suggests a distinction between voluntary and involuntary, curable and incurable offenses. Proceeding to the greater crime of homicide, Plato distinguishes between mere homicide, manslaughter, which is partly voluntary and partly involuntary, and murder, which arises from avarice, ambition, fear. He also enumerates murders by kindred, murders by slaves, wounds with or without intent to kill, wounds inflicted in anger, crimes of or against slaves, insults to parents. To these, various modes of purification or degrees of punishment are assigned, and the terrors of another world are also invoked against them. At the beginning of Book X, all acts of violence, including sacrilege, are summed up in a single law. The law is preceded by an admonition, in which the offenders are informed that no one ever did an unholy act or said an unlawful word while he retained his belief in the existence of the gods, but either he denied their existence, or he believed that they took no care of man, or that they might be turned from their course by sacrifices and prayers. The remainder of the book is devoted to the refutation of these 3 classes of unbelievers, and concludes with the means to be taken for their reformation, and the announcement of their punishments if they continue obstinate and impenitent. The 11th book is taken up with laws and with admonitions relating to individuals, which follow one another without any exact order. There are laws concerning deposits and the finding of treasure, concerning slaves and freedmen, concerning retail trade, bequests, divorces, enchantments, poisonings, magical arts, and the like. In the 12th book, the same subjects are continued. Laws are passed concerning violations of military discipline, concerning the high office of the examiners and their burial, concerning oaths and the violation of them, and the punishments of those who neglect their duties as citizens. Foreign travel is then discussed, and the permission to be accorded to citizens of journeying in foreign parts. The strangers who may come to visit the city are also spoken of, and the manner in which they are to be received. Laws are added respecting sureties, searches for property, right of possession by prescription, abduction of witnesses, theatrical competition, waging of private warfare, and bribery in offices. Rules are laid down respecting taxation, respecting economy in sacred rites, respecting judges, their duties and sentences, and respecting sepulchral places and ceremonies. Here, at 960, the laws end. Lastly, a nocturnal council is instituted for the preservation of the state, consisting of older and younger members, who are to exhibit in their lives that virtue which is the basis of the state, to know the one in many, and to be educated in divine and every other kind of knowledge which will enable them to fulfill their office. Roman 3. The style of the laws differs in several important respects from that of the other dialogues of Plato. 1. In the want of character, power, and lively illustration. 2. In the frequency of mannerisms. Compare Introduction to the Philebus. Sub in it. 3. In the form and rhythm of the sentences. 4. In the use of words. On the other hand, there are many passages, 5, which are characterized by a sort of ethical grandeur, and 6, in which, perhaps, a greater insight into human nature and a greater reach of practical wisdom is shown than in any other of Plato's writings. 1. The discourse of the three old men is described by themselves as an old man's game of play, vi 769a. Yet there is little of the liveliness of a game in their mode of treating the subject. They do not throw the ball to and fro, but 2 out of the 3 are listeners to the third, who is constantly asserting his superior wisdom and opportunities of knowledge, I 639d, e, and apologizing not without reason for his own want of clearness of speech. He will carry them over the stream, x 892d following. He will answer for them when the argument is beyond their comprehension. He is afraid of their ignorance of mathematics and thinks that gymnastic is likely to be more intelligible to them. He has repeated his words several times, and yet they cannot understand him. Roman 2 664d. The subject did not properly take the form of dialogue, and also the literary vigor of Plato had passed away. The old men speak as they might be expected to speak, and in this there is a touch of dramatic truth. Plato has given the laws that form or want of form, which indicates the failure of natural power. There is no regular plan, none of that consciousness of what has preceded and what is to follow, which makes a perfect style, but there are several attempts at a plan. The argument is pulled up, Roman 3 701 CD, and frequent explanations are offered why a particular topic was introduced, Roman 4 713b. The fictions of the laws have no longer the verisimilitude, which is characteristic of the Phaedrus and the Timaeus, or even of the statesman. We can hardly suppose that an educated Athenian would have placed the visit of Epimenides to Athens 10 years before the Persian War, I 642d, or have imagined that a war with Messene prevented the Lacedaemonians from coming to the rescue of Hellas, Roman 3 692d. The narrative of the origin of the Dorian institutions, Roman 3, 685 following, which are said to have been due to a fear of the growing power of the Assyrians, is a plausible invention, which may be compared with the tale of the island of Atlantis and the poem of Solon, but is not accredited by similar arts of deception. The other statement that the Dorians were Achaean exiles assembled by Dorius, Roman 3, 682 and the assertion that Troy was included in the Assyrian Empire, Roman 3, 685 c, have some foundation. Compare for the latter point, Diodorus Siculus, Roman 2, nor is there anywhere in the laws that lively energia, that vivid Messian scene, which is as characteristic of Plato as of some modern novelists. The old men are afraid of the ridicule which will fall on their heads more than enough. VI 781 c, Roman 7 790 a, 800 b, x 885 c, and they do not often indulge in a joke. In one of the few which occur, the Book of the Laws, if left incomplete, is compared to a monster wandering about without a head, VI 752a. But we no longer breathe the atmosphere of humor which pervades the symposium and the Euthydemus, in which we pass within a few sentences from the broadest Aristophanic joke to the subtlest refinement of wit and fancy. Instead of this, in the laws an impression of baldness and feebleness is often left upon our minds. Some of the most amusing descriptions, as for example, of children roaring for the first 3 years of life, Roman 7 792 a, or of the Athenians walking into the country with fighting cocks under their arms, Roman 7 789 b, c, or of the slave doctor who knocks about his patients finely, Roman 4 720 c, and the gentleman doctor who courteously persuades them, or of the way of keeping order in the theatre by a hint from a stick, Roman 3 700 c, are narrated with a commonplace gravity, but where we find this sort of dry humor we shall not be far wrong in thinking that the writer intended to make us laugh. The seriousness of age takes the place of the jollity of youth. Life should have holidays and festivals, yet we rebuke ourselves when we laugh and take our pleasures sadly. The irony of the earlier dialogues, of which some traces occur in the 10th book, is replaced by a severity which hardly condescends to regard human things. Let us say, if you please, that man is of some account, but I was speaking of him in comparison with God, Romans 7 804 b. The imagery and illustrations are poor in themselves and are not assisted by the surrounding phraseology. We have seen how in the Republic and in the earlier dialogues, figures of speech such as the wave, the drone, the chase, the bride appear and reappear at intervals. Notes are struck which are repeated from time to time. As in a strain of music, there is none of this subtle art in the laws. The illustrations, such as the 2 kinds of doctors, Roman 4 720 c, the 3 kinds of funerals, Roman 4 719 d, the fear potion, I 647 e, the puppet, I 644 d, the painter leaving a successor to restore his picture, VI 769, the person stopping to consider where 3 ways meet, Romans 7 799 c, the old laws about water of which he will not divert the costs, Roman 8 844 a, can hardly be said to do much credit to Plato's invention. The citations from the poets have lost that fanciful character which gave them their charm in the earlier dialogues. We are tired of images taken from the arts of navigation, or archery, or weaving, or painting, or medicine, or music. Yet the comparisons of life to a tragedy, Romans 7 817, or of the working of mind to the revolution of the self-moved, X 897, or of the aged parent to the image of a god dwelling in the house, Roman 11 931, are the reflection that man is made to be the plaything of God, and that this rightly considered is the best of him, Romans 7 803 c, have great beauty. 2. The clumsiness of the style is exhibited in frequent mannerisms and repetitions. The perfection of the Platonic dialogue consists in the accuracy with which the question and answer are fitted into one another, and the regularity with which the steps of the argument succeed one another. This finish of style is no longer discernible in the laws. There is a want of variety in the answers. Nothing can be drawn out of the respondents but yes or no, true, to be sure, etc. The insipid forms, what do you mean? To what are you referring? Are constantly returning. Again and again the speaker is charged, or charges himself, with obscurity, and he repeats again and again that he will explain his views more clearly. The process of thought which should be latent in the mind of the writer appears on the surface. Roman 4 719a, 713b. In several passages the Athenian praises himself in the most unblushing manner, very unlike the irony of the earlier dialogues, as when he declares that the laws are a divine work given by some inspiration of the gods, and that youth should commit them to memory instead of the compositions of the poets. Romans 7, 811. The prosopopoeia, which is adopted by Plato in the Protagoras and other dialogues, is repeated until we grow weary of it. The legislator is always addressing the speakers or the youth of the state, and the speakers are constantly making addresses to the legislator. A tendency to a paradoxical manner of statement is also observable. We must have drinking, I 646b. We must have a virtuous tyrant, Roman 4 710c. This is too much for the duller wits of the Lacedaemonian and Cretan, who at first start back in surprise. More than in any other writing of Plato, the tone is hortatory. The laws are sermons as well as laws. They are considered to have a religious sanction and to rest upon a religious sentiment in the mind of the citizens. The words of the Athenian are attributed to the Lacedaemonian and Cretan, who are supposed to have made them their own, after the manner of the earlier dialogues. Resumptions of subjects which have been half disposed of in a previous passage constantly occur. Romans 7 796e, Roman 12 956. The arrangement has neither the clearness of art nor the freedom of nature. Irrelevant remarks are made here and there, or illustrations used which are not properly fitted in. The dialogue is generally weak and labored, and is in the later books fairly given up, apparently, because unsuited to the subject of the work. The long speeches or sermons of the Athenian, often extending over several pages, have never the grace and harmony which are exhibited in the earlier dialogues. For Plato is incapable of sustained composition. His genius is dramatic rather than oratorical. He can converse, but he cannot make a speech. Even the Timaeus, which is one of his most finished works, is full of abrupt transitions. There is the same kind of difference between the dialogue and the continuous discourse of Plato as between the narrative and speeches of Thucydides. From this there are many fallings off in the laws. First, in the structure of the sentences, which are rhythmical and monotonous. The formal and sophistical manner of the age is superseding the natural genius of Plato. Secondly, many of them are of enormous length, and the latter end often forgets the beginning of them. They seem never to have received the second thoughts of the author. Either the emphasis is wrongly placed, or there is a want of point in a clause, or an absolute case occurs which is not properly separated from the rest of the sentence. All words are aggregated in a manner which fails to show their relation to one another, or the connecting particles are omitted at the beginning of sentences. The uses of the relative and antecedent are more indistinct, the changes of person and number more frequent. Examples of pleonasm, tautology, and periphrases, antitheses of positive and negative, false emphasis, and other affectations are more numerous than in the other writings of Plato. There is also a more common and sometimes unmeaning use of qualifying formulae, let 1 F61 sigma, let 1 F1 fa pi omicron sigma, epsilon let 1 F30, pi epsilon let 1 FD6 nu, kappa alpha tau let 1 F70, delta epsilon nu alpha mu iota nu, and of double expressions, pi alpha nu tau let 1 FC3, pi alpha nu tau omega sigma. Omicron let 1 F50 delta alpha mu let 1 FC6, omicron let 1 F50 delta alpha mu let 1 FF6 sigma, let 1 F45 pi omega sigma, kappa alpha let 1 F76, let 1 F45, pi let 1 FC3. These are too numerous to be attributed to errors in the text. Again, there is an over-curious adjustment of verb and participle, noun and epithet, and other artificial forms of cadence and expression take the place of natural variety. Thirdly, the absence of metaphorical language is remarkable. The style is not devoid of ornament, but the ornament is of a debased rhetorical kind, patched on to instead of growing out of the subject. There is a great command of words and a labored use of them. Forced attempts at metaphor occur in several passages. 3. The perfection of style is variety in unity, freedom, ease, clearness, the power of saying anything, and of striking any note in the scale of human feelings without impropriety. And such is the divine gift of language possessed by Plato in the Symposium and Phaedrus. Roman 8, 844a, pi alpha rho omicron chi epsilon tau epsilon epsilon iota nu, lambda omicron gamma omicron iota sigma. Roman 9, 858b, tau let 1 F70, mu let 1 F72, nu let 1 F61 sigma, tau iota cet epsilon nu alpha, tau let 1 F70 delta let 1 F61 sigma, pi alpha rho alpha tau iota cet epsilon nu alpha. VI 773d. Omicron let 1 F36, nu omicron sigma, kappa omicron lambda alpha zeta omicron mu epsilon nu omicron sigma, let 1 F51, pi let 1 F78, nu eta phi omicron nu tau omicron sigma, let 1 F11 tau epsilon rho omicron epsilon theta, epsilon omicron let 1 Fe6. The plays on the word nu omicron sigma equals nu omicron let 1 Fe6 delta iota alpha nu omicron mu let 1 F7 fa. Roman 4 714a, let 1 Fa0 delta let 1 F7 fa let 1 F11 tau epsilon rho alpha. Roman 3 700b. Fourthly, there is a foolish extravagance of language in other passages. The swinish ignorance of arithmetic, Romans 7 819d, the justice and suitableness of the discourse on laws, Romans 7 811c following. Overemphases at Roman 9 861d, best of Greeks, Romans 7 820b, said of all the Greeks and the like. Fifthly, poor and insipid illustrations are also common, e.g. I 638c, 639a, Roman 2 644e. Sixthly, we may observe an excessive use of climax and hyperbole, Romans 7 808a, alpha leta 1 F30, sigma chi rho leta 1 F78 nu, lambda epsilon gamma epsilon iota nu, chi rho leta 1 F74, pi rho let 1 F78, sigma alpha let 1 F50, tau omicron let 1 F7a sigma delta, omicron let 1 Fe6, lambda omicron nu tau epsilon, kappa alpha let 1 F76, delta omicron epsilon lambda eta nu, kappa alpha let 1 F76, pi alpha let 1 FD6 delta, alpha kappa alpha let 1 F76, epsilon let 1 F34, pi omega sigma, omicron let 1 F37, omicron nu tau epsilon, let 1 F45 lambda eta nu, tau let 1 F74 nu, omicron let 1 F30, kappa iota alpha nu, I 636b. Delta omicron kappa, epsilon let 1 FD6, tau omicron let 1 Fe6, tau omicron, tau let 1 F78, let 1 F10 pi iota tau eta delta epsilon upsilon mu alpha, kappa alpha tau let 1 F70, phi upsilon sigma iota nu, tau let 1 F70 sigma pi, epsilon rho let 1 F76, tau let 1 F70, let 1 F00 phi rho omicron delta iota sigma iota alpha. Let 1 F21 delta omicron nu let 1 F70 sigma omicron let 1 F50 mu omicron nu let 1 F00 nu theta rho omega pi omega nu let 1 F00 lambda let 1 F70 kappa alpha let 1 F76 theta rho iota omega nu delta iota epsilon phi theta alpha rho kappa epsilon nu alpha iota. The peculiarities in the use of words which occur in the laws have been collected by Zeller, Platonisch Studien, p. 85, and Stahlbaum, Platonis Leges et Eponomus vol. Roman 2 p. lvi. First, in the use of nouns such as let 1 F00 lambda omicron delta to mu iota alpha, let 1 F00 pi epsilon nu iota alpha upsilon tau eta sigma iota sigma, gamma lambda upsilon cap upsilon theta upsilon mu iota alpha, delta iota alpha theta epsilon tau eta rho, theta rho alpha sigma upsilon psi epsilon nu iota alpha, kappa omicron rho omicron sigma, mu epsilon gamma alpha lambda omicron nu omicron iota alpha, pi alpha iota delta omicron upsilon rho gamma iota alpha. Secondly, in the use of adjectives, such as let 1 F00 sigma tau omega rho, beta iota omicron delta omicron tau eta sigma, let 1 F10 chi theta omicron delta omicron pi omicron sigma, let 1 F20 theta epsilon omicron sigma, chi rho omicron nu iota omicron sigma, and of adverbs, such as let 1 F00 nu iota delta iota tau iota, let 1 F00 nu alpha tau epsilon iota, nu eta pi omicron iota nu epsilon iota. Thirdly, in the use of verbs, such as let 1 F00 theta upsilon rho epsilon iota nu, let 1 F00 sigma epsilon iota nu, let 1 F00 psi epsilon iota epsilon nu, epsilon let 1 F30, pi epsilon let 1 Fd6 nu, Roman 4 709a. Epsilon let 1 F50 theta eta, mu omicron nu epsilon let 1 Fd6 sigma theta alpha iota, pi alpha rho alpha pi omicron delta iota zeta epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, sigma epsilon beta epsilon iota nu, tau eta mu epsilon lambda epsilon let 1 Fd6 nu, tau eta tau let 1 Fb6 nu. These words, however, as Stahlbaum remarks, are formed according to analogy, and nearly all of them have the support of some poetical or other authority. Zeller and Stahlbaum have also collected forms of words in the laws, differing from the forms of the same words which occur in other places, e.g. beta lambda alpha beta omicron sigma, for beta lambda alpha beta eta, let 1 F04 beta iota omicron sigma, for let 1 F00 beta iota omega tau omicron sigma, let 1 F00 chi alpha rho iota sigma tau omicron sigma, for let 1 F04 chi alpha rho iota sigma, delta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon iota omicron sigma, for delta omicron upsilon lambda iota kappa omicron sigma, pi alpha iota delta epsilon iota omicron sigma, for pi alpha iota delta iota kappa omicron sigma. Let 1 F10 psi alpha gamma rho iota let 1 F6, for let 1 F10 psi alpha gamma rho iota alpha iota nu omega, let 1 F31 lambda epsilon omicron let 1 Fe6 mu alpha iota, for let 1 F31 lambda alpha sigma kappa omicron nu alpha iota, and the Ionic words sigma omega phi rho omicron nu iota sigma tau upsilon sigma, meaning correction. Zeller has noted a fondness for substantives ending in mu alpha and sigma iota sigma, such as gamma epsilon omega rho gamma eta mu alpha, delta iota alpha pi alpha upsilon mu alpha, let 1 F10 pi iota theta upsilon mu eta mu alpha, zeta eta mu iota omega mu alpha, kappa omega, mu let 1 ff 4 delta eta mu alpha. Let 1 f 4 1 mu iota lambda eta mu alpha. Beta lambda alpha psi iota sigma. Lambda omicron iota delta omicron rho eta sigma iota sigma. Pi alpha rho alpha gamma gamma epsilon lambda sigma iota sigma, and others. Also a use of substantives in the plural, which are commonly found only in the singular, mu alpha nu iota alpha iota, let 1 f00 theta epsilon omicron tau eta tau epsilon sigma, phi theta omicron nu omicron iota, phi omicron beta omicron iota, phi upsilon sigma epsilon iota sigma. Also, a peculiar use of prepositions in composition, as in let 1 f10 nu epsilon iota rho gamma omega, let 1 f00 pi omicron beta lambda alpha pi tau omega, delta iota alpha nu omicron theta epsilon tau epsilon omega, delta iota epsilon iota rho eta tau alpha iota, delta iota epsilon upsilon lambda alpha beta, epsilon leta 1 fd6 sigma theta alpha iota, and other words. Also, a frequent occurrence of the ionic datives plural in alpha iota sigma iota and omicron iota sigma iota, perhaps used for the sake of giving an ancient or archaic effect. To these peculiarities of words, he has added a list of peculiar expressions and constructions. Among the most characteristic are the following. Roman 8, 841d, let 1 f0 4 theta upsilon tau alpha, pi alpha lambda lambda alpha kappa let 1 ff6 nu sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau alpha. Roman 9, 855c, let 1 f0 4 mu omicron rho phi omicron iota, let 1 f15 delta rho alpha iota. Romans 3, 690d, let 1 f45 sigma alpha, let 1 f00 psi iota omega mu alpha tau alpha, pi rho, let 1 f78 sigma let 1 f040 chi omicron nu tau alpha sigma. Vi 744b, omicron let 1 f31 kappa alpha tau let 1 f70, pi omicron lambda iota nu kappa alpha iota rho omicron iota. Mu let 1 fe6 theta omicron sigma, used in several places of the discourse about laws. And connected with this, the frequent use of pi alpha rho alpha mu upsilon theta iota omicron nu, and pi alpha rho alpha mu upsilon theta, epsilon leta 1 fd6 sigma theta alpha iota in the general sense of address. Addressing. Romans 7, 823e, alpha leta 1 f31 mu upsilon lambda omicron sigma leta 1 f140 omega sigma. Roman 12, 960b, leta 1 f0 phi tau alpha phi omicron iota, pi rho alpha psi epsilon iota sigma. Vi 752a, mu leta 1 fe6 theta omicron sigma leta 1 f00 cap epsilon phi alpha lambda omicron sigma. Vi 775d, leta 1 f36 theta omicron sigma, epsilon leta 1 f50 theta, upsilon pi omicron rho omicron nu. He remarks also on the frequent employment of the abstract for the concrete, e.g., leta 1 f51 pi eta rho epsilon sigma iota alpha, for leta 1 f51 pi eta rho epsilon tau alpha iota, phi upsilon gamma alpha iota, for phi upsilon gamma alpha delta epsilon sigma, mu eta chi alpha nu alpha iota, in the sense of contrivers, delta omicron upsilon lambda epsilon iota alpha, for delta omicron leta 1 fe6, lambda omicron iota. Beta alpha sigma iota lambda, epsilon leta 1 fd6 alpha iota, for beta alpha sigma iota lambda, epsilon leta 1 fd6 sigma. Mu alpha iota nu omicron mu epsilon nu alpha, cap eta delta epsilon upsilon mu alpha tau alpha, for gamma, upsilon nu alpha leta 1 fd6 kappa alpha, mu alpha iota nu omicron mu epsilon nu eta nu. Leta 1 f21 chi rho epsilon iota alpha, tau leta 1 ff6, nu pi alpha iota delta omega nu, in the sense of indigent children, and pi alpha iota delta omega nu, leta 1 F31 kappa alpha nu omicron tau eta sigma. Tau leta 1 F78, leta 1 F1 fa theta omicron sigma. Tau leta 1 FC6 sigma, leta 1 F00 pi epsilon iota rho iota alpha sigma. For leta 1 F21, epsilon leta 1 F30 omega theta, upsilon leta 1 FD6 alpha leta 1 F00 pi epsilon iota rho iota alpha. Cap upsilon pi alpha rho iota tau tau omega nu, leta 1 F55 psi eta. Tau epsilon kappa alpha leta 1 F76 kappa alpha lambda lambda eta. Theta alpha upsilon mu alpha sigma iota alpha. For cap upsilon pi alpha rho iota tau tau omicron iota. Mu alpha lambda alpha let 1 F51. Psi eta lambda alpha let 1 F76 kappa alpha let 1 F76 kappa alpha lambda alpha iota. He further notes some curious uses of the genitive case, e.g. phi iota lambda iota alpha sigma, let 1 F41 mu omicron lambda omicron gamma iota alpha iota, mu alpha nu iota alpha iota, let 1 F40 rho gamma, let 1 FC6 sigma, lambda alpha iota mu alpha rho gamma iota alpha iota, let 1 F21 delta omicron nu let 1 FC6 sigma, chi epsilon iota mu omega nu, let 1 F00 nu epsilon pi omicron delta eta sigma iota alpha iota, let 1 F00 nu omicron sigma iota omicron iota, pi lambda eta gamma, let 1 F6 nu tau omicron lambda mu alpha iota. And of the dative, let 1 F41 mu iota lambda iota alpha iota, let 1 F10, chi theta rho omicron let 1 FD6 sigma, mu omicron theta epsilon sigma iota alpha iota, let 1 F10 pi iota tau rho omicron pi omicron iota sigma. And also some rather uncommon periphrases. Theta rho epsilon mu alpha tau alpha, mu epsilon iota lambda omicron upsilon, xi upsilon gamma epsilon nu eta tau omega rho, tau epsilon kappa nu omega nu, for let 1 F0 fa lambda omicron chi omicron sigma, mu omicron upsilon sigma eta sigma, lambda epsilon xi iota sigma, or pi omicron iota eta sigma iota sigma. Zeta omega gamma rho alpha phi omega nu, pi alpha let 1 FD6 delta, epsilon sigma, let 1 F00 nu theta rho omega pi omega nu, sigma pi epsilon rho mu alpha tau alpha, and the like. The fondness for particles of limitation, especially tau iota sigma and gamma epsilon, sigma upsilon nu tau iota sigma iota, chi alpha rho iota sigma iota. Tau omicron let 1 FD6 sigma, gamma epsilon delta upsilon nu alpha mu epsilon nu omicron iota sigma, and the like. The pleonastic use of tau alpha nu let 1 Fe6 nu, of let 1 F61 sigma, of let 1 F61 sigma, let 1 F1 fa pi omicron sigma, epsilon let 1 F30 pi, epsilon let 1 FD6 nu, of let 1 F11 kappa alpha sigma tau omicron tau epsilon, and the periphrastic use of the preposition pi epsilon rho iota. Lastly, he observes the tendency to hypobata or transpositions of words, and to rhythmical uniformity as well as grammatical irregularity in the structure of the sentences. For nearly all the expressions which are adduced by Zeller as arguments against the genuineness of the laws, Stahlbaum finds some sort of authority. There is no real ground for doubting that the work was written by Plato, merely because several words occur in it which are not found in his other writings. An imitator may preserve the usual phraseology of a writer better than he would himself. But on the other hand, the fact that authorities may be quoted in support of most of these uses of words does not show that the diction is not peculiar. Several of them seem to be poetical or dialectical, and exhibit an attempt to enlarge the limits of Greek prose by the introduction of Homeric and tragic expressions. Most of them do not appear to have retained any hold on the later language of Greece. Like several experiments in language of the writers of the Elizabethan age, they were afterwards lost, and though occasionally found in Plutarch and imitators of Plato, they have not been accepted by Aristotle or passed into the common dialect of Greece. Or again, the sight of young men and maidens in friendly intercourse with one another, suggesting the dangers to which youth is liable from the violence of passion, Roman 8, 835, 841, or the eloquent denunciation of unnatural lusts in the same passage, or the charming thought that the best legislator orders war for the sake of peace and not peace for the sake of war, I 628e, or the pleasant illusion. O Athenian inhabitant of Attica, I will not say, for you seem to me worthy to be named after the goddess Athene because you go back to first principles, I 626d, or the pithy saying, many a victory has been and will be suicidal to the victors, but education is never suicidal, I 641c, or the fine expression that the walls of a city should be allowed to sleep in the earth, and that we should not attempt to disinter them, VI 778d, or the remark that God is the measure of all things in a sense far higher than any man can be, Roman 4 716c, or that a man should be from the first a partaker of the truth, that he may live a true man as long as possible, v 730c, or the principle repeatedly laid down, that the sins of the fathers are not to be visited on the children, e. Roman 9 856c, or the description of the funeral rites of those priestly sages who depart in innocence, Roman 12 947b, following, or the noble sentiment that we should do more justice to slaves than to equals, vi 777d, or the curious observation, founded perhaps on his own experience, that there are a few divine men in every state however corrupt, whose conversation is of inestimable value, Roman 12 951b, or the acute remark that public opinion is to be respected, because the judgments of mankind about virtue are better than their practice, Roman 12 950b, or the deep religious and also modern feeling which pervades the 10th book, whatever may be thought of the arguments, the sense of the duty of living as a part of a whole, and independence on the will of God, X 903d, who takes care of the least things as well as the greatest, X 900c, and the picture of parents praying for their children, X 887d, following, not as we may say, slightly altering the words of Plato as if there were no truth or reality in the Gentile religions, but as if there were the greatest, are very striking to us. 5. Unequal as the laws are in style, they contain a few passages which are very grand and noble. For example, the address to the poets at Romans 7 817, best of strangers, we also are poets of the best and noblest tragedy, for our whole state is an imitation of the best and noblest life, which we affirm to be indeed the very truth of tragedy. G. We must remember that the laws, unlike the Republic, do not exhibit an ideal state, but are supposed to be on the level of human motives and feelings. They are also on the level of the popular religion, though elevated and purified. Hence there is an attempt made to show that the pleasant is also just. But on the other hand, the priority of the soul to the body, and of God to the soul, is always insisted upon as the true incentive to virtue, especially with great force and eloquence at the commencement of Book V, and the work of legislation is carried back to the first principles of morals, I 630e. The principle that the balance of power preserves states, Roman 3 691, 692, the reflection that no one ever passed his whole life in disbelief of the gods, X 888c, the remark that the characters of men are best seen in convivial intercourse, I 649, the observation that the people must be allowed to share not only in the government, but in the administration of justice, VI 768a following, the desire to make laws not with a view to courage only, but to all virtue, I 630d, the clear perception that education begins with birth, or even, as he would say, before birth, Romans 7, 789a, the attempt to purify religion, the modern reflections that punishment is not vindictive, Roman 9, 854d, and that limits must be set to the power of bequest, Roman 11, 922, 923, the impossibility of undeceiving the victims of quacks and jugglers, Roman 11, 933a, the provision for water, VI 761b, and for other requirements of health, VI 761, and for concealing the bodies of the dead with as little hurt as possible to the living, Roman 12, 958d, e. Above all, perhaps, the distinct consciousness that under the actual circumstances of mankind the ideal cannot be carried out, v. 739b, 746b, and yet may be a guiding principle, will appear to us, if we remember that we are still in the dawn of politics, to show a great depth of political wisdom. 6. No other writing of Plato shows so profound an insight into the world and into human nature as the laws. That cities will never cease from ill until they are better governed, is the text of the laws as well as of the Statesman and Republic, Roman 4. The laws of Plato contain numerous passages which closely resemble other passages in his writings, and at first sight a suspicion arises that the repetition shows the unequal hand of the imitator. For why should a writer say over again, in a more imperfect form, what he had already said in his most finished style and manner? And yet it may be urged on the other side that an author whose original powers are beginning to decay will be very liable to repeat himself, as in conversation, so in books. He may have forgotten what he had written before. He may be unconscious of the decline of his own powers. Hence arises a question of great interest, bearing on the genuineness of ancient writers. Is there any criterion by which we can distinguish the genuine resemblance from the spurious, or, in other words, the repetition of a thought or passage by an author himself from the appropriation of it by another? The question has, perhaps, never been fully discussed, and though a real one, does not admit of a precise answer. A few general considerations on the subject may be offered. A is the difference such as might be expected to arise at different times of life or under different circumstances. There would be nothing surprising in a writer, as he grew older, losing something of his own originality and falling more and more under the spirit of his age. "What a genius I had when I wrote that book," was the pathetic exclamation of a famous English author when in old age he chanced to take up one of his early works. There would be nothing surprising again in his losing somewhat of his powers of expression and becoming less capable of framing language into a harmonious whole. There would also be a strong presumption that if the variation of style was uniform, it was attributable to some natural cause, and not to the arts of the imitator. The inferiority might be the result of feebleness and of want of activity of mind. But the natural weakness of a great author would commonly be different from the artificial weakness of an imitator. It would be continuous and uniform. The latter would be apt to fill his work with irregular patches, sometimes taken verbally from the writings of the author whom he personated, but rarely acquiring his spirit. His imitation would be obvious, irregular, superficial. The patches of purple would be easily detected among his threadbare and tattered garments. He would rarely take the pains to put the same thought into other words. There were many forgeries in English literature which attained a considerable degree of success 50 or 100 years ago, but it is doubtful whether attempts such as these could now escape detection, if there were any writings of the same author or of the same age to be compared with them. And ancient forgers were much less skillful than modern. They were far from being masters in the art of deception, and had rarely any motive for being so. B. But secondly, the imitator will commonly be least capable of understanding or imitating that part of a great writer which is most characteristic of him. In every man's writings, there is something like himself and unlike others, which gives individuality. To appreciate this latent quality would require a kindred mind, and minute study and observation. There are a class of similarities which may be called undesigned coincidences, which are so remote as to be incapable of being borrowed from one another, and yet, when they are compared, find a natural explanation in their being the work of the same mind. The imitator might copy the turns of style, he might repeat images or illustrations, but he could not enter into the inner circle of Platonic philosophy. He would understand that part of it which became popular in the next generation, as for example, the doctrine of ideas or of numbers. He might approve of communism. But the higher flights of Plato about the science of dialectic, or the unity of virtue, or a person who is above the law, would be unintelligible to him. See, the argument from imitation assumes a different character when the supposed imitations are associated with other passages having the impress of original genius. The strength of the argument from undesigned coincidences of style is much increased when they are found side by side with thoughts and expressions which can only have come from a great original writer. The great excellence, not only of the whole, but even of the parts of writings, is a strong proof of their genuineness. For although the great writer may fall below, the forger or imitator cannot rise much above himself. Whether we can attribute the worst parts of a work to a forger and the best to a great writer, as for example in the case of some of Shakespeare's plays, depends upon the probability that they have been interpolated or have been the joint work of two writers. And this can only be established either by express evidence or by a comparison of other writings of the same class. If the interpolation or double authorship of Greek writings in the time of Plato could be shown to be common, then a question, perhaps insoluble, would arise, not whether the whole, but whether parts of the Platonic dialogues are genuine, and if parts only, which parts. Hebrew prophecies and Homeric poems and laws of Manu may have grown together in early times, but there is no reason to think that any of the dialogues of Plato is the result of a similar process of accumulation. It is therefore rash to say with Onken, die Staatslehre des Aristoteles, that the form in which Aristotle knew the laws of Plato must have been different from that in which they have come down to us. It must be admitted that these principles are difficult of application. Yet a criticism may be worth making which rests only on probabilities or impressions. Great disputes will arise about the merits of different passages, about what is truly characteristic and original or trivial and borrowed. Many have thought the Laws to be one of the greatest of Platonic writings, while in the judgment of Mr. Grote they hardly rise above the level of the forged epistles. The manner in which a writer would or would not have written at a particular time of life must be acknowledged to be a matter of conjecture. But enough has been said to show that similarities of a certain kind, whether criticism is able to detect them or not, may be such as must be attributed to an original writer, and not to a mere imitator. D. Applying these principles to the case of the Laws, we have now to point out that they contain the class of refined or unconscious similarities which are indicative of genuineness. The parallelisms are like the repetitions of favorite thoughts into which everyone is apt to fall unawares in conversation or in writing. They are found in a work which contains many beautiful and remarkable passages, as will be admitted by anyone who refers back to section Roman 3:5-6. We may therefore begin by claiming this presumption in their favor. Such undesigned coincidences, as we may venture to call them, are the following. The conception of justice as the union of temperance, wisdom, courage, Laws I 631c, Republic Roman 4 433. The latent idea of dialectic implied in the notion of dividing laws after the kinds of virtue, laws I 630e, and again, laws Roman 12 965c, the approval of the method of looking at one idea gathered from many things, than which a truer was never discovered by any man. Compare Republic Roman 7 525a. Or again the description of the laws as parents, laws Roman 9 859a, Republic Roman 7 538d, the assumption that religion has been already settled by the Oracle of Delphi, laws v 738b, Republic Roman 4 427b, to which an appeal is also made in special cases, laws Roman 11 914a, the notion of the battle with self, a paradox for which Plato in a manner apologizes both in the Laws and the Republic, laws I 626e, Republic Roman 4 430e following, the remark, laws Roman 9 859a, that just men, even when they are deformed in body, may still be perfectly beautiful in respect of the excellent justice of their minds. Compare Republic Roman 3 402d, e. The argument that ideals are none the worse because they cannot be carried out, laws v 746b, following, Republic v 472d, the near approach to the idea of good in the principle which is common to all the four virtues, a truth which the guardians must be compelled to recognize, laws Roman 12 965d. Compare Republic Roman 7 534c, or again the recognition by reason of the right pleasure and pain, which had previously been matter of habit, laws Roman 2 653b, Republic Roman 3 402a, or the blasphemy of saying that the excellency of music is to give pleasure, laws Roman 2 655d, Republic vi 509a. Again the story of the Sidonian Cadmus, laws Roman 2 663e, which is a variation of the Phoenician tale of the earthborn men, Republic Roman 3 414c, the comparison of philosophy to a yelping she-dog, both in the Republic and in the laws, laws Roman 12 967d, Republic x 607c, the remark that no man can practice two trades, laws Roman 8 846d, Republic Roman 3 394e, etc. Or the advantage of the middle condition, laws v 736e, Republic Roman 4 421 following, the tendency to speak of principles as molds or forms. Compare the Letta 1 F10 kappa mu alpha gamma epsilon Letta 1 F d6 alpha of song, laws Roman 7 800 following, and the tau upsilon pi omicron iota of religion, Republic Roman 2 379 following, or the remark, laws Roman 12 945e, that the relaxation of justice makes many cities out of one, which may be compared with the Republic, Republic Roman 4 422e, or the description of lawlessness creeping in little by little in the fashions of music and overturning all things, to us a paradox, but to Plato's mind a fixed idea, which is found in the laws Roman 3 701 following, as well as in the Republic Roman 4 424, or the figure of the parts of the human body under which the parts of the state are described, laws v 739, Republic v 462, the apology for delay and diffuseness, which occurs not unfrequently in the Republic, is carried to an excess in the laws, I 641e following, Roman 9 857e following, compare Theaetetus 172c following. The remarkable thought, laws x 899b, that the soul of the sun is better than the sun, agrees with the relation in which the idea of good stands to the sun in the Republic, and with the substitution of mind for the idea of good in the Philebus 30 following. The passage about the tragic poets, Laws Romans 7, 817 a following, agrees generally with the treatment of them in the Republic, but is more finely conceived and worked out in a nobler spirit. Some lesser similarities of thought and manner should not be omitted, such as the mention of the 30-years-old students in the Republic, Romans 7, 539a, and the 50-years-old choristers in the Laws, Romans 2, 670a, or the making of the citizens out of wax, Laws v. 746a, compared with the other image, Republic Roman 9, 588, or the number of the tyrant, 729, which is nearly equal with the number of days and nights in the year, 730, compared with the slight correction of the sacred number 5040, which is divisible by all the numbers from 1 to 12 except 11, and divisible by 11 if 2 families be deducted. Or once more, we may compare the ignorance of solid geometry of which he complains in the Republic, Romans 7, 528b, c, and the puzzle about fractions, Romans 7, 525e, with the difficulty in the laws about commensurable and incommensurable quantities, Laws Romans 7, 819, 820, and the malicious emphasis on the word gamma upsilon nu alpha iota kappa epsilon iota omicron sigma, Laws Romans 7, 790a, with the use of the same word, Republic v. 469d. These and similar passages tend to show that the author of the Republic is also the author of the Laws. They are echoes of the same voice, expressions of the same mind, coincidences too subtle to have been invented by the ingenuity of any imitator. The force of the argument is increased if we remember that no passage in the Laws is exactly copied. Nowhere do 5 or 6 words occur together, which are found together elsewhere in Plato's writings. In other dialogues of Plato, as well as in the Republic, there are to be found parallels with the Laws. Such resemblances, as we might expect, occur chiefly, but not exclusively, in the dialogues which, on other grounds, we may suppose to be of later date. The punishment of evil is to be like evil men, Laws v. 728b, as he says also in the Theaetetus, 176e. Compare again the dependence of tragedy and comedy on one another, of which he gives the reason in the Laws, Romans 7, 816d, for serious things cannot be understood without laughable, nor opposites at all without opposites, if a man is really to have intelligence of either. Here he puts forward the principle, which is the groundwork of the thesis of Socrates in the Symposium, 223d, that the genius of tragedy is the same as that of comedy, and that the writer of comedy ought to be a writer of tragedy also. There is a truth and right which is above law, Laws Roman 9, 875c, as we learn also from the Statesman, 297a, that men are the possession of the gods, Laws X 902c, is a reflection which likewise occurs in the Phaedo, 62b. The remark, whether serious or ironical, Laws Roman 12, 948b, that the sons of the gods naturally believed in the gods because they had the means of knowing about them, is found in the Timaeus, 40d. The reign of Cronos, who is the divine ruler, Laws Roman 4, 713b, is a reminiscence of the Statesman, 269a following. It is remarkable that in the Sophist and Statesman, Sophist 232e, Plato, speaking in the character of the elitic stranger, has already put on the old man. The madness of the poets, again, is a favorite notion of Plato's, which occurs also in the Laws Roman 4, 719c, as well as in the Phaedrus, 245a, Ion, and elsewhere. There are traces in the Laws, Roman 3, 685a, following of the same desire to base speculation upon history which we find in the Krishas. Once more, there is a striking parallel with the paradox of the Gorgias, 472e, following, that if you do evil, it is better to be punished than to be unpunished. In the Laws, Roman 2, 661c, to live having all goods without justice and virtue is the greatest of evils if life be immortal, but not so great if the bad man lives but a short time. The point to be considered is whether these are the kind of parallels which would be the work of an imitator. Would a forger have had the wit to select the most peculiar and characteristic thoughts of Plato? Would he have caught the spirit of his philosophy? Would he, instead of openly borrowing, have half concealed his favorite ideas? Would he have formed them into a whole such as the Laws? Would he have given another the credit which he might have obtained for himself? Would he have remembered and made use of other passages of the Platonic writings and have never deviated into the phraseology of them? Without pressing such arguments as absolutely certain, we must acknowledge that such a comparison affords a new ground of real weight for believing the Laws to be a genuine writing of Plato. The relation of the Republic to the Laws is clearly set forth by Plato in the Laws v. 739. The Republic is the best state. The Laws is the best possible under the existing conditions of the Greek world. The Republic is the ideal, in which no man calls anything his own, which may or may not have existed in some remote clime, under the rule of some god, or son of a god, who can say, but is, at any rate, the pattern of all other states and the exemplar of human life. The Laws distinctly acknowledge what the Republic partly admits, that the ideal is inimitable by us, but that we should lift up our eyes to the heavens and try to regulate our lives according to the divine image. The citizens are no longer to have wives and children in common, and are no longer to be under the government of philosophers. But the spirit of communism or communion is to continue among them, though reverence for the sacredness of the family and respect of children for parents, not promiscuous hymeneals, are now the foundation of the state. The sexes are to be as nearly on an equality as possible. They are to meet at common tables, Romans 7, 806e, and to share warlike pursuits if the women will consent, and to have a common education. The legislator has taken the place of the philosopher, but a council of elders is retained, who are to fulfill the duties of the legislator when he has passed out of life. The addition of younger persons to this council by co-optation is an improvement on the governing body of the Republic. The scheme of education in the Laws is of a far lower kind than that which Plato had conceived in the Republic. There he would have his rulers trained in all knowledge meeting in the idea of good, of which the different branches of mathematical science are but the handmaidens or ministers. Here he treats chiefly of popular education, stopping short with the preliminary sciences. These are to be studied partly with a view to their practical usefulness, which in the Republic he holds cheap, and even more with a view to avoiding impiety, of which in the Republic he says nothing. He touches very lightly on dialectic, which is still to be retained for the rulers. Yet in the Laws there remain traces of the old educational ideas. He is still for banishing the poets, Romans 7, 817, and as he finds the works of prose writers equally dangerous, he would substitute for them the study of his own laws, Romans 7, 810, 811. He insists strongly on the importance of mathematics as an educational instrument, v. 747 a.b. He is no more reconciled to the Greek mythology than in the Republic, though he would rather say nothing about it out of a reverence for antiquity, x 886d, and he is equally willing to have recourse to fictions if they have a moral tendency, Roman 2, 663d. His thoughts recur to a golden age in which the sanctity of oaths was respected, and in which men living nearer the gods were more disposed to believe in them. But we must legislate for the world as it is, now that the old beliefs have passed away. Roman 12, 948 c. Though he is no longer fired with dialectical enthusiasm, he would compel the guardians to look at one idea gathered from many things, and to perceive the principle which is the same in all the four virtues. Roman 12, 965 c. He still recognizes the enormous influence of music, in which every youth is to be trained for 3 years, and he seems to attribute the existing degeneracy of the Athenian state and the laxity of morals partly to musical innovation, manifested in the unnatural divorce of the instrument and the voice, of the rhythm from the words, Roman 2, 669 d, and partly to the influence of the mob who ruled at the theaters, Roman 3, 700 e. He assimilates the education of the two sexes as far as possible, both in music and gymnastic, and as in the Republic, he would give to gymnastic a purely military character. In marriage, his object is still to produce the finest children for the state. As in the Statesman, he would unite in wedlock dissimilar natures, the passionate with the dull, the courageous with the gentle, and the virtuous tyrant of the statesman, who has no place in the Republic, again appears, Roman 4, 709 e. In this, as in all his writings, he has the strongest sense of the degeneracy and incapacity of the rulers of his own time. In the laws, the philosophers, if not banished, like the poets, are at least ignored, and religion takes the place of philosophy in the regulation of human life. It must, however, be remembered that the religion of Plato is coextensive with morality, and is that purified religion and mythology of which he speaks in the second book of the Republic. There is no real discrepancy in the two works. In a practical treatise, he speaks of religion rather than of philosophy, just as he appears to identify virtue with pleasure, and rather seeks to find the common element of the virtues than to maintain his old paradoxical theses that they are one, or that they are identical with knowledge. The dialectic and the idea of good, which even Glaucon in the Republic could not understand, would be out of place in a less ideal work. There may also be a change in his own mind, the purely intellectual aspect of philosophy having a diminishing interest to him in his old age. Some confusion occurs in the passage in which Plato speaks of the Republic, occasioned by his reference to a third state which he proposes d.v. hereafter to expound v. 739 e. Like many other thoughts in the laws, the allusion is obscure from not being worked out. Aristotle Politics Roman 4:1 speaks of a state which is neither the best absolutely, nor the best under existing conditions, but an imaginary state, inferior to either, destitute, as he supposes, of the necessaries of life, apparently such a beginning of primitive society as is described in Laws Roman 3. But it is not clear that by this the third state of Plato is intended. It is possible that Plato may have meant by his third state an historical sketch, bearing the same relation to the laws which the unfinished Critias would have borne to the Republic, or he may, perhaps, have intended to describe a state more nearly approximating than the laws to existing Greek states. The Statesman is a mere fragment when compared with the laws, yet combining a second interest of dialectic as well as politics, which is wanting in the larger work. Several points of similarity and contrast may be observed between them. In some respects, the Statesman is even more ideal than the Republic, looking back to a former state of paradisiacal life, in which the gods ruled over mankind, as the Republic looks forward to a coming kingdom of philosophers. Of this kingdom of Chronos there is also mention in the Laws, Roman 4, 713b. Again, in the Statesman, the elitic stranger rises above law to the conception of the living voice of the lawgiver, who is able to provide for individual cases. A similar thought is repeated in the laws, Roman 9, 875 c. If in the order of nature and by divine destiny a man were able to apprehend the truth about these things, he would have no need of laws to rule over him, for there is no law or order above knowledge, nor can mind without impiety be deemed the subject or slave of any, but rather the lord of all. The union of opposite natures, who form the warp and the woof of the political web, is a favorite thought which occurs in both dialogues, Laws vi 773, Statesman 310e. The laws are confessedly a second best, an inferior ideal, to which Plato has recourse when he finds that the city of philosophers is no longer within the horizon of practical politics. But it is curious to observe that the higher ideal is always returning. Compare Aristotle Politics, Roman 2:6, section 4. And that he is not much nearer the actual fact, nor more on the level of ordinary life in the laws than in the Republic. It is also interesting to remark that the new ideal is always falling away, and that he hardly supposes the one to be more capable of being realized than the other. Human beings are troublesome to manage, and the legislator cannot adapt his enactments to the infinite variety of circumstances. After all, he must leave the administration of them to his successors, and though he would have liked to make them as permanent as they are in Egypt, he cannot escape from the necessity of change. At length, Plato is obliged to institute a nocturnal council, which is supposed to retain the mind of the legislator, and of which some of the members are even supposed to go abroad and inspect the institutions of foreign countries, as a foundation for changes in their own. The spirit of such changes, though avoiding the extravagance of a popular assembly, being only so much change as the conservative temper of old members is likely to allow, is nevertheless inconsistent with the fixedness of Egypt which Plato wishes to impress upon Hellenic institutions. He is inconsistent with himself, as the truth begins to dawn upon him that in the execution things for the most part fall short of our conception of them. Republic v. 473a. And is not this true of ideals of government in general? We are always disappointed in them. Nothing great can be accomplished in the short space of human life, wherefore also we look forward to another, Republic x 608c. As we grow old, we are sensible that we have no power actively to pursue our ideals any longer. We have had our opportunity and do not aspire to be more than men. We have received our wages and are going home. Neither do we despair of the future of mankind, because we have been able to do so little in comparison of the whole. We look in vain for consistency either in men or things, but we have seen enough of improvement in our own time to justify us in the belief that the world is worth working for, and that a good man's life is not thrown away. Such reflections may help us to bring home to ourselves by inward sympathy the language of Plato in the Laws, and to combine into something like a whole his various and at first sight inconsistent utterances. Vi. The Republic may be described as the Spartan constitution appended to a government of philosophers, but in the Laws an Athenian element is also introduced. Many enactments are taken from the Athenian. The four classes are borrowed from the constitution of Cleisthenes, which Plato regards as the best form of Athenian government, Roman 3, 698, and the guardians of the law bear a certain resemblance to the archons. In the constitution of the Laws, nearly all officers are elected by a vote more or less popular and by lot, but the assembly only exists for the purposes of election and has no legislative or executive powers. The Nocturnal Council, which is the highest body in the state, has several of the functions of the ancient Athenian Areopagus, after which it appears to be modeled. Life is to wear, as at Athens, a joyous and festive look. there are to be Bacchic choruses, and men of mature age are encouraged in moderate potations. On the other hand, the common meals, the public education, the cryptae are borrowed from Sparta and not from Athens, and the superintendence of private life, which was to be practiced by the governors, has also its prototype in Sparta. The extravagant dislike which Plato shows both to a naval power, Roman 4 705 707, and to extreme democracy, Roman 3 701, is the reverse of Athenian. The best-governed Hellenic states trace the origin of their laws to individual lawgivers. These were real persons, though we are uncertain how far they originated or only modified the institutions which are ascribed to them. But the lawgiver, though not a myth, was a fixed idea in the mind of the Greek, as fixed as the Trojan War or the earth-born Cadmus. This was what Solon meant or said, was the form in which the Athenian expressed his own conception of right and justice, or argued a disputed point of law. And the constant reference in the laws of Plato to the lawgiver is altogether in accordance with Greek modes of thinking and speaking. There is also, as in the Republic, a Pythagorean element. The highest branch of education is arithmetic, to know the order of the heavenly bodies and to reconcile the apparent contradiction of their movements is an important part of religion. The lives of the citizens are to have a common measure, as also their vessels and coins. The great blessing of the state is the number 5040. Plato is deeply impressed by the antiquity of Egypt and the unchangeableness of her ancient forms of song and dance, and he is also struck by the progress which the Egyptians had made in the mathematical sciences. In comparison of them, the Greeks appeared to him to be little better than swine. Yet he censures the Egyptian meanness and inhospitality to strangers. He has traced the growth of states from their rude beginnings in a philosophical spirit, but of any life or growth of the Hellenic world in future ages he is silent. He has made the reflection that past time is the maker of states, book Roman 3 sub in it, but he does not argue from the past to the future, that the process is always going on, or that the institutions of nations are relative to their stage of civilization. If he could have stamped indelibly upon Hellenic states the will of the legislator, he would have been satisfied. The utmost which he expects of future generations is that they should supply the omissions, or correct the errors which younger statesmen detect in his enactments. When institutions have been once subjected to this process of criticism, he would have them fixed forever. VI 772c, Roman 8, 846 c.d. The Preamble. Chapter 20. My first question is, why has the law ordained that you should have common meals and practice gymnastics and bear arms? My answer is that all our institutions are of a military character. We lead the life of the camp even in time of peace, keeping up the organization of an army and having meals in common. And as our country, owing to its ruggedness, is ill-suited for heavy-armed cavalry or infantry, our soldiers are archers, equipped with bows and arrows. The legislator was under the idea that war was the natural state of all mankind, and that peace is only a pretense. He thought that no possessions had any value which were not secured against enemies. And do you think that superiority in war is the proper aim of government? Certainly I do, and my Spartan friend will agree with me. And are there wars, not only of state against state, but of village against village, of family against family, of individual against individual? Yes. And is a man his own enemy? That you come to first principles, like a true votary of the goddess Athene, and this is all the better, for you will the sooner recognize the truth of what I am saying, that all men everywhere are the enemies of all, and each individual of every other and of himself, and further that there is a victory and defeat, the best and the worst, which each man sustains, not at the hands of another, but of himself. And does this extend to states and villages as well as to individuals? Certainly, there is a better in them which conquers or is conquered by the worse. Whether the worse ever really conquers the better is a question which may be left for the present, but your meaning is that bad citizens do sometimes overcome the good, and that the state is then conquered by herself, and that when they are defeated the state is victorious over herself. Or again, in a family there may be several brothers, and the bad may be a majority, and when the bad majority conquer the good minority, the family are worse than themselves. The use of the terms better or worse than himself or themselves may be doubtful, but about the thing meant there can be no dispute. Very true. Such a struggle might be determined by a judge, and which will be the better judge, he who destroys the worse and lets the better rule, or he who lets the better rule and makes the others voluntarily obey, or thirdly, he who destroys no one but reconciles the two parties. The last clearly. But the object of such a judge or legislator would not be war, true, and as there are two kinds of war, one without and one within a state, of which the internal is by far the worse, will not the legislator chiefly direct his attention to this latter? He will reconcile the contending factions, and unite them against their external enemies. Certainly. Every legislator will aim at the greatest good, and the greatest good is not victory in war, whether civil or external, but mutual peace and goodwill, as in the body health is preferable to the purgation of disease. He who makes war his object instead of peace, or who pursues war except for the sake of peace, is not a true statesman. And yet, stranger, the laws both of Crete and Sparta aim entirely at war. Perhaps so. But do not let us quarrel about your legislators. Let us be gentle. They were in earnest quite as much as we are, and we must try to discover their meaning. The poet Tyrtaeus, you know his poems in Crete, and my Lacedaemonian friend is only too familiar with them. He was an Athenian by birth and a Spartan citizen. Well, he says, I sing not, I care not about any man, however rich or happy, unless he is brave in war. Now I should like, in the name of us all, to ask the poet a question. O Tyrtaeus, I would say to him, we agree with you in praising those who excel in war, but which kind of war do you mean? That dreadful war which is termed civil, or the milder sort which is waged against foreign enemies. You say that you abominate those who are not eager to taste their enemies' blood, and you seem to mean chiefly their foreign enemies. Certainly he does, but we contend that there are men better far than your heroes, Tyrtaeus, concerning whom another poet, Theognis the Sicilian, says that, in a civil broil they are worth their weight in gold and silver. For in a civil war not only courage, but justice and temperance and wisdom are required, and all virtue is better than a pot. The mercenary soldier is ready to die at his post, yet he is commonly a violent, senseless creature. And the legislator, whether inspired or uninspired, will make laws with a view to the highest virtue, and this is not brute courage, but loyalty in the hour of danger. The virtue of Tyrtaeus, although needful enough in his own time, is really of a fourth-rate description. You are degrading our legislator to a very low level. Nay, we degrade not him, but ourselves, if we believe that the laws of Lycurgus and Minos had a view to war only. A divine lawgiver would have had regard to all the different kinds of virtue, and have arranged his laws in corresponding classes, and not in the modern fashion which only makes them after the want of them is felt, about inheritances and heiresses and assaults, and the like. As you truly said, virtue is the business of the legislator, but you went wrong when you referred all legislation to a pot of virtue, and to an inferior pot. For the object of laws, whether the Cretan or any other, is to make men happy. Now happiness or good is of two kinds. There are divine and there are human goods. He who has the divine has the human added to him, but he who has lost the greater is deprived of both. The lesser goods are health, beauty, strength, and lastly, wealth, not the blind god Plato, but one who has eyes to see and follow wisdom. For mind or wisdom is the most divine of all goods, and next comes temperance, and justice springs from the union of wisdom and temperance with courage, which is the fourth or last. These four precede other goods, and the legislator will arrange all his ordinances accordingly, the human going back to the divine, and the divine to their leader mind. There will be enactments about marriage, about education, about all the states and feelings and experiences of men and women, at every age, in weal and woe, in war and peace. Upon all the law will fix a stamp of praise and blame. There will also be regulations about property and expenditure, about contracts, about rewards and punishments, and finally about funeral rites and honors of the dead. The lawgiver will appoint guardians to preside over these things, and mind will harmonize his ordinances and show them to be in agreement with temperance and justice. Now I want to know whether the same principles are observed in the laws of Lycurgus and Minos, or, as I should rather say, of Apollo and Zeus. We must go through the virtues, beginning with courage, and then we will show that what has preceded has relation to virtue. I wish, says the Lacedaemonian, that you, stranger, would first criticize Cleinias and the Cretan laws. Yes, is the reply, and I will criticize you and myself as well as him. Tell me, Megillus, were not the common meals and gymnastic training instituted by your legislator with a view to war? Yes, and next in the order of importance comes hunting, and fourth the endurance of pain in boxing contests, and in the beatings which are the punishment of theft. There is, too, the so-called crypteia, or secret service, in which our youth wander about the country night and day unattended, and even in winter go unshod and have no beds to lie on. Moreover, they wrestle and exercise under a blazing sun, and they have many similar customs. Well, but is courage only a combat against fear and pain, and not against pleasure and flattery? Against both, I should say, and which is worse, to be overcome by pain or by pleasure? The latter. But did the lawgivers of Crete and Sparta legislate for courage which is lame of one leg, able to meet the attacks of pain but not those of pleasure, or for one which can meet both? For a courage which can meet both, I should say. But if so, where are the institutions which train your citizens to be equally brave against pleasure and pain, and superior to enemies within as well as without? We confess that we have no institutions worth mentioning which are of this character. I am not surprised, and will therefore only request forbearance on the part of us all, in case the love of truth should lead any of us to censure the laws of the others. Remember that I am more in the way of hearing criticisms of your laws than you can be, for in well-ordered states like Crete and Sparta, although an old man may sometimes speak of them in private to a ruler or elder, a similar liberty is not allowed to the young. But now, being alone, we shall not offend your legislator by a friendly examination of his laws. Take any freedom which you like. My first observation is that your lawgiver ordered you to endure hardships, because he thought that those who had not this discipline would run away from those who had. But he ought to have considered further that those who had never learned to resist pleasure would be equally at the mercy of those who had, and these are often among the worst of mankind. Pleasure, like fear, would overcome them and take away their courage and freedom. Perhaps, but I must not be hasty in giving my assent. Next, as to temperance, what institutions have you which are adapted to promote temperance? There are the common meals and gymnastic exercises. These are partly good and partly bad, and as in medicine, what is good at one time and for one person is bad at another time and for another person. Now, although gymnastics and common meals do good, they are also a cause of evil in civil troubles, and they appear to encourage unnatural love, as has been shown at Miletus, in Boeotia, and at Thurii. And the Cretans are said to have invented the tale of Zeus and Ganymede in order to justify their evil practices by the example of the god who was their lawgiver. Leaving the story, we may observe that all law has to do with pleasure and pain. These are two fountains which are ever flowing in human nature, and he who drinks of them when and as much as he ought is happy, and he who indulges in them to excess is miserable. You may be right, but I still incline to think that the Lacedaemonian lawgiver did well in forbidding pleasure, if I may judge from the result. For there is no drunken revelry in Sparta, and anyone found in a state of intoxication is severely punished. He is not excused as an Athenian would be at Athens on account of a festival. I myself have seen the Athenians drunk at the Dionysia, and at our colony, Tarentum, on a similar occasion, I have beheld the whole city in a state of intoxication. I admit that these festivals should be properly regulated, yet I might reply, yes, Spartans, that is not your vice. But look at home and remember the licentiousness of your women. And to all such accusations every one of us may reply in turn, wonder not, stranger, there are different customs in different countries. Now this may be a sufficient answer, but we are speaking about the wisdom of lawgivers and not about the customs of men. To return to the question of drinking, shall we have total abstinence as you have, or hard drinking like the Scythians and Thracians, or moderate potations like the Persians? Give us alms, and we send all these nations flying before us. My good friend, be modest. Victories and defeats often arise from unknown causes and afford no proof of the goodness or badness of institutions. The stronger overcomes the weaker, as the Athenians have overcome the Scenes, or the Syracusans the Locrians, who are perhaps the best governed state in that part of the world. People are apt to praise or censure practices without inquiring into the nature of them. This is the way with drink. One person brings many witnesses who sing the praises of wine, another declares that sober men defeat drunkards in battle, and he again is refuted in turn. I should like to conduct the argument on some other method, for if you regard numbers, there are 2 cities on one side and 10,000 on the other. I am ready to pursue any method which is likely to lead us to the truth. Let me put the matter thus. Somebody praises the useful qualities of a goat. Another has seen goats running about wild in a garden and blames a goat or any other animal which happens to be without a keeper. How absurd! Would a pilot who is seasick be a good pilot? No. Or a general who is sick and drunk with fear and ignorant of war a good general? A general of old women he ought to be. But can anyone form an estimate of any society which is intended to have a ruler, and which he only sees in an unruly and lawless state? No. There is a convivial form of society, is there not? Yes. And has this convivial society ever been rightly ordered? Of course you Spartans and Cretans have never seen anything of the kind, but I have had wide experience and made many inquiries about such societies, and have hardly ever found anything right or good in them. We acknowledge our want of experience and desire to learn of you. Will you admit that in all societies there must be a leader? Yes. And in time of war he must be a man of courage and absolutely devoid of fear, if this be possible. Certainly, but we are talking now of a general who shall preside at meetings of friends, and as these have a tendency to be uproarious, they ought above all others to have a governor. Very good. He should be a sober man and a man of the world, who will keep, make, and increase the peace of the society. A drunkard in charge of drunkards would be singularly fortunate if he avoided doing a serious mischief. Indeed, he would. Suppose a person to censure such meetings, he may be right. But also he may have known them only in their disorderly state, under a drunken master of the feast, and a drunken general or pilot cannot save his army or his ships. True, but although I see the advantage of an army having a good general, I do not equally see the good of a feast being well managed. If you mean to ask what good accrues to the state from the right training of a single youth or a single chorus, I should reply, not much. But if you ask what is the good of education in general, I answer that education makes good men, and that good men act nobly and overcome their enemies in battle. Victory is often suicidal to the victors, because it creates forgetfulness of education, but education itself is never suicidal. You imply that the regulation of convivial meetings is a part of education. How will you prove this? I will tell you. But first let me offer a word of apology. We Athenians are always thought to be fond of talking, whereas the Lacedaemonian is celebrated for brevity, and the Cretan is considered to be sagacious and reserved. Now I fear that I may be charged with spinning a long discourse out of slender materials. For drinking cannot be rightly ordered without correct principles of music, and music runs up into education generally, and to discuss all these matters may be tedious. If you like, therefore, we will pass on to another part of our subject. Are you aware, Athenian, that our family is your proxenus at Sparta, and that from my boyhood I have regarded Athens as a second country, and having often fought your battles in my youth, I have become attached to you, and love the sound of the Attic dialect. The saying is true, that the best Athenians are more than ordinarily good, because they are good by nature. Therefore be assured that I shall be glad to hear you talk as much as you please. I, too, adds Cleinias, have a tie which binds me to you. You know that Epimenides, the Cretan prophet, came and offered sacrifices in your city by the command of an oracle 10 years before the Persian War. He told the Athenians that the Persian host would not come for 10 years and would go away again, having suffered more harm than they had inflicted. Now Epimenides was of my family, and when he visited Athens, he entered into friendship with your forefathers. I see that you are willing to listen, and I have the will to speak if I had only the ability. But first, I must define the nature and power of education, and by this road we will travel on to the god Dionysus. The man who is to be good at anything must have early training. The future builder must play at building, and the husbandman at digging. The soldier must learn to ride, and the carpenter to measure and use the rule. All the thoughts and pleasures of children should bear on their after profession. Do you agree with me? Certainly, and we must remember further that we are speaking of the education, not of a trainer or of the captain of a ship, but of a perfect citizen who knows how to rule and how to obey. And such an education aims at virtue, and not at wealth or strength or mere cleverness. To the good man, education is of all things the most precious, and is also in constant need of renovation. We agree. And we have before agreed that good men are those who are able to control themselves, and bad men are those who are not. Let me offer you an illustration which will assist our argument. Man is one, but in one and the same man are two foolish counselors who contend within him, pleasure and pain, and of either he has expectations which we call hope and fear, and he is able to reason about good and evil, and reason, when affirmed by the state, becomes law. We cannot follow you. Let me put the matter in another way. Every creature is a puppet of the gods. Whether he is a mere plaything or has any serious use we do not know. But this we do know, that he is drawn different ways by cords and strings. There is a soft golden cord which draws him towards virtue. This is the law of the state. And there are other cords made of iron and hard materials drawing him other ways. The golden reasoning influence has nothing of the nature of force, and therefore requires ministers in order to vanquish the other principles. This explains the doctrine that cities and citizens both conquer and are conquered by themselves. The individual follows reason, and the city law, which is embodied reason, either derived from the gods or from the legislator. When virtue and vice are thus distinguished, education will be better understood, and in particular the relation of education to convivial intercourse. And now let us set wine before the puppet. You admit that wine stimulates the passions. Yes, and does wine equally stimulate the reasoning faculties? No, it brings the soul back to a state of childhood. In such a state a man has the least control over himself, and is therefore worst. Very true. Then how can we believe that drinking should be encouraged? You seem to think that it ought to be, and I am ready to maintain my position. We should like to hear you prove that a man ought to make a beast of himself. You are speaking of the degradation of the soul, but how about the body? Would any man willingly degrade or weaken that? Certainly not. And yet if he goes to a doctor or a gymnastic master, does he not make himself ill in the hope of getting well? For no one would like to be always taking medicine, or always to be in training. True. And may not convivial meetings have a similar remedial use? And if so, are they not to be preferred to other modes of training because they are painless? But have they any such use? Let us see. Are there not two kinds of fear, fear of evil and fear of an evil reputation? There are. The latter kind of fear is opposed both to the fear of pain and to the love of pleasure. This is called by the legislator reverence, and is greatly honored by him and by every good man. Whereas confidence, which is the opposite quality, is the worst fault both of individuals and of states. This sort of fear or reverence is one of the two chief causes of victory in war, fearlessness of enemies being the other. True. Then everyone should be both fearful and fearless. Yes, the right sort of fear is infused into a man when he comes face to face with shame, or cowardice, or the temptations of pleasure, and has to conquer them. He must learn by many trials to win the victory over himself, if he is ever to be made perfect. That is reasonable enough. And now, suppose that the gods had given mankind a drug, of which the effect was to exaggerate every sort of evil and danger, so that the bravest man entirely lost his presence of mind and became a coward for a time. Would such a drug have any value? But is there such a drug? No, but suppose that there were, might not the legislator use such a mode of testing courage and cowardice? To be sure, the legislator would induce fear in order to implant fearlessness, and would give rewards or punishments to those who behaved well or the reverse under the influence of the drug. Certainly. And this mode of training, whether practiced in the case of one or many, whether in solitude or in the presence of a large company, if a man have sufficient confidence in himself to drink the potion amid his boon companions, leaving off in time and not taking too much, would be an equally good test of temperance. Very true. Let us return to the lawgiver and say to him, well, lawgiver, no such fear-producing potion has been given by God or invented by man. But there is a potion which will make men fearless. You mean wine? Yes, has not wine an effect the contrary of that which I was just now describing, first mellowing and humanizing a man and then filling him with confidence, making him ready to say or do anything? Certainly. Let us not forget that there are two qualities which should be cultivated in the soul. First, the greatest fearlessness, and secondly, the greatest fear, which are both parts of reverence. Courage and fearlessness are trained amid dangers, but we have still to consider how fear is to be trained. We desire to attain fearlessness and confidence without the insolence and boldness which commonly attend them. For do not love, ignorance, avarice, wealth, beauty, strength, while they stimulate courage, also madden and intoxicate the soul. What better and more innocent test of character is there than festive intercourse? Would you make a bargain with a man in order to try whether he is honest, or would you ascertain whether he is licentious by putting your wife or daughter into his hands? No one would deny that the test proposed is fairer, speedier, and safer than any other. And such a test will be particularly useful in the political science, which desires to know human natures and characters. Very true. Chapter 21. And now we will resume the original argument, which may be summed up as follows. A convivial meeting is apt to grow tumultuous as the drinking proceeds. Every man becomes light-headed and fancies that he can rule the whole world. Doubtless. And did we not say that the souls of the drinkers, when subdued by wine, are made softer and more malleable at the hand of the legislator? The docility of childhood returns to them. At times, however, they become too valiant and disorderly, drinking out of their turn and interrupting one another. And the business of the legislator is to infuse into them that divine fear, which we call shame, in opposition to this disorderly boldness. But in order to discipline them, there must be guardians of the law of drinking, and sober generals who shall take charge of the private soldiers. They are as necessary in drinking as in fighting. And he who disobeys these Dionysiac commanders will be equally disgraced. Very good. If a drinking festival were well regulated, men would go away, not as they now do, greater enemies, but better friends. Of the greatest gift of Dionysus I hardly like to speak, lest I should be misunderstood. What is that? According to tradition, Dionysus was driven mad by his stepmother Hea, and in order to revenge himself, he inspired mankind with Bacchic madness. But these are stories which I would rather not repeat. However, I do acknowledge that all men are born in an imperfect state, and are at first restless, irrational creatures. This, as you will remember, has been already said by us. I remember. And that Apollo and the Muses and Dionysus gave us harmony and rhythm. Very true. The other story implies that wine was given to punish us and make us mad, but we contend that wine is a balm and a cure, a spring of modesty in the soul, and of health and strength in the body. Again, the work of the chorus is coextensive with the work of education. Rhythm and melody answer to the voice, and the motions of the body correspond to all three, and the sound enters in and educates the soul in virtue. Yes, and the movement which, when pursued as an amusement, is termed dancing, when studied with a view to the improvement of the body, becomes gymnastic. Shall we now proceed to speak of this? What Cretan or Lacedaemonian would approve of your omitting gymnastic? Your question implies assent, and you will easily understand a subject which is familiar to you. Gymnastic is based on the natural tendency of every animal to rapid motion, and man adds a sense of rhythm, which is awakened by music. Music and dancing together form the choral art. But before proceeding, I must add a crowning word about drinking. Like other pleasures, it has a lawful use, but if a state or an individual is inclined to drink at will, I cannot allow them. I would go further than Crete or Lacedaemon and have the law of the Carthaginians, that no slave of either sex should drink wine at all, and no soldier while he is on a campaign, and no magistrate or officer while he is on duty, and that no one should drink by daylight or on a bridal night. And there are so many other occasions on which wine ought to be prohibited, that there will not be many vines grown or vineyards required in the state. Chapter 22. They have no laws, and they dwell in rocks or on the tops of mountains, and everyone is the judge of his wife and children, and they do not trouble themselves about one another. That is a charming poet of yours, though I know little of him, for in Crete foreign poets are not much read. But he is well known in Sparta, though he describes Ionian rather than Dorian manners, and he seems to take your view of primitive society. May we not suppose that government arose out of the union of single families who survived the destruction and were under the rule of patriarchs because they had originally descended from a single father and mother? That is very probable. As time went on, men increased in number and tilled the ground, living in a common habitation, which they protected by walls against wild beasts. But the several families retained the laws and customs which they separately received from their first parents. They would naturally like their own laws better than any others, and would be already formed by them when they met in a common society. Thus legislation imperceptibly began among them. For in the next stage, the associated families would appoint plenipotentiaries, who would select and present to the chiefs those of all their laws which they thought best. The chiefs in turn would make a further selection, and would thus become the lawgivers of the state, which they would form into an aristocracy or a monarchy, probably. In the third stage, various other forms of government would arise. This state of society is described by Homer in speaking of the foundation of Dardania, which, he says, was built at the foot of many-fountained Ida, for Ilium, the city of the plain, as yet was not. Here, as also in the account of the Cyclopes, the poet by some divine inspiration has attained truth, but to proceed with our tale. Ilium was built in a wide plain, on a low hill, which was surrounded by streams descending from Ida. This shows that many ages must have passed, for the men who remembered the deluge would never have placed their city at the mercy of the waters. When mankind began to multiply, many other cities were built in similar situations. These cities carried on a 10 years' war against Troy, by sea as well as land, for men were ceasing to be afraid of the sea, and in the meantime, while the chiefs of the army were at Troy, their homes fell into confusion. The youth revolted and refused to receive their own fathers. Deaths, murders, exiles ensued. Under the new name of Dorians, which they received from their chief Dorius, the exiles returned. The rest of the story is part of the history of Sparta. Thus, after digressing from the subject of laws into music and drinking, we return to the settlement of Sparta, which in laws and institutions is the sister of Crete. We have seen the rise of a first, second, and third state during the lapse of ages, and now we arrive at a fourth state, and out of the comparison of all four we propose to gather the nature of laws and governments, and the changes which may be desirable in them. If, replies the Spartan, our new discussion is likely to be as good as the last, I would think the longest day too short for such an employment. Let us imagine the time when Lacedaemon and Argos and Messene were all subject, Megalus, to your ancestors. Afterwards they distributed the army into 3 portions and made 3 cities, Argos, Messene, Lacedaemon. Yes, Temenus was the king of Argos, Cresphontes of Messene, Procles and Eurysthenes ruled at Lacedaemon. Just so. And they all swore to assist any one of their number whose kingdom was subverted. Yes, but did we not say that kingdoms or governments can only be subverted by themselves? That is true. Yes, and the truth is now proved by facts. There were certain conditions upon which the 3 kingdoms were to assist one another. The government was to be mild and the people obedient, and the kings and people were to unite in assisting either of the 2 others when they were wronged. This latter condition was a great security. Clearly, such a provision is in opposition to the common notion that the lawgiver should make only such laws as the people like, but we say that he should rather be like a physician, prepared to effect a cure even at the cost of considerable suffering. Very true. The early lawgivers had another great advantage. They were saved from the reproach which attends a division of land and the abolition of debts. No one could quarrel with the Dorians for dividing the territory, and they had no debts of long standing. They had not. Then what was the reason why their legislation signally failed? For there were 3 kingdoms, 2 of them quickly lost their original constitution. That is a question which we cannot refuse to answer, if we mean to proceed with our old man's game of inquiring into laws and institutions. And the Dorian institutions are more worthy of consideration than any other, having been evidently intended to be a protection not only to the Peloponnese, but to all the Hellenes against the barbarians. For the capture of Troy by the Achaeans had given great offense to the Assyrians, of whose empire it then formed part, and they were likely to retaliate. Accordingly, the royal Heraclid brothers devised their military constitution, which was organized on a far better plan than the old Trojan expedition, and the Dorians themselves were far superior to the Achaeans, who had taken part in that expedition and had been conquered by them. Such a scheme, undertaken by men who had shared with one another toils and dangers, sanctioned by the Delphian oracle, under the guidance of the Heraclidae, seemed to have a promise of permanence. Naturally, yet this has not proved to be the case. Instead of the 3 being one, they have always been at war. Had they been united, in accordance with the original intention, they would have been invincible. And what caused their ruin? Did you ever observe that there are beautiful things of which men often say, what wonders they would have effected if rightly used? And yet, after all, this may be a mistake. And so I say of the Heraclidae and their expedition, which I may perhaps have been justified in admiring, but which nevertheless suggests to me the general reflection. What wonders might not strength and military resources have accomplished, if the possessor had only known how to use them? For consider, if the generals of the army had only known how to arrange their forces, might they not have given their subjects everlasting freedom and the power of doing what they would in all the world? Very true. Suppose a person to express his admiration of wealth or rank, does he not do so under the idea that by the help of these he can attain his desires? All men wish to obtain the control of all things, and they are always praying for what they desire. Certainly, and we ask for our friends what they ask for themselves. Yes, dear is the son to the father, and yet the son, if he is young and foolish, will often pray to obtain what the father will pray that he may not obtain. True, and when the father, in the heat of youth or the dotage of age, makes some rash prayer, the son, like Hippolytus, may have reason to pray that the word of his father may be ineffectual. You mean that a man should pray to have right desires before he prays that his desires may be fulfilled, and that wisdom should be the first object of our prayers. Yes, and you will remember my saying that wisdom should be the principal aim of the legislator, but you said that defense in war came first. And I replied that there were 4 virtues, whereas you acknowledged one only, courage, and not wisdom, which is the guide of all the rest. And I repeat, in jest if you like, but I am willing that you should receive my words in earnest, that the prayer of a fool is full of danger. I will prove to you, if you will allow me, that the ruin of those states was not caused by cowardice or ignorance in war, but by ignorance of human affairs. Pray proceed, our attention will show better than compliments that we prize your words. I maintain that ignorance is, and always has been, the ruin of states, wherefore the legislator should seek to banish it from the state, and the greatest ignorance is the love of what is known to be evil, and the hatred of what is known to be good. This is the last and greatest conflict of pleasure and reason in the soul. I say the greatest, because affecting the greater part of the soul. For the passions are in the individual what the people are in a state, and when they become opposed to reason or law, and instruction no longer avails, that is the last and greatest ignorance of states and men. I agree. Let this, then, be our first principle, that the citizen who does not know how to choose between good and evil must not have authority, although he possess great mental gifts and many accomplishments, for he is really a fool. On the other hand, he who has this knowledge may be unable either to read or swim. Nevertheless, he shall be counted wise and permitted to rule. For how can there be wisdom where there is no harmony? The wise man is the savior, and he who is devoid of wisdom is the destroyer of states and households. There are rulers and there are subjects in states. And the first claim to rule is that of parents to rule over their children. The second, that of the noble to rule over the ignoble. Thirdly, the elder must govern the younger. In the 4th place, the slave must obey his master. Fifthly, there is the power of the stronger, which the poet Pindar declares to be according to nature. Sixthly, there is the rule of the wiser, which is also according to nature, as I must inform Pindar if he does not know, and is the rule of law over obedient subjects. Most true. And there is a 7th kind of rule which the gods love. In this the ruler is elected by lot. Then now we playfully say to him who fancies that it is easy to make laws, you see, legislator, the many and inconsistent claims to authority. Here is a spring of troubles which you must stay. And first of all, you must help us to consider how the kings of Argos and Messene in olden days destroyed their famous empire. Did they forget the saying of Hesiod, that the half is better than the whole? And do we suppose that the ignorance of this truth is less fatal to kings than to peoples? Probably the evil is increased by their way of life. The kings of those days transgressed the laws and violated their oaths. Their deeds were not in harmony with their words, and their folly, which seemed to them wisdom, was the ruin of the state. And how could the legislator have prevented this evil? The remedy is easy to see now, but was not easy to foresee at the time. What is the remedy? The institutions of Sparta may teach you, Megalus. Wherever there is excess, whether the vessel has too large a sail, or the body too much food, or the mind too much power, their destruction is certain. And similarly, a man who possesses arbitrary power is soon corrupted and grows hateful to his dearest friends. In order to guard against this evil, the god who watched over Sparta gave you 2 kings instead of 1, that they might balance one another, and further to lower the pulse of your body politic, some human wisdom, mingled with divine power, tempered the strength and self-sufficiency of youth with the moderation of age in the institution of your Senate. A third savior bridled your rising and swelling power by ephors, whom he assimilated to officers elected by lot, and thus the kingly power was preserved, and became the preserver of all the rest. Had the Constitution been arranged by the original legislators, not even the portion of Aristodemus would have been saved, for they had no political experience, and imagined that a youthful spirit invested with power could be restrained by oaths. Now that God has instructed us in the arts of legislation, there is no merit in seeing all this, or in learning wisdom after the event. But if the coming danger could have been foreseen, and the Union preserved, then no Persian or other enemy would have dared to attack Hellas, and indeed there was not so much credit to us in defeating the enemy, as discredit in our disloyalty to one another. For of the 3 cities one only fought on behalf of Hellas, and of the 2 others Argos refused her aid, and Messenia was actually at war with Sparta, and if the Lacedaemonians and Athenians had not united, the Hellenes would have been absorbed in the Persian Empire and dispersed among the barbarians. We make these reflections upon past and present legislators because we desire to find out what other course could have been followed. We were saying just now that a state can only be free and wise and harmonious when there is a balance of powers. There are many words by which we express the aims of the legislator: temperance, wisdom, friendship, but we need not be disturbed by the variety of expression. These words have all the same meaning. I should like to know at what, in your opinion, the legislator should aim. Hear me, then. There are 2 mother forms of states, one monarchy and the other democracy. The Persians have the first in the highest form, and the Athenians the second, and no government can be well administered which does not include both. There was a time when both the Persians and Athenians had more the character of a constitutional state than they now have. In the days of Cyrus, the Persians were freemen as well as lords of others, and their soldiers were free and equal, and the kings used and honored all the talent which they could find, and so the nation waxed great, because there was freedom and friendship and communion of soul. But Cyrus, though a wise general, never troubled himself about the education of his family. He was a soldier from his youth upward, and left his children who were born in the purple to be educated by women who humored and spoilt them. A rare education, truly. Yes, such an education as princesses who had recently grown rich might be expected to give them in a country where the men were solely occupied with warlike pursuits. Likely enough. Their father had possessions of men and animals, and never considered that the race to whom he was about to make them over had been educated in a very different school, not like the Persian shepherd, who was well able to take care of himself and his own. He did not see that his children had been brought up in the Median fashion, by women and eunuchs. The end was that one of the sons of Cyrus slew the other, and lost the kingdom by his own folly. Observe, again, that Darius, who restored the kingdom, had not received a royal education. He was one of the 7 chiefs, and when he came to the throne, he divided the empire into 7 provinces, and he made equal laws and implanted friendship among the people. Hence his subjects were greatly attached to him, and cheerfully helped him to extend his empire. Next followed Xerxes, who had received the same royal education as Cambyses, and met with a similar fate. The reflection naturally occurs to us. How could Darius, with all his experience, have made such a mistake? The ruin of Xerxes was not a mere accident, but the evil life which is generally led by the sons of very rich and royal persons, and this is what the legislator has seriously to consider. Justly may the Lacedaemonians be praised for not giving special honor to birth or wealth, for such advantages are not to be highly esteemed without virtue. And not even virtue is to be esteemed unless it be accompanied by temperance. Explain. No one would like to live in the same house with a courageous man who had no control over himself, nor with a clever artist who was a rogue. Nor can justice and wisdom ever be separated from temperance. But considering these qualities with reference to the honor and dishonor which is to be assigned to them in states, would you say, on the other hand, that temperance, if existing without the other virtues in the soul, is worth anything or nothing? I cannot tell. You have answered well. It would be absurd to speak of temperance as belonging to the class of honorable or of dishonorable qualities, because all other virtues in their various classes require temperance to be added to them, having the addition. They are honored not in proportion to that, but to their own excellence, and ought not the legislator to determine these classes? Certainly. Suppose then that, without going into details, we make three great classes of them. Most honorable are the goods of the soul, always assuming temperance as a condition of them. Secondly, those of the body. Thirdly, external possessions. The legislator who puts them in another order is doing an unholy and unpatriotic thing. These remarks were suggested by the history of the Persian kings, and to them I will now return. The ruin of their empire was caused by the loss of freedom and the growth of despotism. All community of feeling disappeared. Hatred and spoliation took the place of friendship. The people no longer fought heartily for their masters. The rulers, finding their myriads useless on the field of battle, resorted to mercenaries as their only salvation, and were thus compelled by their circumstances to proclaim the stupidest of falsehoods, that virtue is a trifle in comparison of money. But enough of the Persians. A different lesson is taught by the Athenians, whose example shows that a limited freedom is far better than an unlimited. Ancient Athens, at the time of the Persian invasion, had such a limited freedom. The people were divided into 4 classes, according to the amount of their property, and the universal love of order, as well as the fear of the approaching host, made them obedient and willing citizens. For Darius had sent Datis and Artaphans, commanding them under pain of death to subjugate the Eretrians and Athenians. A report, whether true or not, came to Athens that all the Eretrians had been netted, and the Athenians in terror sent all over Hellas for assistance. None came to their relief except the Lacedaemonians, and they arrived a day too late, when the Battle of Marathon had been already fought. In process of time, Xerxes came to the throne, and the Athenians heard of nothing but the bridge over the Hellespont, and the canal of Athos, and the innumerable host and fleet. They knew that these were intended to avenge the defeat of Marathon. Their case seemed desperate, for there was no Hellene likely to assist them by land, and at sea they were attacked by more than 1,000 vessels. Their only hope, however slender, was in victory, so they relied upon themselves and upon the gods. Their common danger and the influence of their ancient constitution greatly tended to promote harmony among them. Reverence and fear, that fear which the coward never knows, made them fight for their altars and their homes, and saved them from being dispersed all over the world. Your words, Athenian, are worthy of your country, and you Megillus, who have inherited the virtues of your ancestors, are worthy to hear them. Let me ask you to take the moral of my tale. The Persians have lost their liberty in absolute slavery, and we in absolute freedom. In ancient times, the Athenian people were not the masters, but the servants of the laws. Of what laws? In the first place, there were laws about music, and the music was of various kinds. There was one kind which consisted of hymns, another of lamentations. There was also the paean and the dithyramb, and the so-called laws, nuomicron iota, or strains, which were played upon the harp. The regulation of such matters was not left to the whistling and clapping of the crowd. There was silence while the judges decided, and the boys, and the audience in general, were kept in order by raps of a stick. But after a while there arose a new race of poets, men of genius certainly, however careless of musical truth and propriety, who made pleasure the only criterion of excellence. That was a test which the spectators could apply for themselves. The whole audience, instead of being mute, became vociferous, and a theatrocracy took the place of an aristocracy. Could the judges have been free, there would have been no great harm done. A musical democracy would have been well enough, but conceit has been our ruin. Everybody knows everything and is ready to say anything. The age of reverence is gone, and the age of irreverence and licentiousness has succeeded. Most true. And with this freedom comes disobedience to rulers, parents, elders. In the latter days to the law also. The end returns to the beginning, and the old titanic nature reappears. Men have no regard for the gods or for oaths, and the evils of the human race seem as if they would never cease. Whither are we running away? Once more we must pull up the argument with bit and curb, lest, as the proverb says, we should fall off our ass. Good. Our purpose in what we have been saying is to prove that the legislator ought to aim at securing for state three things: freedom, friendship, wisdom, and we chose two states. One was the type of freedom and the other of despotism, and we showed that when in a mean they attained their highest perfection. In a similar spirit, we spoke of the Dorian expedition, and of the settlement on the hills and in the plains of Troy, and of music, and the use of wine, and of all that preceded. And now, has our discussion been of any use? Yes, stranger, for by a singular coincidence the Cretans are about to send out a colony, of which the settlement has been confided to the Cynosians. 10 commissioners, of whom I am one, are to give laws to the colonists, and we may give any which we please, Cretan or foreign, and therefore let us make a selection from what has been said, and then proceed with the construction of the state. Very good, I am quite at your service. And I too. Says Megillus. Chapter 23. And first, let me ask you who are to be the colonists. May anyone come from any city of Crete, for you would surely not send a general invitation to all Hellas. Yet I observe that in Crete there are people who have come from Argos and Aegina and other places. Our recruits will be drawn from all Crete, and of other Hellenes we should prefer Peloponnesians. As you observe, there are Argives among the Cretans, moreover the Gautinians, who are the best of all Cretans, have come from Gautes in Peloponnesus. Colonization is in some ways easier when the colony goes out in a swarm from one country, owing to the pressure of population, or revolution, or war. In this case, there is the advantage that the new colonists have a community of race, language, and laws. But then again, they are less obedient to the legislator, and often they are anxious to keep the very laws and customs which caused their ruin at home. A mixed multitude, on the other hand, is more tractable, although there is a difficulty in making them pull together. There is nothing, however, which perfects men's virtue more than legislation and colonization, and yet I have a word to say which may seem to be depreciatory of legislators. What is that? I was going to make the saddening reflection that accidents of all sorts are the true legislators, wars and pestilences and famines, and the frequent recurrence of bad seasons. The observer will be inclined to say that almost all human things are chance, and this is certainly true about navigation and medicine and the art of the general. But there is another thing which may equally be said. What is it? That God governs all things, and that chance and opportunity cooperate with him. And according to yet a third view, art has part with them, for surely in a storm it is well to have a pilot. And the same is true of legislation. Even if circumstances are favorable, a skillful lawgiver is still necessary. Most true. all artists would pray for certain conditions under which to exercise their art, and would not the legislator do the same? Certainly. Come, legislator, let us say to him, and what are the conditions which you would have? He will answer, grant me a city which is ruled by a tyrant, and let the tyrant be young, mindful, teachable, courageous, magnanimous, and let him have the inseparable condition of all virtue, which is temperance, not prudence, but that natural temperance which is the gift of children and animals, and is hardly reckoned among goods. With this he must be endowed, if the state is to acquire the form most conducive to happiness in the speediest manner. And I must add one other condition. The tyrant must be fortunate, and his good fortune must consist in his having the cooperation of a great legislator. When God has done all this, he has done the best which he can for a state, not so well if he has given them 2 legislators instead of 1, and less well if he has given them a great many. An orderly tyranny most easily passes into the perfect state, in the 2nd degree a monarchy, in the 3rd degree a democracy. An oligarchy is worst of all. I do not understand. I suppose that you have never seen a city which is subject to a tyranny. I have no desire to see one. You would have seen what I am describing if you ever had. The tyrant can speedily change the manners of a state, and affix the stamp of praise or blame on any action which he pleases, for the citizens readily follow the example which he sets. There is no quicker way of making changes, but there is a counterbalancing difficulty. It is hard to find the divine love of temperance and justice existing in any powerful form of government, whether in a monarchy or an oligarchy. In olden days there were chiefs like Nestor, who was the most eloquent and temperate of mankind, but there is no one his equal now. If such an one ever arises among us, blessed will he be, and blessed they who listen to his words. For where power and wisdom and temperance meet in one, there are the best laws and constitutions. I am endeavoring to show you how easy under the conditions supposed, and how difficult under any other, is the task of giving a city good laws. How do you mean? Let us old men attempt to mold in words a constitution for your new state, as children make figures out of wax. Proceed. What constitution shall we give? Democracy, oligarchy, or aristocracy? To which of these classes, Megillus, do you refer your own state? The spot in constitution seems to me to contain all these elements. Our state is a democracy and also an aristocracy. The power of the Ephors is tyrannical. And we have an ancient monarchy. Much the same, adds Cleinias, may be said of Cenosus. The reason is that you have polities, but other states are mere aggregations of men dwelling together, which are named after their several ruling powers, whereas a state, if an ocracy at all, should be called a theocracy. A tale of old will explain my meaning. There is a tradition of a golden age, in which all things were spontaneous and abundant. Cronos, then lord of the world, knew that no mortal nature could endure the temptations of power, and therefore he appointed demons or demigods, who are of a superior race, to have dominion over man, as man has dominion over the animals. They took care of us with great ease and pleasure to themselves, and no less to us. And the tradition says that only when God and not man is the ruler can the human race cease from ill. This was the manner of life which prevailed under Cronos, and which we must strive to follow so far as the principle of immortality still abides in us, and we live according to law and the dictates of right reason. But in an oligarchy or democracy, when the governing principle is athirst for pleasure, the laws are trampled underfoot, and there is no possibility of salvation. Is it not often said that there are as many forms of laws as there are governments, and that they have no concern either with any one virtue or with all virtue, but are relative to the will of the government, which is as much as to say that might makes right? What do you mean? I mean that governments enact their own laws, and that every government makes self-preservation its principal aim. He who transgresses the laws is regarded as an evildoer, and punished accordingly. This was one of the unjust principles of government which we mentioned when speaking of the different claims to rule. We were agreed that parents should rule their children, the elder the younger, the noble the ignoble. But there were also several other principles, and among them Pindar's law of violence. To whom then is our state to be entrusted? For many a government is only a victorious faction which has a monopoly of power, and refuses any share to the conquered, lest when they get into office they should remember their wrongs. Such governments are not polities but parties, nor are any laws good which are made in the interest of particular classes only, and not of the whole. And in our state I mean to protest against making any man a ruler because he is rich, or strong, or noble, but those who are obedient to the laws, and who win the victory of obedience, shall be promoted to the service of the gods according to the degree of their obedience. When I call the ruler the servant or minister of the law, this is not a mere paradox, but I mean to say that upon a willingness to obey the law the existence of the state depends. Truly, stranger, you have a keen vision. Why, yes, every man when he is old has his intellectual vision most keen. And now shall we call in our colonists and make a speech to them. Friends, we say to them, God holds in his hand the beginning, middle, and end of all things, and he moves in a straight line towards the accomplishment of his will. Justice always bears him company, and punishes those who fall short of his laws. He who would be happy follows humbly in her train, but he who is lifted up with pride or wealth or honor or beauty is soon deserted by God, and being deserted, he lives in confusion and disorder. To many he seems a great man, but in a short time he comes to utter destruction. Wherefore, seeing these things, what ought we to do or think? Every man ought to follow God. What life, then, is pleasing to God? There is an old saying that like agrees with like, measure with measure, and God ought to be our measure in all things. The temperate man is the friend of God because he is like him, and the intemperate man is not his friend, because he is not like him. And the conclusion is that the best of all things for a good man is to pray and sacrifice to the gods, but the bad man has a polluted soul, and therefore his service is wasted upon the gods, while the good are accepted of them. I have told you the mark at which we ought to aim. You will say how and with what weapons. In the first place we affirm that after the Olympian gods and the gods of the state, honor should be given to the gods below, and to them should be offered everything in even numbers and of the second choice. The auspicious odd numbers and everything of the first choice are reserved for the gods above. Next, demigods or spirits must be honored, and then heroes, and after them family gods, who will be worshipped at their local seats according to law. Further, the honor due to parents should not be forgotten. Children owe all that they have to them, and the debt must be repaid by kindness and attention in old age. No unbecoming word must be uttered before them, for there is an avenging angel who hears them when they are angry, and the child should consider that the parent, when he has been wronged, has a right to be angry. After their death let them have a moderate funeral, such as their fathers have had before them, and there shall be an annual commemoration of them. Living on this wise, we shall be accepted of the gods, and shall pass our days in good hope. The law will determine all our various duties towards relatives and friends and other citizens, and the whole state will be happy and prosperous. But if the legislator would persuade as well as command, he will add prefaces to his laws which will predispose the citizens to virtue. Even a little accomplished in the way of gaining the hearts of men is of great value, for most men are in no particular haste to become good. As Hesiod says, long and steep is the first half of the way to virtue, but when you have reached the top, the rest is easy. Those are excellent words. Yes, but may I tell you the effect which the preceding discourse has had upon me? I will express my meaning in an address to the lawgiver. O lawgiver, if you know what we ought to do and say, you can surely tell us. You are not like the poet, who, as you were just now saying, does not know the effect of his own words. And the poet may reply that when he sits down on the tripod of the muses he is not in his right mind, and that being a mere imitator, he may be allowed to say all sorts of opposite things, and cannot tell which of them is true. But this license cannot be allowed to the lawgiver. For example, there are 3 kinds of funerals. One of them is excessive, another mean, a third moderate, and you say that the last is right. Now, if I had a rich wife, and she told me to bury her, and I were to sing of her burial, I should praise the extravagant kind. A poor man would commend a funeral of the meaner sort, and a man of moderate means would prefer a moderate funeral. But you, as legislator, would have to say exactly what you meant by moderate. Very true. And is our lawgiver to have no preamble or interpretation of his laws, never offering a word of advice to his subjects, after the manner of some doctors? For of doctors are there not 2 kinds, the one gentle and the other rough, doctors who are freemen and learn themselves and teach their pupils scientifically, and doctors' assistants who get their knowledge empirically by attending on their masters? Of course there are. And did you ever observe that the gentlemen doctors practice upon freemen, and that slave doctors confine themselves to slaves? The latter go about the country or wait for the slaves at the dispensaries. They hold no parley with their patients about their diseases or the remedies of them. They practice by the rule of thumb, and give their decrees in the most arbitrary manner. When they have doctored one patient, they run off to another, whom they treat with equal assurance, their duty being to relieve the master of the care of his sick slaves. But the other doctor, who practices on freemen, proceeds in quite a different way. He takes counsel with his patient and learns from him, and never does anything until he has persuaded him of what he is doing. He trusts to influence rather than force. Now is not the use of both methods far better than the use of either alone, and both together may be advantageously employed by us in legislation. We may illustrate our proposal by an example. The laws relating to marriage naturally come first, and therefore we may begin with them. The simple law would be as follows: a man shall marry between the ages of 30 and 35. If he do not, he shall be fined or deprived of certain privileges. The double law would add the reason why: forasmuch as man desires immortality, which he attains by the procreation of children, no one should deprive himself of his share in this good. He who obeys the law is blameless, but he who disobeys must not be a gainer by his celibacy, and therefore he shall pay a yearly fine, and shall not be allowed to receive honor from the young. That is an example of what I call the double law, which may enable us to judge how far the addition of persuasion to threats is desirable. Lacedaemonians in general, stranger, are in favor of brevity. In this case, however, I prefer length, but Cleinias is the real lawgiver, and he ought to be first consulted. Thank you, Megillus. Whether words are to be many or few is a foolish question. The best and not the shortest forms are always to be approved, and legislators have never thought of the advantages which they might gain by using persuasion as well as force, but trust to force only. And I have something else to say about the matter. Here have we been from early dawn until noon, discoursing about laws, and all that we have been saying is only the preamble of the laws which we are about to give. I tell you this because I want you to observe that songs and strains have all of them preludes, but that laws, though called by the same name, nomoi, have never any prelude. Now I am disposed to give preludes to laws, dividing them into 2 parts, one containing the despotic command, which I described under the image of the slave doctor, the other the persuasive part, which I term the preamble. The legislator should give preludes or preambles to his laws. That shall be the way in my colony. I am glad that you agree with me. This is a matter which it is important to remember. A preamble is not always necessary to a law. The lawgiver must determine when it is needed, as the musician determines when there is to be a prelude to a song. Most true. And now, having a preamble, let us recommence our discourse. Enough has been said of gods and parents, and we may proceed to consider what relates to the citizens. their souls, bodies, properties, their occupations and amusements, and so arrive at the nature of education. The first word of the laws somewhat abruptly introduces the thought which is present to the mind of Plato throughout the work, namely, that law is of divine origin. In the words of a great English writer, her seat is the bosom of God, her voice the harmony of the world. Though the particular laws of Sparta and Crete had a narrow and imperfect aim, this is not true of divine laws, which are based upon the principles of human nature, and not framed to meet the exigencies of the moment. They have their natural divisions, too, answering to the kinds of virtue, I 630e, very unlike the discordant enactments of an Athenian assembly or of an English parliament. Yet we may observe two inconsistencies in Plato's treatment of the subject. First, a lesser, inasmuch as he does not clearly distinguish the Cretan and Spartan laws, of which the exclusive aim is war, from those other laws of Zeus and Apollo which are said to be divine, and to comprehend all virtue. Secondly, we may retort on him his own complaint against Sparta and Crete, I 628d, that he has himself given us a code of laws which for the most part have a military character, and that we cannot point to obvious examples of similar institutions which are concerned with pleasure, I 634 a following. At least there is only one such, that which relates to the regulation of convivial intercourse. The military spirit, which is condemned by him in the beginning of the laws, reappears in the 7th and 8th books. The mention of Minos, the great lawgiver, and of Rhadamanthus, the righteous administrator of the law, I 624, suggests the two divisions of the laws into enactments and appointments of officers, vi 751. The legislator and the judge stand side by side, and their functions cannot be wholly distinguished. For the judge is in some sort a legislator, at any rate in small matters, compare Roman 9, 875e following, and his decisions growing into precedents must determine the innumerable details which arise out of the conflict of circumstances. These Plato proposes to leave to a younger generation of legislators. The action of courts of law in making law seems to have escaped him, probably because the Athenian law courts were popular assemblies, and, except in a mythical form, he can hardly be said to have had before his eyes the ideal of a judge. In reading the Laws of Plato, or any other ancient writing about laws, we should consider how gradual the process is by which not only a legal system, but the administration of a court of law becomes perfected. There are other subjects on which Plato breaks ground, as his manner is early in the work. First, he gives a sketch of the subject of laws, I 631, 632. They are to comprehend the whole of human life, from infancy to age, and from birth to death, although the proposed plan is far from being regularly executed in the books which follow, partly owing to the necessity of describing the constitution as well as the laws of his new colony. Secondly, he touches on the power of music, which may exercise so great an influence on the character of men for good or evil. He refers especially to the great offense, which he mentions again, Romans 7, 812d, and which he had condemned in the Republic, Roman 3, 397, of varying the modes and rhythms, as well as to that of separating the words from the music, Laws Roman 2, 669. Thirdly, he reprobates the prevalence of unnatural loves in Sparta and Crete, which he attributes to the practice of syssitia and gymnastic exercises, and considers to be almost inseparable from them, I 636b. To this subject he again returns in the 8th book, 836 following. Fourthly, the virtues are affirmed to be inseparable from one another, I 630b, even if not absolutely one. This, too, is a principle which he reasserts at the conclusion of the work, Roman 12, 963 following. As in the beginnings of Plato's other writings, we have here several notes struck, which form the preludes of longer discussions, although the hint is less ingeniously given, and the promise more imperfectly fulfilled than in the earlier dialogues. The distinction between ethics and politics has not yet dawned upon Plato's mind. To him, law is still floating in a region between the two. He would have desired that all the acts and laws of a state should have regard to all virtue, I 630e. But he did not see that politics and law are subject to their own conditions and are distinguished from ethics by natural differences. The actions of which politics take cognizance are necessarily collective or representative, and law is limited to external acts which affect others as well as the agents. Ethics, on the other hand, include the whole duty of man in relation both to himself and others. But Plato has never reflected on these differences. He fancies that the life of the state can be as easily fashioned as that of the individual. He is favorable to a balance of power, Roman 3:691, but never seems to have considered that power might be so balanced as to produce an absolute immobility in the state. Nor is he alive to the evils of confounding vice and crime, or to the necessity of governments abstaining from excessive interference with their subjects. Yet this confusion of ethics and politics has also a better and a truer side. If unable to grasp some important distinctions, Plato is at any rate seeking to elevate the lower to the higher. He does not pull down the principles of men to their practice, or narrow the conception of the state to the immediate necessities of politics. Political ideals of freedom and equality, of a divine government which has been or will be in some other age or country, have greatly tended to educate and ennoble the human race. And if not the first author of such ideals, for they are as old as Hesiod, Plato has done more than any other writer to impress them on the world. To those who censure his idealism, we may reply in his own words. He is not the worse painter who draws a perfectly beautiful figure, because no such figure of a man could ever have existed. Republic v. 472d. A new thought about education suddenly occurs to him, and for a time exercises a sort of fascination over his mind, though in the later books of the laws it is forgotten or overlooked. As true courage is allied to temperance, so there must be an education which shall train mankind to resist pleasure as well as to endure pain, I 633 following. No one can be on his guard against that of which he has no experience. The perfectly trained citizen should have been accustomed to look his enemy in the face and to measure his strength against her. This education in pleasure is to be given, partly by festive intercourse, but chiefly by the song and dance, Roman 2:653. Youth are to learn music and gymnastics. Their elders are to be trained and tested at drinking parties. According to the old proverb, in vino veritas, they will then be open and visible to the world in their true characters. And also they will be more amenable to the laws and more easily molded by the hand of the legislator, I 649e, Roman 2:671c. The first reason is curious enough, though not important. The second can hardly be thought deserving of much attention. Yet if Plato means to say that society is one of the principal instruments of education in afterlife, he has expressed in an obscure fashion a principle which is true, and to his contemporaries was also new. That at a banquet a degree of moral discipline might be exercised is an original thought, but Plato has not yet learnt to express his meaning in an abstract form. He is sensible that moderation is better than total abstinence, and that asceticism is but a one-sided training. He makes the sagacious remark that those who are able to resist pleasure may often be among the worst of mankind, I 635d. He is as much aware as any modern utilitarian that the love of pleasure is the great motive of human action. This cannot be eradicated and must therefore be regulated, The pleasure must be of the right sort, v. 732e following. Such reflections seem to be the real, though imperfectly expressed, groundwork of the discussion. As in the juxtaposition of the Bacchic madness and the great gift of Dionysus, Roman 2, 672, or where he speaks of the different senses in which pleasure is and is not the object of imitative art, Roman 2, 667 following, or in the illustration of the failure of the Dorian institutions from the prayer of Theseus, Roman 3, 687, we have to gather his meaning as well as we can from the connection. The feeling of old age is discernible in this as well as in several other passages of the laws. Plato has arrived at the time when men sit still and look on at life, Roman 2, 657d, and he is willing to allow himself and others the few pleasures which remain to them. Wine is to cheer them now that their limbs are old and their blood runs cold. They are the best critics of dancing and music, Roman 2, 665d, but cannot be induced to join in song unless they have been enlivened by drinking. Youth has no need of the stimulus of wine, but age can only be made young again by its invigorating influence. Total abstinence for the young, moderate and increasing potations for the old is Plato's principle. The fire, of which there is too much in the one, has to be brought to the other, Roman 2, 666. Drunkenness, like madness, had a sacredness and mystery to the Greek. If on the one hand, as in the case of the Tarentines, I 637b, it degraded a whole population, it was also a mode of worshipping the god Dionysus, which was to be practiced on certain occasions. Moreover, the intoxication produced by the fruit of the vine was very different from the grosser forms of drunkenness which prevail among some modern nations. The physician in modern times would restrict the old man's use of wine within narrow limits. He would tell us that you cannot restore strength by a stimulus. Wine may call back the vital powers in disease, but cannot reinvigorate old age. In his maxims of health and longevity, though aware of the importance of a simple diet, Plato has omitted to dwell on the perfect rule of moderation. His commendation of wine is probably a passing fancy, and may have arisen out of his own habits or tastes. If so, he is not the only philosopher whose theory has been based upon his practice. Plato's denial of wine to the young and his approval of it for their elders, has some points of view which may be illustrated by the temperance controversy of our own times. Wine may be allowed to have a religious as well as a festive use. It is commended both in the Old and New Testament. It has been sung of by nearly all poets, and it may be truly said to have a healing influence both on body and mind. Yet it is also very liable to excess and abuse, and for this reason is prohibited by Muhammadans, as well as of late years by many Christians, no less than by the ancient Spartans, and to sound its praises seriously seems to partake of the nature of a paradox. But we may rejoin with Plato that the abuse of a good thing does not take away the use of it, I 639. Total abstinence, as we often say, is not the best rule, but moderate indulgence. And it is probably true that a temperate use of wine may contribute some elements of character to social life, which we can ill afford to lose. It draws men out of their reserve. It helps them to forget themselves and to appear as they by nature are when not on their guard, and therefore to make them more human and greater friends to their fellow men. It gives them a new experience. It teaches them to combine self-control with a measure of indulgence. It may sometimes restore to them the simplicity of childhood. We entirely agree with Plato in forbidding the use of wine to the young. But when we are of mature age, there are occasions on which we derive refreshment and strength from moderate potations. It is well to make abstinence the rule, but the rule may sometimes admit of an exception. We are in a higher, as well as in a lower sense, the better for the use of wine. The question runs up into wider ones. What is the general effect of asceticism on human nature? And must there not be a certain proportion between the aspirations of man and his powers? Questions which have been often discussed both by ancient and modern philosophers. So by comparing things old and new, we may sometimes help to realize to ourselves the meaning of Plato in the altered circumstances of our own life. Like the importance which he attaches to festive entertainments, his depreciation of courage to the fourth place in the scale of virtue, I 631c, appears to be somewhat rhetorical and exaggerated. But he is speaking of courage in the lower sense of the term, not as including loyalty or temperance. He does not insist in this passage, as in the Protagoras 329 following, on the unity of the virtues, or, as in the Lashes 195 following, on the identity of wisdom and courage. But he says that they all depend upon their leader mind, and that, out of the union of wisdom and temperance with courage springs justice. Elsewhere, he is disposed to regard temperance rather as a condition of all virtue than as a particular virtue, Romans 3:696. He generalizes temperance, as in the Republic he generalizes justice. The nature of the virtues is to run up into one another, and in many passages Plato makes but a faint effort to distinguish them. He still quotes the poets, somewhat enlarging, as his manner is, or playing with their meaning. The martial poet Tyrtaeus, I 629 following, and the oligarch Theognis, I 630a, furnish him with happy illustrations of the two sorts of courage. The fear of fear, I 647a-b, the division of goods into human and divine, I 631b. The acknowledgement that peace and reconciliation are better than the appeal to the sword, I 628. The analysis of temperance into resistance of pleasure as well as endurance of pain, I 634. The distinction between the education which is suitable for a trade or profession and for the whole of life, I 643. 644, are important and probably new ethical conceptions. Nor has Plato forgotten his old paradox, Gorgias 509d following, that to be punished is better than to be unpunished, when he says that to the bad man death is the only mitigation of his evil, Romans 2:661b, c. He is not less ideal in many passages of the Laws than in the Gorgias or Republic. But his wings are heavy, and he is unequal to any sustained flight. There is more attempt at dramatic effect in the first book than in the later parts of the work. The outburst of martial spirit in the Lacedaemonian at 638a, O best of men, the protest which the Cretan makes against the supposed insult to his lawgiver, I 630d. The cordial acknowledgement on the part of both of them that laws should not be discussed publicly by those who live under their rule, I 634, 635. The difficulty which they alike experience in following the speculations of the Athenian are highly characteristic, I 635e, 636d. In the second book, Plato pursues further his notion of educating by a right use of pleasure. He begins by conceiving an endless power of youthful life, which is to be reduced to rule and measure by harmony and rhythm, Romans 2:653 fall. Men differ from the lower animals in that they are capable of musical discipline, but music, like all art, must be truly imitative, and imitative of what is true and good. Art and morality agree in rejecting pleasure as the criterion of good. True art is inseparable from the highest and most ennobling ideas, Romans 2:654 following. Plato only recognizes the identity of pleasure and good when the pleasure is of the higher kind, Romans 2:658e. He is the enemy of songs without words, Romans 2:669e, which he supposes to have some confusing or enervating effect on the mind of the hearer. and he is also opposed to the modern degeneracy of the drama, Roman 2 659 following, which he would probably have illustrated, like Aristophanes, from Euripides and Agathon. From this passage may be gathered a more perfect conception of art than from any other of Plato's writings. He understands that art is at once imitative and ideal, an exact representation of truth, and also a representation of the highest truth. The same double view of art may be gathered from a comparison of the 3rd and 10th books of the Republic, but is here more clearly and pointedly expressed. We are inclined to suspect that both here and in the Republic Plato exaggerates the influence really exercised by the song and the dance. But we must remember also the susceptible nature of the Greek and the perfection to which these arts were carried by him. Further, the music had a sacred and Pythagorean character. The dance, too, was part of a religious festival, and only at such festivals the sexes mingled in public and the youths passed under the eyes of their elders. At the beginning of the 3rd book, Plato abruptly asks the question, what is the origin of states? The answer is infinite time. We have already seen in the Theaetetus, 175 AB, where he supposes that in the course of ages every man has had numberless progenitors, kings and slaves, Greeks and barbarians, and in the Critias, 108d, where he says that 9,000 years have elapsed since the island of Atlantis fought with Athens, that Plato is no stranger to the conception of long periods of time. He imagines human society to have been interrupted by natural convulsions, and beginning from the last of these, he traces the steps by which the family has grown into the state, and the original scattered society, becoming more and more civilized, has finally passed into military organizations like those of Crete and Sparta. His conception of the origin of states is far truer in the laws than in the Republic, but it must be remembered that here he is giving an historical, there an ideal picture of the growth of society. Modern inquirers like Plato have found in infinite ages the explanation not only of states, but of languages, men, animals, the world itself. Like him, also, they have detected in later institutions the vestiges of a patriarchal state still surviving. Thus far Plato speaks as the spectator of all time and all existence, who may be thought by some divine instinct to have guessed at truths which were hereafter to be revealed. He is far above the vulgar notion that Hellas is the civilized world, Statesman 262, 263, or that civilization only began when the Hellenes appeared on the scene. But he has no special knowledge of the days before the flood, and when he approaches more historical times, in preparing the way for his own theory of mixed government, he argues partially and erroneously. He is desirous of showing that unlimited power is ruinous to any state, and hence he is led to attribute a tyrannical spirit to the first Dorian kings, Roman 3 691a. The decay of Argos and the destruction of Messene are adduced by him as a manifest proof of their failure, and Sparta, he thinks, was only preserved by the limitations which the wisdom of successive legislators introduced into the government. But there is no more reason to suppose that the Dorian rule of life, which was followed at Sparta, ever prevailed in Argos and Messene, than to assume that Dorian institutions were framed to protect the Greeks against the power of Assyria, or that the empire of Assyria was in any way affected by the Trojan War, or that the return of the Heraclidae was only the return of Achaean exiles who received a new name from their leader Dorius. Such fancies were chiefly based, as far as they had any foundation, on the use of analogy, which played a great part in the dawn of historical and geographical research. Because there was a Persian Empire which was the natural enemy of the Greek, there must also have been an Assyrian Empire which had a similar hostility, and not only the fable of the island of Atlantis, but the Trojan War in Plato's mind derived some features from the Persian struggle. So Herodotus makes the Nile answer to the Ista, and the valley of the Nile to the Red Sea, Roman 2:33, 34, 11. In the Republic, Plato is flying in the air regardless of fact and possibility. In the Laws, he is making history by analogy. In the former, he appears to be like some modern philosophers, absolutely devoid of historical sense. In the latter, he is on a level, not with Thucydides or the critical historians of Greece, but with Herodotus or even with Ctesias. The chief object of Plato in tracing the origin of society is to show the point at which regular government superseded the patriarchal authority, and the separate customs of different families were systematized by legislators and took the form of laws consented to by them all. According to Plato, the only sound principle on which any government could be based was a mixture or balance of power. The balance of power saved Sparta. When the two other Heraclid states fell into disorder, here is probably the first trace of a political idea which has exercised a vast influence both in ancient and modern times. And yet we might fairly ask, a little parodying the language of Plato, O legislator, is unanimity only the struggle for existence, or is the balance of powers in a state better than the harmony of them? In the fourth book we approach the realities of politics, and Plato begins to ascend to the height of his great argument. The reign of Cronos has passed away, Roman 4:713, and various forms of government have succeeded, which are all based on self-interest and self-preservation. Right and wrong, instead of being measured by the will of God, are created by the law of the state. The strongest assertions are made of the purely spiritual nature of religion. Without holiness, no man is accepted of God, Roman 4:716, and of the duty of filial obedience, honor thy parents, Roman 4:717c. The legislator must teach these precepts as well as command them, Roman 4:722. He is to be the educator as well as the lawgiver of future ages, and his laws are themselves to form a part of the education of the state. Unlike the poet, he must be definite and rational, Roman 4:719b following. He cannot be allowed to say one thing at one time and another thing at another. He must know what he is about. And yet legislation has a poetical or rhetorical element, and must find words which will wing their way to the hearts of men. Laws must be promulgated before they are put in execution, and mankind must be reasoned with before they are punished. The legislator, when he promulgates a particular law, will courteously entreat those who are willing to hear his voice. Upon the rebellious only does the heavy blow descend, a sermon and a law in one. Blending the secular punishment with the religious sanction, appeared to Plato a new idea which might have a great result in reforming the world. The experiment had never been tried of reasoning with mankind. The laws of others had never had any preambles, and Plato seems to have great pleasure in contemplating his discovery. In these quaint forms of thought and language, great principles of morals and legislation are enunciated by him for the first time. They all go back to mind, Roman 3:688a, and God, who holds the beginning, middle, and end of all things in his hand, Roman 4:715e. The adjustment of the divine and human elements in the world is conceived in the spirit of modern popular philosophy, differing not much in the mode of expression. At first sight, the legislator appears to be impotent, for all things are the sport of chance. But we admit also that God governs all things, and that chance and opportunity cooperate with him. Compare the saying, that chance is the name of the unknown cause. Lastly, while we acknowledge that God and chance govern mankind and provide the conditions of human action, experience will not allow us to deny a place to art. We know that there is a use in having a pilot, though the storm may overwhelm him, and a legislator is required to provide for the happiness of a state, although he will pray for favorable conditions under which he may exercise his art. Roman 4:709. Chapter 24. The glory of man is to follow the better and improve the inferior, and the soul is that part of man which is most inclined to avoid the evil and dwell with the good. Wherefore also the soul is second only to the gods in honor, and in the third place the body is to be esteemed, which often has a false honor. For honor is not to be given to the fair or the strong, or the swift or the tall, or to the healthy, any more than to their opposites, but to the mean states of all these habits, and so of property and external goods. No man should heap up riches that he may leave them to his children. The best condition for them as for the state is a middle one, in which there is a freedom without luxury. And the best inheritance of children is modesty. But modesty cannot be implanted by admonition only. The elders must set the example. He who would train the young must first train himself. He who honors his kindred and family may fairly expect that the gods will give him children. He who would have friends must think much of their favors to him and little of his to them. He who prefers to an Olympic or any other victory to win the palm of obedience to the laws serves best both the state and his fellow citizens. Engagements with strangers are to be deemed most sacred, because the stranger, having neither kindred nor friends, is immediately under the protection of Zeus, the god of strangers. A prudent man will not sin against the stranger, and still more carefully will he avoid sinning against the suppliant, which is an offense never passed over by the gods. I will now speak of those particulars which are matters of praise and blame only, and which, although not enforced by the law, greatly affect the disposition to obey the law. Truth has the first place among the gifts of gods and men, for truth begets trust. But he is not to be trusted who loves voluntary falsehood, and he who loves involuntary falsehood is a fool. Neither the ignorant nor the untrustworthy man is happy, for they have no friends in life, and die unlamented and untended. Good is he who does no injustice, better who prevents others from doing any, best of all who joins the rulers in punishing injustice. And this is true of goods and virtues in general. He who has and communicates them to others is the man of men. He who would, if he could, is second best. He who has them and is jealous of imparting them to others is to be blamed, but the good or virtue which he has is to be valued still. Let every man contend in the race without envy, for the unenvious man increases the strength of the city. Himself foremost in the race, he harms no one with calumny, whereas the envious man is weak himself, and drives his rivals to despair with his slanders, thus depriving the whole city of incentives to the exercise of virtue and tarnishing her glory. Every man should be gentle, but also passionate, for he must have the spirit to fight against incurable and malignant evil. But the evil which is remediable should be dealt with more in sorrow than anger. He who is unjust is to be pitied in any case, for no man voluntarily does evil or allows evil to exist in his soul. And therefore he who deals with the curable sort must be long-suffering and forbearing, but the incurable shall have the vials of our wrath poured out upon him. The greatest of all evils is self-love, which is thought to be natural and excusable, and is enforced as a duty, and yet is the cause of many errors. The lover is blinded about the beloved, and prefers his own interests to truth and right, but the truly great man seeks justice before all things. Self-love is the source of that ignorant conceit of knowledge which is always doing and never succeeding. Wherefore let every man avoid self-love and follow the guidance of those who are better than himself. There are lesser matters which a man should recall to mind, for wisdom is like a stream, ever flowing in and out, and recollection flows in when knowledge is failing. Let no man either laugh or grieve over much, but let him control his feelings in the day of good or ill fortune, believing that the gods will diminish the evils and increase the blessings of the righteous. These are thoughts which should ever occupy a good man's mind. He should remember them both in lighter and in more serious hours, and remind others of them. So much of divine matters and the relation of man to God. But man is man and dependent on pleasure and pain, and therefore to acquire a true taste respecting either is a great matter. And what is a true taste? This can only be explained by a comparison of one life with another. Pleasure is an object of desire, pain of avoidance, and the absence of pain is to be preferred to pain, but not to pleasure. There are infinite kinds and degrees of both of them, and we choose the life which has more pleasure and avoid that which has less, but we do not choose that life in which the elements of pleasure are either feeble or equally balanced with pain. All the lives which we desire are pleasant. The choice of any others is due to inexperience. Now there are 4 lives, the temperate, the rational, the courageous, the healthful, and to these let us oppose 4 others, the intemperate, the foolish, the cowardly, the diseased. The temperate life has gentle pains and pleasures and placid desires. The intemperate life has violent delights and still more violent desires. And the pleasures of the temperate exceed the pains, while the pains of the intemperate exceed the pleasures. But if this is true, none are voluntarily intemperate, but all who lack temperance are either ignorant or wanting in self-control. For men always choose the life which, as they think, exceeds in pleasure. The wise, the healthful, the courageous life have a similar advantage. They also exceed their opposites in pleasure. And generally speaking, the life of virtue is far more pleasurable and honorable, fairer and happier far than the life of vice. Let this be the preamble of our laws. The strain will follow. As in a web the warp is stronger than the woof, so should the rulers be stronger than their half-educated subjects. Let us suppose, then, that in the constitution of a state there are 2 parts, the appointment of the rulers and the laws which they have to administer. But before going further, there are some preliminary matters which have to be considered. As of animals, so also of men, a selection must be made, the bad breed must be got rid of, and the good retained. The legislator must purify them, and if he be not a despot, he will find this task to be a difficult one. The several kinds of purification are practiced when great offenders are punished by death or exile, but there is a milder process which is necessary when the poor show a disposition to attack the property of the rich, for then the legislator will send them off to another land under the name of a colony. In our case, however, we shall only need to purify the streams before they meet. This is often a troublesome business, but in theory we may suppose the operation performed, and the desired purity attained. Evil men we will hinder from coming, and receive the good as friends. Like the old Heraclid colony, we are fortunate in escaping the abolition of debts and the distribution of land, which are difficult and dangerous questions. But perhaps now that we are speaking of the subject, we ought to say how, if the danger existed, the legislator should try to avert it. He would have recourse to prayers and trust to the healing influence of time. He would create a kindly spirit between creditors and debtors. Those who have should give to those who have not. And poverty should be held to be rather the increase of a man's desires than the diminution of his property. Goodwill is the only safe and enduring foundation of the political society, and upon this our city shall be built. The lawgiver, if he is wise, will not proceed with the arrangement of the state until all disputes about property are settled, and for him to introduce fresh grounds of quarrel would be madness. Let us now proceed to the distribution of our state, and determine the size of the territory and the number of the allotments. The territory should be sufficient to maintain the citizens in moderation, and the population should be numerous enough to defend themselves, and sometimes to aid their neighbors. We will fix the number of citizens at 5,040, to which the number of houses and portions of land shall correspond. Let the number be divided into 2 parts and then into 3, for it is very convenient for the purposes of distribution, and is capable of 59 divisions, 10 of which proceed without interval from 1 to 10. Here are numbers enough for war and peace and for all contracts and dealings. These properties of numbers are true and should be ascertained with a view to use. In carrying out the distribution of the land, a prudent legislator will be careful to respect any provision for religious worship which has been sanctioned by ancient tradition or by the oracles of Delphi, Dodona, or Ammon. All sacrifices and altars and temples, whatever may be their origin, should remain as they are. Every division should have a patron god or hero. To these a portion of the domain should be appropriated, and at their temples the inhabitants of the districts should meet together from time to time for the sake of mutual help and friendship. All the citizens of a state should be known to one another, for where men are in the dark about each other's characters, there can be no justice or right administration. Every man should be true and single-minded, and should not allow himself to be deceived by others. And now the game opens, and we begin to move the pieces. At first sight, our constitution may appear singular and ill-adapted to a legislator who has not despotic power, but on second thoughts will be deemed to be, if not the very best, the second best. For there are three forms of government, a first, a second, and a third best, out of which Cleinias has now to choose. The first and highest form is that in which friends have all things in common, including wives and property, in which they have common fears, hopes, desires, and do not even call their eyes or their hands their own. This is the ideal state, than which there never can be a truer or better, a state, whether inhabited by gods or sons of gods, which will make the dwellers therein blessed. Here is the pattern on which we must ever fix our eyes, but we are now concerned with another, which comes next to it, and we will afterwards proceed to a third. Inasmuch as our citizens are not fitted either by nature or education to receive the saying, "Friends have all things in common," let them retain their houses and private property, but use them in the service of their country, who is their God and parent, and of the gods and demigods of the land. Their first care should be to preserve the number of their lots. This may be secured in the following manner. When the possessor of a lot dies, he shall leave his lot to his best beloved child, who will become the heir of all duties and interests, and will minister to the gods and to the family, to the living and to the dead. Of the remaining children, the females must be given in marriage, according to the law to be hereafter enacted. The males may be assigned to citizens who have no children of their own. How to equalize families and allotments will be one of the chief cares of the guardians of the laws. When parents have too many children, they may give to those who have none, or couples may abstain from having children, or if there is a want of offspring, special care may be taken to obtain them. Or if the number of citizens becomes excessive, we may send away the surplus to found a colony. If, on the other hand, a war or plague diminishes the number of inhabitants, new citizens must be introduced, and these ought not, if possible, to be men of low birth or inferior training. But even God, it is said, cannot always fight against necessity. Wherefore we will thus address our citizens: good friends, honor, order, and equality, and above all the number 5,040. Secondly, respect the original division of the lots, which must not be infringed by buying and selling. For the law says that the land which a man has is sacred and is given to him by God. And priests and priestesses will offer frequent sacrifices and pray that he who alienates either house or lot may receive the punishment which he deserves, and their prayers shall be inscribed on tablets of cypress wood for the instruction of posterity. The guardians will keep a vigilant watch over the citizens, and they will punish those who disobey God and the law. To appreciate the benefit of such an institution, a man requires to be well educated, for he certainly will not make a fortune in our state, in which all illiberal occupations are forbidden to freemen. The law also provides that no private person shall have gold or silver, except a little coin for daily use, which will not pass current in other countries. The state must also possess a common Hellenic currency, but this is only to be used in defraying the expenses of expeditions or of embassies, or while a man is on foreign travels. But in the latter case, he must deliver up what is over when he comes back to the treasury in return for an equal amount of local currency, on pain of losing the sum in question, and he who does not inform against an offender is to be mulcted in a like sum. No money is to be given or taken as a dowry or to be lent on interest. The law will not protect a man in recovering either interest or principal. All these regulations imply that the aim of the legislator is not to make the city as rich or as mighty as possible, but the best and happiest. Now men can hardly be at the same time very virtuous and very rich. And why? Because he who makes twice as much and saves twice as much as he ought, receiving where he ought not and not spending where he ought, will be at least twice as rich as he who makes money where he ought and spends where he ought. On the other hand, an utterly bad man is generally profligate and poor, while he who acquires honestly and spends what he acquires on noble objects can hardly be very rich. A very rich man is therefore not a good man, and therefore not a happy one. But the object of our laws is to make the citizens as friendly and happy as possible, which they cannot be if they are always at law and injuring each other in the pursuit of gain. And therefore we say that there is to be no silver or gold in the state, nor usury, nor the rearing of the meaner kinds of livestock, but only agriculture, and only so much of this as will not lead men to neglect that for the sake of which money is made, first the soul and afterwards the body, neither of which are good for much without music and gymnastic. Money is to be held in honor last or third, the highest interests being those of the soul, and in the second class are to be ranked those of the body. This is the true order of legislation, which would be inverted by placing health before temperance and wealth before health. It might be well if every man could come to the colony having equal property, but equality is impossible, and therefore we must avoid causes of offense by having property valued and by equalizing taxation. To this end, let us make 4 classes in which the citizens may be placed according to the measure of their original property and the changes of their fortune. The greatest of evils is revolution, and this, as the law will say, is caused by extremes of poverty or wealth. The limit of poverty shall be the lot, which must not be diminished, and may be increased 5-fold, but not more. He who exceeds the limit must give up the excess to the state, but if he does not, and is informed against, the surplus shall be divided between the informer and the gods, and he shall pay a sum equal to the surplus out of his own property. All property other than the lot must be inscribed in a register, so that any disputes which arise may be easily determined. The city shall be placed in a suitable situation, as nearly as possible in the center of the country, and shall be divided into 12 wards. First, we will erect an acropolis, encircled by a wall, within which shall be placed the temples of Hestia and Zeus and Athene. From this shall be drawn lines dividing the city, and also the country, into 12 sections, and the country shall be subdivided into 5,040 lots. Each lot shall contain 2 parts, one at a distance, the other near the city, and the distance of one part shall be compensated by the nearness of the other, the badness and goodness by the greater or less size. 12 lots will be assigned to 12 gods, and they will give their names to the tribes. The divisions of the city shall correspond to those of the country, and every man shall have 2 habitations, one near the center of the country, the other at the extremity. The objection will naturally arise that all the advantages of which we have been speaking will never concur. The citizens will not tolerate a settlement in which they are deprived of gold and silver, and have the number of their families regulated, and the sites of their houses fixed by law. It will be said that our city is a mere image of wax, and the legislator will answer, I know it, but I maintain that we ought to set forth an ideal which is as perfect as possible. If difficulties arise in the execution of the plan, we must avoid them and carry out the remainder. But the legislator must first be allowed to complete his idea without interruption. The number 12, which we have chosen for the number of division, must run through all parts of the state, phratries, villages, ranks of soldiers, coins, and measures wet and dry, which are all to be made commensurable with one another. There is no meanness in requiring that the smallest vessels should have a common measure, for the divisions of number are useful in measuring height and depth, as well as sounds and motions, upwards or downwards, or round and round. The legislator should impress on his citizens the value of arithmetic. No instrument of education has so much power. Nothing more tends to sharpen and inspire the dull intellect. But the legislator must be careful to instill a noble and generous spirit into the students, or they will tend to become cunning rather than wise. This may be proved by the example of the Egyptians and Phoenicians, who, notwithstanding their knowledge of arithmetic, are degraded in their general character, whether this defect in them is due to some natural cause or to a bad legislator. For it is clear that there are great differences in the power of regions to produce good men. Heat and cold, and water and food, have great effects both on body and soul, and those spots are peculiarly fortunate in which the air is holy, and the gods are pleased to dwell. To all this the legislator must attend, so far as in him lies. Chapter 25. The 37 magistrates who have been elected in the manner described shall have the following duties. First, they shall be guardians of the law. Secondly, of the registers of property in the 4 classes, not including the 1, 2, 3, 4 mini, which are allowed as a surplus. He who is found to possess what is not entered in the registers, in addition to the confiscation of such property, shall be proceeded against by law. And if he be cast, he shall lose his share in the public property and in distributions of money, and his sentence shall be inscribed in some public place. The guardians are to continue in office 20 years only, and to commence holding office at 50 years, or if elected at 60, they are not to remain after 70. Generals have now to be elected, and commanders of horse and brigadiers of foot. The generals shall be natives of the city, proposed by the guardians of the law, and elected by those who are or have been of the age for military service. Anyone may challenge the person nominated and start another candidate, whom he affirms upon oath to be better qualified. The 3 who obtain the greatest number of votes shall be elected. The generals thus elected shall propose the taxiarchs or brigadiers, and the challenge may be made, and the voting shall take place. In the same manner as before, the elective assembly will be presided over in the first instance, and until the prytanes and council come into being, by the guardians of the law in some holy place, and they shall divide the citizens into 3 divisions, hoplites, cavalry, and the rest of the army, placing each of them by itself. All are to vote for generals and cavalry officers. The brigadiers are to be voted for only by the hoplites. Next, the cavalry are to choose phylarchs for the generals, but captains of archers and other irregular troops are to be appointed by the generals themselves. The cavalry officers shall be proposed and voted upon by the same persons who vote for the generals. The 2 who have the greatest number of votes shall be leaders of all the horse. Disputes about the voting may be raised once or twice, but if a 3rd time, the presiding officers shall decide. The council shall consist of 360, who may be conveniently divided into 4 sections, making 90 councillors of each class. In the first place, all the citizens shall select candidates from the 1st class, and they shall be compelled to vote under pain of a fine. This shall be the business of the 1st day. On the 2nd day, a similar selection shall be made from the 2nd class under the same conditions. On the 3rd day, candidates shall be selected from the 3rd class, but the compulsion to vote shall only extend to the voters of the first 3 classes. On the fourth day, members of the council shall be selected from the fourth class. They shall be selected by all, but the compulsion to vote shall only extend to the second class, who, if they do not vote, shall pay a fine of triple the amount which was exacted at first, and to the first class, who shall pay a quadruple fine. On the fifth day, the names shall be exhibited, and out of them shall be chosen by all the citizens 180 of each class. These are severally to be reduced by lot to 90, and 90 times 4 will form the council for the year. The mode of election which has been described is a mean between monarchy and democracy, and such a mean should ever be observed in the state. For servants and masters cannot be friends, and although equality makes friendship, we must remember that there are two sorts of equality. One of them is the rule of number and measure, but there is also a higher equality, which is the judgment of Zeus. Of this he grants but little to mortal men. Yet that little is the source of the greatest good to cities and individuals. It is proportioned to the nature of each man. It gives more to the better and less to the inferior, and is the true political justice. To this we in our state desire to look, as every legislator should, not to the interests either of tyrants or mobs. But justice cannot always be strictly enforced, and then equity and mercy have to be substituted. And for a similar reason, when true justice will not be endured, we must have recourse to the rougher justice of the lot, which God must be entreated to guide. These are the principal means of preserving the state, but perpetual care will also be required. When a ship is sailing on the sea, vigilance must not be relaxed night or day. And the vessel of state is tossing in a political sea, and therefore watch must continually succeed watch, and rulers must join hands with rulers. A small body will best perform this duty, and therefore the greater part of the 360 senators may be permitted to go and manage their own affairs, but a 12th portion must be set aside in each month for the administration of the state. Their business will be to receive information and answer embassies. Also, they must endeavor to prevent or heal internal disorders, and with this object, they must have the control of all assemblies of the citizens. Besides the council, there must be wardens of the city and of the agora, who will superintend houses, ways, harbors, markets, and fountains in the city and the suburbs, and prevent any injury being done to them by man or beast. The temples, also, will require priests and priestesses. Those who hold the priestly office by hereditary tenure shall not be disturbed, but as there will probably be fewer none-such in a new colony, priests and priestesses shall be appointed for the gods who have no servants. Some of these officers shall be elected by vote, some by lot, and all classes shall mingle in a friendly manner at the elections. The appointment of priests should be left to God, that is, to the lot, but the person elected must prove that he is himself sound in body and of legitimate birth, and that his family has been free from homicide or any other stain of impurity. Priests and priestesses are to be not less than 60 years of age, and shall hold office for a year only. The laws which are to regulate matters of religion shall be brought from Delphi, and interpreters appointed to superintend their execution. These shall be elected in the following manner. The 12 tribes shall be formed into 3 bodies of 4, each of which shall select 4 candidates, and this shall be done 3 times. Of each 12 thus selected, the 3 who receive the largest number of votes, 9 in all, after undergoing a scrutiny shall go to Delphi. In order that the god may elect one out of each triad, they shall be appointed for life, and when any of them dies, another shall be elected by the 4 tribes who made the original appointment. There shall also be treasurers of the temples, 3 for the greater temples, 2 for the lesser, and 1 for those of least importance. The defense of the city should be committed to the generals and other officers of the army, and to the wardens of the city and agora. The defense of the country shall be on this wise. The 12 tribes shall allot among themselves annually the 12 divisions of the country, and each tribe shall appoint 5 wardens and commanders of the watch. The 5 wardens in each division shall choose out of their own tribe 12 guards, who are to be between 25 and 30 years of age. Both the wardens and the guards are to serve 2 years, and they shall make a round of the divisions, staying a month in each. They shall go from west to east during the first year, and back from east to west during the second. Thus they will gain a perfect knowledge of the country at every season of the year. While on service, their first duty will be to see that the country is well protected by means of fortifications and entrenchments. They will use the beasts of burden and the laborers whom they find on the spot, taking care, however, not to interfere with the regular course of agriculture. But while they thus render the country as inaccessible as possible to enemies, they will also make it as accessible as possible to friends by constructing and maintaining good roads. They will restrain and preserve the rain which comes down from heaven, making the barren places fertile and the wet places dry. They will ornament the fountains with plantations and buildings, and provide water for irrigation at all seasons of the year. They will lead the streams to the temples and groves of the gods, and in such spots the youth shall make gymnasia for themselves, and warm baths for the aged. There the rustic worn with toil will receive a kindly welcome, and be far better treated than at the hands of an unskillful doctor. These works will be both useful and ornamental, but the 60 wardens must not fail to give serious attention to other duties, for they must watch over the districts assigned to them, and also act as judges. In small matters the 5 commanders shall decide. In greater matters up to 3 mini, the 5 commanders and the 12 guards. Like all other judges except those who have the final decision, they shall be liable to give an account. If the wardens impose unjust tasks on the villagers, or take by force their crops or implements, or yield to flattery or bribes in deciding suits, let them be publicly dishonored. In regard to any other wrongdoing, if the question be of a mina, let the neighbors decide. But if the accused person will not submit, trusting that his monthly removals will enable him to escape payment, and also in suits about a larger amount, the injured party may have recourse to the common court. In the former case, if successful, he may exact a double penalty. The wardens and guards, while on their 2 years' service, shall live and eat together. And the guard who is absent from the daily meals without permission or sleeps out at night shall be regarded as a deserter, and may be punished by anyone who meets him. If any of the commanders is guilty of such an irregularity, the whole 60 shall have him punished, and he of them who screens him shall suffer a still heavier penalty than the offender himself. Now by service a man learns to rule, and he should pride himself upon serving well the laws and the gods all his life, and upon having served ancient and honorable men in his youth. The 12 and the 5 should be their own servants, and use the labor of the villages only for the good of the public. Let them search the country through, and acquire a perfect knowledge of every locality. With this view, hunting and field spots should be encouraged. Next we have to speak of the elections of the wardens of the agora and of the city. The wardens of the city shall be 3 in number, and they shall have the care of the streets, roads, buildings, and also of the water supply. They shall be chosen out of the highest class, and when the number of candidates has been reduced to 6 who have the greatest number of votes, 3 out of the 6 shall be taken by lot, and after a scrutiny shall be admitted to their office. The wardens of the agora shall be 5 in number, 10 are to be first elected, and everyone shall vote for all the vacant places. The 10 shall be afterwards reduced to 5 by lot, as in the former election. The first and second class shall be compelled to go to the assembly, but not the third and fourth, unless they are specially summoned. The wardens of the agora shall have the care of the temples and fountains which are in the agora, and shall punish those who injure them by stripes and bonds, if they be slaves or strangers, and by fines if they be citizens. and the wardens of the city shall have a similar power of inflicting punishment and fines in their own department. In the next place, there must be directors of music and gymnastic, one class of them superintending gymnasia and schools, and the attendance and lodging of the boys and girls, the other having to do with contests of music and gymnastic. In musical contests, there shall be one kind of judges of solo singing or playing, who will judge of rhapsodists, flute players, harp players, and the like, and another of choruses. There shall be choruses of men and boys and maidens. One director will be enough to introduce them all, and he should not be less than 40 years of age. Secondly, of solos also there shall be one director, aged not less than 30 years. He will introduce the competitors and give judgment upon them. The director of the choruses is to be elected in an assembly at which all who take an interest in music are compelled to attend, and no one else. Candidates must only be proposed for their fitness, and opposed on the ground of unfitness. 10 are to be elected by vote, and the one of these on whom the lot falls shall be director for a year. Next shall be elected out of the second and third classes the judges of gymnastic contests, who are to be 3 in number, and are to be tested, after being chosen by lot out of 20 who have been elected by the 3 highest classes, these being compelled to attend at the election. One minister remains, who will have the general superintendence of education. He must be not less than 50 years old, and be himself the father of children born in wedlock. His office must be regarded by all as the highest in the state. For the right growth of the first shoot in plants and animals is the chief cause of matured perfection. Man is supposed to be a tame animal, but he becomes either the gentlest or the fiercest of creatures, accordingly as he is well or ill educated. Wherefore he who is elected to preside over education should be the best man possible. He shall hold office for 5 years, and shall be elected out of the guardians of the law by the votes of the other magistrates with the exception of the Senate and Prytanes, and the election shall be held by ballot in the temple of Apollo. When a magistrate dies before his term of office has expired, another shall be elected in his place. And if the guardian of an orphan dies, the relations shall appoint another within 10 days, or be fined a drachma a day for neglect. The city which has no courts of law will soon cease to be a city, and a judge who sits in silence and leaves the inquiry to the litigants, as in arbitrations, is not a good judge. A few judges are better than many, but the few must be good. The matter in dispute should be clearly elicited. Time and examination will find out the truth. Causes should first be tried before a court of neighbors. If the decision is unsatisfactory, let them be referred to a higher court, or, if necessary, to a higher still, of which the decision shall be final. Every magistrate is a judge, and every judge is a magistrate, on the day on which he is deciding the suit. This will therefore be an appropriate place to speak of judges and their functions. The supreme tribunal will be that on which the litigants agree, and let there be 2 other tribunals, one for public and the other for private causes. The High Court of Appeal shall be composed as follows. All the offices of state shall meet on the last day but one of the year in some temple, and choose for a judge the best man out of every magistracy. And those who are elected, after they have undergone a scrutiny, shall be judges of appeal. They shall give their decisions openly, in the presence of the magistrates who have elected them, and the public may attend. If anybody charges one of them with having intentionally decided wrong, he shall lay his accusation before the guardians of the law, and if the judge be found guilty, he shall pay damages to the extent of half the injury, unless the guardians of the law deem that he deserves a severe punishment, in which case the judges shall assess the penalty. As the whole people are injured by offenses against the state, they should share in the trial of them. Such causes should originate with the people and be decided by them. The inquiry shall take place before any three of the highest magistrates upon whom the defendant and plaintiff can agree. Also, in private suits, all should judge as far as possible, and therefore there should be a court of law in every ward, for he who has no share in the administration of justice believes that he has no share in the state. The judges in these courts shall be elected by lot and give their decision at once. The final judgment in all cases shall rest with the Court of Appeal, and so, having done with the appointment of courts and the election of officers, we will now make our laws. Your way of proceeding, stranger, is admirable. Then so far our old man's game of play has gone off well. Say rather, our serious and noble pursuit. Perhaps, but let me ask you whether you have ever observed the manner in which painters put in and rub out color, yet their endless labor will last but a short time, unless they leave behind them some successor who will restore the picture and remove its defects. Certainly, and have we not a similar object at the present moment? We are old ourselves, and therefore we must leave our work of legislation to be improved and perfected by the next generation. Not only making laws for our guardians, but making them lawgivers. We must at least do our best. Let us address them as follows. Beloved saviors of the laws, we give you an outline of legislation which you must fill up, according to a rule which we will prescribe for you. Megillus and Cleinias and I are agreed, and we hope that you will agree with us in thinking that the whole energies of a man should be devoted to the attainment of manly virtue. Whether this is to be gained by study, or habit, or desire, or opinion. And rather than accept institutions which tend to degrade and enslave him, he should fly his country and endure any hardship. These are our principles, and we would ask you to judge of our laws and praise or blame them, accordingly as they are or are not capable of improving our citizens. And first of laws concerning religion. We have already said that the number 5040 has many convenient divisions, and we took a 12th part of this, 420, which is itself divisible by 12 for the number of the tribe. Every divisor is a gift of God, and corresponds to the months of the year and to the revolution of the universe. All cities have a number, but none is more fortunate than our own, which can be divided by all numbers up to 12, with the exception of 11, and even by 11 if 2 families are deducted. And now let us divide the state, assigning to each division some god or demigod, who shall have altars raised to them, and sacrifices offered twice a month, and assemblies shall be held in their honor, 12 for the tribes and 12 for the city, corresponding to their divisions. The object of them will be first to promote religion, secondly to encourage friendship and intercourse between families, for families must be acquainted before they marry into one another, or great mistakes will occur. At these festivals there shall be innocent dances of young men and maidens, who may have the opportunity of seeing one another in modest undress. To the details of all this the masters of choruses and the guardians will attend, embodying in laws the results of their experience, and after 10 years making the laws permanent with the consent of the legislator, if he be alive, or if he be not alive, of the guardians of the law, who shall perfect them and settle them once for all. At least, if any further changes are required, the magistrates must take the whole people into council, and obtain the sanction of all the oracles. Whenever anyone who is between the ages of 25 and 35 wants to marry, let him do so, but first let him hear the strain which we will address to him. My son, you ought to marry, but not in order to gain wealth or to avoid poverty. Neither should you, as men are wont to do, choose a wife who is like yourself in property and character. You ought to consult the interests of the state rather than your own pleasure, for by equal marriages a society becomes unequal. And yet to enact a law that the rich and mighty shall not marry the rich and mighty, that the quick shall be united to the slow, and the slow to the quick, will arouse anger in some persons and laughter in others, for they do not understand that opposite elements ought to be mingled in the state, as wine should be mingled with water. The object at which we aim must therefore be left to the influence of public opinion, and do not forget our former precept that everyone should seek to attain immortality and raise up a fair posterity to serve God. Let this be the prelude of the law about the duty of marriage. But if a man will not listen, and at 35 years of age is still unmarried, he shall pay an annual fine, if he be of the first class 100 drachmas, if of the second 70, if of the third 60, and if of the fourth 30. This fine shall be sacred to Hia, and if he refuse to pay, a tenfold penalty shall be exacted by the treasurer of Hia, who shall be responsible for the payment. Further, the unmarried man shall receive no honor or obedience from the young, and he shall not retain the right of punishing others. A man is neither to give nor receive a dowry beyond a certain fixed sum. In our state, for his consolation, if he be poor, let him know that he need neither receive nor give one, for every citizen is provided with the necessaries of life. Again, if the woman is not rich, her husband will not be her humble servant. He who disobeys this law shall pay a fine according to his class, which shall be exacted by the treasurers of Hia and Zeus. The betrothal of the parties shall be made by the next of kin, or if there are none, by the guardians. The offerings and ceremonies of marriage shall be determined by the interpreters of sacred rites. Let the wedding party be moderate. 5 male and 5 female friends and a like number of kinsmen will be enough. The expense should not exceed, for the first class, a mina, and for the second, half a mina, and should be in like proportion for the other classes. Extravagance is to be regarded as vulgarity and ignorance of nuptial proprieties. Much wine is only to be drunk at the festivals of Dionysus, and certainly not on the occasion of a marriage. The bride and bridegroom, who are taking a great step in life, ought to have all their wits about them. They should be especially careful of the night on which God may give them increase, and which this will be none can say. Their bodies and souls should be in the most temperate condition. They should abstain from all that partakes of the nature of disease or vice, which will otherwise become hereditary. There is an original divinity in man which preserves all things, if used with proper respect. He who marries should make one of the 2 houses on the lot the nest and nursery of his young. He should leave his father and mother, and then his affection for them will be only increased by absence. He will go forth as to a colony, and will there rear up his offspring, handing on the torch of life to another generation. About property in general there is little difficulty, with the exception of property in slaves, which is an institution of a very doubtful character. The slavery of the Helots is approved by some and condemned by others, and there is some doubt even about the slavery of the Mariandynians at Heraclea and of the Thessalian Penesti. This makes us ask, what shall we do about slaves? To which everyone would agree in replying, let us have the best and most attached whom we can get. All of us have heard stories of slaves who have been better to their masters than sons or brethren. Yet there is an opposite doctrine, that slaves are never to be trusted. As Homer says, slavery takes away half a man's understanding. And different persons treat them in different ways. There are some who never trust them and beat them like dogs, until they make them many times more slavish than they were before, and others pursue the opposite plan. Man is a troublesome animal, as has been often shown, Megalus, notably in the revolts of the Messenians, and great mischiefs have arisen in countries where there are large bodies of slaves of one nationality. 2 rules may be given for their management. First, that they should not, if possible, be of the same country or have a common language. And secondly, that they should be treated by their master with more justice even than equals, out of regard to himself quite as much as to them. For he who is righteous in the treatment of his slaves or of any inferiors will sow in them the seed of virtue. Masters should never jest with their slaves. This, which is a common but foolish practice, increases the difficulty and painfulness of managing them. Next, as to habitations. These ought to have been spoken of before, for no man can marry a wife and have slaves who has not a house for them to live in. Let us supply the omission. The temples should be placed round the agora, and the city built in a circle on the heights. Near the temples, which are holy places and the habitations of the gods, should be buildings for the magistrates, and the courts of law, including those in which capital offenses are to be tried. As to walls, Megillus, I agree with Sparta that they should sleep in the earth. Cold steel is the best wall, as the poet finely says. Besides, how absurd to be sending out our youth to fortify and guard the borders of our country, and then to build a city wall, which is very unhealthy, and is apt to make people fancy that they may run there and rest in idleness, not knowing that true repose comes from labor, and that idleness is only a renewal of trouble. If, however, there must be a wall, the private houses had better be so arranged as to form one wall. This will have an agreeable aspect, and the building will be safer and more defensible. These objects should be attended to at the foundation of the city. The wardens of the city must see that they are carried out, and they must also enforce cleanliness and preserve the public buildings from encroachments. Moreover, they must take care to let the rain flow off easily, and must regulate other matters concerning the general administration of the city. If any further enactments prove to be necessary, the guardians of the law must supply them. And now, having provided buildings, and having married our citizens, we will proceed to speak of their mode of life. In a well-constituted state, individuals cannot be allowed to live as they please. Why do I say this? Because I am going to enact that the bridegroom shall not absent himself from the common meals. They were instituted originally on the occasion of some war, and though deemed singular when first founded, they have tended greatly to the security of states. There was a difficulty in introducing them, but there is no difficulty in them now. There is, however, another institution about which I would speak if I dared. I may preface my proposal by remarking that disorder in a state is the source of all evil and order of all good. Now in Sparta and Crete there are common meals for men, and this, as I was saying, is a divine and natural institution. But the women are left to themselves. They live in dark places, and being weaker and therefore wickeder than men, they are at the bottom of a good deal more than half the evil of states. This must be corrected, and the institution of common meals extended to both sexes. But in the present unfortunate state of opinion, who would dare to establish them? And still more, who can compel women to eat and drink in public? They will defy the legislator to drag them out of their holes. And in any other state, such a proposal would be drowned in clamor. But in our own, I think that I can show the attempt to be just and reasonable. There is nothing which we should like to hear better. Listen, then, having plenty of time, we will go back to the beginning of things, which is an old subject with us. Right. Either the race of mankind never had a beginning and will never have an end, or the time which has elapsed since man first came into being is all but infinite. No doubt. And in this infinity of time there have been changes of every kind, both in the order of the seasons and in the government of states and in the customs of eating and drinking. Vines and olives were at length discovered, and the blessings of Demeter and Persephone, of which one Triptolemus is said to have been the minister. Before his time, the animals had been eating one another, and there are nations in which mankind still sacrifice their fellow men, and other nations in which they lead a kind of Orphic existence, and will not sacrifice animals, or so much as taste of a cow. They offer fruits or cakes moistened with honey. Perhaps you will ask me what is the bearing of these remarks. We would gladly hear. I will endeavor to explain their drift. I see that the virtue of human life depends on the due regulation of three wants or desires. The first is the desire of meat, the second of drink. These begin with birth, and make us disobedient to any voice other than that of pleasure. The third and fiercest and greatest need is felt latest. This is love, which is a madness setting men's whole nature on fire. These three disorders of mankind we must endeavor to restrain by three mighty influences, fear and law and reason, which, with the aid of the muses and the gods of contests, may extinguish our lusts. But to return, after marriage let us proceed to the generation of children, and then to their nurture and education, thus gradually approaching the subject of syssitia. There are, however, some other points which are suggested by the three words meat, drink, love. Proceed, the bride and bridegroom ought to set their mind on having a brave offspring. Now a man only succeeds when he takes pains, wherefore the bridegroom ought to take special care of the bride, and the bride of the bridegroom, at the time when their children are about to be born. And let there be a committee of matrons, who shall meet every day at the temple of Eileithyr, at a time fixed by the magistrates, and inform against any man or woman who does not observe the laws of married life. The time of begetting children and the supervision of the parents shall last for 10 years only. If at the expiration of this period they have no children, they may part, with the consent of their relatives and the official matrons, and with a due regard to the interests of either. If a dispute arise, 10 of the guardians of the law shall be chosen as arbiters. The matrons shall also have power to enter the houses of the young people, if necessary, and to advise and threaten them. If their efforts fail, let them go to the guardians of the law, and if they too fail, the offender, whether man or woman, shall be forbidden to be present at all family ceremonies. If when the time for begetting children has ceased, either husband or wife have connection with others who are of an age to beget children, they shall be liable to the same penalties as those who are still having a family. But when both parties have ceased to beget children, there shall be no penalties. If men and women live soberly, the enactments of law may be left to slumber. Punishment is necessary only when there is great disorder of manners. The first year of children's lives is to be registered in their ancestral temples. The name of the archon of the year is to be inscribed on a whited wall in every phratry, and the names of the living members of the phratry close to them to be erased at their decease. The proper time of marriage for a woman shall be from 16 years to 20. For a man from 30 to 35, compare Republic v. 460e. The age of holding office for a woman is to be 40, for a man 30 years. The time for military service for a man is to be from 20 years to 60, for a woman from the time that she has ceased to bear children until 50. Chapter 26. And now, leaving the body, let us proceed to the soul, but we must first repeat that perpetual motion by night and by day is good for the young creature. This is proved by the Corybantian cure of motion, and by the practice of nurses who rock children in their arms, lapping them at the same time in sweet strains, and the reason of this is obvious. The affections, both of the Bacchantes and of the children, arise from fear, and this fear is occasioned by something wrong which is going on within them. Now a violent external commotion tends to calm the violent internal one. It quiets the palpitation of the heart, giving to the children sleep, and bringing back the Bacchantes to their right minds by the help of dances and acceptable sacrifices. But if fear has such power, will not a child who is always in a state of terror grow up timid and cowardly? Whereas if he learns from the first to resist fear, he will develop a habit of courage. Very true. And we may say that the use of motion will inspire the souls of children with cheerfulness and therefore with courage. Of course, softness enervates and irritates the temper of the young, and violence renders them mean and misanthropical. But how is the state to educate them when they are as yet unable to understand the meaning of words? Why, surely they roar and cry like the young of any other animal, and the nurse knows the meaning of these intimations of the child's likes or dislikes, and the occasions which call them forth. About 3 years is passed by. Children in a state of imperfect articulation, which is quite long enough time to make them either good or ill-tempered. And therefore, during these first 3 years, the infant should be as free as possible from fear and pain. Yes, and he should have as much pleasure as possible. There, I think, you are wrong, for the influence of pleasure in the beginning of education is fatal. A man should neither pursue pleasure nor wholly avoid pain. He should embrace the mean and cultivate that state of calm which mankind, taught by some inspiration, attribute to God, and he who would be like God should neither be too fond of pleasure himself, nor should he permit any other to be thus given, above all not the infant, whose character is just in the making. It may sound ridiculous, but I affirm that a woman in her pregnancy should be carefully tended and kept from excessive pleasures and pains. I quite agree with you about the duty of avoiding extremes and following the mean. Let us consider a further point. The matters which are now in question are generally called customs rather than laws, and we have already made the reflection that, though they are not, properly speaking, laws, yet neither can they be neglected, for they fill up the interstices of law and are the props and ligatures on which the strength of the whole building depends. Laws without customs never last, and we must not wonder if habit and custom sometimes lengthen out our laws. Very true. Up to their 3rd year, then, the life of children may be regulated by customs such as we have described. From 3 to 6, their minds have to be amused, but they must not be allowed to become self-willed and spoilt. If punishment is necessary, the same rule will hold as in the case of slaves. They must neither be punished in hot blood nor ruined by indulgence. The children of that age will have their own modes of amusing themselves. They should be brought for their play to the village temples and placed under the care of nurses, who will be responsible to 12 matrons annually chosen by the women who have authority over marriage. These shall be appointed, one out of each tribe, and their duty shall be to keep order at the meetings. Slaves who break the rules laid down by them, they shall punish by the help of some of the public slaves. But citizens who dispute their authority shall be brought before the magistrates. After 6 years of age, there shall be a separation of the sexes. The boys will go to learn riding and the use of arms, and the girls may, if they please, also learn. Here I note a practical error in early training. Mothers and nurses foolishly believe that the left hand is by nature different from the right, whereas the left leg and foot are acknowledged to be the same as the right. But the truth is that nature made all things to balance, and the power of using the left hand, which is of little importance in the case of the plectrum of the lyre, may make a great difference in the art of the warrior, who should be a skilled gymnast and able to fight and balance himself in any position. If a man were a Briareus, he should use all his 100 hands at once. At any rate, let everybody employ the 2 which they have. To these matters the magistrates, male and female, should attend, the women superintending the nursing and amusement of the children, and the men superintending their education, that all of them, boys and girls alike, may be sound, wind and limb, and not spoil the gifts of nature by bad habits. Education has 2 branches, gymnastic, which is concerned with the body, and music, which improves the soul. And gymnastic has 2 parts, dancing and wrestling. Of dancing, one kind imitates musical recitation and aims at stateliness and freedom. Another kind is concerned with the training of the body and produces health, agility, and beauty. There is no military use in the complex systems of wrestling, which pass under the names of Antaeus and Circean, or in the tricks of boxing, which are attributed to Amycus and Epeius. But good wrestling and the habit of extricating the neck, hands, and sides should be diligently learnt and taught. In our dances, imitations of war should be practiced, as in the dances of the Curetes in Crete and of the Dioscuri at Sparta, or as in the dances in complete armor which were taught us Athenians by the goddess Athene. Youths who are not yet of an age to go to war should make religious processions armed and on horseback, and they should also engage in military games and contests. These exercises will be equally useful in peace and war, and will benefit both states and families. Next follows music, to which we will once more return, and here I shall venture to repeat my old paradox that amusements have great influence on laws. He who has been taught to play at the same games and with the same playthings will be content with the same laws. There is no greater evil in a state than the spirit of innovation. In the case of the seasons and winds, in the management of our bodies and in the habits of our minds, change is a dangerous thing. And in everything but what is bad the same rule holds. We all venerate and acquiesce in the laws to which we are accustomed, and if they have continued during long periods of time, and there is no remembrance of their ever having been otherwise, people are absolutely afraid to change them. Now how can we create this quality of immobility in the laws? I say, by not allowing innovations in the games and plays of children. The children who are always having new plays, when grown up, will be always having new laws. Changes in mere fashions are not serious evils, but changes in our estimate of men's characters are most serious, and rhythms and music are representations of characters, and therefore we must avoid novelties in dance and song. For securing permanence, no better method can be imagined than that of the Egyptians. What is their method? They make a calendar for the year, arranging on what days the festivals of the various gods shall be celebrated. And for each festival they consecrate an appropriate hymn and dance. In our state, a similar arrangement shall in the first instance be framed by certain individuals, and afterwards solemnly ratified by all the citizens. He who introduces other hymns or dances shall be excluded by the priests and priestesses and the guardians of the law, and if he refuses to submit, he may be prosecuted for impiety. But we must not be too ready to speak about such great matters. Even a young man, when he hears something unaccustomed, stands and looks this way and that, like a traveler at a place where three ways meet, and at our age, a man ought to be very sure of his ground in so singular an argument. Very true. Then, leaving the subject for further examination at some future time, let us proceed with our laws about education, for in this manner we may probably throw light upon our present difficulty. Let us do as you say. The ancients used the term nomoi to signify harmonious strains, and perhaps they fancied that there was a connection between the songs and laws of a country. And we say, whosoever shall transgress the strains by law established is a transgressor of the laws, and shall be punished by the guardians of the law and by the priests and priestesses. Very good. How can we legislate about these consecrated strains without incurring ridicule? Molds or types must be first framed, and one of the types shall be abstinence from evil words at sacrifices. When a son or brother blasphemes at a sacrifice, there is a sound of ill omen heard in the family, and many a chorus stands by the altar uttering inauspicious words, and he is crowned victor who excites the hearers most with lamentations. Such lamentations should be reserved for evil days, and should be uttered only by hired mourners. And let the singers not wear circlets or ornaments of gold. To avoid every evil word, then, shall be our first type. Agreed. Our second law or type shall be that prayers ever accompany sacrifices, and our third that inasmuch as all prayers are requests, they shall be only for good. This the poets must be made to understand. Certainly. Have we not already decided that no gold or silver Plutus shall be allowed in our city? And did not this show that we were dissatisfied with the poets, and may we not fear that, if they are allowed to utter injudicious prayers, they will bring the greatest misfortunes on the state, and we must therefore make a law that the poet is not to contradict the laws or ideas of the state, nor is he to show his poems to any private persons, until they have first received the imprimatur of the director of education. A fourth musical law will be to the effect that hymns and praises shall be offered to gods, and to heroes and demigods. Still another law will permit eulogies of eminent citizens, whether men or women, but only after their death. As to songs and dances, we will enact as follows. There shall be a selection made of the best ancient musical compositions and dances. These shall be chosen by judges, who ought not to be less than 50 years of age. They will accept some and reject or amend others, for which purpose they will call, if necessary, the poets themselves into council. The severe and orderly music is the style in which to educate children, who, if they are accustomed to this, will deem the opposite kind to be illiberal, but if they are accustomed to the other, will count this to be cold and unpleasing. True. Further, a distinction should be made between the melodies of men and women. Nature herself teaches that the grand or manly style should be assigned to men, and to women the moderate and temperate. So much for the subjects of education. But to whom are they to be taught, and when? I must try, like the shipwright who lays down the keel of a vessel, to build a secure foundation for the vessel of the soul in her voyage through life. Human affairs are hardly serious, and yet a sad necessity compels us to be serious about them. Let us, therefore, do our best to bring the matter to a conclusion. Very good. I say, then, that God is the object of a man's most serious endeavors. But man is created to be the plaything of the gods, and therefore the aim of everyone should be to pass through life, not in grim earnest, but playing at the noblest of pastimes, in another spirit from that which now prevails. For the common opinion is, that work is for the sake of play, war of peace, whereas in war there is neither amusement nor instruction worth speaking of. The life of peace is that which men should chiefly desire to lengthen out and improve. They should live sacrificing, singing, and dancing, with the view of propitiating gods and heroes. I have already told you the types of song and dance which they should follow, and some things, as the poet well says, you will devise for yourself. Others God will suggest to you. These words of his may be applied to our pupils. They will partly teach themselves, and partly will be taught by God the art of propitiating him, for they are his puppets and have only a small portion in truth. You have a poor opinion of man. No wonder when I compare him with God, but if you are offended, I will place him a little higher. Next follow the building for gymnasia and schools. These will be in the midst of the city, and outside will be riding schools and archery grounds. In all of them there ought to be instructors of the young, drawn from foreign parts by pay, and they will teach them music and war. Education shall be compulsory. The children must attend school, whether their parents like it or not, for they belong to the state more than to their parents. And I say further, without hesitation, that the same education in riding and gymnastics shall be given both to men and women. The ancient tradition about the Amazons confirms my view, and at the present day there are myriads of women, called Sauромatides, dwelling near the Pontus, who practice the art of riding as well as archery and the use of arms. But if I am right, nothing can be more foolish than our modern fashion of training men and women differently, whereby the power of the city is reduced to a half. For reflect, if women are not to have the education of men, some other must be found for them, and what other can we propose? Shall they, like the women of Thrace, tend cattle and till the ground, or like our own, spin and weave and take care of the house? Or shall they follow the spot in custom, which is between the two? There the maidens share in gymnastic exercises and in music, and the grown women, no longer engaged in spinning, weave the web of life, although they are not skilled in archery like the Amazons, nor can they imitate our warrior goddess and carry shield or spear, even in the extremity of their country's need. Compared with our women, the Sauромatides are like men. But your legislators, Megalus, as I maintain, only half did their work. They took care of the men, and left the women to take care of themselves. Shall we suffer the stranger, Cleinias, to run down Sparta in this way? Why, yes, for we cannot withdraw the liberty which we have already conceded to him. What will be the manner of life of men in moderate circumstances, freed from the toils of agriculture and business, and having common tables for themselves and their families which are under the inspection of magistrates, male and female, are men who have these institutions only to eat and fatten like beasts. If they do, how can they escape the fate of a fatted beast, which is to be torn in pieces by some other beast more valiant than himself? True, theirs is not the perfect way of life, for they have not all things in common, but the second best way of life also confers great blessings. Even those who live in the second state have a work to do twice as great as the work of any Pythian or Olympic victor, for their labor is for the body only, but ours both for body and soul. And this higher work ought to be pursued night and day to the exclusion of every other. The magistrates who keep the city should be wakeful, and the master of the household should be up early and before all his servants, and the mistress, too, should awaken her handmaidens, and not be awakened by them. Much sleep is not required either for our souls or bodies. When a man is asleep, he is no better than if he were dead, and he who loves life and wisdom will take no more sleep than is necessary for health. Magistrates who are wide awake at night are terrible to the bad, but they are honored by the good, and are useful to themselves and the state. When the morning dawns, let the boy go to school. As the sheep need the shepherd, so the boy needs a master, for he is at once the most cunning and the most insubordinate of creatures. Let him be taken away from mothers and nurses, and tamed with bit and bridle, being treated as a freeman in that he learns and is taught, but as a slave in that he may be chastised by all other freemen, and the freeman who neglects to chastise him shall be disgraced. All these matters will be under the supervision of the Director of Education. Him we will address as follows. We have spoken to you, O illustrious teacher of youth, of the song, the time, and the dance, and of martial strains, but of the learning of letters, and of prose writings, and of music, and of the use of calculation for military and domestic purposes we have not spoken, nor yet of the higher use of numbers in reckoning divine things, such as the revolutions of the stars, or the arrangements of days, months, and years, of which the true calculation is necessary in order that seasons and festivals may proceed in regular course, and arouse and enliven the city, rendering to the gods their due, and making men know them better. There are, we say, many things about which we have not as yet instructed you. And first, as to reading and music, shall the pupil be a perfect scholar and musician, or not even enter on these studies? He should certainly enter on both. To letters he will apply himself from the age of 10 to 13, and at 13 he will begin to handle the lyre, and continue to learn music until he is 16. No shorter and no longer time will be allowed. However fond he or his parents may be of the pursuit, the study of letters he should carry to the extent of simple reading and writing, but he need not care for calligraphy and tachygraphy if his natural gifts do not enable him to acquire them in the 3 years. And here arises a question as to the learning of compositions when unaccompanied with music, I mean prose compositions. They are a dangerous species of literature. Speak then, O guardians of the law, and tell us what we shall do about them. You seem to be in a difficulty. Yes, it is difficult to go against the opinion of all the world, but have we not often already done so? Very true. And you imply that the road which we are taking, though disagreeable to many, is approved by those whose judgment is most worth having. Certainly. Then I would first observe that we have many poets, comic as well as tragic, with whose compositions, as people say, youth ought to be imbued and saturated. Some would have them learn by heart entire poets. Others prefer extracts. Now I believe, and the general opinion is that some of the things which they learn are good and some bad. Then how shall we reject some and select others? A happy thought occurs to me. This long discourse of ours is a sample of what we want, and is moreover an inspired work and a kind of poem. I am naturally pleased in reflecting upon all our words, which appear to me to be just the thing for a young man to hear and learn. I would venture, then, to offer to the Director of Education this treatise of laws as a pattern for his guidance, and in case he should find any similar compositions, written or oral, I would have him carefully preserve them, and commit them in the first place to the teachers who are willing to learn them. He should turn off the teacher who refuses, and let them communicate the lesson to the young. I have said enough to the teacher of letters, and now we will proceed to the teacher of the lyre. He must be reminded of the advice which we gave to the sexagenarian minstrels. Like them, he should be quick to perceive the rhythms suited to the expression of virtue, and to reject the opposite. With a view to the attainment of this object, the pupil and his instructor are to use the lyre because its notes are pure. The voice and strings should coincide note for note, nor should there be complex harmonies and contrasts of intervals, or variations of times or rhythms. 3 years' study is not long enough to give a knowledge of these intricacies, and our pupils will have many things of more importance to learn. The tunes and hymns which are to be consecrated for each festival have been already determined by us, having given these instructions to the director of music. Let us now proceed to dancing and gymnastic, which must also be taught to boys and girls by masters and mistresses. Our Minister of Education will have a great deal to do, and being an old man, how will he get through so much work? There is no difficulty. The law will provide him with assistants, male and female, and he will consider how important his office is and how great the responsibility of choosing them. For if education prospers, the vessel of state sails merrily along, or if education fails, the consequences are not even to be mentioned. Of dancing and gymnastics, something has been said already. We include under the latter military exercises the various uses of arms, all that relates to horsemanship and military evolutions and tactics. There should be public teachers of both arts paid by the state, and women as well as men should be trained in them. The maidens should learn the armed dance, and the grown-up women be practiced in drill and the use of arms, if only in case of extremity. When the men are gone out to battle, and they are left to guard their families, birds and beasts defend their young, but women instead of fighting run to the altars, thus degrading man below the level of the animals. Such a lack of education, stranger, is both unseemly and dangerous. Wrestling is to be pursued as a military exercise, but the meaning of this and the nature of the art can only be explained when action is combined with words. Next follows dancing, which is of 2 kinds, imitative first of the serious and beautiful, and secondly of the ludicrous and grotesque. The first kind may be further divided into the dance of war and the dance of peace. The former is called the pyrrhic. In this, the movements of attack and defense are imitated in a direct and manly style, which indicates strength and sufficiency of body and mind. The latter of the two, the dance of peace, is suitable to orderly and law-abiding men. These must be distinguished from the Bacchic dances which imitate drunken revelry, and also from the dances by which purifications are effected and mysteries celebrated. Such dances cannot be characterized either as warlike or peaceful, and are unsuited to a civilized state. Now the dances of peace are of 2 classes. The first of them is the more violent, being an expression of joy and triumph after toil and danger. The other is more tranquil, symbolizing the continuance and preservation of good. In speaking or singing, we naturally move our bodies, and as we have more or less courage or self-control, we become less or more violent and excited. Thus, from the imitation of words in gestures, the art of dancing arises. Now one man imitates in an orderly, another in a disorderly manner, and so the peaceful kinds of dance have been appropriately called emulei, or dances of order, as the warlike have been called pyrrhic. In the latter, a man imitates all sorts of blows and the hurling of weapons and the avoiding of them. In the former, he learns to bear himself gracefully and like a gentleman. The types of these dances are to be fixed by the legislator, and when the guardians of the law have assigned them to the several festivals and consecrated them in due order, no further change shall be allowed. Thus much of the dances which are appropriate to fair forms and noble souls. Comedy, which is the opposite of them, remains to be considered, for the serious implies the ludicrous, and opposites cannot be understood without opposites. But a man of repute will desire to avoid doing what is ludicrous. He should leave such performances to slaves. They are not fit for freemen, and there should be some element of novelty in them. Concerning tragedy, let our law be as follows. When the inspired poet comes to us with a request to be admitted into our state, we will reply in courteous words. We also are tragedians and your rivals, and the drama which we enact is the best and noblest, being the imitation of the truest and noblest life, with a view to which our state is ordered. And we cannot allow you to pitch your stage in the agora, and make your voices to be heard above ours, or suffer you to address our women and children and the common people on opposite principles to our own. Come then, ye children of the Lydian muse, and present yourselves first to the magistrates, and if they decide that your hymns are as good or better than ours, you shall have your chorus, but if not, not. There remain 3 kinds of knowledge which should be learnt by freemen: arithmetic, geometry of surfaces and of solids, and thirdly, astronomy. Few need make an accurate study of such sciences, and of special students we will speak at another time. But most persons must be content with the study of them which is absolutely necessary, and may be said to be a necessity of that nature, against which God himself is unable to contend. What are these divine necessities of knowledge? Necessities of a knowledge without which neither gods nor demigods can govern mankind. And far is he from being a divine man who cannot distinguish 1, 2, odd and even, who cannot number day and night, and is ignorant of the revolutions of the sun and stars. For to every higher knowledge, a knowledge of number is necessary. A fool may see this. How much is a matter requiring more careful consideration? Very true, but the legislator cannot enter into such details, and therefore we must defer the more careful consideration of these matters to another occasion. You seem to fear our habitual want of training in these subjects. Still more do I fear the danger of bad training, which is often worse than none at all. Very true. I think that a gentleman and a freeman may be expected to know as much as an Egyptian child. In Egypt, arithmetic is taught to children in their spots by a distribution of apples or garlands among a greater or less number of people, or a calculation is made of the various combinations which are possible among a set of boxers or wrestlers, or they distribute cups among the children, sometimes of gold, brass, and silver intermingled, sometimes of one metal only. The knowledge of arithmetic which is thus acquired is a great help, either to the general or to the manager of a household. Wherever measure is employed, men are more wide awake in their dealings, and they get rid of their ridiculous ignorance. What do you mean? I have observed this ignorance among my countrymen. They are like pigs, and I am heartily ashamed both on my own behalf and on that of all the Hellenes. In what respect? Let me ask you a question. You know that there are such things as length, breadth, and depth. Yes. And the Hellenes imagine that they are commensurable, 1 with themselves, and 2 with each other, whereas they are only commensurable with themselves. But if this is true, then we are in an unfortunate case, and may well say to our compatriots that not to possess necessary knowledge is a disgrace, though to possess such knowledge is nothing very grand. Certainly, the discussion of arithmetical problems is a much better amusement for old men than their favorite game of draughts. True. Mathematics, then, will be one of the subjects in which youth should be trained. They may be regarded as an amusement, as well as a useful and innocent branch of knowledge. I think that we may include them provisionally. Yes, that will be the way. The next question is whether astronomy shall be made a part of education. About the stars there is a strange notion prevalent. Men often suppose that it is impious to inquire into the nature of God and the world, whereas the very reverse is the truth. How do you mean? What I am going to say may seem absurd and at variance with the usual language of age, and yet if true and advantageous to the state and pleasing to God, ought not to be withheld. Let us hear. My dear friend, how falsely do we and all the Hellenes speak about the sun and moon? In what respect? We are always saying that they and certain of the other stars do not keep the same path, and we term them planets. Yes, and I have seen the morning and evening stars go all manner of ways, and the sun and moon doing what we know that they always do. But I wish that you would explain your meaning further. You will easily understand what I have had no difficulty in understanding myself, though we are both of us past the time of learning. True, but what is this marvelous knowledge which youth are to acquire, and of which we are ignorant? Men say that the sun, moon, and stars are planets or wanderers. But this is the reverse of the fact. Each of them moves in one orbit only, which is circular, and not in many, nor is the swiftest of them the slowest, as appears to human eyes. What an insult should we offer to Olympian runners if we were to put the first last and the last first? And if that is a ridiculous error in speaking of men, how much more in speaking of the gods? They cannot be pleased at our telling falsehoods about them. They cannot. Then people should at least learn so much about them as will enable them to avoid impiety. Enough of education. Hunting and similar pursuits now claim our attention. These require for their regulation that mixture of law and admonition of which we have often spoken, e.g., in what we were saying about the nurture of young children. And therefore the whole duty of the citizen will not consist in mere obedience to the laws. He must regard not only the enactments but also the precepts of the legislator. I will illustrate my meaning by an example. Of hunting there are many kinds, hunting of fish and fowl, man and beast, enemies and friends, and the legislator can neither omit to speak about these things, nor make penal ordinances about them all. What is he to do then? He will praise and blame hunting, having in view the discipline and exercise of youth. And the young man will listen obediently, and will regard his praises and censures. Neither pleasure nor pain should hinder him. The legislator will express himself in the form of a pious wish for the welfare of the young. O my friends, he will say, may you never be induced to hunt for fish in the waters, either by day or night, or for men whether by sea or land. Never let the wish to steal enter into your minds, neither be ye fowlers, which is not an occupation for gentlemen. As to land animals, the legislator will discourage hunting by night, and also the use of nets and snares by day. For these are indolent and unmanly methods. The only mode of hunting which he can praise is with horses and dogs, running, shooting, striking at close quarters. Enough of the prelude. The law shall be as follows. Let no one hinder the holy order of huntsmen, but let the nightly hunters who lay snares and nets be everywhere prohibited. Let the fowler confine himself to waste places and to the mountains. The fisherman is also permitted to exercise his calling, except in harbors and sacred streams, marshes and lakes. In all other places he may fish, provided he does not make use of poisonous mixtures. Chapter 27. The legislator may be conceived to make the following address to himself. With what object am I training my citizens? Are they not strivers for mastery in the greatest of combats? Certainly, will be the reply. And if they were boxers or wrestlers, would they think of entering the lists without many days' practice? Would they not as far as possible imitate all the circumstances of the contest? And if they had no one to box with, would they not practice on a lifeless image, heedless of the laughter of the spectators? And shall our soldiers go out to fight for life and kindred and property unprepared, because sham fights are thought to be ridiculous? Will not the legislator require that his citizens shall practice war daily, performing lesser exercises without arms, while the combatants on a greater scale will carry arms and take up positions and lie in ambuscade? And let their combats be not without danger, that opportunity may be given for distinction, and the brave man and the coward may receive their meed of honor or disgrace. If occasionally a man is killed, there is no great harm done. There are others as good as he is who will replace him, and the state can better afford to lose a few of her citizens than to lose the only means of testing them. We agree, stranger, that such warlike exercises are necessary. But why are they so rarely practiced? Or rather, do we not all know the reasons? One of them, is the inordinate love of wealth. This absorbs the soul of a man, and leaves him no time for any other pursuit. Knowledge is valued by him only as it tends to the attainment of wealth. All is lost in the desire of heaping up gold and silver. Anybody is ready to do anything, right or wrong, for the sake of eating and drinking and the indulgence of his animal passions. Most true. This is one of the causes which prevents a man being a good soldier or anything else which is good. It converts the temperate and orderly into shopkeepers or servants, and the brave into burglars or pirates. Many of these latter are men of ability and are greatly to be pitied, because their souls are hungering and thirsting all their lives long. The bad forms of government, too, are another reason. Democracy, oligarchy, tyranny, which, as I was saying, are not states, but states of discord, in which the rulers are afraid of their subjects, and therefore do not like them to become rich or noble or valiant. Now our state will escape both these causes of evil. The society is perfectly free, and has plenty of leisure, and is not allowed by the laws to be absorbed in the pursuit of wealth. Hence we have an excellent field for a perfect education, and for the introduction of martial pastimes. Let us proceed to describe the character of these pastimes. All gymnastic exercises in our state must have a military character. No other will be allowed. Activity and quickness are most useful in war, and yet these qualities do not attain their greatest efficiency unless the competitors are armed. The runner should enter the lists in armor, and in the races which our heralds proclaim, no prize is to be given except to armed warriors. Let there be 6 courses. First, the stadium. Secondly, the diaiolos or double course. Thirdly, the horse course. Fourthly, the long course. Fifthly, races won between heavy-armed soldiers who shall pass over 60 stadia and finish at a temple of Ares, and 2 between still more heavily armed competitors who run over smoother ground. Sixthly, a race for archers, who shall run over hill and dale a distance of 100 stadia, and their goal shall be a temple of Apollo and Artemis. There shall be 3 contests of each kind, one for boys, another for youths, a third for men. The cost for the boys we will fix at half, and that for the youths at 2/3 of the entire length. Women shall join in the races. Young girls who are not grown up shall run naked, but after 13 they shall be suitably dressed. From 13 to 18 they shall be obliged to share in these contests, and from 18 to 20 they may if they please, and if they are unmarried. As to trials of strength, single combats in armor, or battles between 2 and 2, or of any number up to 10, shall take the place of wrestling and the heavy exercises. And there must be umpires, as there are now in wrestling, to determine what is a fair hit and who is conqueror. Instead of the pancratium, let there be contests in which the combatants carry bows and wear light shields and hurl javelins and throw stones. The next provision of the law will relate to horses, which, as we are in Crete, need be rarely used by us, and chariots never. Our horse racing prizes will only be given to single horses, whether colts, half-grown, or full-grown. Their riders are to wear armor, and there shall be a competition between mounted archers. Women, if they have a mind, may join in the exercises of men. But enough of gymnastics, and nearly enough of music. All musical contests will take place at festivals, whether every 3rd or every 5th year, which are to be fixed by the guardians of the law, the judges of the games, and the director of education, who for this purpose shall become legislators and arrange times and conditions. The principles on which such contests are to be ordered have been often repeated by the first legislator. no more need be said of them. Nor are the details of them important. But there is another subject of the highest importance, which, if possible, should be determined by the laws, not of man, but of God. Or if a direct revelation is impossible, there is need of some bold man who, alone against the world, will speak plainly of the corruption of human nature, and go to war with the passions of mankind. We do not understand you. I will try to make my meaning plainer. In speaking of education, I seem to see young men and maidens in friendly intercourse with one another, and there arose in my mind a natural fear about a state in which the young of either sex are well nurtured and have little to do, and occupy themselves chiefly with festivals and dances. How can they be saved from those passions which reason forbids them to indulge, and which are the ruin of so many? The prohibition of wealth and the influence of education, and the all-seeing eye of the ruler will alike help to promote temperance, but they will not wholly extirpate the unnatural loves which have been the destruction of states, and against this evil what remedy can be devised? Lacedaemon and Crete give no assistance here. On the subject of love, as I may whisper in your ear, they are against us. Suppose a person were to urge that you ought to restore the natural use which existed before the days of Laius. He would be quite right, but he would not be supported by public opinion in either of your states. Or try the matter by the test which we apply to all laws, who will say that the permission of such things tends to virtue. Will he who is seduced learn the habit of courage, or will the seducer acquire temperance? And will any legislator be found to make such actions legal? But to judge of this matter truly, we must understand the nature of love and friendship, which may take very different forms. For we speak of friendship, first, when there is some similarity or equality of virtue; secondly, when there is some want, and either of these, when in excess, is termed love. The first kind is gentle and sociable, the second is fierce and unmanageable, and there is also a third kind, which is akin to both, and is under the dominion of opposite principles. The one is of the body, and has no regard for the character of the beloved, but he who is under the influence of the other disregards the body, and is a looker rather than a lover, and desires only with his soul to be knit to the soul of his friend, while the intermediate sought is both of the body and of the soul. Here are three kinds of love. Ought the legislator to prohibit all of them equally, or to allow the virtuous love to remain? The latter, clearly. I expected to gain your approval, but I will reserve the task of convincing our friend Cleinias for another occasion. Very good. To make right laws on this subject is in one point of view easy, and in another most difficult, for we know that in some cases most men abstain willingly from intercourse with the fair. The unwritten law which prohibits members of the same family from such intercourse is strictly obeyed, and no thought of anything else ever enters into the minds of men in general. A little word puts out the fire of their lusts. What is it? The declaration that such things are hateful to the gods, and most abominable and unholy. The reason is that everywhere, in jest and earnest alike, this is the doctrine which is repeated to all from their earliest youth. They see on the stage that an Oedipus or a Thyestes or a Macaris, when undeceived, are ready to kill themselves. There is an undoubted power in public opinion when no breath is heard adverse to the law, and the legislator who would enslave these enslaving passions must consecrate such a public opinion all through the city. Good, but how can you create it? A fair objection, but I promise to try and find some means of restraining loves to their natural objects. A law which would extirpate unnatural love as effectually as incest is at present extirpated would be the source of innumerable blessings, because it would be in accordance with nature, and would get rid of excess in eating and drinking and of adulteries and frenzies, making men love their wives and having other excellent effects. I can imagine that some lusty youth overhears what we are saying and roars out in abusive terms that we are legislating for impossibilities. And so a person might have said of the syssitia, or common meals, but this is refuted by facts, although even now they are not extended to women. True, there is no impossibility or superhumanity in my proposed law, as I shall endeavor to prove. Do so. Will not a man find abstinence more easy when his body is sound than when he is in ill condition? Yes. Have we not heard of Icus of Tarentum and other wrestlers who abstained wholly for a time? Yet they were infinitely worse educated than our citizens, and far more lusty in their bodies. And shall they have abstained for the sake of an athletic contest, and our citizens being capable of a similar endurance for the sake of a much nobler victory, the victory over pleasure, which is true happiness? Will not the fear of impiety enable them to conquer that which many who were inferior to them have conquered? I dare say. And therefore the law must plainly declare that our citizens should not fall below the other animals, who live all together in flocks, and yet remain pure and chaste, until the time of procreation comes when they pair, and are ever after faithful to their compact. But if the corruption of public opinion is too great to allow our first law to be carried out, then our guardians of the law must turn legislators and try their hand at a second law. They must minimize the appetites, diverting the vigor of youth into other channels, allowing the practice of love in secret, but making detection shameful. 3 higher principles may be brought to bear on all these corrupt natures. What are they? Religion, honor, and the love of the higher qualities of the soul. Perhaps this is a dream only, yet it is the best of dreams, and if not the whole, still, by the grace of God, a part of what we desire may be realized. Either men may learn to abstain wholly from any loves, natural or unnatural, except of their wedded wives, or at least they may give up unnatural loves, or, if detected, they shall be punished with loss of citizenship, as aliens from the state in their morals. I entirely agree with you, said Megillus, but Cleinias must speak for himself. I will give my opinion by and by. We were speaking of the Syssitia, which will be a natural institution in a Cretan colony. Whether they shall be established after the model of Crete or Lacedaemon, or shall be different from either, is an unimportant question which may be determined without difficulty. We may, therefore, proceed to speak of the mode of life among our citizens, which will be far less complex than in other cities. A state which is inland and not maritime requires only half the number of laws. There is no trouble about trade and commerce and 1,000 other things. The legislator has only to regulate the affairs of husbandmen and shepherds, which will be easily arranged, now that the principal questions, such as marriage, education, and government, have been settled. Let us begin with husbandry. First, let there be a law of Zeus against removing a neighbor's landmark, whether he be a citizen or stranger. For this is to move the immovable, and Zeus, the god of kindred, witnesses to the wrongs of citizens, and Zeus, the god of strangers, to the wrongs of strangers. The offense of removing a boundary shall receive 2 punishments. The first will be inflicted by the god himself, the second by the judges. In the next place, the differences between neighbors about encroachments must be guarded against. He who encroaches shall pay 2-fold the amount of the injury. Of all such matters, the wardens of the country shall be the judges, in lesser cases the officers, and in greater the whole number of them belonging to any one division. Any injury done by cattle, the decoying of bees, the careless firing of woods, the planting unduly near a neighbor's ground, shall all be visited with proper damages. Such details have been determined by previous legislators, and need not now be mixed up with greater matters. Husbandmen have had of old excellent rules about streams and waters, and we need not divert their course. Anybody may take water from a common stream. If he does not thereby cut off a private spring, he may lead the water in any direction, except through a house or temple, but he must do no harm beyond the channel. If land is without water, the occupier shall dig down to the clay, and if at this depth he find no water, he shall have a right of getting water from his neighbors for his household. And if their supply is limited, he shall receive from them a measure of water fixed by the wardens of the country. If there be heavy rains, the dweller on the higher ground must not recklessly suffer the water to flow down upon a neighbor beneath him. Nor must he who lives upon lower ground or dwells in an adjoining house refuse an outlet. If the two parties cannot agree, they shall go before the wardens of the city or country, and if a man refuse to abide by their decision, he shall pay double the damage which he has caused. In autumn God gives us two boons, one the joy of Dionysus not to be laid up, the other to be laid up. About the fruits of autumn let the law be as follows. He who gathers the storing fruits of autumn, whether grapes or figs, before the time of the vintage, which is the rising of Arcturus, shall pay 50 drachmas as a fine to Dionysus, if he gathers on his own ground, if on his neighbor's ground a mina, and 2/3 of a mina if on that of anyone else. The grapes or figs not used for storing a man may gather when he pleases on his own ground, but on that of others he must pay the penalty of removing what he has not laid down. If he be a slave who has gathered, he shall receive a stroke for every grape or fig. A metic must purchase the choice fruit, but a stranger may pluck for himself